Rebirth of a Star General Chapter 79 to Chapter 104. That year, Xiaoju led the Nanfu army to Jingzhou. Although people knew that second young master Xiao was talented in both the pen and the sword, he was still young and could not take on such an important task. Zhao Nua was the military governor of Jingzhou. He was lustful, greedy, and ignorant. When Xiaoju first arrived in Jingzhou, he did not take Xiaoju seriously. He often joked around and was very rude. In the Battle of Jingzhou, Xiaoju led the army to the battlefield. Zhao Nua was afraid of death and gave wrong orders, causing many innocent soldiers to die. Xiaoju saw that he was so arrogant and ordered people to tie him up and take him away. Zhao Nua's father was the minister of war and he had been in Jingzhou for many years. Naturally, there were many people who came to plead for him. There were many high-ranking officials and nobles who came to persuade him. However, Xiaoju was young and had no relatives. He is the military governor of Jingzhou and his father is the minister of revenue. Many people in the court have good relations with the Zhao family. If you offend him, you will not be able to do anything in the future. Xiaoju was not moved. He only smiled contemptuously and said, "Just the minister of war is so arrogant. Even if he becomes the prime minister, I will still execute him." 3 days later, Xiaoju led the army to surround Zhao Nua's residence. He pushed Zhao Nua to the tombstone of the dead soldiers and beheaded him. The Zhao family and the Xiao family were actually related to the Qing family. Qing Li Su recalled that Zhao Nua, logically speaking, should be related to us. My mother personally wrote a letter to ask uncle to be lenient. But uncle did not listen. He smiled. He looked a little helpless and a little proud. Military Governor Zhao's actions, isn't he afraid that someone will try to sow discord in front of His Majesty? He Yan thought, His Majesty will also be dissatisfied. As expected of my brother, he asked the same question as me. Qing Li Su said happily, I also think that uncle's actions are too rash. After a long time had passed, that young man had put away his flirtatious ways and became introverted and steady. He became the high and mighty commander-in-chief of the Right Army. Qing Li asked, Uncle, aren't you afraid that His Majesty will be estranged from you because of this? The young man was reading a book. Hearing this, he smiled and said, he wouldn't dare. The emperor didn't dare, but it wasn't that the courtiers weren't afraid. In reality, this was indeed the case. Even though the powerful officials in the imperial court spoke ill of him, and the minister of revenue wrote one memorial after another to the throne room asking for punishment, in the end, the matter was left unsettled. It was because Xiaoju had led the southern Manchun army and defeated the southern barbarians like a hot knife through butter. Emperor Xianwen was not blind. He knew how to choose between a dead provincial governor and a one-in-a-million talent. However, Emperor Wen Xian did not dare to punish Xiaoju, but that did not mean that there would not be any rumors. The Minister of Revenue, Zhao Tong, and Xiaoju became enemies. Those who were on good terms with Zhao Tong naturally did not want to see Xiaoju doing well. Those who were on good terms with the Xiao family also distanced themselves from Xiaoju. Firstly, his personality was cold and strict. He could even order his own relatives to be beheaded without mercy. Secondly, he was arrogant and did not even care about the emperor. It was inevitable that he would offend others in the future. One day, he might even implicate his friends and family. The Qing family and the Xiao family were close relatives, so they didn't break off contact. However, compared to Xiaoju, they preferred to interact with Xiaojing. My mother told me not to get too close to little uncle, Qing Li Su said. She said that he doesn't care about family ties. He Yan thought for a moment, military governor Xiao is not that kind of person. I know, Qing Li Su smiled, I always knew. The Xiao family had 2 young masters. The eldest young master was calm and gentle. When they interacted with each other, it was like a spring breeze. He was friendly and warm-hearted. Everyone loved him. The second young master's appearance was outstanding. However, for the sake of fairness, his personality was not very likable. Furthermore, after killing Zhao Nua, Xiaoju's reputation as jade-faced military governor, young killer, spread. Others did not dare to look up to him. Of course, Zhao Tong added fuel to the fire. However, Xiaoju himself also left behind many rumors. For example, when his parents were buried, he did not shed a single tear. He was busy fighting for military power in the throne room. He did not even spend the 7th day of the funeral, leaving eldest young Master Xiao to clean up the mess by himself. Every time the relatives gathered together during festivals, he did not like to talk to them. He only hurriedly left after meeting them. Qing Su still remembered that it was a summer day. Eldest aunt Bai Rongwei was hosting the relatives of the Qing family. The Xiao family did not have many people nowadays. It was rare for it to be so lively. Qing Su also went. At that time, Xiao Ju had already been bestowed the title of General Fengyun. He had just turned 18 and returned to Shuajing. The women were all eating snacks and drinking tea in the main room. The men were discussing politics with Xiao Jing. Qing Su looked around and did not see Xiao Ju. He was very naughty when he was young. Everyone around his age did not like to play with him. Qing Su looked for fun. He ran to the Xiao family's backyard and saw a cat with a colorful face. He chased after the cat and ran behind a screen inside the ancestral hall. It was summer and the weather changed quickly. In the evening, there were already dark clouds above the city walls. Thunder rumbled and suddenly, heavy rain poured down. He held the cat in his arms and wanted to go out. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. Someone came in. Qing Su secretly poked his head out from behind the screen and saw his mysterious uncle walk in. The young man was wearing a round satin robe with a golden crown on his head. He had a graceful appearance and was like a glittering jewel. When he was young, he liked to wear white robes. Now that he was older, he only liked to wear dark clothes. It made him seem even colder and harder to understand. Xiao Ju walked into the ancestral hall. He picked up 3 incense sticks and lit them. Qing Su's eyes widened. There were all kinds of rumors about Xiao Ju. Qing Su heard that Xiao Ju never lit incense for his parents. He was a heartless person. But now, it seemed that the rumors were not completely true. He moved slowly but carefully. First, he dusted the incense burner and wiped it clean with a cloth. Then, he lit the incense sticks and inserted them into the burner. Niao niao, smoke rose from the burner and dispersed in the air. He did not leave. He did not say anything. He just stood there with his eyes lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. The summer weather was hot and humid. Water vapor came in from the outside. It was sticky and the thunder was louder. The young man narrowed his eyes. His expression was calm. The rain outside washed the eaves, but inside the house, it was unbelievably quiet. Qing didn't understand what was going on, but he felt that the atmosphere was strange. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He hugged the cat and sat behind the screen with his cold uncle for more than an hour. After a long time, the rain stopped. Xiao Ju left the ancestral hall. From the time he entered the ancestral hall to the time he left, he only lit 3 incense sticks. He did not say anything and did nothing. He just sat there quietly. But these 3 incense sticks made Qing Su feel that under his uncle's cold appearance, there was a different gentleness. He was not the heartless person that others said he was. There were many people in the world who hid their true feelings under their cold appearance. It was not that there were no such people, but they were not good at expressing themselves. Others always said that Qing Su was still like a child, naive and ignorant. However, in the eyes of a child, he was able to distinguish between good and evil. He did not think that this uncle of his was as mean as his mother said. He liked this uncle more than eldest young Master Xiao. My uncle is very powerful. Qing Su looked seriously into her eyes and said, if you stay with him for a long time, you will also like him. He Yan laughed and couldn't help but rub his head, I know. I knew it a long time ago. Thousands of miles away in Shuajing, the spring river was also full of sparks. The water lanterns reflected on the water and under the water. It was impossible to tell the difference between heaven and earth. Today, it was drizzling. Above the water lanterns, there was a small paper cover to prevent them from being extinguished by the rain. In the ancestral hall of the Xiaofu, someone was burning incense. Ever since Xiao Zhongwu and his wife had passed away, the number of servants in the general's fu had decreased greatly. There were only 2 young masters, and Xiao Ju was often away from the fu. In the end, it was only Xiao Jing and his wife who did not need so many servants. Normally, it was quiet, but when he looked at it occasionally, it was a little cold and cheerless. Xiao Jing wore a jade-colored robe. He was as tall and warm as bamboo. When he stood next to Bai Rongwei beside him, anyone would praise them as an immortal couple. Niao niao, the autumn rain continued outside. A cool wind blew. He took off his cloak and covered Bai Rongwei with it. In a warm voice, he said, "The weather is cold. Be careful not to catch a cold." "I'm not cold." Bai Rongwei smiled at him and said worriedly, "I wonder what the weather is like in Liangzhou. Tonight is the Hungry Ghost Festival." Xiao Jing looked at the drizzle in the courtyard and said, "If Huijin was here, it would be good." "He won't come to the ancestral hall." Bai Rongwei shook her head. "He won't enter the ancestral hall." "He will enter." Xiao Jing's answer was very certain. Bai Rongwei looked at him with surprise. "But I've never seen him before. It's raining today, and there's thunder." Xiao Jing smiled. "He will enter." "Ruby, I don't understand." Bai Rongwei did not understand. When Huijin was very young, he was brought to the mountains by his father and was taught by an expert. Xiao Jing held her hand and said softly, "Throughout the year, we only see him a few times. He has a proud personality. Mother does not like him to play with knives and sticks." In reality, the relationship between Huijin and mother has never been good. Madame Xiao was the Empress Dowager's niece. That year, it was the Empress Dowager who had bestowed this marriage. Xiao Zhongwu was handsome and powerful, and Madame Xiao liked him very much. But after the marriage, the conflict between the two gradually came to light. Madame Xiao was a delicate flower that grew up in the house. She could not bear the slightest grievance. Xiao Zhongwu was after all a military officer. He was not as attentive as the son of an aristocratic family. Although he had never taken a wife, sometimes it made Madame Xiao unhappy. During the years when the two of them quarreled most fiercely, it was because of Xiao Ju. Madame Xiao did not want her two sons to become martial artists. Swords and arrows had no eyes on the battlefield. She herself did not like killing and was a gentle and kind Buddhist. At that time, Xiao Jing missed the best opportunity to practice martial arts because of his health. He had no other choice. Xiao Ju, on the other hand, had been regarded as the future successor by Xiao Zhongwu since young. Madame Xiao did not want her son to follow in Xiao Zhongwu's footsteps. But for the first time, Xiao Zhongwu, who had always been obedient to Madame Xiao, did not listen to his wife's advice. The son had been separated from his mother for too long. Although they were related by blood, they were still unfamiliar with each other. Moreover, Xiao Ju was not as obedient and gentle as Xiao Jing when she was young. Sometimes, she would even show a rebellious side. Facing this cold and arrogant son, Madame Xiao did not know how to get along with him. Madame Xiao tried to be friendly with Xiao Ju, but Xiao Ju's reaction was also indifferent. Madame Xiao liked to drink tea and discuss poetry, but Xiao Ju liked to practice swordsmanship and ride horses. Although Xiao Ju was also good at poetry, the one who accompanied Madame Xiao in the end was Xiao Jing. My mother told me in private that she was actually a little afraid of Huijin. Xiao Jing said, seemingly amused. After that, she did not deliberately talk to Huijin. The two of them were always very polite to each other. Huijin was actually very pitiful. Xiao Jing's smile became sad. My father was cold and hard. He did not tolerate Huijin at all. I only found out later that he suffered a lot on the mountain. If he did not tell us, we all thought that he was living a good life. If it were me, I probably would not have been able to hold on for long. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Bai Rong patted his hand comfortingly. Nonsense. You can do well too. Xiao Jing recalled the year when Xiao Ju came down from the mountain. He asked his younger brother, how was it on the mountain? The youth stretched lazily and smiled lightly. Not bad. The three words not bad hid all the hardships he had suffered. All that was left was a high-spirited second young Master Xiao. Others say that a strict father and a loving mother. My father was strict with him, but my mother was not always by his side. When she finally came back, she was overly polite because she was afraid of him. My mother thought that he liked sweets, so she often made osmanthus sweets for him. Huijin would always eat it clean. Even I was fooled. Later, his close followers said that Huijin did not eat sweets. Because this was the only way my mother could express her love for him, he ate it. Even if he did not like it, even if no one asked him what he liked to eat. Bai Rong sighed slightly and did not say anything. Although I was his elder brother, I did not seem to have helped him much. Others always said that he was heartless and that he was not as good as me. However, they do not know that the reason why I can be the honorable eldest young master Xiao today is because he bore a lot of burden for me. I know this, and he knows it too. He smiled bitterly. Now, I regret that my father did not let me join the military. If I did not become a civil official, perhaps I would be the one to bear the burden of the Xiao family today. Huijin does not need to be misunderstood by others. We all know that Huijin is doing this for you. Bai Rong said softly, father and mother will know too. Xiao Jing looked at the memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. He said, when Huijin was young, he was not close to mother. He would go out every 2 or 3 days. In fact, he cared about mother. My mother was timid and easily frightened. She was most afraid of thunder. Every time there was thunder, if Huijin was at home, he would find an excuse to go to mother's room to sit. Every time mother saw Huijin, she would think about how to get along with Huijin and forget about the thunder. When the rain stopped, Huijin would leave. At first, I did not understand. One time, there was thunder and rain. I was outside with him, but he suddenly said that he had something important to do and had to return home. When he returned home, he said that he wanted to eat osmanthus candy. Mother was busy cooking for him. I suddenly understood that Huijin was just afraid that mother would be frightened by the thunder, so he deliberately found an excuse to come back. Bai Rong heard this and also laughed. She shook her head and said, Huijin is really, unfortunately, mother did not know Huijin's feelings for her until she died, Xiao Jing said bitterly. If she had known, perhaps she would not have ended up like this today. Bai Rongwei held his hand tightly. Mother's spirit in heaven will understand. He accompanied mother when she was alive and after she died. As long as he was at home, whenever there was thunder and rain, he would come to the ancestral hall to accompany mother. Xiao Jing smiled slightly. This is a secret. I did not tell anyone. I think that Huijin also did not want anyone to know. Xiaoju was too proud. He did these things like the spring rain, silently moistening things. He did not ask for any results. But in the end, if one thought about it seriously, he felt that he was the one who was owed the most. So you said that if he was in Shuajing today, he would also come to the ancestral hall to accompany mother. Bai Rongwei understood. He is that kind of person. Xiao Jing smiled. The smoke in the incense burner floated into the air and slowly dissipated without a trace. The people of the past had become the past. The unspoken care and companionship would no longer have a chance to be explained. Ruby, you have to know, Bai Rongwei pulled Xiao Jing's hand and said gently, Huijin did these things to protect Xiao family. Right now, Huijin is far away in Liangzhou. Prime Minister Su's faction still sees Xiao family as a thorn in their side. You have to be more alert and not let Huijin's efforts go to waste. Xiao Jing stilled slightly and then smiled. He said, of course I know. I know that you care about Huijin. Bai Rongwei's voice softened. But I also care about you. Huijin has taken on many responsibilities, but are you not the same? Prime Minister Su is secretly suppressing Xiao family and finding fault with you. You are careful at every step in court. How can you be relaxed? You don't have to worry. Xiao Jing smiled. The most difficult time has passed. Bai Rong stilled for a moment and then smiled. You are right. The rain did not stop. The courtyard in Shuajing was soaked. Thousands of li away in Liangzhou, there was someone leaning on the window in a daze. His fine black hair fell on his shoulders, smooth and cold like silk. His expression was indifferent. The sound of a flute came from the distance. Someone was playing a tune from his hometown. As he listened, he softly smiled. This smile contained a bit of self-mockery and loneliness. After a moment, he closed the window and isolated the night outside. The light in the room flickered slowly, reflecting his starry eyes. On the table was a long wooden tray. Scattered rice grains were piled on the tray. The rice grains were different and small flags made of red cloth were inserted. Shenhan, Liang Ping, and the other instructors were all in the room. They surrounded the table and stared at Xiaoju's movements. "Governor, these are the places to put the flags? Isn't there too many?" "Not too many." The youth's figure was like jade. He held a chess piece and pointed at the red flag at the top. "In 7 days, the flag battle will take place on Mount Baiyue." 7 days was enough time for He Yan's leg to fully recover. Although the injury on his hand was not completely healed, as long as he did not practice with his bow or spear, it would not hinder his daily activities. During these 7 days of waiting, the day of the battle for the flag finally arrived. Liang Ping came to visit He Yan the night before the battle for the flag and asked He Yan how he was doing. He Yan was afraid that he would not be allowed to participate in the battle for the flag, so he hurriedly said, "Very good, very good, very good. Liang Jiaodo, do you want to exchange a few moves with me?" Liang Ping thought of the equestrian archery competition he had with He Yan and felt embarrassed. He immediately coughed lightly and said, "No need, as long as you are fine. Come up the mountain with us tomorrow." After he left, He Yan almost cheered out loud. Hong Shan smiled and said, "You finally got what you wanted. I don't know what the battle for the flag is like." Xiao Mai looked at He Yan and pleaded, "After Ahiga goes down the mountain, you must tell us word by word. Isn't your brother going up the mountain as well? Why are you only asking Ahi?" Hong Shan said, "My brother won't tell us." Xiao Mai curled her lips. There were tens of thousands of new recruits in the Liangzhou Guard. Of course, not all of them would go up the mountain to compete for the flag. Moreover, they were selecting for the vanguard battalion, so they only selected those who performed exceptionally well on the training field. Xiao Mai and Hong Shan could only be considered average and were not part of the battle for the flag. In their room, only Shirtu and He Yan were selected to go up the mountain. "The injury on your hand is not completely healed." Hong Shan was worried for He Yan. "When the time comes, don't fight recklessly. If you can't beat them, run, understand? The entire Liangzhou Guard knows that you are strong, so it doesn't matter who wins or loses. Ahigu will be at a disadvantage like this." Xiao Mai felt indignant. If Ahigu wasn't injured, Ahigu would definitely be first. "It's okay." He Yan comforted her. "Even if I'm injured, I'll still be the first." When the others in the room heard this, they all laughed. "It's here again. Our arena master, he is going to set up an arena on the mountain again. Does anyone want to bet on biscuits?" "Bet my ass. I haven't even paid back what I lost last time." He Yan's heart relaxed a little amidst the clamor. In fact, she hadn't competed for the flag in a long time, and her memories of the last time weren't too good. She wasn't the one who performed the most brilliantly, so no one knew what the result would be this time. However, compared to the results of the battle for the flag, the most important thing was their performance during the battle for the flag. If they wanted to join the 9 Flags Battalion, they wouldn't just be looking at the results of this test. Presumably, all the instructors were hiding in the dark on Mount Baiyue and had a panoramic view of their performance. The person who performed the best might have the chance to enter the 9 Flags Battalion. Therefore, rather than calling this a competition, it would be better to call it a performance. From beginning to end, there was only one person in the audience, and that was second young Master Xiao. She had to put in 120% effort and make every step beautiful and thoughtful in order to win Xiaoju's favor. She should be able to do it. Outside the Guard Institute, Shenhan cupped his hands in greeting to Xiaoju. "Commander-in-Chief, everything is ready." Green Ears kicked a few times to the side. Xiaoju stroked its head and said, "Let's go." Shenhan nodded. Suddenly, he remembered something. "About young Master Qing, I've already sent people to protect him in the dark. Don't worry." He looked in the direction of Mount Baiyue. "It's about time. Let them depart immediately." Shenhan replied, "Yes, sir." He Yan arrived at the training field. He didn't see Liang Ping, but he saw Du Mao. Du Mao held a booklet in his hand and called out He Yan and Shirtu's names. The two of them went forward and saw Jiang Jiao, Huang Xiong, and Wang Ba standing on the side. 5 people form a group during the flag battle. You're in the same group. Du Mao said, after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, you'll depart on foot and head to Mount Baiyue. Don't cross the mountain. There are red flags everywhere on the mountain. You'll have to return before sunset. After a pause, he continued, there will be 30 groups of recruits going up the mountain. The group with the most flags will be the winner. There are weapons on the weapons rack. Quickly pick a suitable one. Crossbows can't be used. During the flag battle on Mount Baiyue, don't hurt your comrades. Don't overdo it. Don't hurt your own life. Don't worry about your comrades. They all nodded. Xianxia chose the long spear that he was good at. Huang Xiong took his golden broadsword. Wang Ba was good at crossbows, but crossbows couldn't be used in this battle. Therefore, he chose a phoenix head axe, which looked very cool. Shirtu took an iron head stick. Everyone looked at He Yan and thought He Yan was going to take the Mandarin duck saber. Unexpectedly, she took a 9-section whip from the rack. Shirtu was a bit hesitant. They all knew that He Yan was good with the saber, crossbow, and spear, but they didn't know how good she was with the whip. In the end, the whip didn't look as impressive as the saber or sword. You'll know when we get to the mountain. He Yan smiled. Let's go. They each took their own weapons and rushed towards Mount Baiyue. Du Mao laughed loudly behind them and said, I'll be waiting for your good news here. Go, boys. The birds in the forest were startled and flew in all directions. The people disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. Ma Damiai and Liang Ping came from afar, each leading a horse. Ma Damiai said to Liang Ping, it's almost time. Let's go. 30 teams and more than 100 new recruits were in Mount Baiyue. They were like fish in the sea, unable to see anything. Just as they stepped into the forest, Wang Ba suddenly said, wait. They stopped and looked at him. What? Someone went up the mountain before us. What if they're lying in ambush in the forest and we step into a trap? Don't worry, He Yan said with a smile. The battle for the flag has just begun. Everyone is busy fighting for the flag. We don't have a single flag in our hands right now. What's the use of ambushing us? I guess everyone is going to the Shannon White Stone. Why the Shannon White Stone? Jiang Jiao asked. Shirtu, show them the map. He Yan looked at Shirtu. Shirtu took out a roll of paper from his bosom and slowly unfolded it. There were several red dots drawn on the paper. But they were only general directions. Every team that fought for the flag was given a map. The location of the flag was indicated on the map, but it was only general directions. The map was drawn very carelessly, and there were no trees or rivers. There were only 4 directions, north, south, east, and west. Look, there are a total of 20 flags. He Yan pointed at the red dot at the bottom. The one closest to the foot of the mountain should be the mountainside. When the new recruits enter the mountain, they will naturally search for the nearest flag and try to get it. There's a small stream next to the Shannon White Stone. The surrounding area is wide and there are no trees to cover it. This flag should be the easiest to find. Most of the brothers who went up the mountain before us are probably looking for this flag. How do you know it's the Shannon White Stone? Huang Xiong was suspicious. There's only 1 dot on it. I'm just guessing, but don't worry. When I was patrolling the mountain, I memorized the path. Even if there's a deviation, I can find it easily. Weren't you chased by wolves when you were patrolling the mountain? Wang Ba couldn't help but ask, you still remember the path? Yes, when I was chased by wolves, I also took a look at the path. When I came back, I memorized it again. I'm very familiar with it. He Yan looked at him with a smile. You have to believe in your boss. There's absolutely no problem. Hearing this, Wang Ba suppressed his anger and turned his head away. He didn't want to look at He Yan anymore. He Yan couldn't help but laugh. It was necessary to memorize the terrain and every path on the battlefield. She had been in the vanguard battalion before, and the most important thing was to understand the enemy's situation and the surrounding environment at the beginning of the battle. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go straight to the Shannon White Stone to grab the flag. Huang Xiong carried his broadsword on his back. How do we get there? He Yan. This guy doesn't know the way. We're not going in this direction, He Yan said. Why not? Huang Xiong frowned. Right now, there must be a lot of people fighting for the same flag. If we want to grab it, there are too many opponents. It's not worth it. He Yan shook his head. Let's not join in the fun. Let's go in this direction. She pointed in the opposite direction on the map. There was also a red dot there. There's a dense forest here, and the path is very steep. It's easy to get lost. I thought about it. Unless it's someone who remembers the path very well, it's very difficult to find this flag. So it shouldn't be easy for others to take it away. We'll go straight there and take this flag first. There are only 20 flags in total. I think we only need to take more than half of them to win. So at the beginning, we'll look for these hidden flags that won't be noticed by others. It'll save us some energy. After all, when it comes to fighting for a flag, it's not necessarily the strength of the hands, but here. She pointed at her head. Was she praising herself for being smart in a different way? The others were a little speechless. Huang Xiong asked, do you really remember the path? Absolutely. He Yan blinked and said, I won't forget the path. The young man was wearing a red outfit. Although he was thin and weak, his eyes were especially cunning and quick-witted. The sunlight shining through the gaps in the forest shone on his body, making him seem as if his whole body was glowing. Okay. Let's go. Wang Ba was the first to speak. Let's go quickly. If we're late, it'll all be taken by others. What's the point of fighting? Sure Tu and He Yan were in the same group, so naturally, he didn't say anything. Jiang Jiao was young, and he admired He Yan for the previous shooting competition, so he didn't have any objections. The others all agreed. Huang Xiong, who was the oldest, also didn't say anything. Most importantly, he had no sense of direction. If no one led the way, he could wander around in the forest for 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, the 5 of them unexpectedly regarded He Yan as their leader. The 5 of them walked up the mountain together. Because they didn't ride horses, the mountain path was rugged. At first, everyone was worried that He Yan wouldn't be able to keep up. However, when they saw her light and relaxed expression, they gradually relaxed. They knew that with He Yan's physical strength, it shouldn't be a problem for her to reach the top of the mountain. He Yan, as she said, seemed to have walked the path of Mount Baiyue countless times and memorized all the small paths. She avoided all the main roads that could possibly collide with other groups and only took the smaller paths. The paths were harder to walk on, but the distance was much shorter. Moreover, every thicket that seemed to have no path was pushed aside by her, and she actually walked on another path. You guys should think more about everything. He Yan sighed and said, does the path have to be straight? Can't it be curved? Do people have to walk on the ground? Can't you learn from a gecko and climb up the wall? Rules are dead, but people are alive. If you put in more effort, many things aren't so complicated. Everyone, Huang Xiong said in a muffled voice, I'm 46 this year. He Yan answered while walking, yes. You're only 16 this year. In other words, what right did a 16-year-old brat have to teach his elders? The elders have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice, He Yan said, but you still don't know the way. Huang Xiong didn't know how to respond. What kind of person was this? He was completely invulnerable. As they talked, they climbed over a mound and saw a small flag hidden in the bushes, standing alone on the ground. Found it. Jiang Jiao's eyes lit up. He took a few steps forward and held the flag in his hand. There really is one. It really was found. Wang Ba muttered. Seeing the young man leaning against a tree, he said leisurely, I already said that I won't forget. Seeing this, the monitors hiding in the bushes took 2 steps forward and whispered, what's going on? How did they find it so quickly? It was reasonable to say that the flag was hidden deep in the bushes, and the road was not easy to walk on. Most people should be fighting for the white stone flag in the south of the mountain. However, at this time, this group of people had come here directly from the beginning. Moreover, they didn't encounter any obstacles on the way. Did they know the location of the flag in advance? Don't worry about it. Hurry up and reply. The monitor quickly wrote a few words on a piece of paper and sealed it into the copper tube on the pigeon's leg. In a room in the station, the black and white pieces on the chessboard were scattered. Someone was playing chess. A pigeon flew to the young man's shoulder and cooed twice. The latter took the copper tube from its leg and took out the note to read it. Shenhan looked at the note in confusion. Xiaoju passed the note to him. Shenhan took it and read it. After a moment, he said in shock, "They found it so quickly?" "It's expected." Xiaoju curled his lips and smiled. His eyes became clearer and clearer. He said, "At this time, he came here directly in the morning. There were 20 flags on the White Moon Mountain. The closest flag was next to the white stone in the south of the mountain. Although it had been found early in the morning, there were too many people who came to fight for it. Until now, there was no clear winner. Instead, the flag in Yan's hand became the first flag to be found. This was because no one came to fight for it. He remembers the way?" Shenhan was suspicious. Even if there was a patrol at the beginning, it was impossible for a person to remember the way so well. Moreover, at the beginning, the recruits didn't know the purpose of patrolling the mountain, so they didn't deliberately remember the way. To be able to remember half of it was already very good. Not necessarily. Maybe, Xiaoju said, he just knew about today's flag fight in advance. If he knew about it in advance, he would deliberately remember it when he was patrolling the mountain. Or he could think deeper. Yan had the specific map of the White Moon Mountain from the beginning. Therefore, when he saw the flag, he knew the specific location. Shenhan frowned. If that's the case, he is indeed suspicious. What should we do next? Continue, the young man smiled faintly. He took his time to place a chess piece. It's not over yet. The winner is unknown. We will only know the result at the end. There's no need to rush. After Yan found the flag, he led the other 4 people to continue walking up the mountain. Her path, on the other hand, seemed to be a bit shorter than the others. Occasionally, there would be recruits from other groups that couldn't be avoided. Before the other party could notice, Yan had everyone lie down in the grass or behind the bushes, so that they wouldn't meet them head-on. Wang Ba was a little dissatisfied. He was used to being the leader of the mountain bandits. When had he ever been so timid? He only said, "We're not afraid of them." "Why are we hiding?" "I think we shouldn't hide. Let's just go and fight for it." "It's still early," Yan patiently explained to him. "The other recruits we meet may not have flags, but we have flags. Once there's a conflict, if we win, we may not get the spoils. If we lose, we even lose the flags in our hands. Isn't it not worth it?" Seeing that Wang Ba was still unwilling, she unfolded the map in her hand and showed it to Wang Ba. "I've seen it. Just like before, there are a total of 3 flags hidden in the depths of the forest. We've already gotten one, so there are still 2 more. If we walk along this path, we should be able to find the last flag, which is close to the top of the mountain. We'll get these 3 flags first. After we get these 3 flags, we'll reach the top of the mountain." She said, "When we reach the top of the mountain, we'll think about what to do next." These words barely convinced Wang Ba. He said, "This is what you said. There are still 2 flags. If there aren't any," he waved his fist, "I'll teach you a lesson." Yan wasn't afraid at all. She smiled and took his fist away. "Little brother, you can't be so rude to boss." She looked into the distance. "Let's go." The sun was getting brighter. Although the depths of the forest weren't as hot as the bottom of the mountain, because the mountain path was rugged, everyone was sweating profusely. There were many birds, beasts, insects, and ants on the mountain, and they even encountered a few snakes on the road. Surprisingly, Yan dealt with these unexpected situations with ease. Compared to Wang Ba, she was more like the master of the mountain. If they didn't know that Yan was a recruit from Shuajing, they would have thought that she was a hunter born and raised on Mount Baiyue. She didn't lie. Although the path she led was a bit bumpy, she was able to find the other 2 flags without any hindrance. The last flag was taken by Jiang Jiao. Huang Xiong looked ahead and said uncertainly, "The top of the mountain is in front of us." Yan nodded. "That's right." She looked down the mountain. We took a shortcut. Along the way, we didn't meet any other groups that were faster than us. We should be the first to reach the top of the mountain. While the other recruits were busy fighting for the flags, they avoided other people and only looked for the flags. It was very convenient and also saved a lot of time. Wang Ba sat down under a tree, unscrewed the water bottle at her waist, and drank a big mouthful of water. She said, "We didn't do anything except kill 2 snakes. We took 2 axes for nothing. I say, we're here to look for something, not to steal something, right?" It was quite sullen to avoid other people and look for something secretly. Although Huang Xiong and Jiang Jiao didn't say anything, their expressions showed that they agreed with Wang Ba's words. Shirtu said, "It's fine as long as we win. There's no need to stick to the method. Brother Shirtu is smart." He Yan smiled. "If you want to compete, why don't you just go to the martial arts practice field and challenge them? Fighting for the flag isn't a test of one's skills." She clapped her hands, looked at everyone, and smiled. "However, I never said that we were going to hide here forever." He Yan said, "Let's all prepare." "Prepare for what?" Jiang Jiao didn't understand. He Yan smiled faintly, "Robbery." "Rob?" Jiang Jiao stuttered, What rob?" "We've already arrived here, and the time and place are in our favor. If we don't rob them, wouldn't we be letting God down?" She called Wang Ba, "Brother Wang, this time you're going to do what you're used to doing. Don't you remember the rules?" Wang Ba was a little angry, but also a little proud. He only said, "Of course I know." "Then let's go step on the plate first." "What do you mean by step on the plate?" Jiang Jiao was confused. "I know this," Huang Xiong explained for him. "Lulan slang means scouting the surroundings first." Wang Ba snorted and said to He Yan, "You even know the jargon." "I only know this one," He Yan said. "If no one has any objections, how about I make the arrangements?" Everyone looked at her. "The terrain here is high, and we've arrived early. By the time the other groups arrive, they'll be tired and relaxed. All we need to do is lie in ambush here and steal their flag. There are 5 of us. One person needs to go up the tree to scout the situation, and the others need to lie in ambush. That person will be me." He Yan pointed at himself. "I'll be up in the tree. When the others arrive, Brother Wang will lead them into our circle. Brother Jiang Jiao and Shirtu, one of you will hold a long staff, and the other will hold a long spear. Spread out to the left and right. Uncle Huang will hold the rear, so we can surround them in the middle. At this time, I'll come down from the tree, and my 9-section whip will take the opportunity to sweep away their flag." Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder He Yan chose the 9-section whip. If a fight really broke out, they might not have the chance to get close. However, as long as the whip was far away, they could sweep the flag over. "Why do I have to be the bait?" Wang Ba was dissatisfied. "I can hold the rear." "Because you're the best," He Yan lied without batting an eyelid. If it were anyone else holding the flag to lure people over, they would definitely be suspicious. But you're different. You're the best among the recruits, so it's reasonable for you to snatch the flag. It's best that you hold it. Jiang Jiao wanted to laugh, but he held it in. Shirtu and Huang Xiong silently lowered their heads. Only Wang Ba deeply agreed. His dissatisfaction with He Yan's arrangement immediately disappeared. But will this arrangement really work? Jiang Jiao was doubtful. What if they're stronger than us? Don't worry, we've already arrived here first. We've rested longer than them, so we have plenty of energy. Moreover, flanking them from the left and right, with both offense and defense, would only cause them to panic. Moreover, our goal is not to fight with them, but to compete for the flag. Military books say that those who first enter the battlefield and wait for the enemy will be lost. Those who enter the battlefield and rush to fight will be exhausted. Therefore, those who are good at fighting will not cause others to be injured. Among the 5 people here, only Jiang Jiao and He Yan had studied before. Before the others could react, Jiang Jiao looked at He Yan and asked with a complicated expression, "You've read military books?" "A little," He Yan answered. Huang Xiong looked at Jiang Jiao, then looked at He Yan. He sighed, "I remember you once said that you've read something called the Book of Arms, and now you say that you've read books on the art of war. With your ability, there will be a day when your name will spread far and wide and you won't be in the same place as us. You flatter me, He Yan said with a smile. Anyway, don't forget about us when you're rich. Wang Ba whispered. He probably felt embarrassed and added, but you don't look like you'll be rich. He Yan shrugged and said, then let's find a place to hide first. I'll climb up the tree first. You guys eat and rest. Brother Jiang, give a flag to Brother Wang. Wait for my whistle. I'll use the partridge whistle as a signal. Once the whistle arrives, Brother Wang will take the flag and lead the others here. No one objected. They scattered and found a place to hide. He Yan found a tall camphor tree and climbed up with his head up. She climbed the tree nimbly. Wang Ba saw this and whispered, she's like a snake with 4 legs. He Yan climbed to the top of the tree in one breath and found the most luxuriant spot to sit down. The wind was blowing and made her face feel cool. It was indescribably comfortable. Her position was high enough that she could see everything around her. Seeing that no other recruits had come up yet, she took out a small piece of biscuit from her bosom. She took 2 bites and drank some water. After she finished eating the biscuit and leaned against the tree branch for a few minutes, she heard rustling sounds coming from a nearby path. A group of recruits had come up. He Yan immediately sat up straight. She hid among the leaves and didn't move. She softly let out a partridge whistle and blew 3 times in a row. Her whistle was exactly the same as a partridge's. If she hadn't told them in advance, Jiang Jiao and the others wouldn't have been able to tell. Huang Xiong, who was hiding in the dark, gave Wang Ba a meaningful glance. Wang Ba hung up the water bottle, stood up with the flag in his hand, and walked outside. Perhaps it was because he was used to this kind of robbing business, but when he put on an act, no one could tell that there was anything wrong with him. After every 2 steps, Wang Ba looked left and right, as if he was a person who had just arrived and was scouting the way. As he walked, he bumped into the group of new recruits who were coming up the mountain. You. The recruit didn't have time to speak before Wang Ba covered his waist and ran back. It would have been better if he didn't cover his waist. As soon as he did, people saw the red flag at his waist. The recruit stared blankly and then became excited. He said to the people behind him, he's alone. He has a red flag. Brothers, take it. Hearing this, the group of people immediately chased after him. Wang Ba seemed to be alone and didn't want to fight. He just ran and cursed, Ba. Don't follow your grandpa. If you follow me again, I'll chop you up. The group of people saw the red flag in Wang Ba's hand as theirs. They laughed and chased after him, saying, then chop it up. Brother, hand over the flag and we won't kill you. I'll hand over your grandma. If you chase me again, I won't be polite. Wang Ba warned. Who's the one being rude? The group of people laughed and chased after him. When they ran into a dense forest, Wang Ba suddenly stopped. What's wrong? You can't run anymore? The leader of the recruits laughed and imitated the bandit leader. I opened this mountain and planted these trees. If you want to pass through here, you have to pay the toll. Wang Ba originally wanted to show off, but when he heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. He pulled out 2 huge axes from his waist, turned around and shouted, how can a pheasant go up the Heavenly King mountain? How dare you snatch it from me, your grandfather? I think you must have been blinded by lard, you're not muddle-headed. No one could understand his string of bandit words. The other party didn't want to waste time with him. He raised his sword and stabbed it toward the flag at his waist. At this moment, there was a sudden noise behind him. 2 young men suddenly appeared from the bushes on his left and right. One was holding a long spear, and the other was holding an iron rod. They were Jiang Jiao and Shi. Another loud noise was heard. The bald man with the golden broadsword had already jumped in front of him. Just now, it was 5 against 1, and Wang Ba was scared witless. Now that the situation had taken a turn, it was like catching a turtle in a jar. There were ambushes in all directions. It was only 4 people, but they made it seem like there was an ambush on all sides. Those people were stunned for a moment, and their smiles gradually disappeared. It's an ambush. They're cheating. Along the way, they either used real swords and spears to rob people, or they hid in the dark and fought a fierce battle. It was the first time that they had a bait acting in front of them like a drama. The leader of the recruits gritted his teeth. "What are you afraid of? We have the same number of people. We're not afraid of them. Let's fight them." Turning around, the few of them rushed into the chaotic battle. To be honest, although these people each had their own strengths, they weren't one in a million. After all the recruits who came up the mountain today were outstanding talents of the Liangzhou guards. But the strange thing was that Xianxia and the others had gained the upper hand as soon as they started fighting. First of all, they had been here for a long time. They had rested and eaten for a long time, and they had been saving their energy for a long time. On the other hand, the other group of recruits had just finished a long journey. They didn't even have time to sit down and drink water before they were caught in a chaotic battle. Naturally, they were in a passive position. Second of all, the way they arranged themselves was quite skillful. Jiang Jiao and Shi were on the left and right sides, so that these people were surrounded from beginning to end. Huang Xiong's large saber was full of vigor, but it complemented Wang Ba's large axe perfectly. With 2 long weapons and 2 short weapons, they had both offensive and defensive capabilities. Unexpectedly, this recruit couldn't find any flaws in the other party's movements. Instead, he was constantly at a disadvantage. Jiang Jiao flicked his opponent's sword away with his spear and knocked his opponent's weapon to the ground. One of the recruits said, "This won't do. We can't get the flag. Let's retreat quickly." "How do we retreat?" the leader of the recruits said unhappily. "Find an opening and try." He wanted to break out of the encirclement several times, but he couldn't find an opening. However, if this continued, their own people wouldn't be able to hold on. "That's not right." One of the recruits avoided Huang Xiong's large saber and turned around to ask, "Why are there only 4 of them? Where's the last one?" "That's right. After fighting for so long, it was only 5 against 4. They were still missing 1 person, but because they were being suppressed so fiercely, they didn't notice. Now that someone reminded them, they immediately understood. The leader of the recruits said, "It's a trap. Pay attention to protecting the flag." As soon as his voice fell, he heard Wang Ba roar, "He Yan, are you watching a show? Come out." From the leafy camphor tree, a young man's brisk voice sounded, "I'm coming." Suddenly, a red figure appeared in the dense forest. The young man was talking and laughing like a yen. His posture was light and graceful, but in the eyes of the enemy, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. The man on the side didn't have time to hide the cloth bundle when suddenly, a long shadow rushed towards his face. He was startled and subconsciously let go of his hand. The long shadow was like a snake, nimble and winding, and it wrapped around the cloth bundle and disappeared into the distance. The young man withdrew his 9-section whip and sat on a tree. Smiling, he shook his hand and the cloth bundle fell to the ground. She was holding a flag in her hand. She smiled and said, "Thank you." Then she turned around and disappeared into the forest, leaving behind a sentence, "I got the thing, let's go." The rest of Jiang Jiao's people acted as if they had received an order. They were still fighting fiercely just a moment ago, but now they didn't want to continue fighting. They put away their spears and ran. These people were already half dead from climbing the mountain, and after a fierce battle, they were also exhausted. How could they catch up? After chasing for a few hundred steps, they were exhausted and could only watch as the group of people ran far away and disappeared. What kind of bandits are they? Someone was paralyzed on the ground. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "They are really lawless. What can we do? Thieves don't leave empty-handed." On the other side, He Yan was asking Jiang Jiao to put away the red flag in his hand. He snapped his fingers and said, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Wang Ba asked. "To rob the next group." The pigeon was pacing back and forth on the window. Someone sprinkled some rice on his palm, and the pigeon landed on his palm. It obediently allowed someone to take the copper pipe from its leg. After Xiaoju finished reading the note, he handed it to Shen Han and shook his head with a smile. The words on the note were very simple. It only said one thing. He Yan had set up ambushes all over the mountain. He had become a robber and had stolen the flags of several new recruits. Fighting for the flag was all about fighting for the flag. However, fighting for the flag in such a secretive and open manner was really unique. From the beginning, they only thought about the flag. They did not want to fight with the other recruits. Even when they set up ambushes later on, they still prioritized the flag. Those who did not have a flag did not even try to rob them. They just let the others walk past them. Those who had a flag took advantage of the situation and ran away after robbing them. In the end, they lost the least amount of money and obtained the most flags. He really knows how to curry favor. After a long while, Chen Han squeezed out these words. Not only does he know how to play tricks, but he also knows how to use troops, Xiaoju said. Using troops? Close to serve far away, waiting at ease for fatigue, and waiting for hunger with a full stomach. He curled his lips and said slowly, the Liang Province Guard recruits have all been played like idiots by him. Shen Han was speechless. This young man really made people speechless. He suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, these 5 people all treat him as their leader, and there are no objections. Actually, when it came to fighting for the flag, other than fighting with the other recruits, there were also disputes within each group. Everyone's habits and tactics were different, so it was not necessarily harmonious. Some small groups would even fight for the right to command, resulting in nothing in the end. Knowing how to cooperate and make arrangements also showed the abilities of the recruits. From this point, it could be said that He Yan already had the ability to mobilize troops. Of these 5 people, other than Shi, the others had all had conflicts with He Yan. However, at present, no one was arguing with He Yan because of this. This was also one of the outstanding aspects of this young man. These people are not bad. Shen Han thought for a moment. Jiang Jiao and the others are slightly better than the other recruits when they fight. Up until now, they have not lost a single battle. Commander-in-Chief, do you think these people are qualified to enter the vanguard? Xiaoju laughed softly and did not comment. It's not that they are strong, it's because He Yan has set up a formation. A small group that has set up a formation and a group of scattered soldiers can't be mentioned in the same breath. Commander-in-Chief, you mean? Shen Han seemed to understand. Spread out like a crane's wing on the left and right, with the general in the middle and back. Can't you see? Xiaoju said. He used 5 people to set up the crane wing formation. Probably because this news was too shocking, Shen Han did not make a sound. If a recruit knew how to set up a formation, then it could be said that there was something wrong with this person. Shen Han hesitated for a moment. Maybe, it's a coincidence? Whether it's a coincidence or not, we'll know soon enough. Xiaoju said. Fei Nu, the black-clothed bodyguard, quietly appeared behind him. Young master. Send a message to the other captains on White Moon Mountain. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. When going down the mountain, set up a formation. Commander-in-Chief. Shen Han was anxious. This will make it so that the other recruits won't be able to go down the mountain. Don't worry. The young man put down the teacup in his hand and turned to pick up the black chess piece in the box. In an instant, the situation changed. He said, someone will break the formation. On White Moon Mountain, under the cliff, a few people were hiding in the grass and counting the items. 1, 2, 3, 6. We got a total of 6 flags. Jiang Jiao was somewhat happy. Not even half. Wang Ba poured cold water on him. Why are you so happy? 6 flags is already very good, Huang Xiong said. Moreover, 3 of them were stolen. Of these 6 flags, 3 were found by He Yan and the others by taking a shortcut. The other 3 were stolen from the recruits who already had flags near the top of the mountain. It's still not enough. Go and steal more. Wang Ba put away his axe. If we get more than half of them, we'll win. He Yan shook his head. We can't steal any more. Shi frowned and asked, why? Now that the other recruits are going up the mountain one after another, the recruits who were robbed before will definitely go around telling people that we stole their flags. I think we're already notorious in these people's mouths. Those recruits who have flags will only be more vigilant against us. Moreover, we've already robbed 3 places, so our strength is not as good as before. Who said that? Wang Ba gestured to the others to look at his strong arms. I'm full of strength, so I'm not tired at all. I can still rob a few more places. Xian said, oh? What if a few of them join forces? Wang Ba was stunned for a moment. Xian spread his hands and said, we have 6 flags in our hands right now, which is equivalent to live targets. I think those recruits on the top of the mountain are smart enough to think of joining forces to steal the flags in our hands and divide them among themselves. 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. 5 of us against 10, 20, 30, or even 100 people, do you think there's still a need to fight? Everyone was speechless. Then you tell us what to do. After a while, Wang Ba said impatiently. In this world, no matter how clever you are, if there's a first, there will be a second. We just showed them how to take advantage of the situation. Thinking about it, the following recruits would follow the same pattern. We don't have to compete with those recruits one by one. We just have to compete with the strongest team among the remaining recruits. Xianxia's eyes lit up. You mean, when they fight, we'll be the fisherman who benefits? Let the remaining recruits stay on the mountain. It didn't matter if the east wind prevailed over the west wind or the west wind prevailed over the east wind. There would always be one team that won. What they needed to do was to rob the winning team and snatch their flag. This way, they should be able to have half a flag. So. Huang Xiong looked at Xian inquisitively. Let's go down the mountain. Go down the mountain now? Jiang Jiao was a little hesitant. If we go down the mountain now, it's still early, and we can seize the opportunity. We'll hide on the path down the mountain. Regardless of whether the recruits get the flags or not, they will still pass by us. The team that snooped the most is our flock. You make it sound so simple. Wang Ba couldn't help but argue. The other party is not sheep. Since they can get so many flags, they must be fierce characters. We may not win. What you said makes sense. Xian nodded. So the battle at the bottom of the mountain will not be easy. But it doesn't matter. We will definitely win. Why? The young man smiled in high spirits. Because I'm here. The group of people walked down the mountain. This young man didn't seem to know what modesty was. Although he was confident, he wasn't arrogant. He always seemed to have a card up his sleeve. However, he also had the ability to convince others. At least until now, he had kept his word. Jiang Jiao carefully kept the 6 flags in his arms. After walking for a few hours, they were already far from the top of the mountain. When they were about to reach the middle of the mountain, Xian stopped and said, let's rest here for now. Everyone sat down where they were, but Xian climbed up the tree again and looked around. Wang Ba asked, what are you doing? Stepping on the plate, Xian answered. You're so familiar with robbing. Why are you still stepping on the plate? Wang Ba snorted. You're pretending, aren't you? Xian looked around and then climbed down the tree. He sat down on the too and said, this should be the last stop. Since we're using a trick, we have to succeed in one strike. Otherwise, with 6 flags, we might not be able to get first place. Will they really pass through here? Jiang Jiao turned around and looked behind him. The forest was dense and there wasn't a single person in sight. There are so many mountain paths and the mountain is so big. What if they take another path? There are only main roads and small paths on Mount Baiyue. Xian smiled. People who carry flags should always be careful. If they take the main road, it's inevitable that they'll attract attention. They're afraid that other recruits will come and steal them. Therefore, they definitely won't take the main road. Among the small paths, this is the shortest way to the guard station and also the easiest way to find. You have to know that not everyone can remember the path they take. Therefore, it's very likely that they'll take this path. Huang Xiong quite liked to listen to Xian speak. He asked, is this the military strategy you were talking about? This is called the theory of power. Xian picked up a tree branch and drew on the ground for them to see. The imperial decree doesn't choose a place to wait for the enemy. Instead, we use simplicity to control complexity. We don't change to respond to changes. We use small changes to respond to big changes. We don't move to respond to movements. We use small movements to respond to big movements. Wang Ba asked, then we don't move at all? Wasn't that what you said? Haven't our methods been exposed long ago? Others might fall for it. Think about it. Since the other party has obtained so many flags, they must have won many matches in a row. Their morale must have risen greatly. If they were to face us, they might not necessarily lose. Even so, He Yan did not show any signs of anxiety on his face. That's why we're going down the mountain, to conserve our energy. While we're at it, we can also find a good place to set up an ambush. However, I think that in the end, the most powerful people from both sides will be the ones to seize the flag. However, this is also natural. In the end, there will always be a victor between the most outstanding people. No one could answer her. Only Wang Ba gave her a sidelong glance and said coldly, "How are you the most outstanding person?" "I gave myself that title," He Yan answered sincerely. "Wang Ba, anyway, let's eat, drink, and rest here first. When we're done, we'll set up the ambush according to our plan just now. I have already surveyed this place. The terrain ahead is dangerous and narrow. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is advantageous to us. We can take advantage of the situation. After I seize the flag, don't continue to fight. Quickly leave with me. Use the bottom of the mountain as the boundary. Once we leave White Moon Mountain, no one will be able to steal the flag." "Understood." Huang Xiong gulped down half a pot of water in one go. "I already can't wait." "Give me the flag," He Yan said. Jiang Jiao handed the flag to her. He Yan carried it on her body and said, "Presumably, the flag of the new recruit team that appears at the end will also be in the hands of the leader. At that time, I will definitely have to fight a fierce battle with him. You guys just need to keep the others busy and not let them get close." "Can you really do it alone?" Wang Ba asked. "There are 6 flags here. If we don't scatter them a bit, they won't all be taken away. You're underestimating your boss too much." He Yan lightly jumped and landed on a branch. She laughed. "At least in the Liang Province Guard, no one can steal my things." Wang Xiaohan was currently leading one of their teams down the mountain. His clothes were already so tattered that they couldn't even cover his upper body. Fortunately, his pants were still intact. The blade in his hand had already been chipped. His face had also taken a punch. There were dark circles under his eyes. His companions behind him weren't any better. They all had bruises on their faces and tattered clothes. Those who didn't know would probably think that they were refugees from outside the city. Wang Xiaohan felt very hopeless. When the Liang Province Guard recruits competed for the flag, they were all very proud at first and their blood was boiling. Who knew that when they actually went up the mountain, they would realize that this wasn't the case. They had to find the flags that were messily hidden in the rugged mountain path. They had to be wary of snakes, insects, and wild beasts that appeared in the mountains. They also had to be wary of the traps that hunters set. If they had to compete with other recruits, it would be fine if they met someone with gentle methods. If they met someone with cruel methods, they would be beaten until their flesh was torn open. Even though the instructor said that they wouldn't harm their lives before going up the mountain, but in a fight, it was impossible to come out unscathed. They really didn't endanger their lives. But they were beaten. Wang Xiaohan felt wronged. This was the first time in his life that he had been beaten so badly, and their flags had been stolen. Whatever, it was stolen. Wang Xiaohan could also see that their team couldn't compare to the others. It was fine as long as they could safely go down the mountain. Whoever wanted to go to the Vanguard camp can go. Fuck the Vanguard camp, fuck the flag competition. Just as he was thinking, he stepped into a clump of dead branches. Something hit his forehead. It didn't hurt, but it gave him a fright. He looked up and saw a red-clothed youth sitting on the oak tree in front of him. He held an acorn in his hand and was about to aim it at his forehead. Seeing Wang Xiaohan look over, the youth smiled and greeted him. "Hey." The youth had delicate features and a lively expression. It should have been a good scene, but Wang Xiaohan felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His heart was cold. His voice trembled. He only had time to let out a miserable cry. "It's He Yan." "Run!" His companions heard him and ran. Wang Xiaohan also wanted to turn around and run. But when he moved, he felt something fly towards his knees. Then, his legs went numb and he couldn't move anymore. He looked at his companions. They were all the same. Xian flew down from the tree. He was still holding the acorn in his hand. Just now, he had used the acorn to hit their acupuncture points. This was all because Wang Xiaohan and his companions were injured. Moreover, the mountain path was steep. They were already exhausted. That was why they were so easily restrained by Xian. Xian walked in front of Wang Xiaohan. Wang Xiaohan didn't wait for him to speak and shouted, "We don't have any flags. We don't even have one." Wang Ba and the others also came out from the shadows. They searched them and shook their heads at Xian, "We don't have any." "Since you don't have any flags, why did you run when you saw me?" Xian asked curiously. "I was afraid that you would hit me," Wang Xiaohan said with difficulty. "Who told you that we hit people?" Xian was even more puzzled. He looked into his eyes. "Brother, you seem to be seriously injured. Is the battle for the flags on the mountain so intense?" They had avoided the intense battle from the beginning to the end. They didn't know what the situation was. Now that they saw Wang Xiaohan and his companions' miserable state, they were all glad that they didn't fight with the recruits. No one was willing to be beaten black. We heard that you stole a lot of flags," Wang Xiaohan stammered, "and your methods are sinister and cruel." Wang Ba was not happy. "Who the hell is talking nonsense? Do we need to be cruel to be here? Who is trying to ruin our reputation?" Wang Xiaohan didn't dare to say that the outsiders were much worse than this. They directly said that Xian and his companions were a motley crew. "You just came down from the mountain, right?" Xian asked. Wang Xiaohan nodded. "You didn't even have a single flag. Why did you come down the mountain?" Wang Xiaohan smashed the pot. "Since I couldn't get any, I might as well go back to take a bath and rest. Let me ask you." Xian looked at him with a smile. "Other than us, who has the most flags on the mountain?" "It's Lei Ho." "Lei Ho?" Huang Xiong frowned. "Have you heard of this name?" Jiang Jiao shook his head. "No." Shirtu and Wang Ba also expressed that they hadn't heard of it. There were tens of thousands of recruits in the Liangzhou Guard. Outstanding people would always be talked about. Since this Lei Ho had stolen so many flags, he must be very outstanding. But before this, no one had heard of this name. "Is he very strong?" Xian asked Wang Xiaohan. "Very strong. He has more than 10 flags. I want to get rid of all the flags in your hands," Wang Xiaohan said. "More than 10 flags." Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this Lei Ho wasn't just lucky. She asked, "How did he steal the flags? Did he set a trap?" No, Wang Xiaohan replied, "He just saw someone with a flag and directly fought with them. After defeating them, he stole the flag. His companions are about the same as us, but this person is too strong. He can fight against several people alone." Xian was stunned. If that was the case, this person wasn't just strong. She asked, "You were injured by him?" Wang Xiaohan nodded in humiliation. Xian shook his head. Wang Xiaohan asked, "What's wrong?" "He hit you." "Why didn't you hit him?" "I can't beat him." Wang Xiaohan said angrily, "If I had your skills, I would have fought with him long ago." "That's not true. If you can't fight, use your brain." Xian patted his shoulder and unsealed their acupoints. "You gave us so much information. I can't repay you. Don't worry. I will take revenge for you." "Brothers," she turned and called out to Jiang Jiao and the others, "Don't just stand there. Pack up and get to work." "You really want to fight with him?" Wang Xiaohan asked cautiously. After talking to Xian for a while, he felt that Xian wasn't as cruel as the rumors said. Wang Xiaohan was relieved and kindly advised, "Since you already have a flag, you should go down the mountain first. Lei Ho is really good at fighting. If you can't beat him, you won't have a flag. If you go down the mountain now, you can still get second place." "Second place?" Xian shook his head. "Second place might not enter the vanguard." "Don't worry," Xian said, "who cares what kind of monkey he is? In my territory, he can only obediently be a worm." She laughed arrogantly. For a moment, Wang Xiaohan was speechless. After He Yan asked a few questions, Wang Xiaohan and the others went down the mountain. They were probably afraid that if He Yan and Lei Ho fought, they would be implicated. They ran very fast and disappeared in a few moments. Jiang Jiao turned and looked at He Yan. From what he said, that Lei Ho is very strong. Don't worry, He Yan said, I'm even stronger. She was so confident that the others didn't know what to say. He Yan estimated the time. Lei Ho and the others should be going down the mountain soon. He urged everyone to quickly hide and not waste any time. After hiding for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, someone's footsteps were approaching. There were a total of 5 people. The other 4 were at the back and 1 was at the front. The one at the front should be the leader of the 5. He was about 20 years old and was a young man. He was tall and thin, with a dignified appearance and bright eyes. He walked in front of the dense forest and suddenly stopped. He stopped his companions behind him and said, "Wait. Big brother Lei?" His companions asked. In the dense forest ahead, there is a faint murderous aura. I'm afraid there is an ambush here. Ambush? His companions found it strange. Why would someone dare to ambush us? Their group, relying on Lei Ho alone, had snatched all the flags from the hands of the recruits on the mountain. Other people didn't even have to talk about an ambush. When they went down the mountain, they were very ostentatious and didn't hide at all. This was because no one could beat Lei Ho. We only have 14 flags in our hands, Lei Ho said. We don't know where to find the remaining 6. Aren't the remaining ones in He Yan's hands? That's right, Lei Ho looked at the dense forest ahead, so the one who set up the ambush here is most likely He Yan. The group looked at each other. After a while, someone asked, then what should we do? No one in the Liang province guard didn't know He Yan. He could be considered a 1 in 10,000 talent. Although Lei Ho was also very powerful, if the two of them fought, it was hard to say what the result would be. Good timing, Lei Ho suddenly smiled and said, he's here. Let's snatch all his flags and not leave a single one for others. These words were full of confidence and made everyone's blood boil. His companions all said good. Lei Ho said again, you guys go deal with the others. Leave He Yan to me. He didn't know that, coincidentally, He Yan also thought the same. Lei Ho took a few steps forward. The path was narrow and there were dense forests on both sides. He didn't go forward. He only shouted to the front, this one is Lei Ho. Come out, He Yan. I know you're here. A young man's light laughter suddenly sounded from the tree. Lei Ho raised his head and looked up. The young man was leaning against a tree branch with one hand supporting his head. He seemed to be taking a nap. Her gaze was regretful. She said, brother's eyesight is too good. I can't hide it. You hid it well. Lei Ho also smiled. It's just that your companions are too murderous. He Yan thought helplessly, what could he do? One was a bandit, one was a hero of the forest, one was a young master of a martial arts school, and one was a hunter born and raised in Shuajing. All of them had been through bloody battles. How could they be as calm as a monk in a temple? Tell your people to come out, Lei Ho said, let's fight for the flags fair and square. He emphasized the words fair and square. It was probably because he had heard about He Yan's great achievements at the top of the mountain. He liked to fish in troubled waters, so he emphasized that they couldn't use schemes and tricks. They liked to play hide and seek. He Yan only smiled and said, let your people find them. Lei Ho's smile turned cold. He looked at He Yan for a moment. Suddenly, a cold light rushed towards He Yan. He Yan moved sideways to avoid it. The cold light brushed past his shoulder. He saw the cold light fly back to Lei Ho's hand. It was a long sword. This person originally used a sword. Brother, you're too impatient, He Yan smiled slightly. He raised his hand and pulled out the 9-section whip from his waist. The two whips collided in the air and made a crisp sound. The young man jumped down from the tree branch. Then, I'll fight with you. She rushed towards Lei Ho. Lei Ho greeted her. Behind him, Lei Ho's companions also wanted to help. But as soon as they moved, they saw several people coming out from all directions. From the grass, behind the Shirtu, beside the tree trunk, and from the foxhole. They were probably Yan's companions. They appeared without warning and seized the opportunity. Lei Ho's people were caught off guard and could only suffer such a loss. They were all beaten up a few times. Since they came up the mountain, they had been invincible. When had they ever been beaten up? For a moment, they were more shocked than angry. Wang Ba waved his axe and rushed into the crowd. "I, your grandfather, have long wanted to come out and fight. Come, let's fight to our heart's content." Yan smiled and said, "Take it easy, brother Wang. If it ends too quickly, there won't be any more fights." "You're still in the mood to joke?" Lei Ho felt that it was inconceivable. He was probably angry that Yan wasn't focused during the fight. He didn't hold back and stabbed his sword towards Yan's chest. Yan slightly frowned and looked at Lei Ho with a cold expression. The recruits came up the mountain to fight for the flag. The goal was to fight for the flag and not to fight. Therefore, the instructor would remind them not to harm their lives. But when she fought with Lei Ho just now, she knew that this person didn't have any scruples. No wonder Wang Xiaohan was beaten up so miserably and was disheartened so early. Wang Xiaohan wasn't the most miserable person who fought with Lei Ho on the mountain. For example, if it was someone else, they would have been stabbed. He really didn't hold back at all. Seeing Yan's expression change, Lei Ho's eyes flashed with contempt. He said, "If you admit defeat now, I won't fight." "How could that be?" The youth smiled and said, "I still want the remaining flags in your arms." Lei Ho's expression changed. All the flags were indeed in his arms. First, it was because he was the one who stole the flags. If he had them, his companions wouldn't have any objections. Second, if he had them, no one would dare to steal them. He didn't think that Yan would see through him. He sneered and quickly pointed his sword at Yan. Yan's front lapel was about to grab Yan's flag. Yan raised his hand and the 9-section whip's tail hit Lei Ho's sword with a paw sound. Yan tiptoed and retreated a few steps. She lowered her head and looked at her clothes. Fortunately, they weren't cut open. Her heart flashed with a trace of displeasure. If this was in Shuajing, Lei Ho's actions would be enough for the girl to send him to jail. Molesting a good girl on the street was something a hooligan would do. Brother Lei is too rude. She raised her eyebrows and said, "I'm a bit angry." "I'm a little angry." As soon as he said this, Wang Ba and the others all looked at Yan at the same time. Shirtu had spent the most time with Yan, so he knew that Yan was a good-tempered person. Even when Wang Ba had tried to steal her meat bun, she had only defended her food. She had never seriously said that she was angry. But now, this monkey, who came out of nowhere, had actually made Yan angry. Lei Ho laughed. "Brother swords have no eyes. Don't take out your anger on me. You'll have to be able to hurt me first." Yan smiled. He flipped backward and was already behind Lei Ho. His 9-section whip was like a long snake, nimbly swinging. Lei Ho dodged, but the whip seemed to have eyes. He didn't shake it off. Instead, it brushed past his cheek. In a split second, a red mark appeared on Lei Ho's face. Because it was the tail of the whip, there was no blood. Even so, Lei Ho's expression was very ugly. "Brother Lei, swords have no eyes." Yan hooked his finger at him. "Don't take out your anger on me." Lei Ho didn't say a word. He held his long sword and rushed forward. His movements were skillful, and his murderous aura soared. He was completely different from the new recruits who practiced in the martial arts field. The tip of his sword was aimed at either Yan's throat or Yan's heart. It was very vicious. In contrast, the youth's movements were much gentler. He was originally thin and delicate, but he didn't seem tired at all. It was as if he had endless energy. He swept and entangled Lei Ho's sword, preventing it from moving forward an inch. Yan didn't want to hurt Lei Ho's life, but Lei Ho didn't think so. She thought about it several times in her mind. It seemed that unless she completely defeated Lei Ho, as long as Lei Ho had one breath left, he would not give up and chase after her to snatch the flag. However, after exchanging blows with Lei Ho, it gave birth to a strange feeling in Yan's heart. This strange feeling was indescribable, but it made her feel as if something had been overlooked, causing her to feel uncomfortable all over. While he was thinking, a saber and sword gleam came from the side. Xian was startled and leaned back to dodge. His sleeve was cut open in a split second, and the wind leaked in. Lei Ho stared at her and said with bright eyes, "At this time, it seems like we shouldn't be distracted." "I was just thinking about how to calm you down." Xian said, "Brother Lei, are you a little annoyed that no one has told you?" Such blatant provocation, coupled with her smiling expression, could really make an ordinary person explode in anger. Lei Ho's face immediately darkened, and he raised his sword to stab. Xian smiled slightly and threw out her long whip. The whip circled around her body like a long snake, and unexpectedly, the tip of the sword couldn't move an inch. She was still smiling. While smiling, she said, "Actually, you guys don't know, but I'm also quite good at using a whip." In an instant, the whip crisscrossed, sweeping forward and rolling, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, dazzling people's eyes. The young man's voice carried a cheerful tone, as if he wasn't at daggers drawn to fight for the flag, but was competing with his heart on the martial arts field. She spoke amidst the flying whip footwork. "This is called twisting the elbow. This is called deceiving the horse left and right. This is called the white snake's tongue. Sweeping dragon." Her movements became faster and faster. Wang Ba and the others had already stopped what they were doing and looked at her, as if they were shocked by her imposing manner. Originally on the martial arts field, they already felt that she was very powerful, but now it seemed that she had been holding back before. Lei Xian gritted his teeth, and his expression became more and more unsightly. He didn't put yen in his eyes. No matter how powerful a recruit was, he wouldn't be able to take care of everything. Yan's saber, bow, and spear techniques were outstanding, but it didn't mean that he could defeat him. However, the young man in front of him used the whip so casually, as if he had already used it thousands of times. That was fine. Even if he used the same weapon well, it didn't mean that he could win in a fight. But Xian was really too cunning. She had only exchanged a few blows with him, but she seemed to be able to observe his weak points and attack them specifically. In such a short time, he was unable to find Xian's weak points and had no way to attack. Lei Ho felt apprehensive. The young man's smile became wider and wider. One whip after another, one whip after another. Lei Ho felt that the long whip in front of him was like a spinning wheel, but also like a hard and fierce steel rod. It was like a worm or a dragon, with endless changes. He couldn't help but feel a little dazzled. In this dazzling moment, he saw the long whip coming towards his face again. Lei Ho subconsciously used his sword to block it. In the next moment, the whip made a mischievous turn and went straight for his chest. Lei Ho knew that something was wrong, but it was too late. The whip seemed to have grown eyes, and it directly wrapped around the dozens of flags in his bosom and pulled them back. Lei Ho wanted to use his sword to block the long whip, but the long whip could be retracted and released at will. How could it be entangled by his sword? It slipped and fell into Yan's hands. "This is called the golden silk gourd." Yan weighed the flag in his hand and said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Lei, for tying it up for me." Lei Ho was conceited. He felt that none of the recruits on White Moon Mountain today could defeat him. Therefore, he was extremely arrogant when he put the flags. He directly tied them up with a rope and put them into his bosom. But at this moment, Yan took them all away. He couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. If he had been more careful and separated them, he wouldn't have lost everything so quickly. Now that he saw that Yan took them all away, Lei Ho could no longer maintain his gloomy face. Without saying anything, he rushed towards Yan. Yan retreated a few steps and said with a smile, "Once it's in my hands, it's mine. No one can take what's mine." "What if I insist on taking it?" Lei Ho's murderous aura. Sword, his sword like a meteor. "Actually, I don't like to fight," Yan sighed. "If you insist on taking it, then I can only beat you." The two figures collided in a split second. Wang Ba and Lei Ho's companions were already tired from fighting. Moreover, the flags weren't in their hands, so there was no point in fighting. They were already sitting under the tree, watching from the sidelines. In their hearts, they were very clear that this was a contest between Yan and Lei Ho. Whoever won would take the flags. Can you tell who's stronger between the two of them? Lei Ho's companions asked. Xianxia shook his head, I can't tell. Do you even need to ask? It's definitely He Yan. Wang Ba answered matter-of-factly. Oh? Brother, why do you say that? I don't know. It's just a feeling. Do you want pine nuts? Huang Xiong handed him a pine nut. Thank you, thank you. Oh, it's delicious. Before he finished eating the pine nuts, he heard a dong sound. Everyone looked forward and saw that the two figures had separated. Lei Ho's expression didn't change. The youth smiled and held a long whip in his hand. A sword was lying on the ground. You lost, He Yan said. Lei Ho's expression was ugly. He didn't speak. After a moment, he said in a low voice, you cheated. All's fair in war. He Yan picked up the long sword on the ground and returned it to him. He said seriously, your leg was injured by me. Rest here for an hour before you move. Otherwise, your leg will be affected and you won't be able to practice martial arts in the future. Lei Ho turned his face away and took the sword. He didn't want to look at her. It's okay, He Yan patted his shoulder and said earnestly, victory and defeat are unpredictable. It's a man's duty to endure humiliation. It's just a battle for the flags. You're already very outstanding. It's a pity that you met me. She pointed at herself, I'm the best. Wang Ba and the others had heard He Yan say this countless times. At first, they didn't care about it, but now, they were numb to it. Moreover, she wasn't wrong. He Yan called Jiang Jiao, let's go, and said to Lei Ho's companions, you guys rest here and protect Brother Lei. That person looked at her in confusion. You guys beat up so many new recruits on the mountain. When the new recruits come down and see that Brother Lei can't move, it's inevitable that they'll join forces to beat you back. That's why I said, she said righteously, don't think that evil is small. Lei Ho's group was left behind. Jiang Jiao and the others followed He Yan down the mountain. He said you cheated. Huang Xiong couldn't help but ask, how did you cheat? Actually, I wasn't trying to trick him, I was just purposely showing him a few flaws. He Yan shrugged, he wanted my life, and I just wanted him to be unable to leave, unable to catch up to me. He misunderstood my intentions, so. That monkey isn't that strong, Wang Ba didn't comment, he said he was strong, but he lost so quickly. So weak. That's where you're wrong, He Yan shook his head and laughed, he really is strong. Among the new recruits of the Liangzhou Guard, if I wasn't there, he would be the number one. He Yan had fought with this person before. She didn't know what this person used to do, but he didn't look more than 20 years old. Thinking about it, he must have practiced martial arts for at least 10 years. His skills were profound, and his techniques were skillful. If there was a flaw, it would be that his killing intent was too strong. Even though he didn't take lives, with his fighting style, it was very likely that he would seriously injure his companions. It was because his skills were too good that his method of capturing the flag was so simple and crude. However, capturing the flag was never a matter of setting up an arena. Whoever could fight to the end would be the winner. Even though Lei Ho was very strong, he had been fighting with the other new recruits on the mountain top, constantly going up and down the mountain. In the end, he still used up a lot of energy. When he fought, it was fine if it was only for a short time, but after a long time, his flaws became very obvious. He Yan went up and down the mountain today with the 5 of them. Wang Ba and the others also put in serious effort. Other than making arrangements, He Yan didn't really fight many times. Because she was full of energy, she also had enough energy to look for Lei Ho's weaknesses. He really won't follow? Jiang Jiao was still a bit doubtful, and frequently looked back. I think we should go faster, in case he follows. Don't worry, He Yan said, unless he doesn't want to continue practicing martial arts in the future, he won't follow. But what you said makes sense, we should leave the mountain as soon as possible. In the room of the city guard, a game of Go was still unfinished. Shen Han's mind was preoccupied, and he didn't have the mood to play Go. The youth in front of him didn't seem to be anxious at all, nor did he care about the outcome of the battle for the flag. He leisurely drank tea and played Go, so calm that it made one's hair stand on end. The black-clothed imperial bodyguard came in from outside, walked to Xiao Ju's side, and quietly said, He Yan bumped into Lei Ho and fought with Lei Ho. Lei Ho wasn't a match for him, and now all 20 flags are in He Yan's hands. He didn't avoid Shen Han, so these words were also heard by Shen Han, who immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. That Lei Ho, from the moment he went up the mountain to fight for the first flag, he had been noticed by them. This young man didn't reveal himself before, and if it weren't for this battle for the flag, they wouldn't have known that there was such a capable fighter in the Liang Province Guard. This person was even recommended by Instructor Du's relatives. At first, they didn't see anything special about him, but now they knew that he had real skills. This person went up the mountain to fight for the flag, and fought with others without losing a single battle. He was different from He Yan, who hid in the dark and ambushed people. He only knew how to be straightforward, and didn't know how to hide. Fortunately, his skills were excellent, and he defeated countless people, taking 14 flags in one go, twice as many as He Yan. Originally, Shen Han was very much looking forward to the meeting between Lei Ho and He Yan. He really wanted to see who would win if the two really fought. Shen Han thought that He Yan was used to playing tricks, and that he might not be able to defeat Lei Ho if he directly fought like this. After all, Lei Ho's skills were indeed powerful. He didn't expect that Lei Ho would still be defeated by He Yan. He Yan's group is already walking down the mountain, Fei Nu continued, they can enter the formation in another hour. Shen Han looked at Xiao Ju. At first, he thought that there was no need to use a formation against a recruit. But now, Shen Han only had one thought in his mind. This young man was omnipotent, and there was nothing he couldn't do. He was afraid that this formation wouldn't be able to trap him. Xiao Ju's face was calm. She lowered her eyes and picked up Shen Han's white chess piece. Shen Han asked in a low voice, Governor, will he win? Xiao Ju's lips curled up. Maybe. The sun was gradually setting in the west. The sunlight changed from the brilliant gold of the day to a warm red. It seeped through the gaps between the branches and leaves, like a large piece of red clouds, soft and bright, like the red muslin worn by a girl. Wild birds chirped from the depths of the forest. It was probably because they already had 20 flags in hand, and victory was in their grasp. The group was in a very good mood. It was as if they didn't come to the mountain to compete for flags, but came out to play. At this moment, they were preparing to go home. Wang Ba said, when we go back this time, other than the possibility of entering the vanguard, will we be rewarded with something? There should be. He Yan casually asked, what do you want? Wine. Of course it's good wine. I haven't drunk much since I came here. I'm dying of thirst. Wang Ba complained, if I could have wine to drink, I would have more strength than I do now. That's wine, not medicinal cuisine. He Yan found it a little funny. Can you give me some good weapons? Jiang Jiao said, when I joined the army, I didn't bring any weapons with me. The long spear in the training field isn't very convenient to use. If I could be rewarded with a good long spear, that would be good. Huang Xiong touched the prayer beads on his neck and said, I just want to eat hot beef. Drinking big bowls of wine and eating big chunks of meat, that's a way to live. Shirtu pondered for a long time before saying, bring Xiaomai up the mountain. He has always wanted to hunt rabbits. Out of the 4 people, 3 of their wishes were related to eating and drinking. He Yan didn't know whether he should praise them for having no desires. Jiang Jiao asked, what about you? What do you want as a reward? Me? I don't want anything. He Yan said, if I can enter the vanguard battalion, I'll be very happy. You're really thinking about making a name for yourself, Wang Ba said sourly. Of course. I'm so powerful, wouldn't it be a pity if I didn't make a name for myself? I'm also hoping to be recognized by the governor and become his bodyguard or something. He Yan thought that if that was the case, he could meet Xiao Ju every day and find out news about the He clan. Just think about it. Wang Ba rolled his eyes. If you succeed, I'll call you Dad. He Yan, as they were talking, Huang Xiong stopped and said, have we been going around in circles? Why do I feel like we've been here before? Forget it. Wang Ba said, do you know the way? I also feel like we've been here before, Jiang Jiao said. He Yan didn't say anything. Shirtu took out a straw rope from his pocket and walked to a tree in front of him. He reached out and tied it to a tree, saying, the mountain path is complicated and the trees look similar. It's normal to make a mistake. Let's continue walking. The group continued walking. After walking for a while, they saw a tree in front of them. The straw rope that Shirtu had tied to the tree was tied to it. This time everyone was silent. After a while, Wangba opened his mouth. His voice trembled slightly. He said, "Are we going around in circles?" The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He rambled on, "I heard from one of the advisors on our mountain that he started walking on the mountain path the night before. When he reached a certain place, no matter how he walked, he kept walking in circles. He had no choice but to sit down and sleep in his clothes. The next morning, well, guess what happened?" He deliberately kept them in suspense, but no one answered him. Wang Ba said angrily, when he woke up, he found himself in a graveyard. He Yan face-bombed. "Brother Wang, now is not the time to tell ghost stories. What are you afraid of?" Huang Xiong said in a low, muffled voice. "I have the Buddhist prayer beads. Demons and ghosts can't get close to me." "But you," he turned to look at He Yan. "Did you remember the way wrong?" "No," He Yan said. "Then why did you suddenly get lost?" Jiang Jiao was also puzzled. Although Mount Baiyue was big, it wasn't to the extent of getting lost. They were fine when they came up, so how could they not find their way down the mountain? "We are indeed going down the mountain," He Yan said, "but we are also going around in circles here." A thought flashed through her mind and she walked to the tree with the straw rope tied to it. She looked around for a bit. This was a wild area. The trees were not as dense as the ones at the top of the mountain. The ground was overgrown with weeds, and there were a few pieces of Shirtu scattered everywhere. Shirtu, He Yan's heart skipped a beat. She walked a few steps forward and saw a pile of rocks. She bent down to take a closer look. A few huge rocks were randomly piled together without any shape. They looked like they were casually moved here by the hunters when they were resting on the mountain. "Why are you staring at this pile of Shirtu?" Wang Ba asked. "Are there words on it?" He Yan straightened up and said, "There are no words on it, but this is why we can't get out." "What?" Jiang Jiao and the others also gathered around. They were all looking at the Shirtu, but they couldn't figure out what it was. Shirtu frowned and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" "Qimen Duanjia, the 8 gates of life, injury, rest, obstruction, view, death, shock, and opening. Someone set up a formation here," He Yan said. "We entered the formation, so we are going around in circles." Everyone could understand her words separately, but they didn't understand when she put them together. Everyone looked at her. They didn't even know where to start asking questions. He Yan was also puzzled. There was no sign of Wang Xiaohan anywhere. This meant that Wang Xiaohan and the others had already gone down the mountain. They couldn't have broken the formation. This meant that there wasn't one before. Then why was there one now? Who set up the formation specifically for her? Shenhan? Or Xiaoju? After a while, Wang Ba couldn't help but ask, "What is this formation you're talking about?" "It's a military formation. A general needs to learn how to use troops to set up a formation. The military formation was originally modified by the Qimen Duanjia." He Yan said, "It's a long story, but this formation, what's wrong?" Shirtu asked. "It's not a military formation. It's just a normal 8 trigrams formation." He Yan answered. She really didn't understand why there was a formation here. There wasn't this formation when they went up the mountain. Wang Xiaohan and the others didn't see it either. It seemed like it was prepared for them, or for her. But why? "Then, can you walk out of here?" Jiang Jiao stared at her face and asked. "Of course." This time, Huang Xiong was also surprised. "You even know how to do this?" He Yan smiled, "I only know a little." Her "only know a little" usually meant very well. Everyone was speechless. He Yan knew that there must be guards hiding in the dark to observe their situation on the mountain. At this moment, her words and actions were probably being watched by the eyes in the dark. She couldn't reveal that she wasn't good enough. Maybe Xiaoju specially set up this formation for her to test her ability? After all, she had never seen a flag battle where she had to break a formation. It seemed like it wasn't easy to enter the 9 Flags battalion. If everyone in the Nine Flags Battalion knew how to break a formation, then the Nine Flags Battalion really wasn't simple. Xiaoju had such a strong cavalry. No wonder she was invincible. With that thought, she said, "Follow me. Follow the way I walk. Don't take a wrong step." He Yan was rarely this serious. Jiang Jiao and the others didn't dare to be careless. They followed He Yan's footsteps and slowly walked down the mountain. Huang Xiong asked as they walked, "Brother He, who did you learn this from?" He Yan smiled and said, "My master is a master." "I thought so too." Huang Xiong nodded, "Your master must be a peerless master. Otherwise, how can you know everything?" He Yan lowered her head and smiled. She didn't answer. In fact, General Fei Hong was brave on the battlefield. It wasn't rare. The world didn't lack of heroes who weren't afraid of death. Although she was skilled, she wasn't the best in the world. She didn't need to mention fighting a group of heroes by herself. General Fei Hong was best at arranging troops and formations. Her master was indeed a peerless expert, but as a woman, she was born inferior to a man in terms of physical strength and physique. One must know how to play to one's strengths and avoid one's weaknesses. If one could learn how to arrange troops, deploy troops, and dispatch generals, it would be much more effective than if she went to the battlefield alone to fight. Her master was most proficient in the art of divination, so she learned it and combined it with the art of war. Finally, she became a famous general of her generation, Fei Hong. Generals should learn how to train troops and set up formations, but why did the Nine Flags Battalion have to learn this as well? He Yan couldn't figure it out. She couldn't find a clue. She could only give up and walk down the mountain. Actually, she could directly break the formation here and destroy it. However, He Yan wasn't sure if the formation was prepared for her. If it was prepared for someone else and she destroyed it, what would happen to the people who came after her? Therefore, she led Jiang Jiao and the others out through the life gate. Breaking the formation was as easy as flipping her hand for her. She was familiar with it. However, in the eyes of the secret watchers, it was a big deal. Ma Damei and Liang Ping were hiding in the dark. When they saw He Yan and the others leave, they opened their mouths and looked at each other. They saw the surprise in each other's eyes. He left just like that?" Liang Ping stuttered. "As if nothing happened." Ma Damei said. He Yan didn't even stop to think. He didn't think about how to break the formation. He just glanced at it and knew how to get out. They actually had such a person among the new recruits. Until now, there didn't seem to be anything that could stop him. This should have been a good thing. He was a heroic young man who was outstanding. Anyone who had such a hero under their command would feel that they were lucky for several lifetimes. However, the current situation was complicated. She didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse based on Chief Instructor Shen's words. The forest was dense. Half of the sun had already set. He Yan and the others walked out of the formation. She stopped and looked back. The formation made of shrtu and dried branches was so blurry that she couldn't see it clearly. "Are we walking out?" Wang Ba asked. "That's right." Wang Ba was happy. "Damn it. There's nothing to stop us this time, right? I estimate that we'll be down the mountain in less than an hour." Jiang Jiao was also happy. "It's almost over." He saw that He Yan was still looking behind them. He asked, "Is there anything wrong?" "Nothing." He Yan shook her head. She still felt that the formation was inexplicable. When she fought with Lei Ho, there were also some strange places. These discomforts were like small stones falling into her boots. It made her panic. It made it difficult for her to feel happy. She only felt that she had overlooked something and was somewhat uneasy. "It's getting dark. Let's go down the mountain early," Huang Xiong said. He Yan collected her thoughts and only said, "Let's go." The sun didn't pass Baiyu Mountain and fell into the Wulu River. Half of its body sank into the river. The water surface was bathed in the setting sun. It was as if a woman's makeup box was opened and pearls were scattered all over the surface. The pot of tea in the room was already cold. It was evening. The wind was soft and the curtains were green. The autumn scenery was far away. Two people were playing chess. One of them was anxious and the other was calm. Someone walked in from outside and said, "The first team is down the mountain." Shen Han looked at Fei Nu and waited for Fei Nu to say the name. "It's He Yan." With these 3 words, Shen Han's body leaned back slightly. His entire body relaxed. This result was both unexpected and reasonable. He had long guessed that this would be the result, but he had some doubts. Now that his suspicions were confirmed, he was momentarily at a loss. The black piece was placed. The youth in front of him raised his head and said indifferently, "You've lost." Shen Han. Governor's chess skills are superb. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. In this half-day, he hadn't won once. He didn't know why Xiao Ju was in the mood to play chess like this. "Governor, they've gone down the mountain. Should we reward them now?" "No need," Xiao Ju curled her lips, "Du Mao will do as he sees fit. 5 days from now is the Mid-Autumn Festival. We'll reward them on that night." "Regarding the vanguard battalion, should we let He Yan enter?" Shen Han asked hesitantly. He Yan had already won first place. Naturally, he should enter the vanguard battalion. But his identity was suspicious. Right now, they didn't know if he was a friend or foe. Wasn't it a bit inappropriate to hastily agree? No, the youth stood up and looked at the osmanthus trees outside the window. The osmanthus trees had bloomed, and their fragrance assailed their nostrils. Together with him, he looked like a gentleman. He said, "Let Lei Ho enter the vanguard battalion." After the battle, they came down from the mountain and arrived at the city guard station in less than an hour. There were a few torches outside the martial arts practice field. Everything was as peaceful as before. There was no instructor guarding the door. There was no scene of celebration as they had imagined. They looked at each other in dismay. "I thought there would be a celebratory feast." Wang Ba was a bit dissatisfied. "Why isn't there anything?" Just as they were speaking, someone in the martial arts practice field saw them and walked over. It was only when they got closer that they saw that this person was Du Mao. Du Mao wasn't as excited as when he saw them off. His expression was very calm. When he saw them, he asked, "Where are the flags?" He Yan took out a bunch of flags from her bosom. Her bosom was bulging from the flags. She suddenly handed them over to someone and felt much more relaxed. Du Mao counted, 20 flags? That's right. Xianxia was still a bit excited. He couldn't help but ask, "We should be first, right?" "We are first." Du Mao nodded and put away the flags. He said to them, "Go take a bath and rest first. Tomorrow morning you can rest for 2 more hours before coming to the martial arts practice field. You've worked hard today." He still didn't have any intention of rewarding them. Wang Ba asked, "That's it?" Du Mao looked at him, "What else do you want?" Wang Ba didn't know how to respond. He felt wronged for some reason. Du Mao said, "I'll go back first to report to the head instructor. Don't stay here. You're all sweaty. Wash up and eat something." Then, he didn't care about them and turned to leave. He was really heartless. Looking at Du Mao's back, they felt the night wind become a bit colder. Wang Ba saw that Du Mao had walked far away. Only then did he dare to point at his back and ask, "No, what's the meaning of this? He's just going to leave us here? He has to give us an explanation. So all our hard work for the whole day was for nothing." Huang Xiong and Jiang Jiao were also somewhat disappointed. Shirtu said, "Maybe it's not today. After all, there are still recruits who haven't left the mountain." That's right. He Yan also thought so. We don't know when the last recruit will leave the mountain. Moreover, the head instructor needs to discuss the prize for a while. It's not something he can think of immediately. Wang Ba glanced at her and said sourly, "Of course you don't care. Your prize, entering the vanguard battalion, is definitely in the bag. Of course you can say that. When I enter the vanguard battalion, I'll go get you 2 jars of good wine." He Yan patted his shoulder and said seriously. Wang Ba shook off her hand and snorted twice, "I don't care what you say. Grandpa, I'm going back." They didn't live in the same house, so they went their separate ways at the martial arts practice field. When He Yan and Shirtu returned to the house, the originally quiet house suddenly became lively. Xiaomai was the first to rush up and threw herself in front of Shirtu. brother. How was it? How many flags did you get? What rank did you get? Xianxia revealed a rare smile and said, all of them. The house was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly cheered. Yan was almost lifted up and thrown into the sky. Hong Shan shouted exaggeratedly, all of them? You guys are too hardworking. You're good. You got first place again. I think it won't be long before you don't live in this house anymore. I heard that the soldiers in the Vanguard battalion eat and sleep better than us. Sigh, I'm so jealous. Sure too, brother tell us quickly. How did you guys get the flags? That's right. There were so many recruits on the mountain. Did you guys fight? Did you have a good time fighting? You all got 20 flags. How could you not fight? You guys didn't seem to be injured. Are the others so weak? Yan could only say, brothers, let us eat something and drink some water first. I'll tell you slowly. Don't be impatient. As they spoke, it was already late into the night. Outside, they heard the recruits coming down the mountain one after another. Not a single one was missing. Yan felt relieved. When it was late at night and there was no one around, he sneaked to the riverside to take a bath. The long summer was finally over. The river gradually became cold. Yan couldn't help but shiver when he didn't get into the water. She was a little worried. It was still okay in summer and autumn, but in winter, she couldn't go to the bathroom with the recruits to take a cold shower. She didn't know how cold the river would be. The cold was secondary. What excuse could she use to explain why she didn't use hot water and instead took a cold shower in the river? Other people would think that she was crazy, therefore, she had to enter the 9 Flags Battalion as soon as possible. Xiaoju didn't lack money and he was also a young master. He wouldn't mistreat his confidant. It would be more convenient than now. Yan's body gradually adapted to the cold. She splashed some water on her body and used Xiaomai to wipe her spleen. All the new soldiers had already left the mountain and there was no news of anyone falling down. This also meant that the array on the mountain path should have been removed after Yan and the others left. The formation was indeed prepared for her. Yan thought that Xiaoju really wanted her to enter the 9 Flags Battalion and deliberately tested her qualifications. Since that was the case, Xiaoju should be satisfied with her after she passed the test. She would definitely enter the 9 Flags Battalion. In the future, she still needed to perform more. This way, the more satisfied Xiaoju was with her, the more likely she would become his confidant. It would be best if she could become his right-hand woman. Yan always felt that something was wrong when she fought with Lei Ho today. She thought about it but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Even now, she still felt the same. She could only shake her head and think of a reason to fight with this person again in a few days. Maybe she could figure out the crux of the problem. However, this person didn't show any mercy. She still had to be careful. Yan rinsed the foam off her body and wiped her body with a cloth. Then, she put on her clothes and walked back to her room. Ever since she bumped into Xiaoju at the Wulu River, Yan had to walk very far away every time she took a bath. She didn't want to bump into him again. No matter how she thought about it, she had been very cautious as a new recruit. The next day, all the recruits who went up the mountain the day before rested in their tents for 2 hours. Qinglisu came to find Yan. Young Master Qing brought 2 round pomegranates for Yan. He sat cross-legged on her couch and said, I only found out last night that you guys went to fight for the flags. My uncle locked me in my room for the whole day. I copied books for the whole day. If I knew, I would have come to see you guys. He leaned closer to Yan and said, I heard that Big Brother got 20 flags. This time, you are the #1 recruit in Liangzhou. Yan smiled and opened the pomegranates that Qinglisu brought. The pomegranates were big and round. The insides were already ripe. When he opened them, each one looked like red crystals. Just looking at them made one's mouth water. Yan picked up a few and ate them. He answered, I was just lucky. Big Brother, you are good at everything. You are just too humble. Qinglisu said seriously, how can this be called lucky? You are very good. Since I am so good, Yan wanted to get some information from him. He looked at him and asked with a smile, "Do you think I can enter the 9 Flags Battalion?" "Of course." Qing Lisu swallowed the word of course. Originally, this was something that went with the flow and couldn't be more normal. However, Qing Lisu still remembered that not long ago, when Xiaoju got the information from his mouth, his attitude towards He Yan didn't seem to be one of admiration. "I think that big brother, you have already proven to everyone that you are the number one in the Liangzhou guards. There is no doubt about it." Qing Lisu carefully chose his words. "Any ordinary person would choose you to enter the 9 Flags Battalion." His words were very clear. Any ordinary person. However, Xiaoju was not an ordinary person. Therefore, no one could say for sure what the result would be. He Yan did not detect the trap in Qing Lisu's words. He was probably too confident in himself. After all, in this battle for the flags, she had already gotten all the flags. This was enough to show how good she was. Moreover, in the battle for the flags, He Yan thought about it carefully and felt that his performance was very outstanding. He knew how to use people, how to set up traps, and how to use tricks. He did not lose when he fought against Lei Ho. Even Xiaoju's final formation was easily broken. He Yan felt that even in Xiaoju's 9 Flags Battalion, he could be ranked first or second. How could Xiaoju let go of such a good talent? She was very happy, so she did not notice that the happier she appeared, the more guilty Qing Lisu appeared. "However, do you know when the rewards will be given?" He Yan asked. "It wasn't yesterday. If it isn't today, then it should be in the next few days. You and your uncle are inseparable, so you should know a thing or two." Qing Lisu sighed in relief. He could answer this question. She said, "Isn't it almost mid-autumn? On the night of the 15th of the 8th month, the rewards will be given in the barracks." He Yan was slightly startled. "Mid-autumn?" "Yes." Qing Lisu sighed. "Time really flies. I feel like I haven't been in Liangzhou for long, and it's already mid-autumn." He Yan looked at her. This usually energetic young man had a rare look of worry on his face. He Yan asked, "Do you want to go home?" The worry on his face quickly faded. It was so faint that it made one wonder if it had even been there. Qing Lisu flung her sleeves and said angrily, "How is that possible? Is it because Liangzhou scenery is bad, or is it because my uncle is ugly? Why would I want to go home? I'm simply too happy here. I don't want to go back and get married." He Yan, at this age, children usually yearned for more freedom. Qing Lisu turned to him and asked, "Big brother, what about you? Do you want to go back?" The young man lowered his eyes. The shadow of his body made it difficult to see his expression clearly. Her voice was also smiling, but there was a hint of disappointment in it. She said, "It's okay. I don't really miss home." The next few days were as usual. The discussion about the battle for the flag was only lively in private among the recruits. Everyone was talking about what kind of reward the first-place winner would receive. The instructors were very calm. They were very tight-lipped and did not reveal anything. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. The autumn moon became more perfect day by day. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed and mid-autumn arrived. The autumn geese flew diagonally across the sky, and the osmanthus trees gave off a sweet fragrance. The heat of summer had finally faded away, leaving behind only the coldness of late autumn. Early in the morning, when He Yan woke up, Xiaomai handed her a pear. "I picked it from the forest beside the training field. I've already washed it. Try it." He Yan had just washed up, so she took a bite. It was so sour that her teeth almost fell out. Seeing her squint her eyes, Xiaomai scratched her head in embarrassment. "The ones in the wild forest aren't very ripe yet. It should be sweeter after a while. But since it's autumn now, there are a lot of wild fruits in the forest. We can secretly pick a few every day after training. Marinate these sour pears with sugar and make them into rock sugar snow pears. They're very delicious." This child only thought about eating every day. He Yan said, "There's no sugar here." Xiaomai was stunned for a moment, then she seemed to realize something. She said with some disappointment, "That's true." "Not necessarily." Hong Shan, who had been watching them talk from the side, interjected, "Aren't we going to talk about merits today?" You and Xianxia too got first place in the competition for the flag last time. Who knows, there might be candy in your reward today. Maybe there's something delicious, like rock sugar snow pears. When this was mentioned, Xiaomai suddenly became excited. She said, that's right, Ahigu. We're going to talk about merits tonight. Have you thought about what you want? I can't get whatever I want. He Yan smiled. The garrison isn't the capital, so there's a shortage of resources. He just wants to enter the vanguard battalion. Hong Shan also took a bite of the pear and said vaguely, this request will definitely be fulfilled. He Yan smiled. These past few days, although she appeared very calm, in the end, she was still somewhat excited. Once she entered the 9 Flags battalion, it meant that she was one step closer to Xiaoju. She would also be able to openly deal with the He clan's matter. Thinking about it, she would be able to fulfill her wish tonight. Up until now, her path in the army had been quite smooth. After all, being a General Fei Hong was something that people would fight over no matter where she went. He Yan felt a little proud. During the day, he went to the martial arts practice field as usual. However, at night, everyone was admiring the moon in the open space near the foot of the mountain outside the martial arts field. Liangzhou was not like the capital. Naturally, it would not be like the wealthy families of the past. They would either hold banquets in their own courtyards, restaurants, or pleasure boats. They would invite their colleagues and friends and fill the table with delicacies. Admiring the moon in Liangzhou was nothing more than lighting a bonfire. The recruits would sit in a circle and eat something rare. Perhaps there would be rice wine. His companions bragged, gossiped, drank wine, ate meat, and looked at the moon. That was all. In the afternoon, He Yan went back to his room and changed into a clean set of clothes. The new recruits of the Liang Province Guard had uniforms for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. They could wear spring and autumn clothes, and there were 2 in total, 1 red and 1 black. The style was simple and resistant to dirt. He Yan changed into a red one and went to look for Qing Lisu. Qing Lisu had already come to the martial arts arena in the morning and told He Yan to look for him in his room in the evening. He Yan guessed that Qing Lisu wanted to give him something to eat. As expected, when he saw Qing Lisu, the young man handed her a mahogany basket. The basket was exquisitely made, and there was an image of Chang'e flying to the moon carved on top. When he opened it, he saw neatly arranged moon pastries. The fragrance assailed his nostrils. They were beautifully made and seemed to be delicious. He Dage, this is for you, Qing Lisu said in a small voice. The moon pastries distributed by the Liang Province Guard are too rough. I'll give you the one someone gave me. He Yan said, thank you. In reality, she was not particularly interested in pastries. However, if she gave this basket of moon pastries to Xiaomai, the child would probably jump for joy. You've never eaten this before, have you? A trace of sympathy flashed through Qing Lisu's eyes. She was also a bit proud. This is not the best. The pastries from Shua capital's Zuiyu restaurant are the best in the world. In the future, when we return to the capital together, I'll treat you to a meal at Zuiyu restaurant. I'll tell you a secret. Qing Lisu said as if she was presenting a treasure. My uncle also likes the food at Zuiyu restaurant. He Yan thought that Qing Lisu was the same as He Yunsheng. She worshipped and admired Xiaoju unconditionally. She thought that if she received Xiaoju's approval, then she would not be bad. However, to be honest, Xiaoju was indeed not bad. After he thanked Qing Lisu for her gift, the sky gradually darkened. He Yan carried the basket of pastries out the door. At this moment, a bonfire had already been lit in the wilderness at the foot of the mountain. The bonfire was bright. Many new recruits had already arrived and were sitting on the ground near the bonfire. It was said that every new recruit would receive meat pies and oranges. There were also wooden sticks set up near the bonfire. Rabbits and fish were strung on them. It was obvious that they had been hunted on Baiyue Mountain. It seemed that there would be meat to eat today. He Yan was in an extremely good mood. He even swung the basket one after the other. The aroma of roasted game lingered nearby, making people feel hungry. She also saw that there was a large wine jar near each bonfire. The wine was probably not good wine. The smell was a bit pungent. However, at this time only strong wine would be comfortable. She came a bit late. She first went to find Xiaomai and the others. When she passed by the other new recruits, they all looked at her with a strange expression. They were probably guessing what good things she would get today. He Yan happily walked forward. When he reached a place near the foot of the mountain, he saw Xiaomai and the others. Xiaomai and the others were surrounding a bonfire. He Yan waved at him from afar and called out, "Xiaomai." When the young man heard her voice, he turned his head and looked over. However, he did not respond to her as enthusiastically as usual. He seemed to be a little hesitant. He Yan walked closer to take a look. Other than Hong Shan and Tu, Jiang Jiao, Wang Ba, and Huang Xiong were also there. The three of them gathered together. He Yan put down the basket in his hand and sat down cross-legged. He opened the basket lid and said with a smile, "Look what I brought for you. You don't have to thank me." She picked up an exquisite moon ball and handed it to Xiaomai. This child was used to being greedy. She said, "Here." Xiaomai was stunned for a moment. She slowly reached out and took it. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something but did not say it. He Yan said to the others, "If you want to eat, take it yourself." No one responded to her. He Yan raised his head. Everyone was staring at him. The way they looked at him was a little strange. Even the carefree Hong Shan was strangely silent. He Yan asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Why do you all look like you've seen a ghost? Did something happen?" Hong Shan turned his head. Jiang Jiao's eyes flashed with a trace of sympathy. He said, "He Yan, don't be sad." "Why would I be sad?" He Yan was confused. The atmosphere was suffocating. He Yan looked at Huang Xiong. Huang Xiong looked away and rubbed the prayer beads in front of his chest. He looked like he had nothing to do with the affairs of the world. However, Wang Ba could not help but say, "Well, even if you didn't enter the vanguard, don't be too sad. Where there's a will, there's a way." He Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I was wondering what happened. How could I not enter the vanguard, I?" Her words suddenly stopped. She looked at everyone. Everyone's faces were unbearable. She moved her lips and heard her own voice. It was as if it was floating in the air. "You really didn't enter? When you weren't here, Chief Instructor Shen went over there. Lei Ho entered the vanguard. You weren't mentioned." Xiaomai carefully chose her words. Did they miss out? He Yan still had a trace of luck in his heart. Maybe it's because I didn't come just now. I asked Chief Instructor for you. Tu said softly, "In this battle for the flag, none of us entered the vanguard. Among the others, apart from the others, that Lei Ho luckily entered." He Yan became silent. Everyone stared at him nervously. He Yan wanted to enter the vanguard. This matter was obvious to everyone. When he first came to Liangzhou, he could barely run while carrying weights. At that time, this youth forcefully endured it for the sake of entering the vanguard. His skills were so outstanding, and he even obtained first place in the battle for the flag. Not only did he not understand, but even in the eyes of the people around him, they also felt that it was incomprehensible. "It's okay, don't be angry." Hong Shan comforted her. "Isn't it just the vanguard? We don't care. Let's go to another camp. Infantry camp, cavalry camp? As long as you have the ability, why worry about not being appreciated? He is such a fine horse, he needs to be appreciated by Bo Lu. If they don't want you, it's because they don't have the foresight." That's right. Jiang Jiao also felt sorry for her. He Yan was far more worthy of being an opponent than Lei Ho. "You're so strong. You're like a raging fire that can see true gold. In the future, people will know." Everyone was talking at once to comfort her. But when they saw the youth, who had always been bright and cheerful, for the first time, lowering his head and not saying a word, his entire body filled with dispiritedness and dejection, they gradually quieted down. Hong Shan poked Xiaomai's arm, indicating for Xiaomai to say a few words. Xiaomai was racking her brain to think of something to say when He Yan suddenly stood up. Without saying a word, he was about to walk out. Hey, where are you going?" Huang Xiong grabbed him. The youth hatefully said, I'm going to find Xiao Ju and ask him why he chose Lei Ho and not me. What part of me can't compare to Lei Ho? My name isn't even in the vanguard. Hong Shan was shocked. He didn't think that He Yan would angrily call out the governor's name. He hurriedly stopped He Yan's movements. You can't be so impulsive. If you go find military governor Xiao now, it will only make him unhappy. In the future, it will be even more impossible for you to go to the vanguard. Yes, yes. Xiao Mai clumsily tried to persuade him. Ahigo, military governor Xiao might be deliberately keeping you around so that you can do something else, such as go to another battalion. You're so powerful, there's no reason for him not to choose you. I'm powerful. He Yan was so angry that his face turned green. Let Xiao Ju stand in front of me and we fight. I don't think he'll be able to beat me. Jiang Jiao hurriedly covered He Yan's mouth. For him to say such words, it could be seen that he was really angry. Everyone was afraid that he would find trouble with Xiao Ju in a fit of anger, so they hurriedly pulled him back to his seat. Huang Xiong said, Young man, don't be so impatient. As long as you're alive, you won't have to worry about firewood. Right now, he's the military governor and you're a new recruit. How can you speak to him as an equal? Wait until you become an official and a general in the future, then you can look at him again. Then we'll have to wait 8 to 10 years. Wang Ba muttered, who knows if he'll become a general. Jiang Jiao also said, this military governor Xiao is really something. We're clearly first, and Lei Ho was defeated by He Yan. Why would he abandon He Yan and choose Lei Ho? I heard, Wang Ba thought for a moment. That Lei Ho seems to have some relationship with one of the instructors here. They might be relatives. Maybe he got in through the back door. I think these nobles have power and influence, so they don't care about the lower class. Xiao Mai couldn't help but say, military governor Xiao isn't that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Wang Ba rolled his eyes at him. Whose side are you on? Xiao Mai didn't say anything. Everyone, He Yan suppressed his anger and said, I have a terrible headache. Can you give me some peace and quiet for a while? Everyone immediately fell silent. The bonfire danced in front of him. The night sky was dyed red by the flames. He Yan couldn't understand why Xiao Ju would choose Lei Ho to enter the vanguard battalion. She admitted that she had been blind for some time, but compared to Xiao Ju's blindness, she was still far from it. Could it be that she didn't perform well in the Liang Province Guard? She couldn't have performed better. Didn't she fight for many flags? She didn't leave any face for others. She even broke through a formation that a normal recruit found difficult to break. How could Xiao Ju not be moved by such a talent? She wanted to take back her words about Xiao Ju not being bad. He Yan only felt his liver hurt from anger. He didn't think that this wasn't the end. After a while, Chief Instructor Shen walked over. Under everyone's gaze, he ordered people to carry a small box over. He said to everyone, You're all here. It's good that we won first place in this flag battle. Tonight is also the Mid-Autumn Festival. This is your prize. Xiao Mai went over and opened the box. She saw a small jar of wine and a few ingots of silver inside. This is 18 immortals. Such a small jar is worth 100 taels, Chief Instructor Shen said with satisfaction. You can drink tonight. Don't be greedy. 18 immortals, Wang Ba smacked his lips. I didn't think that I would be able to drink 18 immortals here. My life was worth it. In an instant, he forgot who was the one who had just cursed powerful nobles. Huang Xiong also swallowed. They were all heroes and loved wine. Moreover, it was precious wine. Even someone as young as Xiao Mai who didn't like wine grabbed an ingot of silver and took a bite. This prize wasn't big, but it definitely wasn't small. Among the joy, He Yan appeared particularly unique. She only glanced at the box and suddenly laughed. It seems that our commander-in-chief doesn't have a good life. Shen Han was stunned. He's so poor. The young man didn't even look at him. He took a branch and fiddled with the firewood in the fire. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Hong Shan covered her mouth and smiled apologetically to Shen Han. This brother is drunk. He's drunk, he's talking nonsense. Chief Instructor, please don't lower yourself to the same level as a child. Shen Han inexplicably left. After Shen Han left, He Yan looked at the box on the ground and couldn't help but sneer, "This little thing, are you trying to dismiss a beggar?" "Brother, this little thing is good enough." Huang Xiong patiently said, "You're taking your anger out on him." He Yan was suppressing her anger and didn't want to speak. Huang Xiong sat down beside her and held her shoulder. Looking at the dancing flames in front of him, he said in a low voice, "Young person, don't be disheartened. It's just that you've encountered a hurdle. Look at me." He pointed to himself, "You've only lost a chance to enter the vanguard. Back then, I had nothing." He couldn't bear to touch the jar of 18 immortals. He only took the jar of yellow wine and poured 2 large bowls. He gave one to He Yan and took the other for himself. He tasted a mouthful, saying, "Such strong wine." Seeing that He Yan didn't speak, he pointed to the prayer beads around his neck, saying, "This is my mother's." The prayer beads were dark and flashed with a warm light. It was extremely incompatible with his valiant physique, but she had never seen Huang Xiong take it out before. He then pointed to the blade beside him, "This blade has killed 19 people." These words were somewhat frightening. For a moment even Wang Ba and the others looked at him. The light in He Yan's eyes moved slightly, looking at her. Seeing that she finally reacted, Huang Xiong said in a low, muffled voice, "Back then, I was as old as you. Our family had a blade manual that was passed down from our ancestors. After someone found out, they came to buy it. My father refused to sell it. At that time, my companions and I went outside to cool off. After we came back, our entire family was silenced. All of our belongings were still in the house, but the blade manual was missing." Xiao Mai cried out in alarm, "This is, for the blade manual, someone exterminated my entire Huang family." When Huang Xiong said this, his expression was very calm. She didn't know if it was because too much time had passed, or if it was because of something else. He said, "I reported it to the government, but the local officials couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, I personally investigated it. I used up all of my family's wealth and carried a blade for 1,000 li alone, searching for traces of the culprits. After a full 3 years, I finally found where they were. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to take revenge and would instead lose my life. I wasn't afraid of death, but I didn't want to die in vain. I was the only one left in the Huang family. If I died, no one would seek justice for them. Therefore, I pretended to be a coolie and entered that family's house. During the day, I observed the terrain and their daily habits. At night, I practiced my blade skills. A year and a half later, I found an opportunity and took revenge for my Huang family in one night." This story was thrilling, but he told it in a casual manner. The danger in it could be imagined. However, the bald man's eyes were only calm. He looked at He Yan and said, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. If I risked my life to seek justice from them at that time, in the end, it would only be a life and death struggle. But now you see, the enemy is dead, and I'm still alive. I can even drink wine and eat meat with you here. Tell me, who won?" He wanted to use his own matter to tell He Yan not to act on impulse. He Yan smiled and was about to speak when he saw Xianxia reach out and pour himself a bowl of yellow wine. He raised his head and took a big gulp. He was not as good at drinking as Huang Xiong. His face was red from the spiciness of the wine. He reached out to wipe the wine stain on his lips and blurted out, "That's right. Who doesn't feel sad at times? What are you doing? Look at me, the young master of the martial arts school. That sounds good. I also have a fiancé." Xiao Mai widened her eyes and was about to ask, but Shirtu nudged her and made her quiet down. "Do you know how she died?" Jiang Jiao's eyes were a little red. He said in a muffled voice, "She died for love. She liked someone else and refused to marry me. She died for love with that scholar. Tell me, do you think I'm worse off than you?" No wonder Jiang Jiao, with his good looks and skills, joined the army. After this incident, he was disheartened and left his hometown. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Everyone looked at Wang Ba. Wang Ba was puzzled and then said angrily, "Why are you all looking at me? I don't have a story. Are you all crazy? Why are you talking about this nonsense? Are you all here to see who is worse off? The moon was white, and the mountains were clear and spacious. The bonfire reflected the aroma of wine, and the atmosphere was elegant. The recruits lowered their heads to drink and eat meat, and raised their heads to chat and admire the moon. This became a unique scene for the Liang province guards. Sparks floated out along with the autumn wind, making people wonder if they would burn their clothes. In just a moment, they were reduced to ashes, accompanied by the soft whimpers of people. Xiaomai sobbed, "I've forgotten what my parents look like. I'm even worse," Wang Ba said expressionlessly. "I've never seen my parents since I was born." He Yan. She raised her hand and drank a big mouthful of wine, trying to calm herself down. Originally, they were trying to comfort her, so they compared their own unhappy experiences. In the end, it became a comparison of who was more miserable. This was great. The recruits beside them were all laughing and chatting happily, but they were the only ones who were gloomy. Looking at Xiaomai and Wang Ba who were hugging each other and crying, and then looking at young Master Jiang who was drinking alone with red eyes, He Yan was speechless. Well, she didn't know who was comforting who. Huang Xiong glanced at her and said, "Brother He, your alcohol tolerance is not bad." He Yan was stunned and looked down at herself. Unknowingly, she had already drunk 3 bowls. She didn't know how much the original lady He could drink, but she thought that the weak lady He wouldn't drink such pungent and strong alcohol with a chipped bowl. However, to the previous General Fei Hong, this was very familiar. When it was cold, when she was afraid, when she was upset, when she was hungry, if she had alcohol at hand, she could temporarily resist the difficult times. Alcohol could drive away the cold, strengthen one's courage, satisfy one's hunger, and drown one's sorrows. When she was in Shuajing, she didn't touch a single drop of alcohol, afraid that she would be exposed. When she was in the Fuyue army and in Mo County, she gradually became used to drinking. She had also trained her alcohol tolerance. None of the young generals and new recruits in the tent could drink as much as her. Sometimes, when celebrating a great victory, she was the only one who could drink until the end. This might be the legendary Dugu Chobai. What surprised her the most was Shirtu. She had thought that Shirtu, who had grown up in the mountains and looked strong, could hold his liquor well. Unexpectedly, he fell asleep before he even finished half a bowl of wine. Was he drunk just like that? His remaining half bowl of wine was taken away by his younger brother, Xiaomai. He drank with Wang Ba and said, "I didn't expect everyone to be in the same boat. In this case, we will be a family in the future." After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. His nose was stung red by the spicy wine. Then, in less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he followed his elder brother and fell on his back, drunk. He Yan said, "You really are biological brothers." Wang Ba felt like he had lost a drinking buddy in such a short time, so he went to put his arm around Jiang Jiao's shoulder and handed Jiang Jiao a skewer of roasted rabbit meat, saying, "Don't just drink to drown your sorrows. Come, eat some meat. Your fiancé didn't choose you because you two weren't fated to be together." This was the first time he said something like a human. In life, meeting and parting are all fated. There's no need to force it. Jiang Jiao took the rabbit meat from him and continued to drink silently. Seeing this, Huang Xiong smiled. He looked at the moon in the sky and said to himself, "I miss my family." He Yan took out a moon ball from the basket of desserts that Qing Lisu gave her. The moon ball was small and shaped like a water chestnut flower. On top of it was written the words, "Good flowers, full moon" in red. She took a bite and tasted the sweetness of sesame and peach kernels. "If they were still alive, I wouldn't be here. I would be in the village," Huang Xiong said. "My mother's cooking is very delicious. I want to eat her cooking." He Yan lowered her head and ate the biscuit silently. Huang Xiong asked, "What about you?" He turned his head and looked at He Yan. "How do you spend your days at this time in the past? The Mid-Autumn Festival in the past?" He Yan was a bit absent-minded. Before she joined the army, she spent the Mid-Autumn Festival with other people in the He family. But because of her special identity, people stared at her wherever she went, so she didn't have much freedom. She actually liked the hustle and bustle of the moon sacrifice ceremony, but because she was wearing a mask, it was inconvenient. She was an awkward existence in the He family. In terms of identity, she was the legitimate daughter of the first wife. But on the other hand, she didn't belong to the main branch or the second branch. When she joined the army in the Mo County for 3 years, she lived every day in fear. She didn't know when she would die on the battlefield. She didn't even want to think about the reunion during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Later, she returned to the capital and married into the Sioux family. Around this time last year, she was already blind. Her heart was full of hope for that person, but before she could achieve it, she fell into darkness. At that time, she thought that she couldn't get over it and that her life would be like this. On the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, she asked Su Zhiheng to take her up the mountain to worship Buddha. She hoped that Bodhisattva would bless her and let her see the light again. Su Zhiheng agreed. In fact, that day, she didn't really want to ask Bodhisattva to bless her. The tip of her tongue hurt. She accidentally bit her tongue. The sweet taste was instantly covered by the stinging pain. He Yan came back to his senses and avoided Huang Xiong's gaze. He said, "As if nothing had happened, just live like this. It's about the same as it is now. When I see you, it's like seeing myself in the past." Huang Xiong took a sip of wine and said, "You're just like me in the past." He Yan smiled and said, "Brother, my family is living well. In fact, they were living a better life than most people. But you're not satisfied." She heard Huang Xiong's voice and turned her head to look. The bald man's face showed the wisdom and vicissitudes of a middle-aged man who had experienced the hardships of life. He touched his prayer beads and said, "You haven't taken your revenge. You're not satisfied, so you're always distressed and trapped yourself." He Yan's heart moved, but he didn't say anything. "I don't know what kind of hatred you have." He looked at the moon. "Sometimes, your eyes are the same as mine." He Yan was a little confused. Did she have it? She always thought that she hid it well. "One day, it will be better." The bald man lowered his head and patted her shoulder. "You have to believe in this." He Yan didn't say anything. He silently picked up his bowl and drank. Huang Xiong didn't say anything. He ate meat and drank wine by himself. Wang Ba was also a little drunk. He sat there holding his head and smiled foolishly. Jiang Jiao buried his head between his knees. It wasn't clear if he was crying or sleeping. The instructors also gathered together and ate meat and drank wine around the bonfire. They finally saw the results of the hard training in the past few days on this batch of recruits. They were all a lot more relaxed. Qinglisu also mingled with them. He was a young master from the capital and had never tasted this kind of novel way of playing. Even the roasted rabbit leg sprinkled with coarse salt was delicious. He originally wanted to talk to He Yan when he had the time, but after drinking a mouthful of wine, he felt his legs go weak. He couldn't walk and sat back down. The instructors laughed kindly. Someone said, "Young Master Qing, you still need to practice your alcohol tolerance. With this little alcohol tolerance, you can't be a soldier of the Liang Province Guard." "I'm not a soldier of the Liang Province Guard," Qinglisu muttered. "I just came here to have fun." This child could always say that he couldn't do it. If he was a grandson of the instructors, he would have been picked up and beaten 10 times. But this person was Xiao Ju's nephew, so everyone said, "Young Master Qing is so open-minded. It's not good to drink too much. My wife doesn't allow me to drink. Let's all learn from young Master Qing." But young Master Qing, Liang Ping asked him, "Is the governor really not coming to have fun with us?" "Uncle doesn't like noisy places," Qinglisu replied. "He definitely won't come." Everyone felt that it was a pity. Some people felt that Xiao Ju was too unreasonable. After all, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. A general who didn't even have fun with his subordinates during the Mid-Autumn Festival was too arrogant. But there were also some people who didn't mind. Ma Damii chuckled. "Why don't we send some food and wine to the governor? It's hard to be alone during the festival." "There's no need," Qinglisu said. "My uncle won't drink this kind of low-quality rice wine." Everyone, well, that was the second son of a Shao family in Shuajing. He definitely wouldn't force himself to drink. Du Mao asked curiously, "Young Master Qing, do you know how the governor's alcohol tolerance is? I heard that General Fei Hong won't get drunk even after 1,000 cups." I don't know if the governor is better or worse than General Fei Hong. When the instructors heard this, they immediately looked at Qing Lisu with bright eyes. Whenever there was a discussion about who was better, General Fei Hong or General Feng Yun, it was always fresh. From swordsmanship to alcohol tolerance, from height to temperament, people wanted to compare them one by one. Unfortunately, the two of them had never appeared together except when they were outside the window. They had never personally competed. Moreover, General Fei Hong always wore a mask. Who was better was still a mystery. Of course it's my uncle, Qing Lisu answered without hesitation. I've never seen my uncle drunk in my entire life. In reality, Qing Lisu had never seen Xiaoju drink before. But he couldn't say this in front of the instructors. No matter how good General Fei Hong was, he couldn't be better than his uncle. Go go. Go, don't talk about people behind their backs. Shen Han waved his hand. Drink, drink, why are you nagging like an old woman? Young Master Qing, come, let me toast you. Young Master Qing? Young Master Qing's cheeks were red. He was already drunk. It was night. The green curtain covered the bright moon. There were only a few figures on the bed. The sound of autumn was quiet. Someone was playing the guqin. On the moon, the magnolia had bones, and the person in the ice was like jade. A long sword hung on the wall like frost and snow. A young man in a robe had a handsome appearance. His expression was calm. When his hands touched the strings of the guqin, the music was moving and intoxicating. He was playing flowing light. The sound of the guqin was distant, like pearls falling on a plate. It was the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was supposed to be a time of reunion. Even though the instructors of the Liangzhou Guards were thousands of miles away with their families, they were still gathered together, singing and drinking. It was not as quiet as him. He didn't seem to feel anything. He just focused on plucking the strings. His tied-up black hair hung over his shoulders. Under the moonlight, it was covered with a layer of coldness. From spring to autumn, from summer to winter, it seemed like it was just the blink of an eye. The moonlight was even colder because of his guqin. The night sky was as clear as water. The sound of the guqin seemed to float endlessly in the vast sky. It made people want to cry. Suddenly, something smashed into the courtyard. It made a crisp sound and interrupted the cold sound of the guqin. Xiaoju paused and raised his head. Through the window, he saw that something had been thrown in from outside the courtyard. He paused for a moment, stood up, and pushed the door open. At this time, a third thing came in and landed beside him. He bent down to pick it up and found that it was a stone. Slave Fei appeared from behind and said in a low voice, "Young master, outside." Xiaoju opened the courtyard door. A young man in red stood outside. He held a small jar of wine in his hand. The cork had been removed and the fragrance was strong. It was the 18 immortals. He was generous. It was such a small jar of wine. Ordinary people would hide it for a long time before they were willing to take a sip. Looking at him, he must have drunk a lot. This person was He Yan. Xiaoju looked at him indifferently. He Yan widened his eyes as if he just saw him clearly. He said, "Xiaoju?" Fei knew who was behind him couldn't help but look at He Yan. He actually dared to call the young master by his name. He was really bold. "What are you doing here?" Xiaoju asked him. I thought about it again and again. The young man had drunk a lot of wine. His whole body reeked of alcohol, but his expression was normal. He didn't look drunk at all. It was hard to tell if he was drunk or not. He said, "You chose Lei Ho to go to the vanguard. I'm not convinced." So Xiaoju. His mouth curved. "Let's fight." Before he finished speaking, he pounced towards Xiaoju. Fei knew who was behind him saw this and was about to step forward. But he heard Xiaoju say, "Don't move." He didn't dare to move. The young man flew forward and raised his fist towards Xiaoju. Xiaoju dodged to the side and frowned at him. He Yan didn't have a weapon. He came empty-handed. If he was an assassin, he would be too stupid. But his words were clear and his eyes were clear. He didn't look like someone who was drunk and had gone crazy. Xiaoju simply looked at him calmly, waiting to see what this person wanted to do. He Yan's attack didn't work. He turned around and attacked again. The young man's movements were nimble. He really wanted to fight, but his method was clumsy and crude. At first glance, it looked like a fight between students in a school. They only knew how to use their fists and feet to greet each other, but didn't care how accurate they were. Xiaoju dodged to the side again. After 2 consecutive failed sneak attacks, He Yan doubtfully muttered to himself, "When did my skills become so bad?" Fei Nu, who was waiting at the side, did this young man think that he could beat second young Master Xiao? He had long heard that this He Yan of the Liang Province Guard was arrogant and conceited. Now that he saw it, it was true. Young Master really had a good temper. He didn't throw this arrogant brat out of the door. She was defeated time and time again, but she didn't feel discouraged at all. She immediately came at Xiaoju again, but this time, Xiaoju dodged her again. Xiaoju was just about to speak when she suddenly saw a black object pouncing at her from behind. She frowned, and without thinking, she drew her autumn drinking sword and slashed horizontally. Crash! That thing broke into pieces. He retreated a few steps, but it didn't touch him. He Yan, who came with the black object, couldn't dodge in time and was drenched from head to toe. The moon was full and the wind was fresh. The osmanthus had just bloomed and the fragrance of wine filled the air. The ground was littered with the fragments of the 18 immortals. Each piece was fresh and fragrant. The young man frowned and looked over. She seemed to have been awakened by the fragments of the wine jars on the ground. She looked at Xiaoju and took a step forward. She looked like a young lady whose hairpin was stepped on in the flower market and said, "If it's broken, you'll pay for it." Fei Nu looked at her and felt that this young man was really drunk. Otherwise, he wouldn't be speaking so confidently and incoherently. She whispered to Xiaoju, "Young master, do you want me to take him away?" Xiaoju raised her hand to stop her and shook her head lightly. The master and servant had been together for many years. They could tell what the other was thinking with just one look. Fei Nu immediately understood why Xiaoju didn't throw He Yan out immediately. It wasn't because she had a good temper, but because she wanted to test He Yan. This young man's identity was suspicious. He was suspicious from head to toe. If she could get some information out of him while he was drunk, it would save her a lot of effort. If he pretended to be drunk tonight and did something else, then it would be even more unforgivable. Fei Nu hid in the tree and didn't say anything else. Xiaoju turned and walked into the house. As she walked, she said, "Why should I pay for it?" Hearing this, the young man rushed into Xiaoju's house. She ran so fast that she even staggered a bit. She rushed in front of Xiaoju and blocked Xiaoju's path. She said, "Do you know who I am?" Xiaoju laughed, her eyes cold. "Who are you?" He Yan slapped his thigh. A real man never changes his name. "I am He Yan. Liang Province's #1 guard." Liang Province's #1 guard? Xiaoju looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Who told you that? Do I need someone to tell me?" She didn't know if the young man was drunk or not, but his tone was amazing. "I know what I'm doing." Xiaoju walked around him and put down her sword. She picked up the teapot on the table and poured herself a cup of tea. She had only taken one step when the young man stuck to her like a tail. He stood in front of her and asked, "Tell me, am I short?" Did this person like to compare height with others when he was drunk? Xiaoju glanced at his hair that just reached her chest and nodded. "Yes." "He Yan, I'm not short." "Xiaoju," He Yan asked her again, "am I stupid?" Xiaoju stopped pouring tea and stared at him. She said slowly, "Stupid." "He Yan, I'm not stupid." Xiaoju suddenly regretted that she didn't throw He Yan out of the courtyard immediately. Instead, she came here to ask for trouble. Other than listening to his nonsense, she didn't seem to get any useful information. Either He Yan was too stupid, or this person was so astute that not a single drop of water could leak out. "What else do you want to say about yourself? Let's talk about it together." He lowered his eyes and said indifferently. "He Yan, I'm tall and mighty, fierce and invincible, handsome and righteous. I'm such a righteous person. Why doesn't anyone like me? Do you know how hard I work every day? Xiaoju, because of you, I'm very unhappy tonight. Let me ask you. She took a step forward and put as much distance between her and Xiaoju as possible. She looked up at him and asked eagerly, "Do you like me?" Xiaoju took a step back and put some distance between them. He brushed his sleeve that was out of shape because of her tugging. It was as if he had seen the plague. He replied calmly, "I'm not gay." "I'm not gay either." Xian muttered and suddenly raised his head. His expression was sad and angry. He asked loudly, "Then why do you prefer Lei Ho over me? That person is only a little taller than me. How can he compare to me? Whether it's appearance, martial arts, or our past relationship, Xiaoju, you're too much. You have no taste. I'm very disappointed." At this moment, Shenhan, who had just walked out of the room and was about to deliver some roasted rabbit meat to Xiaoju, covered his mouth in surprise. Just now, he seemed to have heard an incredible secret. Inside the room, a young man wearing a white undershirt looked at the person in front of him speechlessly. The young man looked up at him. His eyes were bright and there was no trace of fear or hesitation in his voice. He was so calm that it made people wonder what he was thinking. What did he mean by past relationship? It was just that he had given him some medicine from the mandarin duck pot. How could it be a past relationship? This person was too friendly. But it's nothing. The young man suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. He smiled slyly and said in a low voice, "You chose Lei Ho to enter the vanguard. Every day, I'll find Lei Ho to spar with. 10 times, I'll lose 10 times. Everyone in the Liang province guards will know that Xiaoju is blind. What will you do when the time comes?" Xiaoju, after saying this, Xian let out a drunken belch. His body tilted and he fell onto Xiaoju's soft couch. When he fell, half of his body fell onto the evening fragrance zither. The strings of the zither let out an ear-piercing sound. With a clang, the zither fell to the ground. Xiaoju stood in the middle of the room. His eyebrows were faintly twitching. He felt that today's idea of fishing for information while drunk was really terrible. Glancing at the door, he saw a figure hesitating. He said coldly, "If you don't come in, what are you doing outside?" Shenhan was startled. He trembled as he walked over. Just now, he had heard the secret at the door. When he entered the courtyard, he was seen by Fei Nu. He really didn't know whether to advance or retreat. At this moment, the commander-in-chief was in a bad mood. He shouldn't make fun of him. This subordinate brought some freshly roasted rabbit meat from outside. I thought that the commander-in-chief might not have eaten dinner, so I specially brought it over. Shenhan placed the roasted meat wrapped in oil paper on the table. "Commander-in-chief, please enjoy. This subordinate will leave first." "Wait." Xiaoju said unhappily, "Such a big living person. Can't you see him?" He indicated for Shenhan to look at Xian. When Shenhan saw him, his heart jumped. Just now, he had heard that Xian had a close relationship with Xiaoju. Looking at him now, this young man was so generous as to sleep on second young Master Zhao's soft couch. That was second young Master Zhao's soft couch. Among the Liang province guards, he was probably the only one who had the guts to do so. The relationship between the two of them was indeed not ordinary. Xiaoju walked in front of the soft couch. She lifted Xian up by the collar and threw him in front of Shenhan. "He's your man. Take him away." I don't dare," Shenhan said. "Xiaoju, what?" Shenhan hurriedly said, "This subordinate means that the recruits of the Liang province guards are all under the commander-in-chief. How can you say that he's my man? He's the commander-in-chief's man." Xiaoju was so angry that she laughed. "Shenhan, you talk a lot today. This subordinate understands." Shenhan shivered. "This subordinate will take him away now." Just as he turned and walked halfway, Shenhan seemed to have thought of something. He asked, "Where does the commander-in-chief think this subordinate should send this young man?" Xiaoju looked at him calmly. "Do you want me to send him to your house?" "No, there's no need." Shenhan's scalp went numb. He said, "Xian. Just send him back to his original room." After Shenhan left, Fei Nu walked into the room. Xiaoju had already picked up the evening fragrance zither from the floor. Thanks to Xian's pressure, one of the strings on the zither had broken. Looking at the broken string, the young man couldn't help but pinch his forehead. Young master. Fei Nu looked in the direction Shen Han had left. Head instructor Shen is a little strange today. He's often very strange, Xiao Ju replied. Young master, do you think He Yan was drunk today? Xiao Ju put the zither away. Just now, He Yan had intended to drink tea, so the tea in the teacup had already turned cold. He poured away the cold tea and poured a new cup. He took a sip and said, I'm not sure. He wasn't sure if He Yan was drunk or not, because a normal sober person probably wouldn't talk to him like this. But looking at her steps, words, and expression, there wasn't a trace of confusion. The most important thing was that tonight, other than crushing a zither, breaking a jar of wine, and saying a bunch of crazy things, he didn't do anything else. Including revealing which side he was on. This was hard to understand. He seems to have some complaints about Lei Ho being able to enter the Vanguard Battalion. Fei Nu said, he wants to enter the Vanguard Battalion. Xiao Ju mocked, it's not just the Vanguard Battalion, he wants to get into our 9 Flags Battalion. Then, Fei Nu asked, should we send him to the Vanguard Battalion and beat him at his own game? No need, Xiao Ju said, I have other plans. Fei Nu didn't say anything else. Xiao Ju thought about what He Yan had said just now. He wanted to find Lei Ho every day to compare notes with him, to prove that he didn't have good eyesight. This kind of shameless behavior, this person was really good at it. Looking at the mess in the house, the broken pieces of the zither were everywhere in the courtyard, He Yan actually had the face to say, because of you, I'm very unhappy this Mid-Autumn festival. It really didn't make sense. The young man stood in the house, elegant as jade, tall and straight like a pine tree. After a while, he sneered, crazy. Outside, Shen Han, who was carrying He Yan on his back, was also very unhappy. When the bystanders saw this, they all looked at Shen Han in surprise and said, He Yan is drunk, why is the chief instructor still carrying him? Shen Han's face darkened and he didn't say a word. If he hadn't discovered the relationship between He Yan and Xiao Ju, Shen Han would at most find someone to carry He Yan back. But now that he knew that the relationship between the two of them wasn't shallow, Shen Han didn't dare to neglect it. He Yan had just said that he had past friendship with Xiao Ju. It seemed that they had known each other for a long time. Why did the chief instructor pretend not to know He Yan and secretly investigate He Yan's identity? Could it be that the two of them were originally close, but there were many unforeseen events that happened along the way, resulting in their current situation? No wonder everyone in Dawei knew that military governor Xiao didn't get close to women. With such a handsome appearance and a heroic and outstanding appearance, so many women were eagerly throwing themselves at him, but he wasn't moved by countless beauties in front of him. It turned out that he didn't like women at all. When they were at Xiao Ju's door, He Yan asked, why do you like Lei Ho and not me? His tone was so mournful that it could make anyone who heard it cry. Unfortunately, the chief instructor's heart was as hard as steel and he was completely unmoved. Shen Han's imagination ran wild. The more nervous he was, the more strange stories he remembered. For example, He Yan and Xiao Ju did know each other in the past and were on good terms for a period of time. But later, Xiao Ju found out that He Yan's identity was different, so she cut off her feelings for him and drew a clear line between them. He Yan was young and unsatisfied. When he found out that Xiao Ju was coming to Liangzhou, he joined the army and sought an explanation from Xiao Ju. He even trained hard and wanted to enter the Vanguard Battalion to make Xiao Ju look at him in a new light. He Yan indeed did well. Unfortunately, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, Xiao Ju actually picked Lei Ho's name. He Yan was heartbroken and in pain. He couldn't help but drink to drown his sorrows. After drinking, he revealed his true feelings and sought an explanation from Xiao Ju. Military Governor Xiao, whose heart was as hard as steel, flatly refused. But in the end, he still considered their old relationship and allowed He Yan to sleep on his soft couch. Very good. Shen Han applauded himself in his heart. It was very reasonable. It should be like this, not far from the truth. The second day after the Mid-Autumn Festival was a rainy day. When He Yan woke up, the rest of the people were still sleeping on their beds. They were probably still drunk from the previous night. However, the order to run had been blown outside. Even if it was a rainy day, they still had to train. She climbed out of bed and woke up everyone in the house one by one. My head is so dizzy. Xiaomai was young and could not withstand this kind of hangover. She still felt that the after effects were not over yet. Go, what are you doing? He Yan handed her a water bag. Quickly drink 2 mouthfuls and wash your face. It's time to run. Xiaomai took the water bag and drank in big gulps. Hong Shan saw this and laughed. Xiaomai, you and your brother still have to practice more. How can you drink so little? You're not even as good as Go. Xiaomai glanced at He Yan and said, Go, your alcohol tolerance is so good? It's so. He Yan said perfunctorily. She did not feel a headache at the moment. Instead, she felt refreshed. However, she had already forgotten when she returned to the house. She only remembered that she was drinking with Huang Xiong in front of the bonfire. She drank a few more bowls and seemed to have opened the 18 immortals. Oh right, where were the 18 immortals? Why didn't I see the jar of wine that military governor Shao rewarded? Hong Shan also remembered. That's a good thing. Don't lose it. It might be at Wang Ba's place. He Yan replied. She carefully tried to recall, but she really could not remember anything. She used to be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. However, that was not true. She could still get drunk if she drank too much. However, He Yan was different from other people when he was drunk. When he was drunk, his face did not show it. He looked especially sober. Previously, when he was drunk in the army, he even discussed the art of war with the military advisor in the tent for an entire night. He looked very energetic. The next day, the military advisor praised He Yan as a rare hero. In fact, He Yan did not remember what he did last night. Even if he was drunk, others could not tell. He also wouldn't walk unsteadily and speak carelessly. Therefore, no one would see her lose her composure. But what exactly did she do last night? He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Thus, he followed the crowd and quickly washed his face and tidied himself up. He then went outside to take the biscuits and ran away. After the rain, the ground was wet. She couldn't run too fast in case she slipped. He Yan felt that someone was looking at her while she was running. She followed the gaze and saw Chief Instructor Shen Han standing at the end of the horse path. He was staring at her without blinking with a complicated expression. Seeing He Yan looking over, Shen Han looked away. This was very strange. She was very sensitive to people's gazes. Shen Han seemed to be thinking about something. She looked at Shen Han again, but Shen Han had already walked away. Probably because He Yan's gaze on Shen Han was too obvious, a recruit running next to him said, "The chief instructor is so fierce, but he treats you quite well. What's the relationship between you two? Why is he taking care of you like this?" Taking care of me? He Yan was puzzled. How come I didn't know? If Shen Han really took care of her, he wouldn't have sent Lei Ho to the Vanguard Battalion. Last night, when we went back, we saw Chief Instructor Shen personally carry you back to your room. The recruit seemed dissatisfied. You are too ungrateful. If it were me, Shen Jiao would not be so considerate. He Yan was stunned. She asked, "You saw Chief Instructor Shen carry me back last night?" Yes, the recruit looked at her strangely. You don't remember? Maybe you don't remember. You were drunk. After he finished speaking, he ignored He Yan's expression and rushed ahead because his companions in front were calling him to hurry up. He Yan was left behind alone. She couldn't hide the surprise in her heart. She was drunk? Shen Han actually carried her back. What kind of logic was this? In the morning, she had asked Hong Shan and the others. Hong Shan and the others were drunk early in the morning. It was the recruits who dragged them back. When He Yan came back, no one was awake. No one knew when He Yan came back or how he came back. He Yan didn't think Shen Han was a considerate person. She thought about it, but she still couldn't figure out what had happened until the end of the run. She made up her mind. When the run was over and the drill started, she would go find Huang Xiong and the others. Maybe Huang Xiong would know. If Huang Xiong didn't know, she would directly ask Shen Han. When the run was over, everyone ran to the straw huts or tents to take shelter from the rain and drink water. Qinglisu came. This young man was holding an oil paper umbrella. There were several red and white koi painted on the umbrella. It was quite interesting. He couldn't find He Yan, so he asked around. Finally, he found him under the straw hut. "He Dage!" he shouted. He Yan didn't expect Qinglisu to come find her. She got up and walked over to him. She asked curiously, "It's raining so heavily. Why aren't you in the house? This isn't the place to talk." Qinglisu pulled her to hide under the umbrella. After searching for a long time, they found the long frame of the training field with the flag on it. Only then did they stop and look at He Yan. "I was drunk last night. This morning, I heard my uncle talking to Fei Nu Dage. Only then did I know that you went to find my uncle last night." "I went to find your uncle?" He Yan was shocked. "That's right." He Yan didn't dare to believe it. She actually went to find Xiaoju. Now, she was quite dissatisfied with Xiaoju. It was also because of the Vanguard Battalion. She definitely didn't find Xiaoju to talk about old times and drink tea. "Then, why did I find your uncle?" He Yan asked slowly. Qinglisu wanted to say something but stopped. "Last night, you might have been drunk, He Yan." She made an effort to make herself smile. "Go ahead," she said. "You went to find my uncle and fought. You even crushed his guqin." Qinglisu answered honestly. He Yan closed his eyes. "Who won?" she asked. Qinglisu didn't expect He Yan to be concerned about the result at this time. He scratched his head and said, "It was probably my uncle. I heard that he asked Xinjiao to bring you back." He Yan. Fine. She really went to find Xiaoju when she was drunk and lost. Now, wouldn't Xiaoju have a bad impression of her? She would be one step further from entering the Nine Flags Battalion. He Yan suddenly felt disheartened. It was probably impossible to get close to Xiaoju through the Nine Flags Battalion. She might as well change her path and slowly rise up the ranks like before. Although it would be slower, she didn't know what rank Yi Rufei would be at by the time she grew up to be able to get close to Yi Rufei. Qinglisu looked at her sympathetically and tried her best to comfort her. "Big brother He, you don't have to be discouraged. My uncle. Actually, my uncle isn't that calculative. I'm here to tell you that it's best if you don't go to my uncle these days. Otherwise, he'll be angry. That guqin is very expensive. He's already being very lenient by not asking you to pay for it. I can't afford it either." He Yan answered dejectedly. "Look, things aren't that bad." Qinglisu added, "You don't have to be too sad. I'll put in a good word for you in front of my uncle." He Yan said listlessly, "Thank you very much." Qinglisu left. He Yan looked at the red and white koi fish disappearing into the distance and felt a wave of powerlessness. Originally, her brothers in the tent had said that drinking would make things worse. She had never taken them seriously, but now it seemed that it was true. She had only gotten drunk once in Liangzhou, and now she was in trouble. Why did Shenhan personally carry her back to her room? It was probably because he had witnessed such a chaotic moment and knew that she would never be able to get Xiaoju's favor in the future. His official career was hopeless, so he sympathized with her and did this. He Yan thought to himself, "Why don't I find an opportunity to ask Xiaoju for forgiveness and apologize sincerely? Maybe I can salvage the situation." At this moment, Xiaoju was sitting in front of a table in the room of the Liangzhou Right Guard Army's commander-in-chief. The invitation was sent to him by the Liangzhou County Magistrate, Sun Xiangfu. It said that in a few days, the imperial censor Yuan Baozhen from the capital would arrive in Liangzhou. Xiaoju's nephew, Qinglisu, was also invited to a banquet in his residence. Fei Nu stood behind Xiaoju and said, "Young master, it's inconvenient to bring young Master Qing to the city. Perhaps it's a hangmen banquet. I'm afraid there will be threats. Yuan Baozhen and Su Jingfu have secret connections. He's been working for Su Jingfu for a long time." Xiaoju played with the invitation in his hand and looked at the osmanthus tree by the window. He said calmly, "This time, he's coming for me. However, I also want to know what kind of chess piece Su Jingfu has planted in Liangzhou." "Young master, What do you mean? Fei Nu asked hesitantly. If Yuan Baozhen is working for Su Jingfu, then Sun Xiangfu might be as well. Xiao Ju curled his lips and said, the Liangzhou County Magistrate should have been changed a long time ago. Young master is planning to attend the banquet. This subordinate wants to go with you. However, young master Qing needs someone to protect him. If someone is plotting against him. He didn't finish his sentence. He was referring to He Yan. Currently, He Yan was the only person in the Liangzhou Guard whose identity was unknown and who was extremely dangerous. Moreover, young master Qing trusts He Yan very much. If young master isn't here. If Qing Lisu listened to He Yan and was tricked by He Yan, or even fell into He Yan's trap, it would not be worth it. When will the Luaning arrive in Liangzhou? Xiao Ju asked. The Luaning is still in Lu County. Fei Nu answered and looked at Xiao Ju. Young master, why don't we reject the invitation? No. Xiao Ju lowered his eyes. I must attend this banquet. When Qing Lisu came back, he saw Xiao Ju sitting at his desk, reading a book. The book was a messy novel that he had secretly spent money to buy from the instructor. Qing Lisu was shocked. Without saying anything, he went forward and said, Uncle. Xiao Ju was casually flipping through his book. Hearing this, his hand trembled. He looked at him and frowned. What are you calling for? I was wrong. Qing Lisu said. What were you wrong about? Xiao Ju looked at him calmly. He didn't seem angry? Qing Lisu was surprised that Xiao Ju didn't scold him for not practicing his calligraphy and reading these messy novels. He guessed that Xiao Ju was in a good mood today, so he shamelessly went forward. I wasn't wrong. I'm apologizing to you on behalf of my older brother. I heard that last night my older brother wanted to fight with you, to learn from each other. Uncle, you weren't angry, were you? Thinking about a certain lunatic who went crazy and beat his zither last night, Xiao Ju's eyes darkened. His tone was as indifferent as ever. No. That's good. Uncle, you're still so generous. Qing Lisu hurriedly flattered him. Xiao Ju glanced at him. He took out an invitation and threw it at his face. See for yourself. What's this? Qing Lisu asked as he picked it up. Isn't this an invitation? Someone sent you an invitation. My name is on it. Are we going to Liangzhou City? That's great. I've been in the guard station all day and I'm about to grow mushrooms. Let me see. Imperial Censor Yuan Baozhen, why does this name sound so familiar? He looked at Xiao Ju suspiciously. Uncle, who is Yuan Baozhen? You don't remember? Xiao Ju smiled and reminded him. The marriage between you and Miss Song was suggested by Lord Yuan to your father. Song Ci was Lord Yuan's superior. The Song family? Qing Lisu loosened his grip on the invitation and it fell by his feet. He didn't seem to see it. He just stared blankly at Xiao Ju. Why would the Song family come to Liangzhou? It's not the Song family, Xiao Ju said calmly. It's Yuan Baozhen. Isn't that the same? Qing Lisu muttered. They came to Liangzhou and invited me to a banquet. It can't be that they want to kidnap me and bring me back to Shuo capital, right? I don't want to marry her. I don't want to get married. He seemed to suddenly come back to his senses and grabbed Xiao Ju's sleeve. Uncle, you can't just watch your nephew jump into a fire pit. What does that have to do with me? Xiao Ju pulled his sleeve out of his hand and flipped through his book. It has a lot to do with you. Qing Lisu walked around the table and came to Xiao Ju's side. Uncle, you know that I don't like Miss Song. If I marry her, I'd rather die. I'll hang myself on the day of the wedding. Uncle, you won't leave me in the lurch, right? Xiao Ju stopped what he was doing and looked at him indifferently. He pulled out the sword at his waist and placed it on the table. Qing Lisu stuttered. What are you doing? You can kill yourself. Right now and see if I'll leave you in the lurch. Qing Lisu stared at the sword and cried. Uncle, I really don't want to go back to Shuo capital. I've been with you for half a year and I'm already used to life in the Liangzhou guard station. I really can't live without you. He hugged Xiao Ju's leg and cried. Xiaoju pressed his forehead as if he couldn't take it anymore. Get up. Qinglisu didn't move. I'll say it again. Get up. Qinglisu still hugged Xiaoju's leg and blinked at him. Unless you promise me that you won't hand me over to the Song family. Didn't you say that you were tired of the guard station and wanted to go to Liangzhou? I don't want to anymore. The young man's voice was calm. That's the imperial censor Yuan Baozhen. Uncle, you're still General Fengyun Xiao Huaijin. Yuan Baozhen has seen you before and knows that you're avoiding him in Liangzhou. How about he complain to the Song family that you're neglecting him? Qinglisu immediately replied, how could he have seen me before? I've never seen him before. My parents can't even wait to hide my appearance. If he had seen me before, he wouldn't have recommended me to official Song. I don't look like a good match for Miss Song. Is that so? Xiaoju's eyes flickered as he looked at the grief-stricken youth. You have to go. Since he hasn't seen you before, it's not like there's nothing we can do. Qinglisu's eyes widened. Find someone to replace you at the banquet. Qinglisu was stunned. After a while, he finally understood. This time, he stopped crying and hugging Xiaoju's leg. He stood up and clapped his hands. Wonderful. Uncle, you're right. Since he hasn't seen me before, we can just find someone to replace me. Do you have anyone in mind? Qinglisu looked at him. In the Liangzhou guards, there doesn't seem to be anyone around your age and figure, Xiaoju said. If you're too far apart, you'll be discovered. Most of the soldiers in the Liangzhou guards barracks were burly men. Even the younger ones were mostly sturdy and tanned. Qinglisu was a young master from Shuajing. He was raised like a king and his skin was soft and tender. It was obvious that he was different from the new recruits in the barracks. If you can't find him, then you should go yourself, Xiaoju said nonchalantly. Who said I can't find him? Qinglisu panicked. He suddenly had an idea. My big brother is about the same size as me. Xiaoju raised his eyebrows. He didn't deny it. Yan? That's right. He's my big brother. He's about the same age and figure as me. He's also smart. He'll be able to adapt and deal with Yuan Baozhen. Yuan Baozhen can take me away, but he might not be able to take my big brother away. Qinglisu was new to Yan. In his opinion, other than his uncle, Yan was the most omnipotent person in the world. Yan could do things that other people couldn't. Seeing that Xiaoju didn't say anything, Qinglisu's heart tightened. Yan went to fight with Xiaoju last night, so Xiaoju must still be angry at Yan. He might not want to see Yan. Just as he was thinking about how to persuade Xiaoju, he saw his young uncle close the book in his hand and say, okay. Qinglisu's words of persuasion were stuck in his throat. He only had time to say, huh? Xiaoju looked at him. If you can persuade your big brother, then let him go in your place. After the afternoon practice, Yan sat outside the martial arts field to rest. Huang Xiong and the others came to find him. They didn't say anything else. They first gave Yan an ingot of silver that Shen Han sent over last night. Then they asked Yan where the jar of 18 immortals went. I remember that you took it in the end. Huang Xiong asked, today, I went to find a few empty jars. Let's split a bit. What do you think? I think it's good. Yan said, but we'll have to wait until the next flag competition. What do you mean? Wang Ba was a bit impatient. Suddenly, he understood something and looked at Yan. You didn't drink it all, did you? Facing everyone's burning gaze, Yan nodded and said, I'm really sorry. I wasn't careful and drank it all. Yan. Wang Ba said loudly, you're too much. That's our flag. You drank it all yourself. Even bandits aren't as tyrannical as you. He rolled up his sleeves, wanting to hit Yan. Halfway through, he remembered that he couldn't beat this person in front of him. He couldn't hit him, but he also couldn't not hit him. For a moment, he felt very awkward. Jiang Jiao and Shirtu didn't think much of it. They weren't greedy for wine and weren't interested in it. Therefore, they didn't say anything. Although Huang Xiong wasn't as excited as Wang Ba, his eyes were also full of blame. If it were any other day, Yan would feel apologetic for his behavior. But these days, she had heard bad news one after another. She was a bit numb. She really didn't have the strength to deal with the thoughts of these people in front of her. So, she just sat there, not saying a word. Seeing her silent and dejected appearance, the others looked at each other in dismay. Thinking about how not being able to enter the vanguard battalion this time was a big blow to Yan. Last night, he had drowned his sorrows in wine, but today, he was still so dejected. But thinking about it again, his sorrows were really worth it. Other people were only willing to spend a few handfuls of rice wine, but he had spent a few hundred taels of silver. If he still couldn't get rid of his sorrows, he would have to spend a lot of money to get revenge. Just when they didn't know what to do, someone's voice broke the silence. Big brother he. Big brother he, so you're here. Qingli Su ran over, panting. There were still beads of sweat on her forehead. She must have run all the way here. Within a day, this was the second time Yan had seen him. But as soon as she saw him, she remembered that she had offended Xiaoju last night. She suddenly felt a headache. Yan raised her head and asked listlessly, "Why are you here?" "I came to find you because I have something to discuss with you." Qingli Su looked at the people around her and pulled Yan up. "This isn't the place to talk. Big brother come with me." He was Xiaoju's nephew, so the others naturally didn't dare to say anything. Even though they had yet to settle the score with the 18 immortals, they could only watch as Qingli Su pulled Yan away. They stayed in place and stared at each other. Yan was pulled along by Qingli Su and jogged all the way to where Qingli Su lived. Yan didn't want to go in. He knew that Qingli Su lived next door to Xiaoju. If he went in and bumped into her, wouldn't it be awkward if their eyes met? Qingli Su's brain was finally smart for once. Seeing that Yan had a difficult expression and was not willing to move, she said considerately, "Don't worry, my uncle went out. There's no one here." Hearing this, Yan walked in with her. Once inside, Qingli Su looked around and then closed all the doors and windows. It was as if she was going to talk about murder and arson. Seeing her like this, Yan was speechless. "You didn't come to find me to talk about your uncle again, did you?" Yan greeted her in advance. "Little brother Qing, thank you for your concern, but I really don't want to hear any news about him recently. Please leave some face for her." Just as she finished speaking, she felt someone press her shoulder. Qingli Su turned her around and grabbed her hand tightly, pressing it against his chest. Yan almost punched this person out of reflex. She suppressed her impulse to hit him. Although she had interacted with many men, most of them had their arms around each other's shoulders. It was very awkward to have their fingers intertwined like this. However, the young man in front of her had a clear expression. He didn't seem to realize that his actions had caused a misunderstanding. However, in his eyes, there was nothing to hide when two men were like this. "Big brother, please save little brother," Qingli Su said miserably. "What happened to you?" Yan asked. "Promise me that you'll help little brother. Otherwise, big brother, you won't be able to see little brother in the future." "It's that serious?" Yan asked, but in his heart, he didn't think much of it. Qingli Su had always loved to exaggerate. Even the slightest thing could be described as shocking. Moreover, if something really happened, his uncle was a little Jew. He would naturally help him plan. "Tell me what happened first. Only then can I help you think of a solution." "Big brother, do you remember that I once told you that I ran away from an arranged marriage? My family wanted to arrange a marriage for me. I really didn't want to, so I begged uncle to bring me to Liangzhou. Qingli Su said sadly, "Now, my family still won't let me go. The old master's colleague that they picked for me is now in Liangzhou. He sent an invitation to my uncle, asking him to attend the banquet with me. Heavens, I'm just a boy with no official position and no reputation. Why did they specifically write my name on the invitation? It's obvious that they're plotting against me. They want to kidnap me while I'm here." He made it sound like he was trying to kidnap a girl. The only thing he didn't do was go to the yamen and beat the drum. "It's not that bad," Yan said. "If you don't want to leave, your uncle will naturally protect you." "Can they forcefully take you away in front of your uncle?" Li Su didn't know if little Ju would really watch as he was taken away. Maybe she would even be happy to get rid of this burden. He coughed softly and said, "Big brother, you know that my mother has always been critical of my uncle. If he comes out for me, won't he be putting himself in a bad situation? My mother will hate him to death. I don't want to bring trouble to him." He didn't expect Li Su to be so protective of his uncle. Yan sighed in his heart. It seemed that this was the family relationship of blood. No matter what, it couldn't be changed. "Then what do you want me to do?" she asked. "Do you want me to help you beat up that official?" "Beating up an official is against the law." "What are you thinking, big brother?" Li Su let go of his hand. "I'm not that kind of violent person. I'm thinking that that official hasn't seen me before and doesn't know what I look like. Big brother, we're about the same age, handsome, and have similar figures. Why don't you go to the banquet in my place? If that official wants his subordinates to catch me, with your skills, you can easily escape. If they can't catch me, it's their problem. They can't blame my uncle. You want me to go in your place?" Yan said, "No, no." She turned around and wanted to leave. For some reason, she felt conflicted. Another substitute. In her previous life, she was Hirufei's substitute. Now that she could finally use her own name, why did she have to be someone else's substitute? The heavens were purposely trying to make things difficult for her. "Big brother," Li Su cried out heartbreakingly, "you really can't leave me in the lurch. Think about it. If you go to the banquet with Uncle and stay by his side, you'll see him day and night. If you do a better job, Uncle will see how considerate you are and change his opinion of you. Moreover, you're standing up for his nephew. Uncle will be grateful to you. Maybe he'll let you go to the 9 Flags Battalion." Yan was speechless. Li Su was really willing to say anything just to avoid going to the banquet. Xiaoju was not someone who would buy favors. If she stayed by Xiaoju's side day and night, she might even provoke Xiaoju's anger. If she did anything wrong, she would really be out of the game. Seeing that she was determined not to help, Li Su collapsed on the ground. She pointed at the top of her head and shouted, "God, why are you doing this to me? Yuan Baozhen, what kind of deep hatred did I have with you in my previous life? Why do you have to push me into the fire pit again and again?" Yan was about to leave and was already at the door. When she heard what Li Su said, she stopped and turned around. "Did you just say Yuan Baozhen?" "Yes." Li Su looked at her and answered subconsciously, "The official who ruined my engagement is the current imperial censor Yuan Baozhen." Yan's eyebrows twitched. After a moment, she walked quickly to Li Su and extended a hand to the youth who was sitting on the ground. "Stop crying. Isn't it just going to the banquet? I'll help you." Li Su didn't dare to believe her ears when she suddenly received a promise. Only when Yan repeated it several times and swore to the heavens did Li Su believe that he really wanted to help her. She poured a cup of tea for Yan and offered it with both hands. "Good big brother, you really saved little brother's life. In the future, if you need my help in any way, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, little brother will not refuse." Yan was about to speak when Li immediately continued, "I know that big brother's wish is to enter the 9 Flags Battalion and make a name for yourself. Don't worry, once this matter is over, I will definitely put in a good word for you in front of my uncle every day. Even if I have to copy books every day, I will help big brother settle this matter. What I want to say is," Yan stopped the child's ecstasy, "I have agreed to go to the banquet in your place, but you still have to convince your uncle." Was Xiaoju someone who would agree so easily? After all, this matter sounded quite unimaginable. "Don't worry about that." Li Su happily came over and said, "I already talked to my uncle before. I only dared to come to you after my uncle agreed." "Xiaoju agreed?" Yan was stunned. "Perhaps she feels guilty for not letting you enter the 9 Flags Battalion before, so she wants to give you a chance to prove yourself." Li Su looked at Yan sincerely. "So you see, big brother, you going to the banquet in my place is God's arrangement." Yan didn't have time to pay attention to Li Su's nonsense. He was just surprised that Xiaoju agreed so easily. This wasn't his style of doing things. Could it be that there was another trap? Seeing that Yan was silent, Li Su became anxious again. Big brother, are you going back on your word? No, He Yan said helplessly, I'm just thinking about how to pretend to be you. After all, I'm different from you. Don't worry, that Yuan Baozhen hasn't seen my appearance, so he won't expose me. However, I still need to explain some things to you so that you won't find out. I love mushroom chicken the most, and I hate rice porridge the most. She didn't like people following her around. If she ate peanuts, she would have a rash on her face. I have to bathe every day, change my clothes frequently, and use some incense. He Yan only saw the extravagant and luxurious life of a rich man's son. He shook his head unconsciously. Qing Lisu talked for the time it took for a jaw stick to burn. She talked until her mouth and tongue were dry before she stopped. She picked up the teacup and quickly moistened her throat. Only then did she come back to her senses. Big brother, did you remember what I said just now? He Yan. I'll remember. She said, if there's anything else you want to tell me, say it all. Let me think about it. Qing Lisu sat on the chair and looked at He Yan. He Yan was about the same age as him. His appearance was already outstanding among the new recruits of Liang province. However, he didn't seem to be clumsy or strong at all. Instead, he seemed to be a little thin and weak. However, this was just right for him. If he was dressed like a rich man's son, I almost forgot something important. Qing Lisu slapped her forehead. You can't go to the banquet dressed like this. In any case, I'm the young master of the right minister's residence. How can I dress so shabbily? Just you wait. He ran into the inner room and fiddled with something. Not long after, he came out with a bundle. These are some clothes I picked out. Take them and wear them. Our figures aren't too different, so you should be able to wear them all. Even if they're fake, big brother, you should still wear them. Other than my good looks, I don't have any other good points. If even this good point is forgotten, then wouldn't I be completely useless? He Yan couldn't help but sigh in amazement at the way he described the embroidered pillow, as if he was in the right. He turned around and took out a small box from the drawer. He put some things in it and handed it to He Yan. These are some hairpins, fans, jade pendants, and so on. If you want to put on an act, you have to put on a good show. These are necessary. He Yan said, you're really thoughtful. Qing Lisu scratched her head in embarrassment. You flatter me, you flatter me. He Yan put away the bundle and box, then asked, did you really talk to your uncle? You didn't lie to me, did you? No, no, Qing Lisu said, come here tomorrow morning at 7 in the morning. We can probably set off then. So soon? He Yan was surprised. Originally, it was going to take a few days. Yuan Baozhen hasn't arrived in Liang province yet. However, uncle needs to go to the city first to find a craftsman to repair his evening fragrance zither. That's why we have to go earlier. He Yan thought about the zither he had crushed and fell silent. Qing Lisu patted him on the shoulder. Big brother I'm counting on you this time. Thank you. He Yan carried a bundle full of things back to the new recruit's bunk. Wang Ba and the others had not left yet. They were eating the moon balls that He Yan had brought from Qing Lisu last night. Seeing He Yan come back with things in his hands, Wang Ba said sourly, oh, you went to receive filial piety again? Did young Master Qing give you food again? Xiaomai stared at the bundle in He Yan's hands. She was almost drooling. What's so delicious in such a big bundle? He Yan slammed the cloth bundle on the table. The cloth bundle was loosely tied, so when it fell apart, it revealed the things inside. It was not the food that everyone expected. It was actually some clothes and accessories. This was unexpected. After a while, Hong Shan asked hesitantly, why did young Master Qing give you clothes? We can't wear normal clothes in the military camp. I'm going to the city with Military Governor Xiao tomorrow. He Yan said, he's probably afraid that I'll embarrass Military Governor Xiao if I dress too shabbily. That's why young Master Qing specially gave me some clothes to decorate my appearance. You and Military Governor Xiao? Huang Xiong looked at him. This is a good thing. Why do you look so unhappy? If last night's incident did not happen, He Yan would also be very happy. After all, he could get a lot of information from Xiao Ju. But after last night's incident, he was afraid that Xiaoju would dislike him even more. Who knew if he did something wrong and angered this second young master? He could only brace himself for now. I'm so happy that I don't know what expression to make. He Yan answered. Everyone surrounded him and asked him a lot of questions. Finally, he managed to get everyone to leave. When night fell, He Yan was still thinking about this matter before he went to bed. The reason why he agreed to help Qin Lisu attend that troublesome banquet was, of course, not because he and Qin Lisu were close brothers, nor was he so chivalrous. He only agreed because he heard Yuan Baozhen's name. He Yan had seen Yuan Baozhen before. When she was conferred the title of General Fei Hong, He Rufei received the reward on her behalf. After He Yan became his daughter, he had seen this person once at the He family. At that time, Yuan Baozhen was standing with He Yuanqing and his son. He Yan had even bowed to him. Looking at the way He Rufei spoke to him, it seemed like they were very close. He Yan had thought at that time that He Rufei had just received the reward. In reality, he wasn't very close to his colleagues in the Shuojing imperial court. He didn't expect that he would have a close friend so quickly. Now that He Rufei's friend had come to Liangzhou, it just so happened that he had a bit of a relationship with Qin Lisu. If he could take this opportunity to get close to He Rufei and find out some information, perhaps it would be helpful for his future. If he wanted to stand out and reach a position where people would listen to him, he needed to make some contributions in the military. However, Liangzhou was thousands of li away from the capital. It was also too far away from the He family, so a lot of information couldn't be transmitted over. Yuan Baozhen's arrival in Liangzhou could be considered a pillow delivered to him when he was sleepy. However, he didn't know what Xiaoju's intentions were. He actually agreed to Qin Lisu's inconceivable method. He Yan couldn't understand Xiaoju anymore. He thought that he would pick him to enter the vanguard battalion, but he picked Lei Ho. He thought that he wouldn't let him pretend to be Qin Lisu, but he actually agreed. Next to him, he heard the sound of someone snoring in Hongshan. He Yan turned over and closed his eyes. Forget it. Since he couldn't figure it out, he would just follow him personally. Along the way, he had plenty of time to figure out what Xiaoju was thinking. He would deal with whatever came his way. He Yan wasn't necessarily afraid. In contrast to He Yan's carefreeness, in the Liangzhou city guard station, Shen Han's face was full of astonishment. After a moment, the astonishment on his face turned into anxiety. Commander, how could you bring He Yan into the city? His identity is still unknown. If he follows you, if he makes a move against you, I won't be threatened by him, Xiaoju said. But, the candlelight in the silver lamp on the table flickered in the wind, almost going out. He flicked the wick, and the room lit up again. If he's one of Su Jingfu's men, he might give himself away if he comes with me to the banquet. If he's in the guard station, you might not be able to handle him. It's safer to keep him by my side. Moreover, he curled his lips, He Yan boasts that his skills are extraordinary. This banquet at Hongmen can be used as a stepping stone. Shen Han's heart trembled. Xiaoju wanted to use He Yan as a scapegoat. Military Governor Xiao was still the same old military Governor Xiao. He didn't even care about their past relationship. He Yan didn't know how he had angered Xiaoju in the past. Thinking of this, Shen Han felt a trace of sympathy for He Yan. Xiaoju said, after I leave tomorrow, protect Qin Lisu well. Don't let him run around. I'll leave all the matters in the guard station to you for the time being. Shen Han put away his fanciful thoughts and said, yes. The next morning, when Xiaomai woke up, he found that the bed next to him was empty. He rubbed his eyes. It was still early, and the other people in the room hadn't woken up yet. He Yan's bedding was neatly folded, but he was nowhere to be seen. Mai Tai asked curiously. Could it be that He Yan had already left? But didn't he say yesterday that he would only depart at 7 in the morning? It wasn't time yet. After a while, everyone woke up one after another and found that He Yan was gone. Hong Shan said, that kid didn't leave just like that, right? He didn't even say goodbye? Did he leave because he was afraid of waking us up? Xiaomai probed. Who knows? Shirtu, have you seen him before? Hong Shan asked. Shirtu shook his head, no. The few of them looked at each other in dismay, all of them confused. That being said, they couldn't just wait for Xian here. They still had to run later, so they all got up and washed their faces. Xiaomai had already put on his clothes and was the first to clean up. He pushed the door open and ran out, intending to grab the hot biscuits. Shirtu and Hong Shan were still washing their faces when they suddenly heard Xiaomai shouting outside, "Big brother, brother Shan, what's wrong now?" Hong Shan wiped the water droplets off his face. "We're washing our faces. Come out and see." Xiaomai couldn't suppress the excitement in his voice. Hong Shan looked at Shirtu in confusion. Shirtu expressed that he didn't know either. He shook the water off his hands and walked out of the room, saying, "Xiaomai, next time can you not be so?" His voice came to an abrupt halt. Xian stood facing him and said with a smile, "Brother Shan, how do I look?" Hong Shan opened his mouth but didn't say anything for a moment. The other recruits in the room also came out one after another at this moment. When they saw Xian, they all surrounded him with a wall of sound, talking all at once. "You look good. Xian, you look like a young master from a rich family in the capital." "Not just a young master from a rich family. I think it wouldn't be wrong to say that he's from the palace." "Forget it. You're talking as if you've seen someone from the palace." "I haven't, but I imagine someone from the palace looks like this. These clothes aren't cheap." "Xian, can I wear them too?" "Bah. Can you wear them? Don't ruin the clothes. Go away." Xian was surrounded by the crowd, allowing them to size him up. Hong Shan and the others stood at a distance. Xiaomai looked at Xian with sparkling eyes and said, "Ahiga is so good-looking. No wonder it's said that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Look, you usually don't show off, but when you wear these little clothes and hairpins, you look different from us." Hong Shan touched his chin and asked Stone, "Isn't that right?" Shirtu nodded. "Yes." Xian let them size him up. Then, she adjusted the bag on her shoulders and said with a smile, "Before I leave, I still want to show you all. My brothers all say that I look good, so I'm relieved. I won't embarrass the Liangzhou guards." She waved her hand and said, "Then I'm leaving." Everyone waved goodbye to her. While she was saying her goodbyes, Qinglisu had also left the house early. Shen Han was talking to Xiaoju in the courtyard. Green Ear was eating grass with his head down. Qinglisu went to the stable last night to choose a beautiful red horse. She felt that the horse looked cute and smart, and was a good match for her. "You're not going, so why are you choosing a horse?" Xiaoju didn't comment. "Although I'm not going, my eldest brother is going on behalf of me. I can't let people say behind my back that the young master of the right minister's residence is good at martial arts, but he doesn't look good. They say that we should play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. I only have one strength, so of course, I have to play to it." Xiaoju sneered, "What should we do? With your eldest brother's looks, he can't help you grow." "Uncle, you're wrong." Qinglisu looked at him seriously. "I've looked carefully. My eldest brother is not bad. Although he can't be compared to you and me, he can be considered outstanding in the Liang province guards." Shen Han listened to the uncle and nephew chatting and was momentarily speechless. Just as they were talking, they saw someone coming in front of them. He said, "Xian is here." The two people who were talking turned their heads to look, and their eyes lit up. It was an autumn morning, and the air was clear. The cool autumn wind blew, refreshing the heart. The sun had not completely risen, and only a small head peeked out. A ray of golden light fell on the youth's body, making her stand out. The youth wore a dark red brocade robe with a cicada pattern and a belt around her waist. Normally, she was too thin and weak. Wearing Qinlisu's clothes, her weakness was completely hidden, leaving only her elegance. She was born delicate and pretty. With her long hair tied up with a carved wooden hairpin, she looked fresh and energetic. Her footsteps were leisurely, and she carried a bag. She was completely different from the sweaty new recruits on the training field. She was the living image of an elegant youth in the capital's academy. Her every frown and smile was poetic. The youth walked in front of them and opened the fan in her hand with a paw sound. The fan fluttered elegantly, and her smile was even more eye-catching than the landscape painting on the fan. she deliberately lowered her voice. Sorry, I'm late. Qinglisu stared at him with wide eyes. After a while, she finally regained her senses. She circled around He Yan and was unable to contain her joy. Eldest brother, I didn't expect you to be such a handsome man. The Liang province guards have really buried your charm. Looking at you now, you're almost catching up to me. He Yan was pleased with himself, but he still said humbly, you're too kind. You're too kind. She went to the riverside early in the morning and changed her clothes when no one was around. Qinglisu's clothes were mostly yellow. This youth loved bright colors, but He Yan felt that it was a bit frivolous. It wasn't easy for her to find a color that wasn't so flashy. She also picked out a simple hairpin from the box. She stood by the riverside and looked at the surface of the river for a long time. In order to ensure that nothing unexpected happened, she even showed it to Hong Shan and the others. The new recruits of the Liang province guards all applauded. She thought that it wasn't bad. In her previous life, when she disguised herself as a man, she had no choice but to wear a mask. Now that she could openly look like a young master, she felt a strange sense of nervousness. Shen Han looked at He Yan from the side and sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. He originally thought that He Yan was just a youth. Even if he had feelings for Xiaoju in the past, how could he have caught Xiaoju's eye? After all, there were countless beautiful women who admired Xiaoju. Now that he saw He Yan like this, he understood a little. It was normal for a woman to be so beautiful, but it was rare for a man to be so beautiful. Moreover, this youth's skills were outstanding and his temperament was good. If it wasn't for his identity being suspicious, in fact, it wouldn't be strange for him to stand together with military governor Xiao. Qinglisu was still talking endlessly. He Yan looked at Xiaoju and saw that Xiaoju was still standing in the same place. Her gaze swept over him calmly, without the slightest hint of appreciation. He immediately felt mischievous and walked over to Xiaoju's side. Military governor. She half opened her folding fan and covered her face as she laughed softly. She looked like a lecher who was teasing a woman from a good family. What do you think of me? The young man looked at her indifferently. After a moment, he bent down slightly and lowered his head until it was almost at her ear. His voice was lower and hoarser than normal youths when he was young. Now that he was older, there was a hint of laziness and magnetism in his voice. He Yan seemed to be able to feel the other's hot breath by his ear. He Yan inexplicably felt his face blush. He thought to himself, to hear this face praise someone with this kind of tone, not everyone could withstand it. You're even shorter than Qinglisu. He finished the rest of his sentence. He Yan took 2 steps back and looked at him in disbelief. Shouldn't normal people say, you're actually so eye-catching or you're actually so stunning, shorter than Qinglisu? The handsome young man looked as if he didn't think he was bad enough. He looked at her and curled his lips. Also, you're wearing your belt the wrong way. He brushed past her and walked forward. He Yan looked down. Qinglisu's clothes were complicated. She had never worn this kind of clothes before and didn't know how to tie it. Now that she heard the reminder, she hurriedly undid it. When Qinglisu saw this, she finally understood and came over to help. Ah, I forgot to tell you. My belt is different from other people's. You have to tie it like this. He Yan looked at Xiaoju's back and gritted his teeth. Xiaoju definitely didn't let her be Qinglisu's substitute because he felt guilty towards her during the battle for the flag. He Yan seriously suspected that he brought her along just to make it easier for him to humiliate and torture her. They were really born to be enemies. The Liangzhou guards arrived at the city and rode non-stop. It took about 6 hours. They set out in the morning and arrived in the afternoon. Other than He Yan and Xiaoju, there was also a guard named Fei Nu, probably because she wasn't the real Qinglisu. They didn't even need a carriage. They rode all the way and didn't even have time to eat. They finally arrived at the city in the afternoon. The last time He Yan came to Liangzhou City, he had just arrived with the new recruits from Shuajing. However, he didn't stop in the city and went directly to the guard station at the foot of Mount Baiyue. Now, she changed into the clothes of a normal young master and came to the bustling city. Unlike Shuajing, Liangzhou had a different style. This place was in the east and had 4 distinct seasons. Although it wasn't as prosperous as the capital, it could still be considered lively. People came and went hurriedly. In the city, they didn't have to ride as fast. He Yan looked around as he walked and felt that he couldn't get enough of it. However, Xiaoju didn't come to the city to sightsee. They arrived at an inn. This inn looked like it was one of the most luxurious in Liangzhou city. It had 3 floors. The exterior was decorated magnificently. When they arrived at the entrance of the inn, Xiaoju dismounted from her horse. The waiter helped lead the horse to the stable and they walked into the main hall together. To be honest, although He Yan was the eldest young master of the He family, he had never stayed in a particularly expensive inn. Xiaoju was as extravagant as his nephew. Even the place to rest was so particular. He Yan was thinking this when he heard Xiaoju say to the innkeeper, 2 rooms. 2 rooms? He Yan was surprised. I'll share a room with Fei Nu. It wasn't easy for her to leave the barracks. Couldn't she have a room by herself? Qing Su also told her to bathe every day. How could she bathe with Fei Nu in the room? Or else? Xiaoju stared at her and asked, you want to share a room with me? No, He Yan said, then I'll share a room with Fei Nu. What a joke. She wasn't that ignorant. After all, second young master Xiao was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. How could he share a room with such a crude person like her? He Yan silently cursed. Second young master Xiao should live with the bodhisattva in the temple. Just put an incense burner in front of him and he would be worshipped. Xiaoju ignored him. The innkeeper took the money and ordered people to clean up the rooms. Since the morning, the 3 of them hadn't eaten lunch. They could eat on the first floor of the inn, so they planned to eat here before going upstairs. The innkeeper could probably tell that Xiaoju was either rich or noble. He stood at their table and said, our signature dishes are green bean noodles, steamed 5-flavored gluten, spicy shredded tripe, sesame rolls, wild duck with 8 treasures, shredded chicken with cucumber, spicy pigeon. What would you like to order? Before Xiaoju could speak, He Yan asked loudly, innkeeper, do you have mushroom chicken? Yes, the innkeeper quickly replied. Xiaoju turned her head and looked at her calmly. He Yan blinked, what's wrong, uncle? You know that mushroom chicken is my favorite dish. Fei Nu, Qing Su had told her that she had to be thorough when putting on an act. Now that she was in Liangzhou city, she was no longer He Yan. She was Qing Su, second young master Zhao's nephew. Was it wrong for her nephew to want to eat her favorite dish? Absolutely not. Xiaoju looked away and said, give him mushroom chicken. Why was she so easy to talk to? He Yan's heart skipped a beat. That's right, what if she met someone she knew here? Xiaoju couldn't deny it in front of outsiders. This time, He Yan's courage grew. She had been eating dry biscuits for so many days in the Guard Institute and had only tasted meat a few times. Since she seized this opportunity and Xiaoju did not lack money, wouldn't she be letting herself down if she didn't ruthlessly take advantage of this fat sheep? Uncle. He Yan's voice was crisp and sweet. She smiled and said, I also want to eat spicy tripe, sesame rolls, wild duck with 8 treasures, shredded chicken and cucumber, steamed gluten with 5 flavors, pigeon, and that, what's that, mung bean noodles. I want to eat all of them. Fei Nu's lips moved. She wanted to say something, but she held herself back. It had been a long time since she met someone who wasn't afraid of death. The innkeeper was surprised at first, but then he smiled happily. He looked at He Yan as if he was looking at the god of fortune. He said to Xiaoju, this young master has good taste. He really believes in our inn's dishes. My apologies, Xiaoju laughed lightly. His movements were graceful, but his tone was harsh and sarcastic. He said lightly, my nephew has not seen the world. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. He Yan, give me a portion of each dish. Second young master Xiao spent money like it was dirt. The innkeeper was overjoyed. He turned around and ordered the kitchen to prepare the dishes. He Yan originally wanted to tease him. He thought that it would be good enough if he could eat a few of the dishes. He didn't expect Xiaoju to be so obedient and really order a portion of each dish. Could it be that Qing Su was usually so favored by her uncle? He was simply going crazy and getting whatever he wanted. Even He Yan was a little jealous. She moved closer to Xiaoju and asked carefully, Commander-in-Chief, why are you so easy to talk to? Why? Xiaoju said lightly, as an uncle, of course I can't let my nephew go hungry. This uncle really had a deep meaning behind it. He Yan pondered and pondered, but he felt that something wasn't right. She and Xiaoju were of the same generation. They were schoolmates in the past. Later on, they both became generals and were equally famous. But in this life, she first became Xiaoju's soldier and called him commander-in-chief. Now, she was Xiaoju's nephew. Even her seniority was lower than his. Xiaoju took advantage of this. She remained silent. She didn't want to call him Xiaoju anymore. Who knew that teasing Xiaoju would cause her to lose out? She was really one step behind. The innkeeper's dishes were not good, but he cooked quickly. Not long after, all the dishes were served and filled the entire table. They were so extravagant that the people around them looked at them. He Yan felt a little embarrassed and said, Commander-in-Chief, I'm sorry for the expense. Since you want to eat it, of course you have to eat it, Xiaoju said slowly, but I've taught you before. Simple rules lead to prosperity. Indulgence leads to death. Don't waste it. He Yan felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the person in front of him say, if there's a grain of rice left, you can forget about eating tomorrow. He Yan. After eating, He Yan held onto the railing and went upstairs. The dishes were naturally delicious, but she ate until there was not a single grain of rice left. Even if it was a delicacy, it was still difficult to swallow in the end. She finally finished eating and got the right to eat tomorrow, but she still had to be glanced at by second young Master Xiao, who lightly mocked her by saying, sure enough, you're generous. If he didn't say that she shouldn't waste food, how could she be a rice bucket in front of so many people? The other diners looked at her strangely. He Yan felt embarrassed. She was too full and really didn't want to talk to Xiaoju, so she followed the waiter upstairs. Fei Nu didn't follow, but she was too lazy to care. As soon as she entered the room, she lay down on the couch. She was really full to the point that she couldn't walk. His body felt soft and comfortable. He Yan couldn't help but roll around on the bed. So it was good to have money. Even when he went out, he could enjoy it so much. Xiaoju's room was next door. She leaned against the wall and pricked up her ears, wanting to hear what Xiaoju was doing. She didn't know if it was because the wall was too thick, but she couldn't hear anything. As she listened, He Yan fell asleep. She had rushed for half a day today, and when she came back, she was full and the bed was so comfortable. It was hard not to fall asleep. When He Yan woke up, the sun had completely set and the moon was out. She opened the window and saw that the lanterns downstairs were already lit. Not far away, there was the sound of singing in a restaurant. He Yan rubbed her eyes, drank a cup of water, got up and opened the door. She walked to Xiaoju's room and knocked on the door. After a while, someone in the room said, come in. He Yan walked in. The room was lit, and Fei Nu was guarding the door. Xiaoju was sitting at the table, reading a book. Didn't this person feel sleepy? She didn't see him working so hard at Xianxia restaurant, but now he was working hard. He Yan's heart was filled with shame. Look, this is what it means to have endless learning. She craned her neck to see what Xiaoju was reading, but Xiaoju closed the book and she couldn't see anything. He looked up with a cold gaze. What's the matter? He Yan asked, Commander-in-Chief, what do you do at night? Nothing. Are you not going out? He said, what do you want to say? He Yan smiled and said, if you don't have anything else to do, I want to go out for a walk. It's also my first time in Liangzhou City. I want to see if there are any interesting things around. She made up a story. If I find something suitable, I'll buy some and bring it back for my fiancé. Xiaoju didn't seem to be interested in her affairs. She said indifferently, up to you. He Yan was overjoyed and said, that's great, Commander-in-Chief, I'll leave first. She practically skipped down the stairs. After she left, Xiaoju said, Fei Nu the imperial bodyguard already knew and said, young master, I'll follow him. Don't follow too close. He said, be careful not to be discovered. This subordinate understands. He Yan excitedly left the room. Yuan Baozhen hadn't arrived in Liangzhou yet. For the next few days, they would be staying in an inn. They didn't tell the county magistrate that they were coming early. Other than repairing the zither, Xiaoju probably had other things to do. He Yan didn't plan to follow him. At least for now, Xiaoju didn't seem to trust her at all. There was no need for her to warm up to him. She also didn't want to stay in an inn and read books like Xiaoju. It would remind her of the terrible memories she had when she was studying at the Xianxia school. The night was perfect, so she took advantage of this time to walk around. Although Yuan Baozhen hadn't arrived in Liangzhou yet, if he wanted to know about the He family, there were other ways. Wherever there was a tavern or a tea house, as long as he shouted, "I know that recently General Fei Hong," it would lead to countless topics. She wasn't boasting, but during the years when she was most famous, many storytellers would tell stories about General Fei Hong every day. Of course, they would also tell stories about General Feng Yun. At night in Liangzhou, there weren't as many people on the streets as in Shua, but it wasn't deserted. The street vendors also sold local products. He Yan walked and looked around. She only had 1 ingot of silver that she received from the flag fight. Although Xiaoju was her uncle, he didn't have any intention of giving her money to spend. Fortunately, He Yan had already eaten and drunk enough. He didn't want to spend money, so he just looked around and didn't buy anything. About 10 steps behind her, Fei Nu was following closely. Xiaoju suspected that He Yan's identity was different. This time, he brought her to Liangzhou to keep an eye on her and see if she secretly contacted people from Sujingfu. Fei Nu followed him diligently, but in the end, he was still a little puzzled. This young man looked around as he walked, as if he had never been out shopping before. It was extremely novel. He said that he wanted to buy some trinkets for his fiancée, but he didn't buy a single one even though he looked around. Either he was a stingy person and couldn't even bear to give a box of cosmetics to a girl, or he was lying and was just trying to cover it up. He Yan turned around a street and walked into an alley. Fei Nu remembered Xiaoju's words and didn't dare to follow too closely. When he estimated that He Yan was about to reach the end of the alley, he turned into the alley. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. The alley was empty, and there were only a few hanging lanterns floating in the wind. There was no one in sight. Fei Nu cursed in his heart and quickly walked to the end of the alley. There was a big road at the end of the alley, and there were crowds of people on both sides. He didn't see the young man. He was discovered. He clenched his fists. Not only that, but he also lost him. He Yan flicked his sleeves and walked forward without saying a word. Liangzhou city didn't look very peaceful, and there were many bandits and thieves. She had just arrived and hadn't familiarized herself with the place yet, but someone was already following her. The other party had been following her all the way. She thought that she hadn't offended anyone yet, so they probably wanted to take advantage of her. However, she was still keeping an eye on Qing Lisu's identity, and Xiaoju was still at the inn. It was better not to cause trouble. Therefore, she didn't make a move. She didn't even meet the other party face to face. She just quietly got rid of the person behind her. Without a tail, it was easier to walk around. However, searching like this wasn't a solution. He Yan stopped a passerby on the street and smiled. "Brother, do you know where the largest restaurant in the city is?" That person looked at He Yan from head to toe. Seeing that He Yan was dressed luxuriously and had an extraordinary appearance, he guessed that He Yan was the young master of some rich family. His tone was especially good as he said, "The biggest tavern is the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion." "Thank you," He Yan asked again, "may I ask how to get to Wanhua Pavilion?" "It's not far. Follow this street and walk until you reach the end. You'll see a rice shop. Turn left and you'll see it not far away." "Thank you, brother." He Yan cupped his hands again and then walked forward with a smile on his face. It was exactly as that person had said. Indeed, it didn't take long. If you walked along the left side of the rice shop, you could hear the sound of a pipa. There were many young masters dressed in luxurious clothing walking in that direction. Needless to say, it was Wanhua Pavilion. He Yan followed the crowd and walked inside. Before he reached the entrance, he could smell a fragrant wind. He Yan paused and felt that it was a little strange. At this time, a red fragrant wind blew in front of him. A snow-white arm wrapped around his shoulder and the woman's charming smile was a little flirtatious. "Young master, you're new. Is this your first time in our Wanhua pavilion? He Yan, wasn't she asking about the largest restaurant? Could anyone tell her why the Wanhua pavilion that person mentioned was actually a brothel? He Yan said, I'm not here. She tried to push the girl's hand away. However, when the girl heard this, not only did she not get angry, she even pressed closer. He Yan's arm touched a ball of softness and he immediately felt embarrassed. Even though they were both girls, this was too intimate. The girl in red hugged He Yan and walked inside. As they walked, she said, if you're not here, you can come in and take a look. Our Wanhua pavilion is very fun. The other party was a girl and he couldn't deal with her the same way he dealt with Wang Jiugue. He Yan had no choice but to say, Miss, I don't have any money. I'm very poor. The girl glanced at his clothes from head to toe and chuckled, young master really knows how to joke. You can't be so stingy. If you're really stingy, it's fine. Yun Yan will treat young master to a drink today and won't accept any money. How about it? He Yan was dizzy from the strong fragrance of the incense on her body. He wasn't paying attention and was pulled into Wanhua pavilion by this girl called Yun Yan. As soon as he entered, he felt a warm and fragrant wind blow against his face. On the stage, there was a young girl in thin clothes playing the zither and singing. A group of young masters sat below the stage and cheered, throwing couplets and indulging in a life of luxury. There were people everywhere. He Yan hadn't seen such a scene in a long time. He stopped in his tracks and didn't know where to go. Seeing this, Yun Yan covered her mouth and giggled. She pulled He Yan's arm again, young master, let's go upstairs. There are too many people here. Young master is so handsome, I'm afraid someone will come and snatch you. After saying this, she touched He Yan's face. He Yan felt a chill run down his spine, like a rabbit entering a wolf's den. He felt uncomfortable all over. However, Yun Yan was a passionate person. She didn't care about He Yan's expression and pulled He Yan upstairs. Wanhua Pavilion had several floors. The lowest floor was a long stage where the girls of the brothel played and sang. Further up were the elegant rooms, which required even more silver. They were used to entertain important guests. Further up were the rooms where the girls lived. In Wanhua Pavilion, Yun Yan's appearance wasn't outstanding and there weren't many guests who came to take care of her. Today, she finally managed to catch a rich young master like He Yan at the door. How could she let him go so easily? He Yan had delicate features. If this kind of person was seen by other girls, they would inevitably try to snatch him away. There were too many monks and too little gruel. Of course, she had to take the initiative and lock him in her room. She kept pulling He Yan's arm and refused to let go. He Yan pondered how to get away naturally. When he reached the second floor, he didn't see the guest hugging the girl. There's no one upstairs? He Yan asked. Yun Yan laughed, not everyone can enter a girl's room. Young master, don't take advantage of her. The girls here were fierce and bold. He Yan didn't know how to deal with them. When he passed by a room, the door suddenly opened and a person with disheveled hair rushed out. She had just reached the door when someone grabbed her hair and dragged her back. He Yan didn't have time to take a closer look before the door was slammed shut. It almost hit her nose and knocked her fan out of her hand. Everything happened too quickly. He Yan was stunned for a moment. Yun Yan hurried forward and asked, young master, are you all right? Did I hurt you just now? He Yan shook his head and bent down to pick up the fan. He then turned his head to look at the closed door. Her hearing was excellent. She could faintly hear a woman crying from inside, followed by the sound of a servant scolding someone. Here. He Yan reached out to push the door. Young master, you can't. Yun Yan stopped him. What are you doing? Her gaze was guarded. He Yan's heart skipped a beat. When he looked up again, his eyes were full of curiosity. Who's inside? What were they doing just now? After all, it was her first time in a brothel. She didn't know anything. Yun Yan's heart flashed with a trace of contempt. She smiled and took He Yan's arm again. It's our new girl. She doesn't know the rules and offended a guest. The servant is teaching her. There are girls in your brothel who don't know the rules. He Yan said calmly, I thought they were all as understanding as you. Yun Yan's face lit up with joy. She rebuked, "Young master has such a sweet mouth. We grew up in a brothel. If we don't know the rules, we won't eat. Naturally, we don't dare to offend guests. But some people are different. They have never suffered before. When faced with a sudden change, they think they are still the young ladies of the past. They are arrogant and willful. They will always suffer. After a few times, they will understand." He Yan raised his eyebrows, "So you are from a good family." "Young master," Yun Yan pretended to be angry. She lightly punched He Yan's chest and said, "Are you saying that you don't like the girls in our brothel?" He Yan chuckled, "How can that be? Compared to a wild cat with claws, of course a well-behaved girl is more lovable. She was born delicate and pretty. Wearing Qingli's clothes, she looked like an elegant young man. If she deliberately pretended to be elegant, she could charm a large number of young women." Sure enough, Yun Yan was dazzled by her smile. Unconsciously, she became more talkative. Even so, there are some people who like this wild cat. With a temper. Don't look at how the people in this room don't know the rules. Now, the young master of our Liangzhou's county magistrate wants her. I don't know where this luck came from." At this point, there was a hint of jealousy in her voice. The young master of the county magistrate? He Yan's heart was in turmoil. His expression did not reveal any flaws. He looked at her in surprise. "The people in this room are so beautiful that even the young master of the county magistrate came here because of her reputation? What do you mean by that?" Yun Yan did not think much of it. "When this girl first came to our pavilion, mother wanted her to receive a guest. The guest was young Master Sunday. Who knew that she would be so fierce? Not only did she not serve young Master Sun, she even used a hairpin to stab young Master Sun's arm. Young Master Sun is the county magistrate's only son. How can we just let it go like this? Let mother train this girl for a few days. When she is obedient, we will send her to him." As Yun Yan walked forward, she said, "But this girl has a backbone. It has been 3 days, but she was still like this just now. It has been a long time since we have seen such an unyielding girl in our Wanhua pavilion. What should we do?" He Yan waved his fan and said worriedly, "If she is not trained well, how will you explain to young Master Sun?" Young Master is joking. There are no girls in Wanhua pavilion that cannot be trained. No matter how unyielding a girl is, if she is drugged, she will not be able to do anything. I think this girl is asking for trouble. If she was obedient and coaxed young Master Sun, she might even be able to become a concubine. But now, even if she is on young Master Sun's bed, she will not be able to win his favor. Who knows how miserable her fate will be." As she said this, she felt jealous and somewhat sympathetic. Maybe she will think it through in a few days. He Yan comforted, "Don't worry too much." Yun Yan shook her head, "I am afraid there is no time. Soon, young Master Sun's people will come to pick her up. Just now, I was putting on makeup." He Yan did not say anything. Yun Yan seemed to have realized that she had said too much. She showed her initial charming smile and pulled He Yan to a room at the end of the hall. She pushed He Yan in and said, "Look, how can we talk about other people's affairs? Young master, why don't we talk about us?" This was a woman's boudoir. It was not very big. There was some rouge and face powder on the dressing table, and the hibiscus curtain was red. She suddenly felt that the night of spring was too short. She put her hands around He Yan's neck again. He Yan's scalp was numb, but he still maintained the attitude of a romantic young master. He smiled and said, "It is good to have a beauty in my arms, but don't you feel that something is missing?" Yun Yan asked, "What is it?" "Of course it is wine. I feel like old friends with you at first sight. In this situation, we should drink a cup together." She thought about the scene of He Yuan Liang playing with the concubines in the Fu and tapped Yun Yan's nose. "Didn't you want to treat this young master to wine? Are you lying to me?" A romantic and handsome young man was flirting with her. Even a woman of pleasure could not help but feel her heart flutter. Yun Yan stomped her foot and said, "Why would I? Wait here, I will go get the wine now. Tonight, we will drink until we are drunk." She gave him a flirtatious look and walked out the door. After she left, He Yan sat down on the chair and let out a sigh of relief. Imitating men in the brothel, whether it was in the past or now, was not something she was good at. It was really killing her. It was even more frightening than going to the Xianxia school to study. She flicked her sleeve again, and a small ball of paper rolled out from her sleeve. Just now, when they passed by the room, someone suddenly rushed out and was caught. In that extremely short period of time, a ball of paper was thrown out. At that time, she was afraid that Yunyan would find out, so she threw her fan down and covered the ball of paper. When she bent down to pick up the fan, she also picked up the ball of paper. She was afraid that Yunyan would find out, so she did not dare to take it out until now. The ball of paper was crumpled and scattered. Xian opened it and saw 2 words written on it. Save me. The handwriting was written with eyebrows and was a little blurry. The person who wrote it must be very nervous. Even so, he could see that the hairpin small regular script was very beautiful. There was a girl locked up in that room. Although Yunyan said it in a dignified manner, in the end, it was nothing more than forcing a good girl into prostitution. Now that she was by Xiaoju's side, she should not care about these things to avoid trouble. But since she found out about this, she had a lot of resentment in her heart and could not stand by and do nothing. Xian put away the ball of paper, stood up, and left. When Yunyan came back with the wine, the room was already empty. She was stunned for a while, then stomped her foot and scolded, "Liar." The night gradually deepened. The singing in the Wanhua pavilion became more and more flirtatious. Men and women huddled together, talking and laughing intimately. It was hard to tell if they were just putting on a show or if they were sincere. The moon here was not as clear as in the city. Probably because there were no mountains or rivers, it was less spacious and more blurred. In the tea house opposite the Wanhua pavilion, a young man in brocade clothes was sitting and drinking tea. In the end, Xian could not bear to use the silver ingot. So, he took a button from Qingli Su's clothes. The button was inlaid with gold. Xian used this button to buy a cup of tea, the cheapest kind. The owner of the tea house had probably never seen such a weirdo who was dressed in luxurious clothes but had to pull off the buttons to pay. He looked at her with a somewhat indescribable gaze and only said, "Little brother, you should keep the buttons for yourself. This cup of tea is for you to drink. It's free." Xian. "Thank you very much." She slowly put the button back into her pocket, thinking that she would sew it back on for Qingli after a while. Why later? Naturally, it was because she had to go out in the next few days. What if she wanted to drink tea again? She did not want to have to pull it off a second time. If Qingli Su knew that Xian had such thoughts, she would probably regret lending her clothes. As the night deepened, the Wanhua pavilion became more lively. More and more guests came to the pavilion, and very few people went home. With a warm and fragrant woman in his arms, he naturally did not want to go home. At this time, someone came out of the Wanhua pavilion and saw very clearly. A carriage stopped in front of the Wanhua pavilion. 2 fat nannies helped a woman out. Half of the woman's body was leaning on one of the nannies, and she seemed to be drunk. Xian took a closer look. Instead of saying that the 2 nannies were helping her out, it was more accurate to say that they were holding her up. This was probably the strong-willed girl that Yunyan mentioned that the young master had taken a fancy to. The strong-willed girl was put into the carriage, and the carriage took her away. In addition to the coachman, there were 2 people who looked like bodyguards following beside him. They looked like escorts. Xian spat in her heart. They were really treating people like goods. She put down the teacup in her hand and quietly followed them. There were not many lanterns on the streets in Liangzhou City, so the night was especially dark. Xian felt that the carriage almost merged with the night. The 2 guards sat on the ruts of the carriage and talked. "She's much more obedient today. She didn't even make a sound. Do you think she will have a good time after entering the Wanhua pavilion? This girl is too ignorant. If she had been obedient earlier, she wouldn't have had to suffer all this torture. Didn't she say that she's a young lady from a rich family? It's normal for her to take things too hard. But this is good. The young master doesn't like her. After tonight, perhaps you and I will benefit." The 2 guards looked at each other and laughed obscenely. Just as they were talking, the carriage suddenly tilted forward, and the 2 of them almost fell off. One of them scolded, "Hey! What's going on? They looked up. He saw a person sitting under the low eaves of the house. He was wearing a brocade robe with his hair tied up. Half of his face was covered with a handkerchief, and only a pair of eyes could be seen. He seemed to be smiling, but because of the darkness, they could not see clearly. He was tossing a few pieces of shirtu in his hand. The carriage stopped because a piece of shirtu had scratched the wheel, and the carriage could not move. "Who are you?" The guard got off the carriage and shouted. "Is there something wrong with your head?" The man spoke in a low voice, but it could not hide the arrogance in his words. He pointed at himself and said, "I'm dressed like this. Of course, I'm robbing." "Robbing? In broad daylight?" No, it was a dark and windy night. But in Liangzhou City, this word had not been heard for a long time. More importantly, there was someone in Liangzhou City who dared to rob them? "I think you're tired of living." The guard sneered. "Do you know who we are?" "Yes," the man said lazily, "Magistrate's son, a member of the Sun family." "If you know, how dare you?" "Yes, I dare." His words were interrupted by someone. The next moment, he saw that person rush down from the eaves and rush over. It was late at night, and there was no one on the road. The coachman was so scared that he had abandoned the carriage and ran away. The two guards did not stop there. In an instant, the three of them were entangled in a fight. The noise outside seemed to have alarmed the person in the carriage. There was also a rustling sound in the carriage, and the person inside seemed to want to come out. Yan shouted, "Stay inside and don't move." Suddenly, the sound disappeared, and the person stopped moving. One of the guards seemed to have realized something. "You're her lover." "Well, you said you were robbing. So you're in cahoots. Is the Sun family's brain made of paste?" Yan exclaimed and punched the guard in the face. The guard fell to the ground and could not get up for a long time. The other guard rushed over with a knife. Unfortunately, his strength was enough to defeat ordinary people, but it was not enough in front of Yan. Yan smiled and grabbed the guard's wrist. The guard only had time to scream and the knife in his hand fell. Yan kicked him a few meters away. Although these two guards were the little young master's guards, Yan did not feel that they were good at fighting. They probably just came out to pick someone up and sent two guards. Who would have thought that in the Sun family's territory, there would be someone so daring and fearless to intercept? She bent down and picked up the knife that had just fallen on the ground. The two guards were beaten up and had no strength to fight back. Seeing the masked man approaching step by step, they subconsciously retreated. One of them said, "Let's talk nicely. Don't be impulsive." "Hero." This was one who spoke softly. There was another person who didn't show any fear, but it was unknown if he was just putting on a strong front but cowardly inside. He looked at Yan and sneered, "Stinky brat, you've got guts, daring to touch the Sun family's people. You have to know that if you intercept someone tonight, it will be your turn tomorrow. You're in big trouble." Yan did not look at them and approached step by step. When the two of them were pale, she cut the rope that connected the carriage to the horse. "I'm afraid?" After that, she directly stretched out her hand and pulled the person out of the carriage. The woman was drugged and could not move at all. She stared at Yan with her eyes wide open. Yan helped her get on the horse and followed her. He raised the whip and quickly disappeared into the night. The horse galloped in the silent night. After an unknown amount of time, Yan pulled on the reins and stopped the horse. This place was an empty market. The peddlers had already returned home. This strong-willed girl had been trembling since she got on the carriage. Now that the drug had worn off a little, she could speak again. Her voice was soft and weak as she said, "Let go of me." Yan helped her off the horse and sat down in front of a tofu shop. Just now, he was in a hurry and didn't take a good look at this girl's appearance. Now, with the weak light of the lanterns hanging under the eaves of the tofu shop, he could see that this girl was indeed beautiful. She was delicate and soft, white and tender, with delicate eyebrows. Her cheeks were a little chubby and she looked a little childish. She shouldn't be too old, at most about the same age as Qingli Su. She was such a young girl, but she was dressed like a demon by the people of Wanhua Pavilion. She wore an inappropriate thin gauze dress and heavy makeup. She was so cold that she was shivering. As soon as he sat down, the girl shrank back and looked at He Yan with vigilance. Who are you? He Yan was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he thought that this girl must have thought that he was a flower thief. He took off his scarf and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. I'm someone who came to save you. It's just that it wasn't convenient for me to show my face, so I used a scarf to cover my face." "I didn't scare you, did I?" Under the moonlight, the young man who took off his scarf had delicate eyebrows. His soft voice made people gradually let down their guard. "How did you know?" She was still struggling to speak. He Yan took out a ball of paper from his sleeve. "The one you threw out, I picked it up. I heard that Wanhua Pavilion forced girls into prostitution, so I hid it in the tea house next to Wanhua Pavilion. I followed the carriage that took you away." He Yan looked at the girl. "Are you okay? They didn't hurt you, right?" It would have been better if he didn't say this. As soon as he said this, the girl's eyes turned red. She trembled as she reached out her hand. Her 10 fingers were shockingly swollen. She didn't know what had pinched her. The girls in the brothel, especially the newcomers, even if they didn't know the rules, they should be taught a lesson. Their mother wouldn't use methods that would leave marks on their bodies. After all, the girl still had to go out to entertain guests. If she had bruises on her body, the guests' appetite, the loss would not be worth it. Therefore, she came up with this method of torture. He Yan felt a bit of heartache. Whose family's daughter was ruined like this? Her parents' hearts were about to break. She softened her voice and asked, "Miss, where is your home?" "I'll send you home first." "Home?" The girl was stunned for a moment and looked at He Yan. After a while, she answered, "My home is in Shuajing. And. Bye." The little girl said, I escaped from my marriage. Originally, I wanted to go to Yangzhou, but halfway through, I got the wrong direction and came to Liangzhou. Originally, I only wanted to stay in Liangzhou for a few days, but I didn't expect to be seen by Sun Ling. She hatefully said, "If I return to the capital, I will definitely teach them a lesson." He Yan. This little girl looked weak and delicate, but her guts were too big. She dared to run from Shua to Liangzhou? What's wrong? Is it the trend in the capital to run away from marriage? Qinli was like this, and now this girl was also like this. He Yan said, "Did you come alone? Do you know anyone in Liangzhou? Do you have a place to stay?" The girl shook her head. He Yan was also in a difficult situation. She was so big, could it be that he had to bring her back to the inn? Xiaoju wouldn't beat him to death, would she? Although in a few days, they were going to County Magistrate's son's mansion for a banquet. Although she had just kidnapped someone from County Magistrate's son's son. The girl seemed to see He Yan's difficulty and sat up with difficulty. She bit her lip and said, You don't have to worry about me. I will hide myself. Your great kindness, when I return to Shuajing, I will let my parents repay you. What do you want? Gold, silver, jewels, beautiful women. What's your name? When I go back, I will. Little girl, you can't even protect yourself now. He Yan held his forehead. It's hard to say if you can even walk out of Liangzhou. Don't talk about something so far away. So what? The girl avoided his gaze and said with red eyes. I won't beg you anyway. The young masters and young ladies from Shua all had a temper. He Yan thought, it's good to be firm, but it's not good to be too firm. If Qinglisu was here, she would be able to adapt to circumstances. She would be able to avoid a lot of physical pain after entering Wanhua Pavilion. He Yan pulled her up. Let's go. Where to? Of course to my place. This young lady, He Yan helplessly said, I've just kidnapped you. Presumably, not long after, young master's son will search the entire city for your whereabouts. It's so late at night and you have nowhere to go. In the end, you will be found by Sun Ling. He'll only torture you even more. I've worked so hard for an entire night. Is this the result I want? The girl didn't have much strength. He Yan helped her onto the horse. She said hesitantly, if you bring me home, I will bring you trouble. The Sun family is powerful in Liangzhou. You. This little girl's heart was clear. He Yan urged his horse and said, "Don't worry, my family still has the power to cover the sky in the Great Way." If there was no other way, he could bring up Xiaoju. Second young Master Xiao was powerful in the way. He Yan asked, "I forgot to ask you. What's your name?" "My name is Tao Tao," she said. Tao Tao? The name sounded familiar. He Yan thought about it carefully but couldn't remember where he had heard it before. The situation was urgent, so it wasn't the time to be fooling around. After sending Tao Tao back to the inn, he would interrogate her in detail after tonight. He Yan didn't grow up in Liangzhou, so he didn't know the way to Liangzhou. Fortunately, she had a good memory. She followed the original path and found the inn they came from. Afraid that someone would discover Sun Ling's horse, he and Tao Tao dismounted far away from the inn. He patted the horses but in the opposite direction and watched it gallop into the night. Second young Master Xiao was quite good at picking inns. This place wasn't as lively as the Wanhua Pavilion. It was much quieter. It was late at night and almost no one was around. When He Yan helped Tao Tao upstairs, there was no one downstairs. She opened the door and found that Fei Nu wasn't there either. She sighed in relief. There was water in the room. He Yan said, "Wash your face first. I have some clean clothes for you to change into. You can't wear what you're wearing. You'll catch a cold." She placed the large pile of clothes Qinglisu gave her in Tao Tao's hands. "You can choose what you like." Tao Tao looked at her and blushed. "Get out." He Yan suddenly remembered that she was a man. Okay. I'll go out. I'll guard the door. Don't worry and change." After she closed the door, she thought for a moment and slipped outside Xiaoju's room. She put her ear to the door, wanting to hear if Xiaoju was there. The lights in the room were off. She didn't know if Xiaoju was asleep. He Yan whispered, "Governor, governor?" There was no response. She reached out and gently knocked on the door. Still, there was no answer. He Yan stood up and hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open. The windows in the room weren't closed. The wind from outside leaked in. Under the moonlight, the bed was neat and tidy. There were no traces of anyone sleeping there. Xiaoju was long gone. The autumn sword he left on the table was also gone. This person and the sword never left their hands. They must have gone out. He Yan also noticed that the familiar Guqin was still on the small table next to them. He Yan pursed her lips and cursed in her heart. She said that she was here to fix the Guqin, but in reality, she must be doing something confidential in Liangzhou City. Fei Nu wasn't here either. This master and servant must have gone out to do something. They didn't even bring her along. It was obvious that they didn't trust her. Although He Yan already knew that Xiaoju didn't trust him and that it was reasonable, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. In any case, they were schoolmates and had known each other for so many years. When they went out to do things, she wouldn't tell anyone. How petty. She left Xiaoju's room and closed the door behind her. On the other side, Tao Tao had already changed. She opened the door and saw He Yan. She lowered her head and said, "I'm done." He Yan pushed her in and said, "The walls have ears. Come in and talk." She lit the lights in the room. Tao Tao looked much more delicate after changing into Qinglisu's clothes. Qinglisu's clothes were mostly bright and colorful. The white robe on the little girl made her look even fairer and prettier. Her eyes were still red and her hair was draped over her shoulders. She was as obedient as the snow-white bunny He Yan had seen before. He could tell that she was a pampered girl who was carefully raised by a rich family. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. But your taste in clothes is really bad." The little bunny wasn't as cute when she spoke. Tao Tao frowned and pointed at the carp on the clothes. "It's really gaudy." He Yan, this young lady, what time was it that she still had the mood to look at clothes? Were all the young ladies from Shuajing like this? He Yan thought that he wasn't like this in the past either. She coughed lightly and said, "We have no choice now. Miss Tao Tao, you should delay the matter of the clothes for now." She passed Qinglisu's box of hairpins to her. "First, choose one that you don't think is gaudy and tie up your hair. You can't dress up like a girl right now." Why? Tao Tao didn't understand. Sun Ling will probably send people to find you soon and capture all the women in the city who look like you. We won't be spared. Tao Tao heard this and became nervous. Then what should we do? Don't worry. I'll think of a way to send them away. It's already so late. You haven't eaten anything yet, right? I have some dry food here. Tomorrow morning, I'll ask the inn to make something hot for you to eat. There's also tea here. It's a bit cold, but help yourself. Tao Tao rubbed her stomach and felt hungry. She went to pour tea from the teapot. He Yan saw this and sighed in his heart. This girl was really naive. After the incident at Wanhua Pavilion, she was still so gullible. If she hadn't met him and had met someone else with bad intentions, they would have just needed to coax her a little and put some drugs in her tea. She wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble to kidnap this girl. Although he had left the He family alone that year, he had followed the Fuyue army. It shouldn't have been so dangerous. In this world, it was always difficult for women. She thought to herself. She originally wanted to hide this matter from Xiaoju, but now that Xiaoju and Fei Nu weren't here, it was difficult to do so. She had originally planned that if Sun Ling's people came looking for her, Xiaoju wouldn't be able to enter the house to investigate. Now that this big Buddha was gone, if she used Xiaoju's name, others would probably think that she was lying. She could only hope that Xiaoju would come back soon. He Yan never thought that there would be a moment like this when he looked forward to second young Master Zhao's return. Tao Tao casually ate a few bites of the biscuits and drank a cup of tea before saying, I don't want to eat anymore. From the way she wrinkled her nose in disdain, this I don't want to eat anymore was definitely not because she was full, but because it didn't suit her taste. She sat in front of the table and looked at the bronze mirror to tie up her hair. After combing it for a while, she turned around and said, I'm done. He Yan also felt a little thirsty at this moment. He took a cup of tea and almost spat it out when he saw it. This child's hair was tied up in a mess, as if she had just escaped from a disaster. He couldn't help but ask, did you tie up your hair? I've never combed my own hair in the Fu before. It was always the servant girls who combed it for me. The little girl felt wronged and threw the comb away. I don't know how to. He walked over helplessly and picked up the comb in a good mood. If you don't know how to, then you don't know how to. Why are you so angry? Let me help you. After saying this, he really took Tao Tao's long hair and combed it for her. Tao Tao was stunned. The youth reflected in the bronze mirror was gentle and handsome. She couldn't help but ask, you even know how to do this? I'll be able to after a few more tries. He Yan replied with a smile. She had been the eldest young master of the He family for many years, but other than the first and second branches of the He family, no one else knew about her change of identity. Therefore, He Yan's manservants and servant girls were never too close to her. Even the matter of tying up her hair could be exposed. Therefore, He Yan began to tie up her own hair from a very young age. Not only did she have to tie her hair, but she also had to do anything that could reveal her secret. Over time, she developed a personality of doing everything by herself. Although she sometimes envied those young masters and young misses who grew up in the palm of their hands, she thought about it again. For example, if she encountered a situation like today, she wouldn't cry endlessly. There were many things that she had more confidence in relying on herself. After tying up her hair, He Yan darkened her face and made her eyebrows thicker. She was already very good at this kind of woman disguising as a man. After the makeup was done, Tao Tao looked at herself in the mirror and said in a daze, Thank you, you're really good at it. He Yan clapped his hands, practice makes perfect, that's all. Miss Tao Tao, please turn your back. I also need to change my clothes. Tonight, Liangzhou City was bustling with activity. Someone actually robbed the little child's carriage not far from County Magistrate's son's mansion. The person in the carriage was the little child's new concubine. For a moment, Liangzhou City's government officials were in chaos and swore to catch the thief. Young master, that person is clearly her lover. The guard who had been punched by He Yan earlier was now kneeling on the ground and crying for justice. They are in cahoots. They deliberately took her away. She's not even from Liangzhou. How could she have a lover? Sun Ling kicked him. Idiot. Sun Ling was 30 years old and had no achievements. He relied on his father, the county magistrate, to live his life. He bullied people and tyrannized women in Liangzhou City and committed all kinds of crimes. He was born with a rabbit's head and a black birthmark on his cheek, which made him look even scarier. He had countless concubines in his mansion and countless girls from good families who were bullied and abandoned by him. The people of Liangzhou City were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They allowed him and his father to do whatever they wanted in the city. Today, however, he was robbed on his way home. Women were small things, but it was humiliating. To Sun Ling, this was a blatant disrespect for the Sun family. The city gate has been sealed. Another guard said, "That woman is injured. She should still be in the city. We'll check door to door. We'll find her whereabouts." "Idiot," Sun Ling scolded again. "Since when did the people of Liangzhou City have the guts to mess with the Almighty? Since you said that person knew that I, Sun Ling, wanted her and still dared to make a move, he must be reckless. He's probably not from Liangzhou. That woman isn't from Liangzhou either. They might be in cahoots." The previous guard said again. "I don't care if they're in cahoots or not. If he dares to go against the Sun family, he must be prepared to die." "Say it again. What does that person look like?" "His face was covered, so I couldn't see what he looked like. He's about 7 feet tall, a head shorter than me. He's thin, but he's dressed very well. The material of his clothes doesn't look like ordinary goods." The guard racked his brains to recall. "Anyway, he shouldn't be poor." Sun Ling thought for a moment and said, "I understand." The two guards looked at him in unison. The people in the city continue to block the city gate. "The rest of you, follow me to check the inn." "Inn? Young master, why?" Sun Ling scolded, "Idiots will always be idiots. Why don't you think about it? Since he's probably not from Liangzhou, he must be staying in an inn. Even if he's dressed well, there's no way he's staying in a shabby inn. Why don't you just look for those good inns that cost a lot of money?" "I see." The two guards quickly praised, "Young master is wise, young master is wise." "Humph," Sun Ling smiled proudly. The birthmark on his cheek looked even scarier. He said darkly, "When has there been such a fearless person in Liangzhou? I want to see who's so bold. And that bitch, she doesn't know what's good for her. She's done it again and again. I'm afraid she doesn't know how powerful I am. Don't let any of them go." The night in the city seemed to be lit up by torches. It was supposed to be time for bed, but every household was woken up by the sound of horse hooves. The bailiffs and city guards rushed into the houses of the commoners and interrogated them one by one. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. However, the Sun family had abused their power for a long time. When they heard that Sun Ling's concubine had been kidnapped, many people secretly cursed. Nonsense. Where did this concubine come from? With that kind of appearance, even if her family was extremely wealthy, they wouldn't take a liking to her. They must have kidnapped some innocent girl from somewhere. How is this any different from robbers? Robbers have to pick the night to act. Who would dare to rob in broad daylight? But weren't they abducted? Which righteous person couldn't stand it anymore and took action? If it's really a righteous person, I'll pray in front of the Bodhisattva every day that he's safe and healthy and doesn't get caught by the Sun family. AI, the world has changed. These voices naturally didn't dare to appear in front of the soldiers. They waited for the people to leave before whispering to each other and quickly disappearing into the night without a trace. The inns in the city were also in trouble tonight. The shopkeepers and waiters, along with the guests upstairs, were all pulled out and interrogated one by one. Those who appeared to be well off were interrogated even more carefully. Not even a fly was spared. He Yen sat on the edge of the bed. The lights were already off, and only a little moonlight came in through the window. It was already late at night, but Xiao Ju and Fei Nu still hadn't returned. She thought to herself, are they not coming back? It was just like those poor families who couldn't afford to raise an extra child. They took their youngest son to a crowded street and lied to him that they were going to buy candy. In the blink of an eye, they were gone and abandoned by the side of the road. Did Xiao Ju abandon her? She was too pitiful. She only had so much money on her, and she still had to pay for the inn tomorrow. She still had to eat, and she still had to go back to the Liangzhou City Guards institution. Was this something that a human could do? If that was really the case, she would go next door and sell the evening zither tomorrow. He Yan's thoughts ran wild. Would this person come back or not? If not, she and Tao Tao could each have a room tonight. It wouldn't be a waste. As she was thinking, Tao Tao, who was also sitting on the edge of the bed, whispered, "You won't run away, right?" Ah? He Yan was astonished. They said that Sun Ling is very powerful in Liangzhou, and everyone is afraid of the Sun family's power. Before, I asked many people for help, but when they heard that it was Sun Ling, no one dared to help. When Tao Tao said this, her expression became angry. When she was stranded in the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, she didn't fall into someone's trap right from the start. She struggled along the way and looked for opportunities to ask for help. She looked for many people. There were tall and strong warriors, and there were also scholars who were full of righteousness and honor. There were rich merchants who were old enough to be her father, and there were also chivalrous people who carried swords and traveled everywhere. She tried her best to find people who looked like they had the ability to save her, but when they heard that it was someone that Sun Ling wanted, they left with their tails between their legs. Even if she promised a lot of money and threw out her identity, no one cared about her. In the end, Tao Tao despaired. When she threw out that piece of paper, she didn't think that there would be a tomorrow. She only thought that if she saw Sun Ling, she would die with him. Who knew that at the last moment, someone would rush out? She turned her head to look at the person beside her. The young man tilted his head, thinking about something. It was very strange. Such a weak-looking young man could make her feel an inexplicable sense of security. Perhaps it was because of the gentle smile on her face, or her clear eyes. Tao Tao inexplicably trusted this person, but she was also a little worried. She said, "A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake, you know about this?" He Yan smiled. "Actually, I'm also a local snake. I'm very powerful." Tao Tao saw that her expression was relaxed, so she also relaxed a little. She looked at He Yan and couldn't help but ask one last question. She asked, "The Sun family is so domineering. You're not from Liangzhou, so you don't know what kind of trouble you'll get into if you save me. They don't dare to make a move, so why did you save me?" Why did this child have so many questions? He Yan turned her head and saw the little girl looking at her with red eyes. She was curious and expectant, so she couldn't help but reach out to touch her head. "Because you're a woman," she said silently in her heart, "and I'm also a woman." The noise surrounded the entire inn. The night was illuminated red by the light of the fire. Everyone in the inn was suddenly awakened by the officers who stood at the door and questioned one by one. Sun Ling stood at the door and his gaze fell on the last room upstairs. He said, "Where's that room? Why didn't you open the door?" The innkeeper trembled as he knocked on the door. Young master, young master?" After a while, someone shuffled to open the door. It was a delicate young man wearing an inner garment. He said sleepily, "It's so late. What's the matter?" Before he finished speaking, the officers went in to search. There was also a servant in the room, who was busy putting clothes on the young man. "Young master, don't catch a cold." The officers went in to search, but they didn't find anything. They quickly came out and shook their heads at Sun Ling. Sun Ling looked at the young man in front of him. This young man was young and seemed to be pampered. His servant was busy putting on his boots. "What are you doing?" He Yan frowned. "You didn't even greet me." "Greet?" Sun Ling sneered. "What a joke. There's no place in Liangzhou City that I, Sun Ling, need to greet." He looked at He Yan and remembered what the guard said before. He was about 7 feet tall and had a thin body. This young man was exactly like that. "What's your name?" he asked. "Qingli Su," He Yan answered. "Pa." The servant lost his grip on the boots and fell to the ground. Everyone followed his gaze. Sun Ling's expression changed. He suddenly said, "You, raise your head." He was referring to the servant. He Yan had a bad feeling. He asked, "What are you doing? It's broad daylight, and you still want to snatch my people? Your man?" Sun Ling stared at him with a sinister gaze. Don't speak too early. The one on the ground, raise your head. The person on the ground didn't move. He lowered his head and looked carefully. His hands were still trembling. Seeing this, Sun Ling's expression became more ferocious. He stepped forward and was about to pull the servant's hair. The next moment, Xian stood in front of the servant. She grabbed Sun Ling's arm. Young master, watch your words and actions. You're the assassin who stole my concubine, aren't you? Sun Ling laughed. His birthmark looked like a demon tattoo. You're dead, he said. Men, capture the two of them. Arrest me? Xian laughed. She said, I advise you to think twice before you act. Do you know who my uncle is? Sun Ling asked, who's your uncle? My uncle is the General Feng Yun, the current commander-in-chief of the Right Army, second young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao, are you sure you want to arrest me? Xian raised his eyebrows. Sun Ling was stunned. After a moment, he laughed. He laughed until tears came out. He pointed at Xian and asked the people around him, did you hear that? Who did he say his uncle is? The people around all laughed. Brat. Sun Ling stopped laughing and stared at Xian. He said fiercely, since your uncle is a Xiaoju, let him come out. So what if he's a Xiaoju? Today, in front of your uncle, I'll make you beg for death. Is that so? An unfamiliar voice sounded behind him. Sun Ling turned around. A young man as bright as the moon slowly walked over with guards behind him. His voice was low and had a cold mocking tone. You can try. Why don't you give it a try? There was a moment of silence at the entrance. After a while, Xian suddenly regained his senses and shouted, Uncle. This was this kid's uncle? Sun Ling sized up the youth in front of him. Seeing this young man's handsome appearance and elegant demeanor, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Because of the large birthmark on his face, he knew that he was ugly, so he especially hated good-looking people. He had countless concubines in his residence and often tainted good girls outside. However, it wasn't entirely because he was lustful. Even if he took them in his hands, he would never pamper them. Those beauties often ended up in miserable states in his hands. When Sun Ling saw that someone else had something he didn't have, he wanted to destroy it. The man in front of him was too outstanding. Not only in Liangzhou, but even in Dewei, he could be considered one of the best. Uncle. Xian jumped up and ran behind Xiaoju. Only his head poked out and pointed at Sun Ling, this person bullied me. She shouted innocently, as if she was a child who was bullied outside and went home to complain to her elders. Feinu saw this and was speechless. Xiaoju's body also stiffened. He endured the disdain and ignored the person pulling his clothes behind him. He only looked at Sun Ling. Was it you? Sun Ling's heart skipped a beat. This young man's appearance was too good. His expression was calm, but there was a hint of sharpness. Even if he was asking a question calmly, one couldn't help but feel a chill in one's heart and feel an inexplicable sense of fear. He composed himself and looked at Xiaoju. He said coldly, it was me. Who are you? Xiaoju. Xiaoju? Sun Ling was suspicious. He had never seen Xiaoju before. Half a year ago, he heard that Xiaoju had brought new recruits to Liangzhou to guard the Liangzhou city. However, he had never been to Liangzhou city or the Sun family. Of course, Sun Ling had also heard of Xiaoju's name. He was a famous young killer in Dewei and was handsome and beautiful. His life was good, but other than that, how could he prove that he was a Xiaoju? Moreover, how could the commander-in-chief of the right military force bring only one guard with him? Even though he was the son of a county magistrate, he still had to be surrounded by attendants when he went out. What was up with this nephew of his? No matter what, these people looked strange. Sun Ling asked the manservant beside him in a low voice, have you heard about General Feng Yun coming to the city recently? The servant shook his head. No. Hearing this, Sun Ling became even more suspicious. However, he had always been cunning and did not want to jump to conclusions so easily. Thus, he looked at Xiaoju and sneered, since you say that you are Xiaoju, do you have the jade token to prove your identity? Xiaoju, no. He didn't even have a jade token? Sun Ling was even more certain that the people in front of him were imposters. Thinking about how he had almost been frightened by the imposter, Sun Ling couldn't help but feel annoyed. He looked at Xiaoju and shouted, "I don't care who you are, but you dared to kidnap an official's wife. This is a capital offense. Men, take them down." "What official's wife?" He Yan poked his head out from behind Xiaoju and shouted, "That's my servant. If you want to say that she's an official's wife, please show evidence. Where's her contract? You don't even have a contract and you're just randomly arresting people. Is there still any law?" "Law?" Sun Ling smiled ferociously. "In Liangzhou, my Sun family is the law. Everyone, do it." A group of soldiers came forward aggressively. He Yan was now playing the role of the weak Qingli Su, so of course, he wouldn't do anything. She screamed and shouted as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. "Murder! Soldiers are killing people." There were other guests in the inn, so when they heard this, there was an uproar. Even the dogs on the streets began to bark. Xiaoju said, Fei knew the guards in black immediately stood in front of Xiaoju, and He Yan took the opportunity to see clearly. She didn't know if Fei Nu was a member of the Nine Flags Battalion, but looking at his skills, he was comparable to her in her previous life. If this was the standard of the Nine Flags Battalion, then Lady He's current body was probably not qualified. She couldn't take her eyes off him and pulled Xiaoju's clothes until Xiaoju scolded in a low voice, "Let go." "Oh." He Yan came back to his senses and quickly let go of his hand. Seeing that He Yan's sleeve was wrinkled from his grip, he stroked it twice in an attempt to smooth it out. He said fawningly, "Uncle, big brother Fei Nu is really skilled." Amazing. She didn't even need to think about it. At this moment, she was probably the same as He Yunxing. Xiaoju didn't pay attention to her. The officers and soldiers in Liangzhou's yamen were all made from the same mold as Sun Ling. They were served good wine and good food every day, and they had already developed the habit of only eating and not doing anything. They could capture the weak old and weak women and children, but when they met someone who could fight, they were completely helpless. Fei Nu single-handedly beat them all to the ground. Seeing this, Sun Ling took a step back and ordered his servant, Go and call everyone here." The servant turned to run, but before he could take a step, he was hit by a stone. His legs went weak, and he knelt down. He Yan secretly threw away the stone in his hand. Of course, he couldn't let anyone report this. Although it wasn't that he couldn't defeat them, it was tiring to fight back and forth. Fei Nu also needed to rest. Suddenly, there was no one around him that he could use. Sun Ling was half angry and half afraid. He pointed at Xiaoju and said, You dare to beat up officers and soldiers. Do you still have the law? Didn't you say that you are the law in Liangzhou? He Yan felt that he was acting like a dog threatening to bully others because of its master's power. He hid behind Xiaoju and talked back to Sun Ling. Sir, your position as the law isn't that great. You can't even fight as well as other people's guards. You. Sun Ling pulled out the whip from his waist and was about to swing it at He Yan's face. He Yan shrank behind Xiaoju. In the next moment, Fei Nu had already grabbed the whip and kicked it. Sun Ling tripped and fell to the ground. Fei Nu took the opportunity to step on his head and stomp his face into the ground. He Yan was speechless as he watched. This slave Fei didn't utter a single word. He was quite heartless. Young master, should we kill him? Fei Nu asked. You dare to kill me, my father is from Liangzhou's Ji County. Sun Ling was stepped on until he couldn't speak clearly. He was angry and afraid. But at this moment, he still didn't believe that this person would really kill him. He didn't forget to threaten, my father will not let you go. You will all die. You are still young. Don't curse others. Seeing that he had been restrained, He Yan walked forward and squatted next to Sun Ling. She tilted her head and looked at him. Besides, who doesn't die? Do you think you are a monster and will never die? Then I really admire you. Her tone was sincere and lecturing. It was even more infuriating and humiliating than Fei Nu who had stepped on his face. Sun Ling was so angry that he couldn't speak. He Yan didn't sympathize with this person at all. In this world, she hated people who bullied the weak the most. Men who bullied women were even more detestable. If they had any conscience, they wouldn't do it. Only incompetent men would bully women. To be able to do this to a cute little girl, this person was a beast. She wanted to continue to anger Sun Ling. Suddenly, there was a commotion downstairs. It seemed that someone was leading a group of people upstairs. She had just stood up when someone rushed to the door and shouted, "My son." He Yan followed the voice and saw a man rushing in front of Sun Ling. Fei Nu raised her foot. He held Sun Ling's head and said anxiously, "My son. Are you hurt anywhere?" It was a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Sun Ling. He also had the same black birthmark on his cheek as Sun Ling. But because he was older than Sun Ling, other than being ugly, he had a wretched and vulgar appearance. Coupled with his gorgeous clothes, he looked out of place. He Yan didn't think that she was a superficial person who judged people by their appearance. When she saw this person, she couldn't help but look away. Then, she looked at Xiaoju's face and Xiaoju's waist. She suddenly felt much more comfortable. This was what it meant to be beautiful. "Father," Sun Ling saw that the people supporting him had arrived. He pointed at He Yan and Xiaoju and shouted, "These two people pretended to be court officials. They kidnapped my concubine and injured my people. Father, arrest them. I want them to die without a burial place." "How dare you?" Hearing this, the person was furious. He pointed at He Yan and the others and said, "Men, arrest them." "So you're from Sunji County?" He Yan smiled and said, "Why waste time? Your people can't beat them. You're just a bunch of good-for-nothings." Probably not expecting to meet such stubborn people, Magistrate Sun was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he was even more furious and said, "Arrest them. Kill them." "Kill them?" He Yan frowned. No wonder it was said that the father and son of the Sun family could do whatever they wanted in Liangzhou. Even the officials of the capital did not have this power, but they could do it. Sun Xiangfu, the person who interrupted him, was Xiaoju. He looked at the other party and said coldly. His voice was like a knife, sharp and piercing, "Open your eyes and see who I am." When he received the news and rushed over, Sun Xiangfu did not have time to hear what had happened. He only knew that Sun Ling had brought people to arrest them. Who knew that they would be bullied instead? As a father, he supported his son. Moreover, this was Liangzhou. Sun Xiangfu did not think too much. When he arrived and saw how badly Sun Ling had been beaten up, Sun Xiangfu's heart ached. The light was dim, so he didn't take a good look at Xiaoju's face. When he heard her words, he looked up seriously. With one look, he was stunned. A moment later, Sun Xiangfu suddenly lifted the corner of his robe and knelt down. He pressed his head against the ground and said in a trembling voice, I didn't know that the governor was already here. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." "Governor?" Sun Ling looked at his father in surprise. Seeing Sun Xiangfu come to his senses and look at his cowardly appearance, he knew that he would not be able to make any waves. He Yan smiled and said, "Magistrate Sun, what kind of crime do you want me to forgive?" "When little young master came upstairs, he wanted to kidnap my servant and take my life. He wanted to make my life worse than death in front of my uncle. He was very impressive. Now he wants us to forgive him? How would we dare? Isn't that right, uncle?" She looked at Xiaoju and confidently complained. This time, other than Xiaoju, his nephew, the young master of the right minister's residence, had also sent the invitation. At this moment, this young man was calling Xiaoju uncle. It must be Qing Lisu. Sun Xiangfu did not expect that his unfilial son would offend his uncle and nephew. He felt bitter inside. He slapped Sun Ling's face, and Sun Ling's head was slapped to the side. This slap was very strong, and everyone could hear the crisp sound. Sun Xiangfu knelt down and kowtowed as he said, "This is all because I did not teach my son well. My son was blind and did not recognize you and little young master. I hope that you will forgive him. When I go back, I will teach my son well." Seeing that Xiaoju still did not say anything, Sun Xiangfu gritted his teeth and slapped him again. Sun Ling was already injured, and his reaction was not as good as before. The slap just now had already stunned him. Now that he was unexpectedly slapped again, he immediately screamed. However, Sun Xiangfu would not stop. Since he wanted to show Xiaoju, he could not be soft-hearted. He slapped him and scolded, "You unfilial son, you have forgotten all the etiquette and shame that I have taught you. How can you slander someone for no reason? I know that you admire military governor Xiao and think that someone is pretending to be the military governor Xiao, so you are so angry, but this is the real military governor Xiao. You have done a bad thing with good intentions." He Yan. She gasped in amazement as she listened. Look, officials really knew how to talk. In her previous life, even when she was a third-rank general, she did not have such a glib tongue. If she could have such a glib tongue, wouldn't she also be a first-rank official and be conferred a title of nobility? Sun Xiangfu slapped Sun Ling more than 10 times in a row. Sun Ling was beaten until he screamed again and again. When Sun Xiangfu saw this, his heart ached. Although he had many wives and concubines, he only had one son. Now that he was doing this for Xiaoju, he hoped that Xiaoju would give him a way out. However, this cold and emotionless commander-in-chief of the Right Corps only looked on coldly and did not say anything. If this continued, Sun Ling might be beaten to death. Sun Xiangfu had no choice. He let go of his hand and crawled to Xiaoju. He kept kowtowing to Xiaoju. "Commander-in-chief, he will die if you hit him again. I beg you to give my son a way out. Commander-in-chief, if you want to punish someone, punish me." For a moment, Sun Xiangfu kept kowtowing on the ground. Sun Ling was lying on the side, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He looked quite pitiful. If he had not seen Sun Ling's character before, He Yan would have been touched by the father-son relationship. After all, the one who did the evil was the son. What did the father do wrong? However, Xiaoju did not disappoint He Yan. Even when Sun Xiangfu's head was bleeding, Xiaoju's expression did not change at all. When Sun Xiangfu felt that he could not hold on any longer, Xiaoju spoke. He said, "It is the father's fault for not teaching his son well." Sun Xiangfu. He lowered his head and looked down at Sun Xiangfu. His voice was very calm. "Have you forgotten how Zhao Nua died?" As soon as he said this, Sun Xiangfu's sobbing stopped abruptly. He felt a chill from head to toe. How did Zhao Nua die? Zhao Nua was pushed to the front of the monument and beheaded by this person in front of him. Who was Zhao Nua? Zhao Nua was the eldest son of the current Minister of Revenue. How could he forget this? When Zhao Nua was in trouble, many officials and nobles came forward to plead for mercy because of Lord Zhao. The 16-year-old Xiaoju did not even bat an eyelid and killed him. Even the emperor could not do anything about it. This person was going to be serious. He could even kill the son of the Minister of Revenue. Although Sun Xiangfu was a tyrant in Liangzhou, in the end, he was just a small county magistrate. Sun Xiangfu was so scared that tears almost fell from his eyes. He trembled and said, "Commander-in-chief, please spare my life. Please forgive me, Commander-in-chief." Sun Ling did not know why his father was so afraid of Xiaoju, but when he saw his father like this, he could not help but panic. The guests upstairs and downstairs were all shocked by this turn of events. They were very happy to see the county magistrate and his son, who had always done all kinds of evil in Liangzhou, in such a sorry state. After a long time, Xiaoju turned around and said, "Get up." Sun Xiangfu was so weak that he almost fainted. He looked at Xiaoju's back and said, "Commander-in-chief? If there's a next time, I'll take his life," he said. Sun Xiangfu was overjoyed. He dragged Sun Ling and kowtowed to Xiaoju, saying, "Commander-in-chief is magnanimous and does not care about my son. Don't worry, if there's a next time, there's no need for you to do anything. I'll take his life myself." Xiaoju turned around and walked into the room, saying, "Take your men and leave this place immediately." "Commander-in-chief, are you not going to stay in your residence?" Sun Xiangfu asked carefully. "No need. I still have things to do in Liangzhou. When Yuan Baozhen arrives, I'll pay him a visit." Sun Xiangfu wanted to say something, but he restrained himself. Today's events were too sudden, and it was not a good place to talk. It was better to take Sun Ling back and find a doctor to check on him. He agreed to Xiaoju's words and ordered his men to move. Sun Xiangfu moved very quickly. In less than half an hour, his men had all left. They even cleaned up the things that had been broken. The guests also left. The innkeeper did not expect such a big figure to be living in the inn. There was fear in his eyes. Yan patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. We're all very friendly. Don't be afraid. Your mung bean noodles are very delicious. I want to eat more tomorrow." The innkeeper saw that the young man was innocent and felt relieved. After the innkeeper left, Yan breathed a sigh of relief. When he turned around and saw Xiaoju's back, his heart was in his throat again. How should he explain this to this commander-in-chief? Xiaoju did not go into his room. Instead, he went into Yan's room. Fei Nu also followed. When Yan walked in, he saw Tao Tao hiding in the corner. She was probably frightened. When Xiaoju came in, she hid in the corner with her head lowered. Yan walked over and patted her back gently. He comforted her and said, "They're gone. It's okay now." Xiaoju and Fei Nu could not help but look at him when they heard his gentle words. Yan saw this and said, "Uncle, you're not going to tell me." He stared at Yan and said coldly, "That your fiancé came to Liangzhou to find you." Fiancé? Yan thought for a moment before remembering that she seemed to have made up the excuse of being a fiancé in order to prevent the female doctor, Shenmu Xue, from discovering her identity as a woman. She didn't expect Xiaoju to still remember. "Don't say that, uncle," Yan said seriously. "I was in Liangzhou City and saw Sun Ling snatching a woman and forcing her to become a prostitute. I couldn't stand it and helped. Who knew that Sun Ling was so lawless in Liangzhou that he chased me all the way to the inn? She smiled flatteringly. "I was also promoting your good reputation of getting rid of evil for the people." Xiaoju sneered, "I don't need that kind of thing." Yan did not know how to respond. She thought for a while and decided to change her words. "I was really scared to death. Fortunately, uncle, you came in time. If not, I don't know how badly I would have been bullied by Sun Ling. I might not even be able to see you in the future." "You are my nephew." Xiaoju heard this and said leisurely, "Who dares to bully you?" It was a nice thing to say, but why did it sound so wrong? Yan thought, forget it. She already called him uncle. In any case, he had already taken advantage of her. He did not care about how much he took. It was just a verbal advantage. He would not lose anything. "Then, uncle, let's send this girl back home. If she stays in Liangzhou, that bastard Sun Ling will definitely take revenge." Yan tried to ask for his opinion. "You deal with it yourself." How heartless, Yan thought in his heart. At this time, the servant who had been silent all this time suddenly raised her head and looked at Xiaoju, saying, "Second young master Xiao?" Although her voice was hesitant, it was not soft. It was especially clear in the quiet night. Xiaoju looked at her and saw that the servant was a young man with slightly dark skin. His eyes were red and swollen, but his voice was feminine and timid. She could not help but frown. Seeing her frown, the servant was even more afraid and blurted out, "I am Song Tao Tao." So her surname was not Tao, but Song. Yan thought, why did the name Song Tao Tao sound so familiar? Where did he hear it before? Song Tao Tao took the initiative to call Xiaoju. Could it be that the two knew each other? Yan thought and asked. She said, You know him?" Song Tao Tao looked at Yan with a complicated expression and said, "Second young master Xiao is the person who is going to be engaged to me." Yan said, "What? Uncle?" Song Tao Tao finished her sentence. Yan breathed a sigh of relief. She knew it. She had never heard of Xiaoju's engagement. How could someone suddenly appear to be engaged? It turned out to be her uncle. She suddenly came back to her senses and looked at Xiaoju, asking, "That, Commander-in-Chief, how many nephews do you have?" Xiaoju looked at her as if she was looking at an idiot. Yan immediately understood. This was Qinglisu's fiancé. Qinglisu came to Liangzhou from the Shuo capital to escape the marriage. What a coincidence, his fiancé had the same idea. Who knew that she would be kidnapped to Liangzhou and saved by him? What kind of heaven-sent fate was this? They were probably destined to be together. No wonder when Sun Ling came and Yan introduced himself as Qinglisu, Song Tao Tao was so shocked that her boots fell off. It turned out that she was frightened by the news of her fiancé. Second young master Xiao. Song Taotao looked very conflicted. I don't want to go back to the Shuo capital for now. I heard that you are stationed at the Liangzhou garrison. Can I go with you to the garrison? I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Are you sure you want to go to the Liangzhou garrison? Second young master Zhao's expression was cold. Your fiancé is here right now. Song Taotao's expression stiffened. He Yan felt that she was about to cry. Miss Song, don't you like young Master Qing? He Yan said in a small voice. I think he's quite good. Qing Lisu was a good person, other than being a little stupid. Sometimes, he was a little naive, but he had a good heart. His appearance could be considered handsome and cute. His family background didn't need to be mentioned. No matter what, he shouldn't be disliked to this extent. He doesn't know anything. When the little girl mentioned Qing Lisu, her eyes were full of disdain. He's not good at literature or martial arts, and he's not motivated. I don't like him. He's not even as good as you. He Yan was flattered. She had only known Song Taotao for half a day, but she had already received such a high evaluation. She was flattered. Xiaoju glanced at her and said to Song Taotao, we'll talk about this later. You should rest today. I'll call a doctor tomorrow. Song Taotao nodded. He Yan yawned and felt a little sleepy. Because Song Taotao was a girl, the shopkeeper found another room for Song Taotao, which was right next to He Yan and the others. Fei Nu lived with He Yan. She slept on the small couch on the side and gave the bed to He Yan. He Yan was very grateful and even felt a little guilty. However, this guilt was quickly washed away by other things. Saving Song Taotao tonight was really a coincidence. Even she herself didn't expect that the little girl she saved was Qing Lisu's fiancé. These two people really had the temperament of a child. They ran away from the marriage without saying a word. They even ran to Liangzhou, which was thousands of miles away. Fortunately, He Yan ran into them today. Otherwise, she really didn't know what to do in the future. Sun Xiangfu seemed to be very afraid of Xiaoju. Xiaoju's attitude was so arrogant that it made people's hair stand on end. He Yan felt that even when she was at the peak of her military exploits and had the highest status, she wouldn't speak to her colleagues or subordinates like this. In the end, this was the difference between people. No wonder Qing Lisu was raised to be a good-for-nothing son who didn't know anything and was always so self-righteous. With such a powerful uncle, he could do whatever he wanted in Dawei. Why would he need to be good at both civil and martial arts? Tonight, she just casually complained and was able to make the county magistrate and his son, who were so powerful in Liangzhou, kowtow and apologize. This kind of feeling of being protected was quite refreshing. It also felt good. Now that He Yan thought about it, he felt quite envious of Qing Lisu. Song Taotao couldn't be left alone in Liangzhou. She probably couldn't lack people by her side. Who knew if the father and son would wait for an opportunity to take revenge? The best way was to send her back to her parents in Shuajing. Of course, it would be best if she could be protected by the Song family. But now that Song Taotao had run to Liangzhou to escape the marriage, she might not obediently return to Shuajing. Moreover, it wasn't easy to find someone to send her back. In order to protect Song Taotao's safety, he could only temporarily keep her in the Liangzhou guard. He wondered what kind of expression Qing Lisu would have when he saw Song Taotao. The two of them wouldn't fight, right? Even if they did, it didn't matter. In any case, there was a ready-made practice field. He Yan didn't even know what he was thinking. Those thoughts gathered together to form a question. That was, who exactly was Song Taotao? Why was this name so familiar? There were many times when he almost thought of it, but he couldn't remember it. Fei Nu was a martial artist. He didn't make a single sound when he slept and was very quiet. He Yan had long been used to the thunderous snoring of the Liangzhou guard. For a moment, he couldn't fall asleep and turned over. Who knew that she would join the army and become a nephew? It really was inconceivable. Join the army, join the army. In the darkness, He Yan suddenly sat up. She remembered who Song Taotao was. In reality, back then, He Yan had quarreled with He Yuanqing for the first time and then joined the Fuyue army under the cover of night because of this Miss Song. He Yan entered the Virtuous Prosperity Hall at the age of 14 and joined the Fuyue army at the age of 15. She joined the army in a hurry and no one knew about it. The Sherbao and the Virtuous Prosperity Hall were all shocked. Later, when she returned to the capital, she had already received meritorious service and was conferred an imperial title. Thus, the He family did not pursue the matter as to why she joined the army. Now that she thought about it, if she did not receive any meritorious service at the time and was just an ordinary soldier, she might not have ended up like this after a few years of wandering from place to place before returning to the He family. He Yan still remembered Song Tao Tao. At the age of 15, He Yan used the identity of He Rufei to study in the Virtuous Prosperity Hall. Her aptitude was mediocre and she was a girl. She was naturally not as strong as men. She really could not be compared to the youths in the Virtuous Prosperity Hall. He Yuanshan gradually saw this, but he did not blame her. He Yan also thought that she could continue to live peacefully like this. Until that day. There were 2 days every month in the Virtuous Prosperity Hall when the students could go home. But because of the rainy season, the rainwater washed down the signboard at the entrance of the Virtuous Prosperity Hall. The Sherbao let the students go home 1 day in advance and come back 3 days later. He Yan went back in a hurry and no one knew. She first changed her clothes and then went to find He Yuansheng. Every month when she returned to the He family, He Yuansheng would ask her about how she was doing in the Virtuous Prosperity Hall. This kind of distant and almost monitoring question did not make He Yan feel warm. Every time she spoke to He Yuansheng, she was actually a bit nervous. But that day, when she went, He Yuansheng had not returned. Even the manservant was not at the door. She first sat in He Yuansheng's study and waited. There was a screen in the study. He Yan felt that since she had nothing to do, she might as well sit behind the screen and read a book for a while. She had not sat for a moment when someone came in. The one who spoke was He Yuanliang's voice. He said, "He Yan's matter, what do you think?" He Yan, who was about to go out, heard this and was momentarily stunned. She wanted to go around the screen, but then she stopped. She did not go out. Instead, she shrank her body back. He Yuanliang and He Yuansheng had different temperaments. He Yuansheng looked gentle, but he was actually very strict. Later on, Madame He gave birth to other children and treated them very harshly. He Yuanliang, her biological father, had a completely different personality. He was always smiling. He also pampered and spoiled his children, except for her. He Yan's feelings towards He Yuanliang were very complicated. If one were to say that she revered He Yuansheng, her adoptive father, and her eldest uncle, then towards He Yuanliang, there was a trace of imperceptible dependence and expectation. She had hoped that He Yuanliang would treat her as kindly and affectionately as he treated his younger sisters, but He Yuanliang did not. Every time he looked at her, it was as if he was looking at his nephew. He was polite and at most lecturing her a little. In this way, after being disappointed many times, He Yan didn't force it. But today, he heard his name from his biological father's mouth. He Yan didn't know why he hid here and didn't go out. She's doing very well now. She's studying in the Xianxia dojo and no one has found out. She's 15 now. At most, before she's 18, she has to settle her marriage. He Yan, who was hiding behind the screen, held her breath for a moment. Marriage? She had never thought about this. She was now using the identity of He Rufei, a man. How could she get married? Once she got married, what would He Rufei do? Who would be this He Rufei? She thought it was natural. She was a woman, so she naturally had to get married to a man. After all, she didn't have the time to polish herself. However, He Yuanliang's following words shocked her. Eldest brother, have you seen a suitable young lady in the capital? Young lady? How could it be a young lady? He Yan raised her head. The two people on the other side of the screen had their backs to her. She couldn't see their expressions clearly, but from their tone, she could tell that they were calm and didn't feel that their words were shocking at all. The Vice Director of Internal Servants, Xianxia, has 2 daughters. The eldest daughter is already married, and the younger daughter is 11 years old now. He Yuansheng said, she's a bit young, but when He Yan turns 18, she'll be of marriageable age. After she reaches marriageable age, she can wait 2 years before getting married. Xi's daughter? He Yuanliang hesitated. Is it that little girl called Song Tao Tao? I remember that Xianxia searched through all the merchants in Shuajing to find a birthday gift for her daughter 2 years ago. That's right, He Yuanqing stroked his beard and smiled. Xi's fu doesn't have any young boys, only 2 daughters. Now that the eldest daughter is married, she's especially doting on the younger daughter. If we can get married to the Song family, we'll have the Song family's help. Why should we worry that our fu won't prosper? He Yuanliang heard this and relaxed his expression, only saying, eldest brother's words are reasonable. Why don't I host a banquet in a few days to invite Xianxia to the fu? We can talk about the children. At the very least, we have to let him know that we have this idea. The two of them spoke happily and harmoniously, as if this marriage was just a transaction. This wasn't a big deal. Nowadays, in the noble's fu, women were mostly used as a bargaining chip. But using her as a bargaining chip was one thing, but how could they not take her identity into consideration? She was a woman. How could a woman marry another woman? If they really did get married, wouldn't they be harming the girl's life? He Yan thought this in his heart. Suddenly, he bumped into the screen and made a sound. He Yuanqing turned his head and shouted, "Who is it?" He Yan saw that he had been discovered and simply stood up, saying, "It's me." He Yan? He Yuanqing let out a sigh of relief and then frowned, saying, "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the Xiancheng dojo today?" "Shirbao told us to leave school a day early, so I came here to find father." He Yan said this and paused, secretly glancing at He Yuanliang. He Yuanliang revealed his usual smile, his expression not changing at all because he called He Yuanqing father. It was just another disappointment, why would he not give up? He Yan lowered his head, hiding the disappointment in his eyes. "I have matters to discuss with your second uncle right now. Come find me later." He Yuanqing said, "Go see your mother first." He Yan did not move. He Yan? He Yuanqing's brows furrowed again. "I already heard what father and second uncle said just now." He Yan raised his head, his voice calm. "Father, I am a woman, how can I marry the second miss of the Song family?" Not expecting that He Yan would speak like this, the two brothers of the He family stilled. "This is not something you should care about." A moment later, He Yuanqing responded, "I will arrange everything for you. I will not marry the second miss of the Song family. As a woman, it is enough to sacrifice me." "There is no need to involve unrelated people," He Yan said. She was already 15 years old now, a bit taller than before, and dressed as a youth. Her eyes were clear and magnanimous. Standing here, she was tall and straight like a poplar tree, like a stranger. He Yuanqing angrily said, "What do you mean? Are you resentful of us? Are you blaming us for sacrificing your right to be a woman?" He Yuanliang looked at her with a smile. "He Yan, how can you speak to Big Brother like this? Big Brother is doing this for your own good." He Yan thought, was this really for her own good? When she was studying in the Xiancheng dojo, the teacher had taught her, a heart of compassion is the end of benevolence, a heart of shame is the end of righteousness, a heart of refusal is the end of propriety, a heart of right and wrong is the end of wisdom. But what the He family wanted her to do now was to be heartless, unrighteous, impolite, and unwise. How preposterous was this? He Yan was not afraid, loudly replying, "I will never agree to be engaged to the second miss of the Song family. Not only that, I will not marry any woman in this life and delay the lives of others." He Yuanqing and He Yuanliang were both dumbfounded. The He family knew what kind of temper He Yan had. She was gentle and easy to talk to, even a little timid and weak. In the He family, she would do whatever she was told to do and didn't like to cause trouble. If it wasn't for the accidental exchange of identities, she would be the same as all the other ordinary young ladies in Shuajing, taciturn, obedient, and living her life like a puppet. But what was she like now? "He Yan, you dare to speak to me like this?" He Yuanqing was really angry. When he was angry, his facial features were very fierce, and the children of the He family's first branch were very afraid of him. He Yan looked at him, unmoved. "Father sent me to study in the Xiancheng dojo to learn etiquette and to know virtue, not to be a liar for profit." The young man raised his head, proud, clear, and clean. Probably the disdain in her eyes stung He Yuanqing, and He Yuanqing flew into a rage out of humiliation. He Yan fiercely slapped He Yan's face. That was the first time He Yan was hit by He Yuansheng. And her biological father just watched from the side, not saying anything. From the beginning to the end, the only sentence he said was, "Big brother is doing this for your own good." The quarrel between He Yuansheng and He Yan this time alarmed the entire He family. And He Yuansheng was the most powerful person in the He family, so no one doubted his decision. He Yan was locked up in the ancestral hall for a day and a night, and was only released on the second night. During this day and night, no one came to visit her. Whether it was her adoptive parents, or her biological parents. During this day and night, He Yan looked at the big and small memorial tablets in the ancestral hall, and only thought of one question in her heart. What kind of family was the He family? Did she really want to stay in the He family? If the meaning of her existence in this family was to be a substitute, to tie up the interests that didn't belong to them, without any sincerity, then there was really no place for her to stay here. A puppet also wanted to break free from the strings and control her own life. The second night, she returned to her room, and the room was cold and cheerless. He Yan remembered that these days, the Fuyue army was recruiting soldiers on the streets. She sat on the couch, thinking that if someone came to see her tonight and asked her if she was okay, she wouldn't leave. But there was no one. The sound of the night watch came from afar. He Yan carried her bag on her back, and sneaked out the door under the cover of the night. For so many years, ever since she started practicing martial arts, she had been like this, and was already familiar with the way. It was also because the He family didn't value her that she was so relaxed when she left. Forget it, she thought. Although she couldn't continue to stay in the He family, she still saved a little girl from Shuajing. If she wasn't here, how could the He family arrange a marriage? That girl called Song Tao Tao, when she became of marriageable age in the future, she would be able to spend the rest of her life with a suitable young man, and not be implicated in this shameful scheme and become a pawn to be sacrificed. The night was dark, she couldn't see the end of it. The young girl disguised as a young man didn't know what the road ahead was. She turned back to look at the He family's door. The courtyard was hidden in the night, and connected with the past. She steeled her heart, turned around, and walked straight ahead, never looking back. The past laid out in front of her eyes, as if the dust covering it was blown away. It gradually became clear as if it had just happened yesterday. Only He Yan knew that it was a past life that she couldn't go back to. At that time, she was young and impetuous, angry at the absurdity of the He Yuansheng brothers' decision, and didn't seriously think about it. She was a woman. If she really married the Song's second miss, sooner or later, this secret would be exposed. How could the He family allow this to happen, unless they already knew that this kind of thing would never happen? He Yan stared at the scented sachet hanging on the bed curtain. He Yuansheng and He Yuanliang knew a long time ago that sooner or later, He Rufei would return. He Yan didn't know He Rufei's situation, but presumably, He Yuansheng already knew at that time. He Rufei's body was gradually getting better, and wasn't on the verge of death like they said. It was because they knew He Rufei would return sooner or later. He Yan and He Rufei would return to their original positions. That was why they talked about the engagement without any scruples. They must have already made up their minds. Before He Rufei got married, He Yan would take off the man's clothes, and return to being the He family's young miss. At that time, He Yan didn't realize this. She thought that she would be He Rufei for a long time, perhaps sacrificing her entire life. She didn't expect that one day, she would return to being herself. But this wasn't a blessing. After being someone's substitute for a long time, it was inevitable that she would forget who she was. Moreover, that day, she left the He family with a bag and joined the Fuyue army. From that day on, she had already disrupted the He family's plans, and the chess game was already out of control. Who would have thought that after living for a lifetime, dying once, and waking up again, after going around in circles, she would actually meet the girl who was almost engaged to her in her previous life here. The 11-year-old girl had already grown into a graceful lady. The young man who left home with a bag had already tasted all the flavors of the world. Fate was mysterious. If it wasn't for Song Tao Tao, she wouldn't have left home, she wouldn't have joined the army, and she wouldn't have become General Fei Hong, He Yan today. In the darkness, He Yan smiled silently. Fate let them meet here. Maybe it was to tell her one thing. She didn't do anything wrong, she saved a girl. The next morning, when He Yan woke up, Fei Nu was no longer in the room. Last night, she thought about things until late into the night, so she fell into a deep sleep. She didn't even know when Fei Nu left. When she woke up, she went to freshen up before leaving the room. She wanted to knock on the door next door to see if Xiaoju was there. However, as soon as she knocked, the door next door opened, and Song Taotao's head popped out from behind the door. She said, "Are you looking for second young master Xiao? They're having breakfast downstairs." They didn't even call her for breakfast? He Yan thought to himself, they really didn't treat her as one of their own. He Yan asked, "Have you eaten? Let's go downstairs and eat together." Song Taotao nodded. The young girl went downstairs with her, and sure enough, she saw Xiaoju and Fei Nu sitting by the window downstairs. There were some small dishes on the table. He Yan didn't know if it was because he was shocked by Xiaoju's identity last night, but the innkeeper made the breakfast especially exquisite. He Yan wanted to scold the innkeeper for being extravagant. "Uncle, why didn't you call me for breakfast?" He Yan muttered. "It's fine if you didn't call me, but why didn't you call Miss Song?" "I wanted to sleep more, it has nothing to do with second young master Xiao," Song Taotao hurriedly said. He didn't know why, but she seemed to be a little afraid of Xiaoju. However, when he thought about it, Xiaoju was always sarcastic. How could a delicate young girl like her stand it? He Yan picked up a single basket golden cake and stuffed it into his mouth. The cake was fragrant and sweet. It was fresh out of the steamer, so it was piping hot and very appetizing. She smiled and said, "Uncle, what are we doing today?" Xiaoju looked at her with a faint smile. "What do you want to do?" Before He Yan could finish her words, Song Taotao interrupted her. "Qing. Young Master Qing." She already knew that He Yan wasn't Qing Li Su, but she could also see that He Yan was pretending to be Qing Li Su, so she didn't expose him. She called out Qing Li Su's name and said, "Can you go out with me?" After she said this, the other three people at the table looked at Song Taotao. I don't have any clothes. I'm really not used to wearing men's clothes. I want to go out and buy some ready-made clothes to change into, but I don't remember the way. Young Master Qing, can you go out with me to buy something?" She gathered her courage and finished in one breath. Of the three people at the table, Fei Nu didn't say a word the entire night, and Xiaoju didn't look like the kind of person who would accompany a young lady to buy things. Only He Yan was kind and gentle. He Yan said, "Of course. It's just that." She looked at Xiaoju. "Uncle, do we have anything to do today?" "Nothing." Xiaoju lowered his eyes and said lightly, "You can go with second Miss Song." "Thank you, second young master Xiao." Song Taotao was overjoyed. After dinner, He Yan went out with Song Taotao. After the two of them left, Fei Nu said, "Young master, I'll go and follow them now. Don't get too close." Xiaoju ordered, he still has Song Taotao with him. Fei Nu complied and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He hesitated and said, "Young master, are we just going to let Sun Ling's matter go?" "Who said so?" Xiaoju curled his lips. "Let's wait a little longer. It's not the right time yet." He Yan followed Song Taotao out of the inn. After leaving second young master Xiao, Song Taotao became more cheerful. She leaned closer to He Yan and whispered, "Why did you call second young master Xiao uncle? Why did you call yourself Qing Li Su?" "It's a long story. Young master Qing has something to do and can't come to Liangzhou for the time being, so I came in his place. Don't tell anyone else about this." Song Taotao said, "Of course I won't tell anyone. That good-for-nothing must have asked you to come in his place because he can't do it himself, right? This kind of person wants to be my husband? Why doesn't he just dream about it?" Second Miss Song's prejudice against Qing Li Su was indeed very deep. "Then what's your name?" Song Taotao asked. "I can't tell you now, in case I accidentally spill the beans. I'll tell you when I'm done with my business in the city." He Yan smiled. Song Taotao pursed her lips, not very happy. He Yan pointed at a clothing store. "Look, there are clothes over there. Do you want to go in and pick some?" Song Taotao changed her mind. He Yan sighed in relief. However, before he could relax for long, he suddenly thought of something and cursed inwardly. When He Yan came out of the Liangzhou guard, Qing Lisu gave her clothes, hairpins, and jewelry, but forgot to give her money. He Yan didn't dare to ask Xiaoju for money, so she only had the silver ingot from the flag contest. She couldn't bear to use it. She would rather pull the buttons on Qing Lisu's clothes in exchange for tea than use it. Song Taotao had just come out of the Wanhua pavilion, so her traveling expenses had already been plundered clean. How could she have any money left? She was afraid that whatever she bought today, He Yan would have to pay for it. This was all she had now. Fortunately, Liangzhou City wasn't the capital. There weren't tailors that could sell clothes for tens or hundreds of taels of silver. The clothes here were considered cheap, so He Yan could afford them. Song Taotao picked a piece of clothing, as well as a pair of shoes, a hairpin, and a pair of earrings. He Yan had no choice but to pay, so he only had a single copper coin left to pay. After Song Taotao picked out the clothes, she changed inside before coming out. The moment he came out, the originally delicate young master turned into a delicate little girl in an instant. She picked out a cherry-red dress and tied her long hair into 2 flat buns with a cherry-red hairband. She had bright eyes and white teeth, looking extremely cute. He Yan's eyes lit up when he saw her. In an instant, the heartache of spending money disappeared in front of the cute little girl. "It's really beautiful," she praised sincerely. Song Taodao's face turned red. She turned her head and muttered, "The clothes here are too shabby. There aren't any good clothes. Even the clothes made by the Song Estate's tailors are much nicer than this." He Yan thought to himself, how could this be called shabby? She had already spent half a year's worth of savings on this. Song Taotao wrapped up the original clothes in a cloth bag and walked out of the clothing store. "Let's go shopping somewhere else." He Yan replied. "Okay." A little girl's beauty and cuteness also cost money, especially a little girl who grew up in a wealthy family. He Yan only hoped that there wouldn't be anything else in Liangzhou that would attract second Miss Song's attention. She already had no money. God seemed to have heard her thoughts. Song Taotao didn't want to buy anything else along the way. However, she was still in high spirits when she strolled around Liangzhou City. He Yan kept her company with all his heart and didn't seem bored at all. In the end, this arrogant little girl felt a little embarrassed. She asked He Yan, "You've been walking with me for so long? Was it boring?" "No," He Yan said with a smile, "I just wanted to walk around." Song Taotao looked at him for a while and said, "You're really a good person." He Yan was a little surprised. When she said that, the little girl had already continued walking. He thought for a while and shook his head with a smile. He Yan didn't just feel like taking care of Song Taotao. He also felt like he was doting on her like an elder. After all, this little girl almost became his fiancée. He was also the person who she didn't hesitate to run away from home to fulfill. In a way, he changed her fate. In the years after that, Song Taotao didn't get involved in those strange things and grew up well. He Yan felt very lucky. If she didn't do that back then, perhaps Song Taotao wouldn't have married another woman, but the person who got married would have been He Rufei. Was marrying into the He family really a good thing? There was no warmth in this family, only benefits. It really wasn't suitable for a little girl like Song Taotao. However, He Yan felt a little helpless as he looked at the little girl's bouncing figure. When she left home, it could be considered as running away from marriage. Now, Qing Lisu was also running away from marriage. Song Taotao was also running away from marriage. Was this the same as running away from marriage? She had to have a good talk with Qing Lisu. The Sun residence in Liangzhou City was in a miserable state. Sun Ling was sent back to the Sun residence last night. Sun Xiangfu invited famous doctors to treat Sun Ling's injuries overnight. Although they were all superficial injuries, they weren't light. He had to recuperate for a few months. Since young, when had young Master Sun suffered such a big loss? Sun Xiangfu was also in a bad mood. Early this morning, he punished several servants for their mistakes. The servants didn't dare to make a single mistake. The residence was quiet. Sun Ling was lying on the bed. Mrs. Sun sat by the bed and wiped her tears. She scolded fiercely, "Your father is too much. He's just a general. How could he beat you up like this? My son has suffered. I don't know how long it will take for him to recover." Sun Xiangfu heard this as soon as he came in. He said angrily, "What a woman! What do you mean by just a general? Do you know that he even dared to kill the eldest son of the Minister of Revenue? The Minister of Revenue even reported it to the Emperor." What happened in the end? In the end, he could only admit that he was unlucky. If he had killed this unfilial son last night, what do you think you could have done? You couldn't have done anything. Mrs. Sun was stunned by the scolding. After a while, she said in a panic, He's really that powerful? Then what should we do now? Should we apologize to him? You can leave. Sun Xiangfu was annoyed. He waved his hand. I will arrange this. I came to ask Ling a few things. Mrs. Sun left with tears in her eyes. Sun Xiangfu walked to Sun Ling's side. Looking at Sun Ling's pale face, he was distressed and angry. He said, "Of all the people you could provoke, you had to provoke that king of hell." I didn't provoke him. It was his nephew who went too far. When Sun Ling mentioned this, he was angry. He told him everything that happened last night. In the end, he said, "How did I know that Qing Lisu would suddenly attack? Was that servant girl the one you liked?" Sun Xiangfu asked. Sun Ling shook his head. I don't know. Before I could see her face clearly, that person surnamed Xiao arrived. If it was just a misunderstanding, it would be fine. If it was really this girl, since Qing Lisu protected him, it was inevitable that he would be prejudiced against you. Sun Xiangfu sighed. It's my fault. I didn't tell you that Xiao Ju was coming to the city. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Sun Ling never cared about politics. He only knew how to eat, drink, and gamble. Therefore, he didn't know that Sun Xiangfu had sent an invitation to Xiao Ju. Father, we have already offended them. They won't make trouble for us in the future, right? Sun Ling was a little anxious. He was used to being lawless in Liangzhou City. He only relied on his father, the county magistrate. But last night, when Sun Xiangfu cried in front of Xiao Ju, Sun Ling understood that Xiao Ju was not someone the Sun family could afford to offend. Don't be afraid, Sun Xiangfu said. In a few days, Censor Yuan will arrive. Censor Yuan is Prime Minister Su's man. Prime Minister Su and Xiao Ju have always been at odds. Perhaps, we can do something about it. He Yan accompanied Song Tao Tao until evening before heading back to the inn. There was a stall selling tonghulu along the way. The tonghulu on the straw figurine looked sweet. He Yan took out the last few copper coins he had and bought a few skewers. He took the biggest one and gave it to Song Tao Tao. Are you hungry? Eat some of this to fill your stomach. When we get back to the inn, we'll eat something good. God had mercy on her. Along the way, she had been thinking about what to do if Song Tao Tao wanted to eat at a restaurant and she didn't have enough money. Fortunately, she ate too much in the morning and the little girl was picky, so she didn't want to eat anything along the way. She just sat down and drank a few cups of tea, ate 2 pieces of cake, and spent a few copper coins. Song Tao Tao took the tonghulu and looked at He Yan. Thank you for your hard work today. She paused and said, actually, there isn't much to see in Liangzhou City. The things are ordinary. If it wasn't to hide from second young Master Xiao, I wouldn't have let you accompany me until so late. Huh? He Yan also took a stick of candied haws and put one in his mouth. The hawthorn was sour and astringent, and the honey was sweet and sour together, making him salivate. He Yan lamented that he hadn't eaten such childish things in a long time. He asked, what's wrong? Don't you like military Governor Xiao? It's not that I don't like him, it's just. I'm a little scared. The little girl pursed her lips. It seems that in front of him, everyone will feel inferior. He Yan was amused. Inferior? Song Tao Tao was like this because she was too young. He Yan smiled. But he's handsome and powerful. Don't all little girls like him? When he was young, there were many girls who secretly came to see Xiao Ju. He Yan had never seen a girl who didn't like him. Song Tao Tao's behavior was already very special. I'm different from them. Song Tao Tao snorted. They only know how to look at appearances. But such a cold person who doesn't know how to speak sweet words will make their lives miserable. I don't like this kind of man. I like a gentle man. She sighed and said regretfully, young Master Xiao is very good like that. It's a pity that he already has a wife. He Yan almost choked on the hawthorn in his mouth. What? Xiao Ju wanted to be his niece-in-law's uncle, but he didn't know that she wanted to be his sister-in-law. Song Taotao was indeed someone who had almost become her little fiancé. She actually had such a different view of people. He Yan said, actually, Military Governor Xiao is quite gentle sometimes, but it's rare to see someone like you who doesn't like him. Her heart skipped a beat. She wanted to get something out of Song Taotao, so she asked, do you know General Fei Hong, who is now as famous as him? Have you seen him before? General Fei Hong? Song Taotao said, are you talking about He family's eldest young master? The one who said that he couldn't see anyone because of the injury on his face and that he wore a mask all day long? He Yan, it's rare for him to wear a mask every day for 10 years. I saw him before I ran away from the marriage. At that time, he had already taken off his mask. He looked all right. Do you know why he wore a mask? Song Taotao asked. He Yan, why? Naturally, it was to find a gimmick for himself. Think about it. He didn't take off his mask earlier or later. He took it off right before His Majesty conferred him the title. He said that he had the help of a godly doctor to heal the scar on his face, but how could there be a godly doctor who couldn't even see the scar? After so many years, everyone knew that He family's eldest young master was ugly and terrifying. When he suddenly took off his mask, he turned out to be an elegant young master. This was so bizarre. So, his original 5 points of appearance became 7 points. He Yan couldn't help but applaud Song Taotao in his heart. What she said made sense. If she wasn't the one who wore the mask, he would almost believe that Song Taotao was telling the truth. Then what do you think of General Fei Hong compared to Military Governor Xiao? Song Taotao answered without thinking, of course it's second young master Xiao. That He family's eldest young master isn't as good looking as second young master Xiao. Fine, in this world, people still judged people by their appearance. He Yan said in surprise, I've never seen General Fei Hong before. I have the same surname as him. I've always wanted to see him with my own eyes. I wonder if I have the chance in this lifetime? Of course you have the chance. However, He family's eldest young master is now very valued by His Majesty. Before I left the capital, His Majesty often summoned him to the palace. Previously, when his cousin passed away, He family's eldest young master didn't attend court for a few days. His Majesty even gave him a lot of things. He Yan's smile was a bit forced. Are you talking about Su family's eldest young mistress? Did she marry someone with the surname Su? I'm not too sure either. I don't know what her name is. This older sister wasn't in the capital before. There were very few people in the capital who knew her, and she didn't have any close sisters. I only know that she was General Fei Hong's younger sister. After being married for a year, she contracted a strange disease and became blind. After she became blind, she wandered around the manor by herself. The servants didn't notice and she fell into the pond and drowned. Song Taotao sighed, how pitiful. She clearly had General Fei Hong as her backing. How could she have lived a bad life? I can only say that she had a hard life. What was her name again? He something? I really don't remember. He Yan thought to himself, she was called He Yan. Unfortunately, this name was destined to be buried under General Fei Hong's name. The only people who knew of her was the young mistress of the He family, General Fei Hong's younger sister, who was born with a weak body and was sent to a farmstead to be raised. No one remembered her name. Then what about eldest young master Su? He Yan asked, after Su family's eldest young mistress died, what happened to him? I usually don't like to hear about these things when I'm in the manor. I vaguely remember my sisters mentioning that Miss He's husband was very depressed for a period of time after the death of the young mistress of the He family. The truth was that he was deeply in love. But this kind of thing, who knows? Song Taotao had a kind of insight that surpassed her age in this kind of matter. She said, when can a man's words be taken seriously? Who knows, he might still be reminiscing today and welcoming a new person into the manor tomorrow. He Yan smiled bitterly, what you said makes a lot of sense. Why are you suddenly asking me these things? Song Taotao said, but I really don't know much. If you really want to know, you should ask second young master Xiao. They are both military generals and colleagues. They should know more than me. He Yan thought, wasn't that because she was afraid that Xiao Ju would suspect her? Right now, she already didn't regard her as one of their own. If she continued to ask about the He family, Xiao Ju would probably dig up everything about her. If her identity as a woman was exposed before she even found out anything, she wouldn't even be able to stay in the military camp. Then, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. As they spoke, they had already reached the entrance of the inn. He Yan and Song Taotao went upstairs. Song Taotao said, "Thank you so much for today. I will go in and change my clothes and rest for a while. Later, accompany me to eat something." He Yan smiled and said, "Okay." Although this young lady had the habits of a young mistress and liked to order people around, he didn't dislike her. After she left, He Yan didn't return to his room. Instead, he knocked on the door next door. "Today was very good." Someone in the room answered, "Come in." As soon as He Yan entered, he saw Xiao Ju sitting at the table. She was using a white handkerchief to wipe the guqin in front of her. He Yan took a closer look and saw that it was the guqin that she had crushed. "Commander-in-Chief, is the guqin fixed? It's not broken, right?" He Yan leaned over and asked in a low voice. Xiao Ju lazily said, "What's the matter?" She completely didn't want to talk to him. He Yan took out his hands from behind his back and said, "Look. I brought you a gift today. Although I accompanied Miss Song to buy things, I still miss you in my heart. This tonghulu is for you." Xiao Ju glanced at the tonghulu in her hands and said, "Take it away." She was so unreasonable. He Yan said, "Don't. I have already tasted it. It's very sweet. I don't eat sweets," he said indifferently. He Yan looked at him and cursed in his heart. What was he pretending for? When they were together at the Xianxia restaurant, this person carried a small sachet with him. At that time, the young man who was close to him tried to snatch it, and he protected it tightly. He Yan thought that it was some kind of treasure. In the end, he found out that it was just a bag of osmanthus candy. He went home 2 days a month. When he came back to the Xianxia restaurant again, the sachet was full again. A person who always carried osmanthus candy with him when he was young was now telling her that he didn't eat sweets. Did this person dislike the fact that it was bought with 2 copper coins? "If you don't eat it, you can give it to Fei Nu." He Yan put the tonghulu into the pen holder on the table. He changed the topic and his expression softened. He smiled and said flatteringly, "Governor, I still have something to discuss with you." Xiao Ju looked at him with a calm gaze. He Yan continued to say shamelessly, "I accompanied Miss Song out today. Miss Song wanted to buy clothes and jewelry. She has already spent all the money she got from fighting for the flag. I thought that since Miss Song is your niece-in-law, she is your relative. Although I shouldn't spend the money to buy things for your relative, I am sincere to the governor. How can I let the governor spend money? It's just that I don't have any money now. If Miss Song wants to buy something, can you give me some money? If I don't have money to buy things, I don't want to embarrass you, right? Uncle? Uncle?" The young man's smile was particularly flattering. His eyes flashed with intelligence, like a fox cub that he had hunted when he was young. He could bite people, but when he asked for food, he pretended to be obedient and docile. Xiao Ju looked at him coldly, unmoved. He Yan asked, "Can you do it?" The man's reply was very heartless, "No." "Really?" She was still unwilling to give up. "No." He Yan straightened up and stared at him with hatred. In her previous life, when she joined the army, she had heard people say that a person's true growth began from borrowing money. He Yan now understood. She was already so humble. Xiao Ju was so rich, but he didn't give her any money. He was deliberately targeting her. Xiao Ju raised his head with a calm expression and mocked, "I still remember that I'm not your uncle. Did you forget that Song Taotao is Qing Li Su's fiancé, not yours?" He Yan thought for a while before she understood. She said, "You don't think that I and Miss Song?" Xiao Ju lowered his eyes and continued to wipe the zither. "I hope you still remember who you are." He Yan almost cursed it out loud in his heart. Look at what he was saying, was this something a human would say? Was Xiaoju afraid that she would steal Qing Su's fiancé? What a joke. If she hadn't taken the initiative to leave home, how could Qing Su have this fiancé? Also, Xiaoju wanted to be her uncle. Did he know that she wanted to be his sister-in-law? She didn't want to be his wife, so what did he know? He Yan was angry in her heart. She put on a fake smile and said, of course I remember who I am. I'm He Yan who won first place in the Liangzhou Guard competition. She emphasized the word first place and said, if the commander-in-chief doesn't want to give me money, then forget it. She turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. She turned around and grabbed the tonghulu on the table. Since the commander-in-chief doesn't like to eat sweets, I'll take this tonghulu and eat it myself. She took a big bite as if she was venting her anger. As she walked out, she mumbled, what kind of commander-in-chief is he? He's just a stingy miser. Xiaoju, Fei Nu, who was outside, happened to hear this when he came in. He looked at He Yan's back and closed the door in confusion. Xiaoju looked up at him. Young master, it's nothing, Xiaoju interrupted him, did you get anything today? Fei Nu shook his head, He Yan has been accompanying Miss Song. He didn't do anything today. He just strolled around the streets and drank tea. He didn't meet anyone. Xiaoju nodded, I know. Is it possible that the person he met wasn't from Liangzhou? Fei Nu asked, I feel that He Yan is a bit strange. Not to mention his extraordinary skills, he was a new recruit, but he knew how to set up arrays. However, he didn't get caught. It could be seen that his attitude towards Xiaoju was extremely bold. Ordinary people wouldn't be like this, right? He's by my side. I won't make any mistakes. Tell Chiwu to come here and pick him up. Young master, do you want Chiwu to accompany Miss Song? Fei Nu asked. Xiaoju nodded, Yuan Baozhen is about to arrive in Liangzhou. It's not suitable for Song Taotao to travel with him. There are no good meetings and no good feasts, he said calmly, we have to be fully prepared. Fei Nu replied, I understand. The next few days were very comfortable. Song Taotao's hand hadn't fully recovered from the first day of strolling around. She was too lazy to go out these days. Xiaoju and Fei Nu were often absent during the day. He Yan didn't want to leave Song Taotao alone at the inn, so he could only accompany her. The little girl was easy to coax. He casually told her about the strange people and strange things he met in the army. She listened very seriously. When she was tired of listening, she casually ate downstairs at the inn. The day passed quickly. He Yan herself really wanted to go out with Xiaoju and the others and ask around for some information, but they didn't bring her along at all. It was obvious that they wanted to exclude her. After a few times, He Yan was also a person who knew her own limits and was too lazy to go forward. This trip to Liangzhou wasn't worth it. His only hope was that Imperial Censor Yuan Baozhen. He Yan had never looked forward to someone's arrival so much. Fortunately, after 3 days, Imperial Censor Yuan finally arrived in Liangzhou City. This morning, Fei Nu brought someone over. This young man was also dressed like a guard. His name was Chi Wu, and he should be Xiaoju's confidant. He came over to take Song Taotao away. You can't stay here for the time being. Chi Wu will send you to a safe place. I'll come to pick you up after the matter in Liangzhou is settled, Xiaoju said. Song Taotao looked at He Yan, then. Young Master Qing won't come. With me? The others immediately looked at He Yan, especially Xiaoju. Her eyes were extremely cold. He Yan instantly understood the meaning of you have to deal with your own problems. She could only stand up and smile at Song Taotao. I have to do something with second young Master Xiao, so I can't accompany you for now. Don't worry, this. Chi Wu will protect you. What is it? Is it dangerous? Song Taotao asked again. He Yan was embarrassed, but also touched. He didn't dote on this child for nothing. She even knew to ask if it was dangerous. She smiled, with second young Master Xiao around, it's not dangerous. Don't worry. Then you must be careful. Song Taotao warned her, then walked away, looking back every few steps. He Yan turned around and was met with Xiaoju's mocking gaze. She said, I really didn't do anything. Xiaoju turned around and left. He Yan hurriedly chased after her. Uncle, don't be angry. Although Miss Song only asked if it was safe for me and not you, it wasn't because she thought you were cold and unapproachable. I'm kind, gentle, and likable. Please don't take it to heart. Shut up. Xiaoju stopped and looked at her from head to toe. He sneered, if you have time to talk nonsense, why don't you think about how to not be exposed at the banquet? Qingli Su is still the young master of the UC Nailing's residence. And you, he looked at her meaningfully, can you act like it? After saying this, he left without looking back. He Yan was stunned for a moment before she realized that this person was mocking her again. She shouted at Xiaoju's back, what's wrong with the UC Nailing? In the end, she was also the young master of the He family. Who wasn't an official? She had pretended to be the young master of a rich family for so many years. What couldn't she pretend to be? Tonight, she must make Xiaoju look at her in a different light. At the Liangzhou city gate, a carriage stood out among the crowd. This carriage was very luxuriously decorated. Even the outside was embroidered with a large mountain and river painting. There was also a white crane in the grass. The white crane's eyes were made of black crystal. It was very exquisite and interesting. Someone lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. After a while, the curtain was put back down. Yuan Baozhen covered his nose with a handkerchief and said, the wind in this Liangzhou city is really strong. It's much worse than the capital. He was now in his 40s. In fact, he was about the same age as Sun Xiangfu. Compared to Sun Xiangfu, he took good care of himself. His clothes were neat and tidy. His face was white and beardless. When he spoke, there was a hint of a smile. He looked very amiable. Say, Xiaoju coming to this place, isn't he asking for trouble? He asked the person next to him. Next to him sat a person who looked like a guard. His appearance was mediocre and his body was thin. If it wasn't for the thick calluses between his thumb and index finger, others would think that he was just an ordinary servant. I don't know. The guard replied. Forget it. Since I'm going to see him today, I'll ask him myself. Yuan Baozhen smiled. Hey, is the Sun family coming? Sun Xiangfu had personally come to welcome him. A satisfied smile appeared on Yuan Baozhen's face. Not bad, not bad. Magistrate Sun is very polite. Sun Xiangfu looked at the carriage that had stopped and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Originally, when the imperial censor came to Liangzhou, although he couldn't neglect him, he didn't need to welcome him at the city gates. However, he had already offended Xiaoju. If he offended Yuan Baozhen as well, he wouldn't have any chance of survival. He still hoped that Yuan Baozhen would back him up and make Xiaoju suffer a little. Naturally, he had to use all his efforts to please the person in front of him. When Yuan Baozhen got off the carriage, Sun Xiangfu went up to him and cupped his hands. Lord Yuan, please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Don't mention it. Yuan Baozhen smiled amiably. I feel that Lord Sun is very friendly. Lord Sun, you don't have to be so polite. The two of them chatted for a while before Sun Xiangfu said, if that's the case, please come to my residence to rest. Yuan Baozhen had come to Liangzhou to temporarily stay at the Sun estate. The two of them then boarded the carriage that Sun Xiangfu had prepared. Inside the carriage, Yuan Baozhen asked, I heard that the Right Army's commander-in-chief has arrived in Liangzhou. Is he in your residence right now? Military Governor Xiao is temporarily staying at an inn in Liangzhou city. He said that he has important matters to attend to. He just arrived tonight. Speaking of which, this official has something that I need Lord Yuan's help with. Yuan Baozhen's eyes flickered, but his smile remained the same as before. He only asked, Magistrate Sun, what is troubling you? It's the matter of Military Governor Xiao. My unfilial son accidentally offended Military Governor Zhao's nephew. I'm afraid that Military Governor Xiao will resent me because of this. Since I prepared a banquet to welcome Lord Yuan, I hope that Lord Yuan can mediate and resolve this misunderstanding. Sun Xiangfu's face was full of shame. Although he didn't say what the matter was, Yuan Baozhen could guess. The son of a county magistrate who could cover the sky with one hand in Liangzhou was naturally not a good person. That Xiaoju's nephew was the young master of the Right Army's minister Nailing. If the two clashed, the young master's son was destined to suffer. He thought this in his heart, but said, I think that Magistrate's son is overthinking this matter. That military governor Xiao isn't an unreasonable person. Since it was an accident, it's fine to clear things up. Why would he still hold a grudge? That's true, Sun Xiangfu wiped his sweat and smiled apologetically, but military governor Xiao, didn't he deal with Zhao Nua the same way back then? As soon as he said this, Yuan Baozhan's expression changed. Everyone in Dawei knew that Xiao Ju had beheaded the eldest son of the Minister of Revenue, Zhao Nua, at the Monument Hall. However, too much time had passed, and other people thought that he was young and impetuous, so they gradually forgot. Now that Sun Xiangfu mentioned it, Yuan Baozhan remembered it again. When Zhao Nua was in trouble, the first person that Minister Zhao went to was actually Prime Minister Su. Prime Minister Su handed over the invitation, and Minister Zhao went to the throne room and cried in front of the emperor. The emperor was very sympathetic, but did not punish Xiao Ju. If the wood is not cut from its roots, it will come back to life. If the water is not cut from its source, it will come back to flow. If the disaster is not cut from its roots, it will come back to chaos. At the time, Prime Minister Su only said this one sentence, if I don't get rid of this person, he will become a big problem for me in the future. They all wanted to take advantage of the fact that Xiao Ju was still young and hadn't grown up yet to quickly get rid of him. However, ever since he led the southern mansion soldiers to the southern barbarian lands, he never left anyone with this opportunity. His speed of growth was astonishing. In just a few years, the person who killed Zhao Nua, whom everyone thought was unreasonable, was doing the same thing now. Others would think it was normal. This was the result of Xiao Ju's efforts in these few years. He was much more powerful than Xiao Zhongwu, and much younger. Darren Yuan? Seeing Yuan Baozhan's strange expression and silence, Sun Xiangfu did not understand and asked anxiously. It's nothing, I just thought of something else. Yuan Baozhan smiled, since military governor Xiao has come to the banquet tonight, I will speak to him for you. However, I don't know the temperament of military governor Xiao. If he does not listen to me, don't blame him. No, Sun Xiangfu was moved to tears, I am already very happy that Darren Yuan is willing to speak. Yuan Baozhan smiled and shook his head. His thoughts had already flown to other places. No matter how powerful Xiao Ju was, he came to Liangzhou this time to get rid of this big problem for Prime Minister Su. He hoped that everything would go well. In the evening, He Yan was going to go out with Xiao Ju. They were going to Sun Xiangfu's residence, so they had to send Song Taotao away. Otherwise, if Sun Ling saw Song Taotao, or if Song Taotao saw Sun Ling, something might go wrong. Because they were going to the banquet, He Yan deliberately changed into a very Qingli Su robe. It was a honey-colored robe with a red carp embroidered on the corner. Qingli Su looked cute and innocent in this robe, but He Yan looked different in it. He looked brighter and more open, but he was still a handsome young man. She picked a hairpin of the same color and stuck it in her hair. She did not forget to pick up the folding fan and held it in front of her chest. When she looked at the person in the bronze mirror, she was very satisfied. After tidying up, He Yan stepped out of the door. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Xiao Ju standing at the door. He had also changed into a different robe. It was a dark blue robe with 2 cranes. He did not wear a golden crown today, only a red sandalwood hairpin was inserted. It looked simple, but if one looked carefully, the material and embroidery were of high quality. He was born exceptionally handsome, and with such attire, he lost some of his aloofness and gained a trace of elegance. He was indeed a noble and elegant young master. He Yan thought that the bright and beautiful young man had finally grown into such a handsome young man. He did not seem to have changed, but at the same time, he seemed to be completely different from before. Xiao Ju turned sideways and met He Yan's slightly dazed gaze. He smiled and said, "Wipe your saliva clean." He Yan subconsciously wiped his saliva. He immediately came back to his senses and said, "When? You look like a fool." His words were full of disdain. You still want to hide it from Yuan Baozhan? As soon as He Yan heard this, she was not convinced. With a schwa sound, she opened up her folding fan and walked to Xiao Ju's side. She smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "With my appearance, if I was in Shuo capital, even if I don't dare to be a governor, I would at least be on par with Qinggongzi." Otherwise, why would Miss Song only tell me before she left and not you? The young man's eyes were full of smiles. His eyes were as bright as the stars, but he could not stop his foolishness. Xiaoju mocked, because you are stupid. What? Stupid people always need a lot of reminders. He Yan frowned. Uncle, do you hate me? This person, would he die if you did not mock him for a day? You are my nephew. Why would I hate you? Xiaoju glanced at him with a smile and ordered Fei Nu, let's go. The Sun Estate was located in the center of the western part of Liangzhou City. It wasn't far from the market square, but it wasn't too noisy. The residences around the estate were large and beautiful. Xiaoju didn't like to travel by carriage, so the two of them rode on horses together. Fei Nu didn't follow them, so they didn't know where he was. He didn't protect second Miss Song like Qiwu did, nor did he follow Xiaoju to the banquet. He Yan guessed that he was probably helping Xiaoju with something. Without Fei Nu, only He Yan and Xiaoju were left. Normally, Fei Nu was a man of few words, but He Yan would at least exchange a few words with him. Being alone with Xiaoju, He Yan felt inexplicably nervous. Fortunately, they didn't need to talk much as they were riding on horseback. In the time it took to burn 3 sticks of incense, they arrived at the entrance of the Sun Estate. The servant at the entrance of the Sun Estate saw the two of them. He must have been notified by Sun Xiangfu in advance, so he immediately warmly greeted them. This must be Military Governor Xiao, right? And this is young Master Qing? Master is already waiting in the front hall. He took Xiaoju and He Yan's horses and ordered another servant, Yingyu, bring Military Governor Xiao and young Master Qing inside. The maidservant named Yingyu was also very beautiful. It was already the 9th month, and the autumn nights were already chilly, but she was only wearing a thin gauze dress. If she said she wasn't wearing anything, then she was wearing an extra layer, but if she said she was wearing something, then what could she cover? He Yan almost couldn't control himself and put an outer garment on this girl. The men in their barracks had once said that when they were young, they often fought bare-chested. When they were old, it was inevitable that their legs and waist would hurt. Why bother? Yingyu opened her mouth to speak, her voice as mellow as an oriole's. Martial Governor, please follow this servant. As she spoke, she looked into Xiaoju's eyes, her eyes filled with tender affection. Although He Yan was a fool, he knew that this servant girl had taken a fancy to Xiaoju. Well, there weren't many girls like Song Taotao in this world. Everyone in the world was a normal person. Xiaoju's face was quite scary. There were countless girls who fell in love with him. He Yan should have expected this. Xiaoju didn't even look at the servant girl. Instead, she glanced sideways at He Yan and coldly said, "Why are you in a daze?" Ah? He Yan came back to his senses. Seeing that he had already walked forward, he hurriedly followed. She thought to herself that this person was really sick. He didn't look at such a beautiful young lady, and instead looked for trouble with her. The two of them followed the maidservant into the Sun Estate. The Sun residence was luxuriously renovated. He Yan had seen the residences of the officials in the capital, but they were just so. Although the He family couldn't be compared to the Xiao family, they were still considered officials in the capital. The Sun Estate was actually comparable to the He families. However, this wasn't the capital, but Liangzhou. Sun Xiangfu wasn't an official in the capital, he was just a county magistrate. 3 years of being a county magistrate, 100,000 snowflakes of silver. These words weren't false. He Yan looked at the mountain rocks, bonsai, and glazed jade tiles. He couldn't help but be amazed. How could a county magistrate afford these things with his salary? Who knew how much money Sun Xiangfu had taken from the people? Also, looking at Sun Ling's conduct, the Sun family's father and son had done a lot of evil in Liangzhou. They were practically half a local tyrant. She thought to herself, but she didn't know that her appearance was also seen by the person beside her. Xiaoju's eyes moved slightly. The young man was wearing Qing Li Su's clothes, but he wasn't as innocent as Qing Li Su. Although it was said that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, a low-level recruit pretending to be the young master of a large family would definitely give himself away. Things done, people seen, would be engraved into a person's body, becoming clear traces. Everyone's traces were different. He Yan's eyes were filled with emotion and contemplation, but there was no fear or nervousness. If this was his first time doing something like this and going to a place like this kind of reaction wouldn't be justified. At this time Yingyu stopped and said, "Master, Military Governor Xiao and young Master Qing have arrived." Immediately, Sun Xiangfu's exaggerated voice sounded from inside, "Military Governor Xiao has arrived." This official was afraid that they wouldn't come. "It's good that they're here, it's good that they're here." He Yan looked up. This person's appearance was filled with fear and trepidation. He didn't have the awe-inspiring aura he had when they first met at the inn a few days ago. Being an official like this, he wasn't afraid of being laughed at. Sun Xiangfu didn't wait for Xiao Ju to speak and turned around to reveal the person behind him. He smiled and said, "Lord Yuan has also arrived." This was Yuan Baozhen? He Yan looked at him. He saw a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard smiling amiably at them. In an instant, this person overlapped with the person in He Yan's memory. The first time she saw Yuan Baozhen, it was outside the He family's study. At that time, He Rufei had already gone to receive his meritorious service, taken off his mask, and truly became General Fei Hong. And she, as the young miss of the He family's second branch, was waiting for the day she would marry into the Su family. When she saw this person, she was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect He Rufei to make friends in the imperial court so quickly. Later, when she asked He Rufei who that person was, He Rufei said that it was the current imperial censor, Yuan Baozhen. "You're with him, what are you doing?" He Yan had only asked casually at the time. He Rufei looked at her and smiled strangely. He said, "What you need to do now is embroider your wedding dress and not care about these things." He Yan moved closer, his tone was unfathomable. "You have to remember, you are now the young miss of the He family's second branch, a woman." He Yan didn't think much of it. She didn't know how to embroider, and she wasn't the one embroidering the wedding dress. But she understood the meaning of He Rufei's words. He Rufei was warning her not to have any contact with General Fei Hong. Was he afraid that the truth would be discovered? He Yan sneered in her heart. It was ridiculous that she didn't notice the murderous intent in He Rufei's words at that time. Now that she suddenly met her cousin's friend, how should she get the information she wanted? Before He Yan could think clearly, Yuan Baozhen had already stepped forward. He first cupped his hands in greeting to Xiao Ju. "Governor." Then he looked at He Yan. "This is Qing Gongzi, right?" He Yan stared at him and revealed a surprised smile. "Lord Yuan. I've long heard that Qing Gongzi is young and valiant, with an extraordinary appearance. Now that I've met you, it is indeed true." Yuan Baozhen smiled. "Heroes indeed come from the young." He Yan, wasn't Qing Lisu the famous good-for-nothing Gongzi in the capital? Fortunately, this person continued to speak. He understood that if he wanted to become an official in Dawei, the first thing he had to do was to learn the ability to speak human language when meeting people, and speak ghost when meeting ghosts. He Yan could only say, "You flatter me, you flatter me. This one is ashamed." As the two of them chatted politely, Sun Xiangfu rubbed his hands and said uneasily, "Governor, this official has a presumptuous request." "Xiao Ju, what is it?" "Didn't my son offend Governor and Qing Gongzi some time ago?" Sun Xiangfu appeared to be very uneasy. Although this official has taught him a lesson, this child feels very guilty and wants to personally apologize to Governor and Qing Gongzi. This official thinks that since he knows that he was wrong, this official will thicken his old face and beg Governor to give this unfilial son a chance to apologize. "Everyone makes mistakes," Yuan Baozhen chimed in from the side. He smiled and said, "Moreover, this is only a misunderstanding. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, the Governor will not take it to heart. Quickly call Sun Xiaoya over and clarify things with Military Governor Xiao." "Really?" Sun Xiangfu excitedly ordered the servant, "Quickly call Sun Xiaoya over." He Yan saw that the two of them were singing the same tune and did not even ask for Xiao Ju's opinion before finishing the show. He knew that the two of them must have discussed this beforehand. This Yuan Baozhen seemed to be the same type of person as Sun Xiangfu. How could someone who could be so close to He Rufei be a kind person? Sun Ling seemed to have been waiting outside the hall. Not long after he finished speaking, he came in with the servant. As soon as he came in, he knelt down in front of Xiaoju. He Yan almost bit his own tongue. This person used to be arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Now, in just a few days, he looked much more haggard, as if he was seriously ill. He was dressed very simply. He bowed to Xiaoju and said weakly, "Previously, I was insensible and had an argument with Qinggongzi. Now, I know that I was wrong. I hope that Governor and Qinggongzi can forgive me for being young and frivolous. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and never do it again." Was this how young and frivolous was used? Looking at his appearance, he was not young anymore. He Yan did not believe that this person would be able to not do it again in just a few days. She looked at Xiaoju. Xiaoju's expression was indifferent. She did not say yes or no. The atmosphere froze for a moment. He Yan still had to mediate. In any case, it was an opera. If they did not continue, wouldn't the banquet be awkward? She smiled and looked at the top of Sun Ling's head. "What are you saying? That day was just a misunderstanding. Young Master Sun, you don't have to take it to heart. Just don't recognize the wrong person in the future. It's fine that you met me and Uncle this time. If you met someone who acted arbitrarily, even if you apologized 100 times, nothing would happen." As soon as he spoke, Sun Xiangfu breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly scolded Sun Ling, "Why aren't you thanking Qinggongzi? Qinggongzi is younger than you and much more promising than you." He probably had nothing else to praise, so he said dryly, "Learn more from Qinggongzi in the future." Sun Ling quickly said a bunch of good things to He Yan. He Yan almost vomited her dinner from last night. She really did not like hearing these words. How could this fake be used to scare people? After finishing this act of the county magistrate's young master brings a bramble to ask for punishment, Sun Ling went back to his room. According to his father, Sun Ling was punished when he came home last time. He fell seriously ill and could not get out of bed. Today, he forced himself to come to Xiaoju to ask for punishment. Now that he had done so, he had to go back to bed. He Yan smiled and said, "Young Master Sun, go quickly. Don't hurt yourself." He was afraid that something bad would happen at the banquet. After all, his son looked like a troublemaker. After Sun Ling left, Sun Xiangfu said, "Military Governor Xiao, please take a seat. Young Master Cheng, please take a seat. When the sky turns dark, there will be singing and dancing in the residence. At that time, we can enter the banquet and enjoy the dance." He Yan sat down next to Xiaoju. After that, it was Sun Xiangfu who did all the talking. There was nothing special about the conversation. It was nothing more than asking He Yan and Xiaoju if they were used to living in Liangzhou City. The weather in Liangzhou City recently. In the end, it was just some meaningless small talk. He Yan's thoughts were always on Yuan Baozhen. Yuan Baozhen and He Rufei could be considered friends, right? At least, she had seen Yuan Baozhen enter and leave the He residence more than once. Moreover, he did not seem to be acquaintances with He Yuanqing and his son. Then, did He Rufei know that Yuan Baozhen was coming to Liangzhou City this time? He must have known. If they were good friends, perhaps they would bid each other farewell before leaving. Then, Yuan Baozhen should know about the He residence's situation and He Rufei's plans for the next few days. However, how could Yuan Baozhen say so much to her, Qing Lisu? He Yan was lost in her thoughts and forgot to hide her gaze. Yuan Baozhen was not an ordinary person. He glanced around and noticed that He Yan had been staring at him. He did not say anything and continued to listen to Sun Xiangfu's conversation with a smile. Occasionally, he would say a few words. At first glance, he looked very normal. After a while, the sky was completely dark. Sun Xiangfu stood up and said with a smile, "I think it's about time. Let's go to the main hall to enjoy the banquet." Of course, there was no objection. Sun Xiangfu walked in the front and led the way. He Yan and Xiaoju followed behind. Yuan Baozhen was on her right. He Yan thought about He Rufei and could not help but look at Yuan Baozhen. Just as she was thinking about this, Yuan Baozhen suddenly turned his head around. He was an official and was very shrewd. At this moment, he was no longer smiling. His pair of eyes flashed with a frightening light. It was really frightening. He actually caught He Yan red-handed. He Yan was shocked. She had been discovered. Before she could say anything, she felt her arm being gently pulled. The next moment, a person stood in front of her. Xiaoju's cold voice fell into her ears, "Watch where you're going." She looked over in surprise. Xiaoju was taller than her, so Yuan Baozhen's horrifying gaze was completely blocked by him, and he couldn't see anything at all. Xiaoju also looked at Yuan Baozhen and smiled, "Lord Yuan, why do you keep staring at my nephew?" Yuan Baozhen was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "Nothing. You probably saw wrong." He turned around and no longer looked at He Yan. It was as if what had just happened was just an insignificant joke. Xiaoju continued to walk forward. He Yan was stunned for a moment before following her. However, she felt a little strange. Although the words "my nephew" were referring to Qing Lisu, he was protecting her. She had not felt this kind of protection in a long time. Perhaps, she had never felt it before. When they arrived at the main hall, the banquet had already been set up. There were long and short tables in all four directions. He Yan sat down next to Xiaoju. The empty space in the middle of the main hall was probably for the upcoming singing and dancing. He Yan did not understand. Why would such a banquet invite beautiful women to sing and dance in the middle to liven things up? It should be known that a true master would not bother with such things. However, Sun Xiangfu was not a true master. When he looked at the dishes on the table, He Yan could not help but be speechless. There were auspicious dragons flying in pairs, Buddha's hand golden rolls, phoenix-tailed shark's fin, dried sea cucumber. The banquets held in the residence of a third-rank official in the capital were just like this. It seemed that the Sun family was living a very comfortable life. She turned her head to look at Xiaoju again. It had to be said that Xiaoju usually had a cold expression on her face. She could not do this or that. However, when she sat at the banquet and lazily sat down, she lost some of her indifference. The leisurely nature in her bones was all outlined. He Yan suddenly remembered that this person was originally the real young master of the capital. When he was young, he was also like this. Today he went to the banquet, tomorrow he would have a good night banquet. The young master's style was perfect. Thus, when he was at the banquet, he immediately had the shadow of the young master of the Xiao family. "Why are you looking at me?" Young Master Zhao's lips curled up. His voice was low and fell into He Yan's ears. "Be careful not to expose yourself." He Yan coughed lightly. "I was shocked by Uncle's grace and was distracted for a moment." She was used to flattering. Xiaoju was too lazy to pay attention to her when she opened her mouth to speak inexplicable words. At this time, Yuan Baozhen opened his mouth. He said, "The relationship between military governor Xiao and young Master Qing is very good. He's one of us." "Of course it's good." Xiaoju replied indifferently. Yuan Baozhen originally wanted to find a topic to talk about. Of course, he did not care about Xiaoju's attitude. He picked up the wine cup on the table and smiled. "I don't understand. Liangzhou is a bitter and cold place. Military Governor Xiao is much better in the capital than here. Why is he stationed in Liangzhou?" When He Yan heard this, her heart moved. She was also curious about this question. Xiaoju was now the commander-in-chief of the Right Army. The entire Nanfu army was under his control. There was no need for him to bring a new soldier here. He Yan originally thought that he was demoted. However, looking at his arrogant appearance in front of Sun Xiangfu, it did not seem like he was demoted. Xiaoju looked at Yuan Baozhen. He did not answer his question. Instead, he smiled and asked, "What does Imperial Censor Yuan think I am?" Why did this person kick the ball back to him again? Yuan Baozhen was also a smart person. The smile on his face did not change. He immediately used the ability that everyone in the bureaucracy had. He said, "I think that the commander-in-chief must be worried that the new soldiers will be difficult to lead. Other generals may not be able to lead them well. The commander-in-chief has never been afraid of hardships. That's why he volunteered to be stationed in Liangzhou." After a while, Xiaoju said, "Is that so?" He asked casually, "Does Imperial Censor mean that I am here in Liangzhou is a good thing?" "Of course." Xiaoju glanced at him and smiled indifferently. "I thought that was not what Imperial Censor Yuan wanted to say." Oh? Yuan Baozhan smiled and asked, what does military governor Xiao mean by this? Small things are bound to fall. Big things are bound to fail. He said meaningfully. Could it be that Imperial Censor Yuan did not personally come to Liangzhou because of this? The atmosphere immediately froze. Sun Xiangfu did not dare to say a word. He kept his tail between his legs. Yuan Baozhan almost could not maintain his smile. He Yan turned to look at Xiaoju. He could not help but praise Xiaoju in his heart. You compliment me, and I compliment you. This kind of talk was really meaningless. It was all a lie. Nothing useful would come out of a banquet at the end. Look at how powerful second young Master Xiao was. One sentence was enough to make others speechless. The hidden secrets of this banquet should have been laid out on the table a long time ago. Yuan Baozhan paused for a moment, then smiled. Military Governor Xiao really knows how to joke. I came to Liangzhou only because I was ordered to patrol. Xiaoju did not comment. How is the training of the new soldiers at the Commander-in-Chief's guard? Yuan Baozhan asked again. Are there good soldiers and strong formations? Xiaoju looked at him with a half-smile. This is also one of the tasks of Imperial Censor Yuan's patrol? Although Yuan Baozhan had heard of Xiaoju's reputation in the past and had met him face to face, this was the first time they sat down and talked. Thus, for the first time, he truly experienced the arrogance of this young killing general. No wonder when he killed Zhao Nua, no matter what he said, it was useless. Just sitting down and talking with this young master was enough to make him physically and mentally exhausted. He could not maintain his usual smile for the first time. He only said, I'm just concerned. I'm afraid Imperial Censor Yuan is not only concerned about the new soldiers of Liangzhou, Xiaoju said slowly. The South Mansion soldiers and the 9 Flags Battalion. Why don't you show some concern as well? Yuan Baozhan could not respond. Sun Xiangfu looked left and right. Both of them were people he couldn't afford to offend, but he couldn't let a perfectly good banquet be filled with the glint of blades and shadows of swords. So, he nervously came out to mediate. I say, the two of you must be tired of talking. Why don't you stop and enjoy the song and dance? Eat something. This wine is from Grape Spring, newly brewed. Please have a taste. He then ordered the servant beside him, quickly calling you over. Not long after, several beautiful girls stepped into the hall. The one leading them was the servant who had led He Yan and the others into the hall. At this time, she had changed her clothes. Her red dress was embroidered with plum blossoms, and her sleeves were long. Her makeup was done again. Just now, she was just a delicate beauty, but now, she looked at Xiaoju with a dazzling radiance. Just like before, she was still looking at Xiaoju with deep affection. There were so many people sitting here. He Yan aside, Yuan Baozhan was an official. Why was this girl staring at Xiaoju alone? Wasn't her target too obvious? He Yan thought to himself. He looked at Xiaoju and saw that her eyes were as cold as ice. She was not moved at all. He Yan felt that the way he looked at Fei Nu was gentler than the way he looked at this girl. Was there something wrong with Xiaoju? For example, did she hate women? While she was thinking this, Yingyu had already led the other servant girls to bow and said, we servants have embarrassed ourselves. The girl playing the zither was playing Longing for a Long Lovesickness. The lingering melody, coupled with the beautiful girl, was a beautiful picture. He Yan was a girl. Xiaoju was not interested in singing and dancing. After being scolded by Xiaoju, Yuan Baozhan's mind had already flown to other places. The person he was most satisfied with was probably Sun Xiangfu himself. Sun Xiangfu himself was probably very fond of this dancer, but this missing you might also be someone who judged people by their appearance. Her long sleeves were always swayed in the direction of Xiaoju. Her coquettish eyes could melt a person's bones, but they were always aimed at second young Master Xiao. He Yan was bored to death. He even counted that Yingyu had thrown 5 coquettish eyes at Sun Xiangfu, 3 at Yuan Baozhan, 17 at Xiaoju, and none at him. She was actually at the bottom. What right did she have to look down on others? Coming to a banquet was just coming to a banquet. Why did she have to attack people's confidence like this? He Yan thought to himself. Maybe it wasn't her fault. Who told her to wear the wrong clothes today? This color was too dark. She reached out with her chopsticks and picked up a piece of dessert. This was Sun Xiangfu's family banquet. Sun Xiangfu probably did not have the guts to poison the food. He Yan tasted it and found that it tasted pretty good. After one song, Yingyu's forehead was covered in sparkling sweat. The sweat of a beauty was even more moving. Her face was red as she bowed to everyone. Good, good, good. Only Sun Xiangfu was watching the dance seriously. He clapped his hands and said, "Wonderful, wonderful. What do you all think?" Xiaoju naturally did not answer him. Yuan Baozhen also just smiled. He Yan said, "It's really difficult to chase after a group of flowers. Heavenly fragrance and beauty of the country. Little young master also thinks it's good?" Sun Xiangfu looked as if he had found a confidant. He said, "Then how about giving Yingyu to young master Cheng? That would work?" He Yan's body stiffened. He waved his hand and said, "No, no, I already have a fiancé. I'm afraid it's not appropriate." Ah. Sun Xiangfu immediately felt regretful. He said, "That's a pity. Nowadays, when officials attend banquets, it was fashionable to give beauties to the other party at any time. Was there something wrong with his head?" He Yan was still in disbelief when he heard Sun Xiangfu say with a smile, "Yingyu, then you should go and serve military Governor Xiao." He Yan was speechless. She suspected that Wanhua Pavilion was opened by County Magistrate Sunday. Otherwise, why would his tone and demeanor be so similar to that of a brothel keeper? Even if he was a brothel keeper, he should still have a discerning eye. How could an ordinary person not see that Xiaoju's entire body was filled with rejection? Some people were blind, but their hearts were as clear as a mirror. Some people were still able to see, but they were already blind. Fortunately, Miss Yingyu knew her limits. She did not do anything stupid like touching Xiaoju's hand. She only stood beside him and served him food. There was also a maidservant beside He Yan, who was serving her food. She raised her head and saw Yuan Baozhen sitting opposite her. The person serving the food behind him was not a maidservant, but a person who looked like an imperial bodyguard. Strange, could it be that he was the one who hated women? He Yan looked at the imperial bodyguard behind him. Originally, he was bored to death, but at first glance, he felt as if his blood was about to freeze. His entire body froze on the spot. The imperial bodyguard was not very tall. In fact, among the imperial bodyguards, he could be considered thin and short. His facial features were also extremely mediocre. When he hid behind Yuan Baozhen, he was almost hidden in the darkness, making it difficult for people to notice him. He had been silent all this time. He Yan did not notice him from the moment she saw Yuan Baozhen. Now that she saw him, she felt as if she was struck by lightning. In the blink of an eye, all the dishes on the table disappeared, and the scenery flashed back to that day. She was sitting in the Su residence. Her personal servant served her a bowl of medicinal soup. She said that the kitchen specially brewed this soup for her to nourish her body. She only hoped that she could become pregnant with Lin as soon as possible and add a son to the Su family. The scenery was just right. The sun was shining brightly. She sat at the table and looked out of the window. She saw a manservant pass by. The servant smiled and explained that the medicinal ingredients used to brew the soup today were sent by this manservant. This was He Rufei's manservant, a member of the He family. He Yan was newly married at that time. Although he was occasionally disappointed because of Su Zhiheng, he did not take it to heart. He still had a trace of warmth towards the He family. She would never have thought that the medicinal ingredients sent to nourish her body were for her eyes. That was the last time she saw sunlight in her previous life. The next day, she had a high fever that did not recede. After that, she went blind. It was only a very short glance, but she had already memorized this person's face. Now, even if he changed into an imperial bodyguard's uniform and followed beside Yuan Baozhen, she could still recognize him at a glance. "Let's drink together." Sun Xiangfu raised his cup and smiled. The sparkling wine was poured into the white jade cup. She saw the man beside her raise the cup to his lips. In an instant, the past flashed before her eyes. He Yan was extremely frightened. He only felt that the previous scene was about to repeat itself. Shocked and angry, he slapped away the wine cup in Xiaoju's hand. Don't drink. Don't drink. Her voice was like a sharp sword, filled with bloodlust, interrupting the joyous atmosphere of the banquet. The unforeseen event happened at this moment. Yingyu, who was standing beside Xiaoju, was holding a jug of wine in her hands. She had poured wine into the jug and did not have time to take it back. He Yan's voice fell, as if she had received some kind of signal. A dagger appeared under the jug of wine and without hesitation, stabbed towards Xiaoju. The young man's expression was calm and did not show any signs of panic. The jade cup in his hand flew out and collided with the dagger in the air, shattering into pieces and stopping the tip of the dagger. In a split second, the wind blew from all directions. The beautiful women who had just finished dancing did not all retreat. They stood to the left and right and immediately rushed towards Xiaoju. This was a carefully planned assassination. "Uncle!" He Yan called out. The young man slammed the table and a long sword appeared in his hand. He was surrounded by more than 10 people and coldly ordered, "Hide further away." Sun Xiangfu was stunned by the sudden turn of events. He was so scared that he covered his head and hid under the table. He did not forget to shout, someone come quickly." He Yan was paying attention to the bodyguard behind Yuan Baoxian. She had thought that since this person was He Rufei's man, there must be a reason for him to follow behind Yuan Baoxian. However, in her anger, she only cared about the wine on the table and did not think that the women around her were assassins. Yuan Baoxian was protected by the bodyguard behind him and retreated a few steps. He looked panicked. The bodyguard did not make a move. Could it be that today's assassins were just a coincidence? He Yan thought in her heart. She looked at Xiaoju, who was surrounded and almost exploded in anger. The assassins were all women. Whether it was the women who had just danced or the women who had played the zither, each of them had light bodies. They looked gentle and soft, but their attacks were vicious. Hidden in their sleeves were hidden arrows. With a wave of their sleeves, the hidden weapons flew towards Xiaoju. In such a big banquet, Xiaoju was the only one who could fight against 10 people. No matter if it was He Yan's previous life on the battlefield or this life in the martial arts practice field, he had always been open and aboveboard. When had he ever seen such underhanded methods? For a moment, he was filled with righteous indignation. Seeing the small knife used to cut the roasted venison on the table, he grabbed it and rushed into the crowd. "Uncle, I'll help you." He Yan was halfway through her words when she suddenly remembered that she was Qingli Su. How could the useless young master of the Shuo capital know martial arts? She was afraid that she would not be able to openly show her martial arts skills. She shouted her heart, she shouted, "Why are these people's sleeves so long? She's SSSSS, cut SSSSS." The water sleeves instantly turned into short sleeves. When he used the concealed weapon again, his movements were very obvious. Just like that, He Yan shouted as she circled around the crowd. Her figure was light and graceful, as slippery as a loach. Everyone wanted to catch her, but they couldn't. The young man was screaming and cursing at the same time, making the scene somewhat comical. Xiaoju swung her sword to block the knife of the woman in front of her. She turned her head and glanced at her. He Yan was still shouting, "Help! Murder!" She blocked a dart in front of her and kicked the face of the woman next to her. Xiaoju's mouth twitched. The target of the singing girls was Xiaoju. All their sinister methods and hidden weapons were aimed at Xiaoju. Now that a young man had suddenly appeared, everything was disrupted. Yingyu's face was ashen. She clenched her fist and said hatefully, "Despicable." She chopped at He Yan's head. He Yan shouted, "Aya," and hid behind Xiaoju. "Uncle, save me." She was shocked. These 10 or so women were all very skilled. It was not something that could be trained overnight. This kind of technique was more like a death squad that was specially trained to kill people. Who did Xiaoju offend? Why would they use such a method to kill him? Among this group of women, Yingyu was the most skilled. But it was not the most skilled. She had countless hidden weapons. Date seed arrows, plum blossom needles, ame thorns, iron lotus. He Yan did not know how she could store so many hidden weapons in her sleeves. However, Xiaoju did not seem to want to take the man's life. The tip of her sword avoided the vital points. He Yan knew that when he was young, his sword skills were outstanding. Now that they met again, this was the first time he saw him in action. The assassin could not get close. He was injured by the autumn sword and fell to the ground. He pulled Yingyu's sleeve. Yingyu was pulled forward. In the next moment, the tip of his sword was pointed at Yingyu's throat. The young man's voice was low. It was more pleasant than the sound of the zither. It contained an unconcealable murderous intent. Who sent you? Yan could not help but look at the bodyguard behind Yuan Baozhen. The bodyguard was standing in front of Yuan Baozhen. His face, which was hidden in the dark, was now revealed. His expression was also very flustered, as if he didn't expect this to happen and couldn't see any clues. However, Yan saw that his index finger slowly bent into a semicircle. No one would pay attention to a bodyguard at this time. The movement of his finger was extremely small. If Yan had not been paying attention to him, he would have missed it. Her intuition, which had been cultivated for many years, made her subconsciously turn around to look. She saw the manservant, who had been hiding at the door, pouncing towards Xiaoju. Be careful. Xiaoju was pointing at Yingyu. Yan did not care about anything else. He pushed Xiaoju away. The man who had pounced in front of Xiaoju was stabbed in the throat by Xiaoju. The assassins had always been women. Who would pay attention to this manservant? Moreover, from the very first moment of the incident, this person had been hiding under the short table like any other weak servant. Who would have thought that he would be the last chess piece? What's the matter? Xiaoju frowned and asked her. Yan shook his head. Yingyu, who was on the ground, suddenly laughed. In the dead silence, her laughter was particularly ear-piercing. Yan turned his head to look. The beauty's lips were bleeding, but her expression was ruthless. Yan took a step forward and asked, Who are you? Why do you want to harm my uncle? Yingyu looked at Yan with a fierce expression. If you did not come out to mess things up, this would not have happened. You'll never know who my master is. She coughed up more and more blood. The blood that flowed out was an abnormal black color. He looked at the women around her and saw that they were all the same. Yan understood. She was indeed a death warrior. Once the assassination failed, she would commit suicide. Is that so? Xiaoju looked at Yingyu and suddenly smiled. His eyes were full of ridicule as he said, There are countless people in the world who want to kill me. But there is only one person who is so impatient. I'll accept your master's gift. I hope that your master can accept my gift in return. Yingyu's expression changed greatly. But she had already taken the poison. In just a moment, her face turned ashen. Like the other 10 women, she died and no longer breathed. Xiaoju stepped over her body and stood in the middle of the hall. He looked at Sun Xiangfu, who was hiding under the low table and trembling in fear. He reprimanded, Magistrate Sun, why don't you explain why the servants in your residence tried to assassinate me during your banquet? Are you deliberately trying to harm me? Sun Xiangfu had long been so scared that his mind was in a mess. When he heard this, he almost cried. Seeing that the assassin was gone, he dared to stand up from the short table and hurriedly explained, Commander-in-Chief, I really didn't know. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I would not dare to harm you. I only brought these singers back to the residence half a month ago. I didn't know they were assassins. Magistrate Yuan, please help me explain. I really don't know what is going on. Yuan Baozhen, who had been silent all this time, also came back to his senses. He patted his chest and said with lingering fear, Magistrate Sun, this is not a matter of whether you know or not. These singers are all people in your residence. If something really happened to Military Governor Xiao today, you will not be able to escape responsibility. I think this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Let's clean up this place first and ask a coroner to see where these people came from and what their identities are. He then looked at Xiaoju. Military Governor Xiao is also frightened. Why don't you clean up first and change to another place? Let Magistrate Sun explain what is going on. I think these singers have come prepared. Xiaoju looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, Okay. The banquet came to an abrupt end in the middle of the night, but at this moment, no one was in the mood to continue. The hall was a mess. The coroner and bailiffs quickly came over and carried the bodies of the singers away. Yuan Baozhan asked, "Do you want to search their bodies to see if they have any keepsakes?" Since they have been in the Sun residence for half a month, the keepsakes should have been hidden well. Why would they leave it on their bodies for people to search? If they really do have it, I'm afraid they are trying to frame someone else. Xiaoju stared at Yuan Baozhan and said lightly, "Magistrate Yuan, don't fall into their trap." Yuan Baozhan's scalp tightened. Xiaoju did not pay attention to him anymore. He turned his head and saw He Yan standing there in a daze. He suddenly remembered that she seemed to have not said anything since just now. Was she frightened? "Why are you standing there in a daze?" "Let's go," he said to He Yan. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his sleeve being pulled. "Uncle." The young man raised his head. The smile on his face was gone, and there was a rare trace of nervousness. His gaze was also blank. It fell on his face, as if he was not looking at him. He said, "Just now when the servant rushed over, I pushed you away. He scattered a handful of things on my face. My eyes hurt a little." His voice was small, and it was not as arrogant as before. He was a little flustered. "I think I can't see." The doctors went in one by one and quickly came out. They all looked terrified. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Xiaoju's face became more and more gloomy. Sun Xiangfu watched from the side with fear. Who would have thought that Xiaoju's nephew, the young man who always followed Xiaoju, would have his eyes injured by an assassin? The doctors could only open his eyelids to take a look. The young man only said that he could not see. There were no godly doctors in Liangzhou City, and all the doctors that could be found were all useless. The powder on the ground had long been blown away by the wind, leaving no trace behind. They did not even know what kind of poison it was, so how could they treat it? Fortunately, only the young man's eyes were injured. The rest of his body was fine. Otherwise, if his life was threatened, the governor would be furious. "Governor," Sun Xiangfu said, "this official will go and find another doctor. The young master is a good person, and he will be fine." Xiaoju said, "Get lost." Everyone could hear the anger in his words. Sun Xiangfu did not dare to anger Xiaoju at this juncture. He hurriedly said a few words, and hurriedly left as if he was running for his life. Xiaoju stood outside the room. He paused for a moment, and then walked in. He happened to pass by the last doctor. He saw the young man sitting on the bed with a calm expression. He did not know what he was thinking. After a moment, he used his hands to gesture in front of his face, as if he could not believe that he could not see. Because she had cried out in pain, the doctor did not dare to use any medicine. He only found some soothing and cooling herbs and applied them on a clean cloth. He used the cloth to cover her eyes. He Yan had always been cheerful. Sometimes he was smart, sometimes he was stupid. As for whether he was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, no one knew. His eyes were very clever. They were clear and bright. When he stared, he looked a little silly. When he curved his eyes, they were full of vitality and slyness. Now that the cloth covered her eyes, the young man's face became unfamiliar in an instant. Even his previous lively expressions seemed to be blurred. Xiaoju suddenly remembered that during the banquet, when Yingyu and the others tried to assassinate him, He Yan did not waver when he rushed over. Even if He Yan did not mention it, he would not drink the wine poured by Yingyu. However, the fear and anger in the young man's voice did not seem to be fake. It even made people's hearts tremble. He walked in and stopped in front of He Yan's bed. He Yan seemed to feel something, but he was not sure. He tilted his head and asked carefully, "Is someone here?" Xiaoju did not say anything. "Is there no one?" She whispered again and turned her head to the side to be quiet. On the way to Liangzhou City, He Yan was very talkative. Xiaoju did not talk to her, so she went to look for Fei Nu. Fei Nu did not talk much. Song Tao Tao, who appeared later, took over this vacancy. When a person who was always chattering suddenly became quiet, people would not be used to it. This young man was only 16 years old, but he was different from ordinary people. When he found out that he could not see, he was a little flustered. However, he did not wail or cry. It was as if he quickly accepted this fact. However, when he sat quietly, It made people feel a little sorry for him. It was probably because he was too thin and weak. Looking at him like this, he looked very pitiful. Xiaoju asked, "How do you feel?" "All. Uncle?" He Yan was surprised for a moment, then said, "I'm just not used to it." She reached out as if she wanted to touch her eyes, but what she touched was a piece of cloth. She immediately retracted her hand and said, "Are my eyes really blind?" Even when he asked this, his tone was calm. Xiaoju should have said yes, but at this moment, he actually could not say it. This young man with extraordinary skills was at the prime of his life. With his talent, he would definitely be promoted in a few years in the Liangzhou city guards. A pearl in a puddle of muddy water would not be buried no matter what. However, losing a pair of eyes was a different situation. Not to mention the impact it would have on the future, it would take courage for him to get used to these dark days. After all, it was not as if he could not see from the moment he was born. Having something and then losing it was much more unbearable than not having it in the first place. "Uncle, you're not sad for me, are you?" He Yan suddenly asked. Although his eyes were covered by a piece of cloth, the tone in which she said this made one imagine that if it were any other time, her eyes would be wide open and filled with mischief and ridicule. "Maybe you're still blaming yourself?" She smiled and said, "Actually, you don't have to blame yourself for me. You should praise me. Maybe if you praise me, I'll think that everything I've done was worth it." "Praise you for what?" Xiaoju said indifferently. "Of course you're praising me for being amazing." The young man's voice was a little surprised, but also a little proud. "If I didn't remind you not to drink just now, this assassination attempt would not have happened. I'm your savior, am I not amazing?" She still had the heart to think about these things at a time like this? Xiaoju was speechless. He did not know whether to say that this young man was careless or that he really did not care. "You don't seem to be sad." Xiaoju said, "You can't see. Maybe you'll never be able to see again." As soon as she said this, the young man's fingers curled up. Although it was very subtle, Xiaoju still caught it. He was afraid, and it was not as easy as he made it seem. "God won't be so bad to me, right?" He Yan said, "I've never done anything bad in my life. Why are you treating me like this?" If you really want to treat me like this, then I can't do anything. There are many kinds of blind people. I'm so good, so I'll be the best of them all." Xiaoju was slightly startled. This sentence sounded strangely familiar, as if he had heard it a long time ago. "But uncle, are you going to give up so early? I think you should find me a few more doctors to take a look at me. Maybe I can be cured." "Why do you say it as if it's incurable?" he asked. Xiaoju looked at him. Although the young man tried his best to appear normal, he was still a little tired. He said, "Have a good rest." Then he turned and left. Xiaoju left the room, and the room returned to its original calm. Because there might be assassins in the house, all the servants in the house were evacuated. Only Fei Nu, one of Xiaoju's own men, remained in the courtyard. He Yan stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to untie the knot in his head. After a while, he put down his hand and did not continue. She lowered her head and muttered, "Ding Yi." Yuan Baozhen's bodyguard, He Rufei's former servant, the person who personally gave her a bowl of poison in her previous life. She heard Yuan Baozhen call his name. His name was Ding Yi. In the study, Sun Xiangfu's face was scrunched up. He was about to cry. The person sitting in front of him was Yuan Baozhen. Yuan Baozhen said, "Magistrate Sun, I can't help you with this." "Magistrate Yuan, you can't leave me in the lurch. Right now, the only person who can help me is you." Sun Xiangfu said with a sad face, "I really don't know what happened to those assassins today. Now that the Commander-in-Chief is angry and young Master Qing can't see, Commander-in-Chief Xiao will definitely vent his anger on this lowly official. I'm just a county magistrate, how can I bear the anger of General Feng Yun?" Sun Xiangfu had personally witnessed the close relationship between Xiaoju and Qing Lisu, this pair of uncle and nephew. When Qing Lisu and Sun Ling got into an argument, Xiaoju rushed over to protect Qing Lisu. It was truly frightening. At that time, it was just a small argument. Now that Qing Lisu was blind, wouldn't Xiaoju pay with her life? Sun Xiangfu thought of this and began to tremble. I don't think Military Governor Xiao is such an unreasonable person. Yuan Baozhen comforted. As the two were talking, Xiao Ju arrived. Sun Xiangfu didn't have time to beg Yuan Baozhen. He lifted his robe and knelt in front of Xiao Ju. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Ju looked at him coldly and asked. Governor, I really don't know what is going on right now. I was also tricked by them. Even if I had 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to harm you. Sun Xiangfu began to cry out his innocence. Stand up. Xiao Ju glanced at him as if she didn't like his actions. She walked in and sat down on the chair at the head of the table. She looked at him and said, Tell me how you met them. She paused and then added, Those assassins. She believed that he wasn't the mastermind? When Sun Xiangfu noticed this, he was overjoyed. Yuan Baozhen's eyes flashed, but he didn't make a sound. Sun Xiangfu hurriedly stood up. He didn't even brush off the dust on his robe and retreated to a lower chair to sit down. In this way, he and Yuan Baozhen sat in a position where Xiao Ju was the leader. Sun Xiangfu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Actually, they have only been in the Fu for half a month. At first, there was a new opera troupe in the city. The leader of this opera troupe was an old woman. She brought a group of beautiful girls to the city. She said that there was a drought in the place where they lived and there was no way to survive, so they moved to Liangzhou City. They set up a stage in the east of Liangzhou City and performed 3 times a day. In the beginning, only commoners came to take a look. Not only were these girls beautiful, but they also sang very well. They were very eye-catching, and gradually became famous. Many nobles also came to know about them. After a while, the news reached Sun Ling's ears. Sun Ling had touched all the beautiful girls in Liangzhou City. The night Sun Ling watched the show, he asked someone to buy the group of girls to perform in the Fu. The leader of the troupe, the old woman, refused and was injured by Sun Ling's servants. When she was about to be beaten to death, Yingyu stood up and said that she was willing to persuade her sisters to enter the Fu. She only hoped that Sun Ling would let their leader go. Sun Ling generously did as he was told. Yingyu really managed to persuade the group of girls. After entering the Fu, they were very gentle. After entering the Sun Fu, Sun Ling found that this group of girls not only knew how to sing, but were also proficient in the 4 arts. Among them, Yingyu was the most outstanding. Sun Xiangfu also knew about Yingyu. Sun Xiangfu was different from Sun Ling. Sun Ling only knew how to eat, drink, and play, but Sun Xiangfu was a bit ambitious. Being the county magistrate of Liangzhou City was good, but what if he could go further? Even if he didn't take another step forward, the position of county magistrate wasn't really stable. He had to bribe people from top to bottom. He had to maintain good relations with both familiar and unfamiliar people. For example, he wasn't very familiar with the new commander of the Liang Province Guards. Sun Xiangfu asked Yingyu to come. He had Yingyu hold a banquet in the Fu to liven things up for the guests. In any case, there were 2 guests, Imperial Censor Yuan Baozhen and Right Army Commander Xiao Ju. As long as he got on the good side of one of them, he could rest easy. Although Sun Ling was a bit dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. In the days that followed, Yingyu seriously brought her sisters to practice dancing and singing. Every time Sun Xiangfu went over to watch, he was very satisfied. This servant was also very smart. When she entered the Fu for the leader of the troupe, she was a bit unwilling. After experiencing the extravagance of the Sun Fu, she became even more clever. Sometimes, when Sun Xiangfu talked to her, he could feel her desire for power. That's right. People walk to higher places while water flows to lower places. This was the case for everyone, men and women alike. Up until tonight's incident at the banquet, Sun Xiangfu still thought this way. When he talked about these things, probably because he was embarrassed, he added a bit of embellishment. However, without those unimportant embellishments, it was just one thing. Sun Ling was lustful, but who knew that he would pick up a poisonous snake? I really didn't think that they were assassins. Women, how can women be assassins? Sun Xiangfu said. It wasn't clear whether he was saying this to Xiao Ju or to himself. To the father and son of the Sun family, women had always been playthings, or things that were sent to win the favor of their superiors. Now that he had been played by a woman, it was hard to describe his feelings at the moment. These assassins entered the Fu half a month ago? Xiaoju asked. Sun Xiangfu nodded, that's right. This is all my fault. I didn't carefully check their identities. I only thought that they were women who had no relatives in the city and were weak and pitiful, so, he tried his best to say that he took pity on their weakness and brought them into the Fu, but Xiaoju didn't pay any attention to him. She only played with the teacup in her hand and said lightly, half a month ago, Magistrate Sun didn't send me an invitation to the Fu. Sun Xiangfu paused. But half a month ago, Official Yuan should have known that you would arrive in Liangzhou. He tilted his head and looked at Yuan Baozhen with a half-smile. Hearing this, Yuan Baozhen replied with a smile, what does Governor mean? Are you suspecting me? Governor, why don't you think about it? If I really arranged for these women, how could I be sure that Magistrate Sun would take them back to the Fu? I can't predict things like a god. Of course you can't predict things like a god, Xiaoju's lips curved slightly and said unhurriedly, you only need to write a letter to Magistrate Sunday. She was saying that Yuan Baozhen and Sun Xiangfu had set this up together. Sun Xiangfu finally thought that he had cleared himself of suspicion, but Xiaoju's words immediately made him sweat profusely. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, no, no. Governor, I really didn't. I don't know what's going on. I also didn't receive a letter from Official Yuan. Yuan Baozhen also stopped smiling. He looked at Xiaoju and said seriously, Governor, with just one sentence, you have convicted me and Magistrate Sun, but you don't even have evidence. It really makes one's heart cold. I don't have any deep enmity with you, and this is the first time I've eaten with you. How could I harm you? He was born with a kind face, and his words were very sincere, but there was also a hint of sadness at being misunderstood. Xiaoju stared at him for a while. After a moment, he smiled and said indifferently, it's just a joke. Official Yuan doesn't need to take it seriously. He withdrew his smile and became cold again. He was like a knife that was about to be unsheathed, hiding the fierceness of a mountain storm. However, there are many suspicious points in this matter. Before I figure it out, I'm afraid I'll have to disturb you for a few days, he said. Governor, you're going to live here? After the assassination attempt, normal people would only feel that this place was not safe and would leave as soon as possible to avoid being schemed against again. Why was he still staying here? Yes, the young governor put down his teacup and stood up. He was tall and slender, and his eyes were slightly cold, live here and catch the thief. At night, there was a row of soldiers standing in front of Sun Fu's gate. It did not make sense to use soldiers to guard his own gate. However, Sun Xiangfu was like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bough. He did not care so much. All of the servants in the Fu were interrogated one by one. For the time being, nothing suspicious was found. Right Army Governor Xiaoju and Imperial Censor Yuan Baozhen both lived in the Fu. Sun Xiangfu also noticed the undercurrent under these two's calmness. He sat in the room and sighed. Sun Ling had already learned the whole story from the servants and said, Father, why are you still worried about this? Sun Xiang felt extremely lucky. If you hadn't been so meddlesome and brought those women back to the residence, none of this would have happened. Father, I took them back to the Fu for my own use. I did not ask you to use them to entertain guests. Sun Ling could not take it anymore and rolled his eyes. Now that there is trouble, how can you blame me? Those women are useless. If they wanted to assassinate someone, they should have succeeded in one try. Who knows who will benefit if they died for nothing? Before he finished, Sun Ling's mouth was covered by Sun Xiangfu, who rushed over. Sun Xiangfu looked around and scolded. Do you want to die? Saying such things. I did not say anything wrong. Sun Ling moved closer and said in a low voice, Father, do you also not like that Xiaoju? Sun Xiangfu did not speak. Was this a question of whether he liked her or not? Compared to whether he liked Xiaoju or not, he should be more worried about whether Xiaoju liked him or not. I heard that military governor Xiao and Darren Yuan seem to have some disagreements. When the two of them fight, you just need to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Darren Yuan is not bad and is friendly. You can help him secretly. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Sun Ling said, if something really happens in the end, you will have gotten rid of Xiaoju and become friends with Darren Yuan. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? He thought his words made sense. Sun Xiangfu suddenly slapped him on the head. Sun Xiangfu scolded, how can it be as simple as you say? You didn't see it today. Xiaoju. He thought of something and fear flashed across his eyes. She's not easy to deal with. Inside the room, Yuan Baozhen sat in front of the table, his expression uncertain. The average-looking guard was standing behind him, but his eyes were also flickering. Xiaoju is suspicious of me. After a moment, Yuan Baozhen said, if today's matter doesn't work, I'm afraid there won't be another chance. Why would he suspect you? The bodyguard, the man named Ding Yi, asked. I don't know. Thinking of what happened in Sun Xiangfu's study, Yuan Baozhen was angry. Xiaoju's suspicion was blatant and her tone was arrogant. He did not know how to respond. He had just arrived in Liangzhou City and had never interacted with Xiaoju before. No matter what, Xiaoju should not suspect him. Also, how could Qinglisu be blind? Yuan Baozhen frowned. Was this also arranged in advance? Ding Yi shook his head. I've never heard of it. There was no point in suspecting him. Now that all the assassins were dead, no one was alive. Even if he was full of questions, there was no one to answer. That Qinglisu is a bit strange, Ding Yi said, if he hadn't stopped them today, perhaps Xiaoju would have drunk the poisoned wine. With his reminder, Yuan Baozhen remembered something. At the banquet tonight, when Xiaoju raised her wine cup, Qinglisu's shout of don't drink it came suddenly and loudly, causing the assassins to act prematurely. If he hadn't stopped them, they wouldn't be in such a difficult situation now. How did he know that the wine was poisoned? Yuan Baozhen muttered. After a moment, he stroked the oil lamp on the table and said, since Xiaoju and the others are in the residence, this is our chance. I'll test Qinglisu tomorrow. If this young man is really blind, maybe we can use him to tie down Xiaoju and save the country. He Yan didn't know that in these invisible places, there was a surging undercurrent. At this moment, she was sitting in the room, arguing with Fei Nu. After her eyes were damaged, Xiaoju called Fei Nu to guard He Yan's room. After all, there were already assassins in the Sun residence. Who knew if there would be more hidden people among the servants? He Yan didn't feel at ease if he was alone. With Fei Nu guarding, it was much safer. Brother Fei Nu, please leave. I can really do it myself. He Yan had a headache. You can't see, Fei Nu's reply was very stiff. Young master asked me to guard you. Then you can just guard the door. If you were to be my personal servant, I would be very uncomfortable. He Yan replied seriously. Can you leave? Forgive me for not being able to comply. Why are you the same as your master? Can't you be more reasonable? Xiaoju had just arrived at the door when he heard this sentence. He stopped and stood at the door. What happened? Fei Nu said, young master, without waiting for Fei Nu to finish speaking, He Yan had already looked in the direction of the door. Her eyes were still covered with cloth and her hands were clutching some clothes. Is uncle here? Brother Fei Nu is crazy. He wants to help me bathe. Fei Nu's lips moved. He seemed to be speechless at her insulted expression. He explained, he can't see. I'm afraid, uncle. It's not like you don't know that I have a fiancé. My body is as clean as ice and as clean as jade. How can it be seen by others? That young man's voice was bright and cheerful. The desolation and panic from before had already been swept away, and he was back to his usual unreasonable appearance. If I were to break up because of your marriage, big brother Fei Nu, would you be able to compensate me with a fiancé? She muttered, you don't even have one yourself. Fei Nu, Xiaoju looked at her and mocked, are you sure you won't drown? The bathtub was placed behind the screen in the middle of the room. The water was not deep. Perhaps it was because the days in the Sun residence were so extravagant that there was a circle of flower petals scattered on top of it. He Yan had never used such an exquisite flower bath when she was a woman. Now that she was a man, she actually used it. Uncle, did you forget that in Liangzhou, I could shoot a sparrow in the sky blindfolded? How can I drown? He Yan said, don't worry. Besides, if I really become blind, I can't let others do things for me for the rest of my life. Uncle, you have that possibility, but I'd better forget about it. Fei Nu was also speechless. He had seen many brothers in the Nine Banners Battalion. Occasionally there would be some who were missing an arm or a leg. Although they could pass their days with a smile, in any case, they would be depressed for a period of time. He Yan was the first person he had ever seen to recover from this kind of mood. If it were not for the cloth covering her face, people would wonder if she was really blind. Xiaoju saw that she was full of vigor, so she did not feel like paying attention to her. She only said to Fei Nu, "Come out." Fei Nu followed Xiaoju out. He Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief when the door was closed. She did not remove the cloth covering her face. She took off her clothes and entered the bathtub, soaking her whole body in the water. If someone else was here, they would be surprised. She did this just like any other ordinary person. Her movements were without the slightest hesitation, as if she could see everything. The temperature of the water was just right. She had always bathed in the river next to the city guard station. The river water was ice cold, so it was not as comfortable as this. However, even though it was comfortable, she did not dare to be greedy. The steam rose and blurred her figure. The smile on He Yan's face also relaxed. She thought that she would be attending the banquet, but she did not expect that she would have to stay here for a few more days. In this way, coupled with the fact that she could not see, there would be more people serving her. She would have to be more careful of her identity being exposed. She still remembered Ding Yi's last movement at the banquet. That subtle movement of bending his finger. If she had not been staring at Ding Yi, she would have missed it. But because she recognized Ding Yi, she knew that the servant who rushed out to attack Xiaoju was arranged by Ding Yi. Then, this matter became very strange. Ding Yi was He Rufei's servant. Yuan Baozhen was also He Rufei's friend. Ding Yi colluded with the assassins at the banquet to assassinate Xiaoju. In a way, it could be said that it was He Rufei's idea. But why did He Rufei want to kill Xiaoju? In her previous life, when she was He Rufei, she and Xiaoju did not interfere with each other's business. They were even classmates in the Xianxia gymnasium, so they could be considered friends. Now that He Rufei had returned to his original self, he did not have any enmity with Xiaoju. Why would he use such a vicious method to kill Xiaoju? Perhaps she should go talk to Yuan Baozhen. At night, He Yan and Xiaoju slept in the same room as Fei Nu. Because they were afraid that there would be other assassins in the Sun residence, they did not separate. However, there were many courtyards in the Sun residence. This room was divided into an inner room and an outer room. Naturally, second young Master Xiao lived in the inner room. In the outer room, Fei Nu and He Yan each slept on one side of the outer room. He Yan felt that this way of sleeping was as if she was protecting Xiaoju. Thinking about how she was injured because of Xiaoju, she did not expect that she would not even be able to sleep on the inner room. Thinking about it, she really felt that it was not worth it. However, she did not think for long before He Yan fell asleep. This sleep was actually very peaceful. Early the next morning, He Yan was woken up by Fei Nu. She sat up, her eyes were filled with darkness. She subconsciously asked, "What time is it?" 7 in the morning. Fei Nu replied. "Oh." He Yan touched the cloth covering her eyes again. This time, she directly untied it. From darkness to light, if one was able to see, they would definitely have to squint their eyes to adapt. However, He Yan only opened her eyes and did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Fei Nu's heart sank. She asked, "Can you see?" He Yan blankly shook her head. There was a moment of silence. "Maybe, it will be fine in a few days." Fei Nu clumsily comforted her. He did not sympathize with He Yan. However, he heard that during the banquet last night, He Yan not only reminded Xiaoju, but also personally helped Xiaoju deal with the assassins. These were two different things. Although this young man's identity was suspicious, he had not harmed Xiaoju so far. "Is uncle not here?" He Yan asked. Young master went out. He Yan nodded again. After thinking for a while, she covered her eyes with the cloth again. Fei Nu was surprised. "Why are you wearing it again?" The herbal medicine had already been used for a day and was no longer effective. Today, He Yan did not complain that her eyes hurt, so the cloth was useless. Wearing it was actually uncomfortable. It's better to wear it to remind others that I can't see now. He Yan smiled. People have to be more tolerant towards a blind person. I can't avoid others, but others can avoid me, right? Between wearing the cloth and not wearing it, it was obvious that the former looked more like a blind person. Fei Nu's heart trembled. It was as if something flashed through his mind. After a moment, he did not say anything. He only said, "Let's go and eat first." He Yan nodded. Xiaoju was not here. After Fei Nu and He Yan freshened up, they sat in the room and ate. The food was also bought by Fei Nu in advance. He Yan did not want Fei Nu to help him. He ate very slowly, but his movements were steady. He did not spill the soup. The maids that Sun Xiangfu called were all dismissed. With Xiaoju as an example, He Yan did not dare to trust any of the maids here. After eating, Fei Nu ordered the maids to clear away the leftovers on the table. He Yan sat alone for less than a moment when someone's voice sounded. The footsteps were very light. If it was not for her excellent hearing, it would be difficult for ordinary people to hear. It was not one person, but two people. Xiaoju did not need to be like this. When Fei Nu left, He Yan already knew who it was. However, she did not show it on her face. She still sat quietly, as if in a daze. The footsteps fell in front of her. It seemed that the person was carefully observing her. He Yan's eyes were covered with the cloth and did not move. After a while, the person did not seem to find any flaws. Suddenly, he said, "Young Master Cheng." Ah. He Yan jumped in fright and almost fell from the chair. She stood up in a hurry and knocked her foot on the table leg. She cried out in pain. Someone came to help her and said, "Are you okay?" He Yan opened her hands and grabbed randomly. She said, "Who is it?" He grabbed the corner of a person's clothes. That person comforted her kindly, "I am Yuan Baozhen. I am not a bad person. Young master, don't worry." He Yan calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief. She said with lingering fear, "So it is Imperial Censor Yuan. I thought it was those assassins again. I was scared to death. Why didn't you say anything when you came in?" I am sorry. I did not expect to scare young master." Yuan Baozhen said with a smile, "I heard that young master is blind, so I came to see you." When he said this, although his tone was concerned and distressed, there was no smile on his face. He stared at He Yan's expression, as if he wanted to see whether He Yan was really blind or not. However, He Yan's eyes were covered with cloth and could not see anything. If one could not see a person's eyes, it would be difficult to see through their expressions. His head was leaning to the extreme. Normal people might not be able to notice this, but He Yan could clearly feel it. The person she grabbed was Ding Yi. Yuan Baozhen was greedy for life and afraid of accidents, so he would not go forward directly. However, his eyes were like maggots in a tarsal bone. It was hard to ignore. Even so, He Yan did not show it at all. She seemed to be a little distressed, but with a youthful indifference, she said, "Yes, I can't see now. However, uncle said that he would find a godly doctor to cure me, so it should only be temporary." It would have been better if she did not say this. Once she said this, it almost made people believe that she really could not see. This was because the title of godly doctor carried a kind of comforting and perfunctory meaning. It was used to coax children. Yuan Baozhen sat down on a chair next to her. He shook his head and sighed, "I did not expect young master to be injured on this trip. Fortunately, no life was harmed, and Military Governor Xiao is also fine." As he said this, he seemed to think of something. He looked at He Yan and asked in confusion, "Young master, last night at the banquet, how did you know that there was an assassin at that time and did not let the governor drink that cup of wine?" No one knew whether that cup of wine was poisonous or not. Therefore, Yuan Baozhen asked very coincidentally and did not mention the wine at all. He only said that there was an assassination. He Yan sneered in her heart. He was testing her. She raised her head, as if she did not know where Yuan Baozhen was. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "I did not know there was an assassin at that time. I only saw a flying insect fly into uncle's wine cup." Ding Yi and Yuan Baozhen did not expect this answer. The two of them were stunned at the same time. Yuan Baozhen asked, "Flying insect?" "That's right, you don't know, but my uncle loves cleanliness," He Yan sighed. "If his clothes are stained with dust, he will immediately change them. If his shoes are stained with mud, he will never wear them a second time. There are flying insects in the wine cup. If he drank it, I don't know how angry he would be. At that time, I only wanted to remind him not to drink it and change the cup. Who knew that there would be an assassin?" I was also shocked. "So this was the reason?" Yuan Baozhen was somewhat skeptical. At that time, Qing Lisu's scream was so shrill and anxious that it made his heart tighten. So this was the reason? But if it was not for this reason, how could he, a young master who did not know anything, predict the future and know that there was a problem with the wine? Perhaps it was really a coincidence that he had stumbled upon it. Yuan Baozhen did not know what to feel. Who would have known that a good game of chess would be ruined here? His heart was half angry and half suspicious. When he looked at Qing Lisu again, he only felt that this young man was annoying. But Qing Lisu clearly did not know how annoying he was. Instead, she seemed to be particularly close to Yuan Baozhen because he came to see him. She smiled and said, "I heard from my uncle that Imperial Censor Yuan came from Shuajing." "That's right." "Then does Imperial Censor Yuan know General Fei Hong, he Rufei?" she asked. When she said this, the room was silent for a moment. Ding Yi, who was very close to He Yan, placed his hand on the long sword at his waist. In an instant, a murderous aura rushed towards him. The young man did not make up his mind. With a smile on his face, he looked in Yuan Baozhen's direction and waited for his answer. After a moment, Yuan Baozhen stared at He Yan's face and asked, "Little Gongzi, why did you suddenly ask about General Fei Hong? Doesn't everyone say that General Fei Hong and my uncle are sworn enemies, and that their skills and achievements are on par? I have never seen General Fei Hong before, so I don't know how his skills are, and I don't know how he looks. Since Imperial Censor Yuan came from Shuajing and is also an official of the same court, perhaps you have seen him before. I heard that he used to wear a mask. Now that he has taken off his mask, what do you think? Is he good-looking?" The Qing Lisu in front of him spoke in a light tone. She did not know that the bodyguard beside her had almost pulled out his sword and asked the same question as those naughty young men from Shuajing. Yuan Baozhen let out a sigh of relief. For a moment, he thought that this young man had discovered something and almost wanted to kill him. "I have seen him before. He is born, very handsome. However, he cannot be compared to military Governor Shao." Yuan Baozhen replied with a smile. "Not as good as my uncle?" He Yan was disappointed and quickly said, "Then, is Imperial Censor Yuan close to General Fei Hong? If they are close, when I return to Shuajing in the future, can you introduce me to General Fei Hong? I have heard many of his deeds and want to see for myself what kind of person he is," she said in a small voice, "but this matter must not be known by my uncle. I am afraid that he will punish me by making me copy books. Little Gongzi, I am afraid you will be disappointed." Yuan Baozhen shook his head and said, "General Fei Hong and I only know each other and are not close. If you want to introduce me, it would be better to have military Governor Shao introduce you to him." He Yan whispered, "How would I dare to let him introduce me to him?" As she said this, Yuan Baozhen looked at her and suddenly said, "I came today because I was afraid that little Gongzi would be sad because of your eyes. But now that I have seen you, it seems that I worried too much. Little Gongzi does not seem to be very sad." He Yan asked curiously, "Why does Imperial Censor Yuan say this?" "Last night, I cried for 2 whole hours. If it was not for my uncle scolding me and saying that he would throw me out if I did not shut up, you would not be able to see me now. Moreover, I later understood who I was. I was the young master of the right sector's Naolang residence. Although I didn't know anything, my uncle was the right army's commander-in-chief. As long as my uncle was around, I would definitely be able to see. My uncle said that there will be a godly doctor that can cure my eyes. There will definitely be a godly doctor that can cure my eyes." Her words were full of worship and trust towards Xiaoju. Yuan Baozhen was speechless and did not know what to say. He Yan's words were watertight and did not find any loopholes. But, he was still worried. Little Gongzi is right. Military Governor Xiao is omnipotent and will definitely find a way. It seems that I was too narrow-minded. He smiled and stood up. Since that is the case, I should also leave. Little Gongzi is not feeling well right now, you should go lie down on the bed. He looked around. Why is there not a single servant in this room? I was the one who asked them to leave. He Yan smiled. After what happened last night, I do not dare to use the servants in this fu. Does Imperial Censor Yuan dare to use them? You are very brave. Yuan Baozhan smiled, but you cannot see right now. Do you need someone to serve you? Fei Nu will serve me. Moreover, I can find my way there. She smiled. Imperial Censor Yuan, do not worry. I can do it myself. Yuan Baozhan smiled. Little Gongzi is clever. Then I will leave first. After saying this, he turned and left. But when he reached the door, he turned back and stood at the door without moving. In the room, Ding Yi did not move a single step. When the two of them came in, the one talking was Yuan Baozhan. Ding Yi did not speak. He Yan easily thought that there was only one person in the room. Yuan Baozhan stood at the door and gave Ding Yi a look. He Yan stood up and walked shakily into the room. Ding Yi was right in front of her. She could feel that there was an email piercer hidden in her sleeve. She had taken it from Yingyu last night. She had already thought about how to dodge if Ding Yi attacked her. She also knew how to stab this email piercer into his heart. The young man's eyes were covered with cloth. He did not reach out to take it. She held onto the wall and slowly walked into the room. The people in the room were probably afraid that she would trip because of her inconvenience, so they moved all the chairs to the side. From the table to the bed, there was nothing. She only needed to hold on to the wall and feel her way through. He Yan did the same. She walked until she was close to the bed. Ding Yi bent down and placed a stool in front of her. The young man did not feel anything and took a step forward. With a clang, he tripped and fell forward. He fell at a bad time and hit the edge of the bed. He screamed and his forehead immediately became swollen. He fell to the ground. Half of his body was on the ground and his hand was scraped. He did not get up for a long time. Ding Yi shook his head at Yuan Baozhan. Yuan Baozhan saw this and turned to leave. Ding Yi also quietly followed him. He Yan was the only one left in the room. He Yan covered his head and screamed in pain. No one saw, but she sneered. He Yan did not sit up immediately. Instead, she held her head and groaned. She was thinking about something else. Yuan Baozhan was really here to test her. First, he wanted to know how she found out about the wine. Second, he wanted to see if she was really blind. This person was very meticulous. He even asked Ding Yi to put a stool there to see her reaction. If He Yan's response wasn't right in the slightest, this pair of master and servant would have other thoughts. She had excellent hearing and heard Ding Yi's movements. She also knew that Yuan Baozhan did not leave immediately. That was why she was here to cooperate with them and act out what Yuan Baozhan wanted to see. But Yuan Baozhan was testing her. Wasn't she also testing Yuan Baozhan? They obviously had a close relationship, but she insisted that they only knew each other. He Rufei's servant, Ding Yi, would not follow him here. There was indeed something wrong with the wine. But what puzzled He Yan the most was what role He Rufei played in this matter. Did he and Yuan Baozhan conspire to murder Xiaoju? Or was it He Rufei who instigated it? Or were they working for someone else? Next, she had to follow Ding Yi and find out what the two of them were up to. There was no movement outside. He Yan's "io" became louder. There was movement behind her. It was Fei Nu's voice. He asked, "What happened to you?" "I hurt my head just now." He Yan blankly reached out to grab him. "Brother Fei Nu, come and help me. I sprained my ankle." Slave Fei answered and went forward to help her onto the couch. He Yan's eyes were covered with a cloth. Therefore, Fei Nu could not see her emotions from her eyes. Naturally, he did not know what He Yan was thinking. In fact, the act just now was not only for Yuan Baozhan, but also for Fei Nu. Yuan Baozhan and Ding Yi were so focused on testing He Yan that they didn't notice that Fei Nu had been standing at the door and listening to what was going on inside. They did not notice, but He Yan did. Fei Nu only ordered people to remove the bowls and plates. Why did he leave for so long? It was nothing more than the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He Yan didn't know why, but he always felt that Xiaoju and Fei Nu didn't trust her. This wasn't a big deal. Of course, they wouldn't trust someone they didn't know. However, she sensed that not only did Xiaoju not trust her, but she was also wary and suspicious of her. He Yan was also confused. She didn't think she had done anything that would make people suspicious. Now that she was here, she didn't even have any interactions with Yuan Baozhen in the past. She didn't know why she was suspected. Forget it, if they were suspicious, then so be it. One act was enough to deceive two people. He Yan said, "Brother Fei Nu, where did you go just now? That imperial censor Yuan came to sit for a while, but you didn't see him." Fei Nu avoided her question and only asked, "How's your head?" He Yan touched her head and said, "It's swollen. I don't know when it'll go away." She sighed heavily again. This is really a trap. I think that little brother of mine is quite smart. It's right that he didn't come. This is much more dangerous than being forced into a marriage. If Qing Lisu was here, she wouldn't know what would happen. Sit down and rest for a while. Fei Nu's voice was emotionless. I'll be at the door. Call me if you need anything. He left again. He Yan lay on the bed. She was covered with a cloth, so Fei Nu couldn't see her expression. She also couldn't see Fei Nu's reaction. She thought that he was expressionless. She didn't know when Xiaoju would come back. By the time Xiaoju came back, it was already late at night. On this day, He Yan and Fei Nu stayed in the Sun residence and didn't do anything. The wine and dishes that Sun Xiangfu sent over had to be tested for poison with silver needles. Because He Yan couldn't see, she simply slept in the room for the whole day. Fei Nu also stood guard at the door for the whole day. When Xiaoju came back, Fei Nu, who was sleeping on the bed, immediately woke up. He got up and walked to Xiaoju's side, saying, "Young master." Xiaoju indicated for him to follow her into the room. Fei Nu glanced at He Yan on the bed. Under the dim light, she was sleeping soundly. When Fei Nu and He Yan entered the room, they didn't see the youth sleeping soundly on the bed. Her hands were gently tapping the mattress under her body. He Yan obviously wasn't asleep. After sleeping for the whole day, how could she continue to sleep at night? She wasn't a pig raised in the village. Second young master Xiao obviously had something to say to his confidant. She guessed that Fei Nu would also tell this commander-in-chief everything that happened here today. He Yan didn't have the guts to listen to the master and servant whispering to each other. Xiaoju wasn't Yuan Baozhen. She knew real martial arts. Once she exposed herself, there would be too much trouble and the losses would outweigh the gains. However, she could imagine what Fei Nu would say to her. He Yan felt that she could fool Fei Nu with her acting today. As for whether she could fool Xiaoju, she didn't know. In the room, the lamp was lit. Xiaoju placed her sword on the table and sat down on the chair in front of the table. "Young master, Yuan Baozhen came by today," Fei Nu said. Xiaoju looked up and asked, "What's the matter?" "From what I can see, he came specially to look for He Yan." Yuan Baozhen said a few words to He Yan. He recounted the conversation between Yuan Baozhen and He Yan to Xiaoju. In the end, he said, Yuan Baozhen seemed to be testing He Yan. Xiaoju pondered for a moment and asked, "What do you think?" From He Yan's answer, it seems that he doesn't know Yuan Baozhen. There were no flaws. However, it could also be that the two of them were acting together. Overall, He Yan's suspicions can be cleared for the time being. Cleared? Xiaoju curled his lips into a smile and said, "Slave Fei, the liar in our house has even deceived you." Fei Nu was startled and didn't understand. Don't forget, when He Yan competed with Wang Ba in archery, she once blindfolded herself and shot a bird in the sky. Do you think that someone with such good hearing wouldn't be able to tell that Yuan Baozhen's bodyguard placed a stool in front of her? Young master, you mean, he could have avoided the stool, but he still fell. Firstly, he deceived Yuan Baozhen, and secondly, he deceived you. Xiaoju said casually, this person is very good at deceiving people. What was a blind person like? Stumbling and panicking, when there was no one around, they couldn't do anything. They were very pitiful. This was the impression that ordinary people had of a blind person. Yuan Baozhen and Fei Nu were ordinary people. Naturally, they would think the same. Seeing He Yan fall and be helpless, it was exactly what a blind person would look like. But He Yan was not an ordinary blind person. Even if she was blindfolded, she could still shoot better than other people. Yuan Baozhen had never seen He Yan shoot an arrow while blindfolded, but Fei Nu had seen it before. Even so, even he overlooked this point. Deceiving you is secondary. The person he wanted to deceive the most was Yuan Baozhen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that there were flying insects in the wine. There were flying insects in the wine? How could this be possible? It was not summer now, and the Sun residents paid special attention to this. There were wormwood sachets everywhere to prevent insects from flying into the wine. It was not easy for He Yan to think that there were flying insects in the wine. Young master, is he Yuan Baozhen's man? Fei Nu also didn't understand. If he was Yuan Baozhen's man, why did he have to be so suspicious? He doesn't look like it, but I can't say for sure. There was a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. Sun Xiangfu had specially arranged it. He didn't like these things, but he liked to pretend to be cultured. Xiaoju found a brush and paper and wrote a few words. His handwriting was elegant and strong. It was very beautiful. When it landed on the paper, it was as bright as a person's. I want you to bring a letter to Lin Shuanghe. Young Master Lin? Fei Nu's calm face finally showed a surprised expression. Young Master, didn't you not allow young Master Lin to come to Liangzhou? He suddenly thought of something and said in disbelief, could it be He Yan? The handwriting quickly dried in the wind. He put the letter into the envelope and looked down. It's for him, but not entirely for him. Fei Nu didn't ask any more questions. He put the letter away and tiptoed out. Xiaoju saw this and laughed. Why are you so careful? The people outside have already woken up. He said. Young master? Fei Nu was stunned. Forget it. When it comes to deceiving people, you are no match for him. Xiaoju shook his head and said lazily, in any case, he doesn't have the guts to come in. Fei Nu stood in place and thought for a while before leaving the room. After he left, Xiaoju flicked the wick of the lamp. In the light, his eyes were bright and oppressive. Su Jingfu, the knight swallowed his whispers. When He Yan woke up, Xiaoju was already gone. He seemed to be very busy these 2 days. When He Yan woke up, he had already left. When he came back, He Yan was already asleep. They didn't even see each other. She guessed that what Xiaoju was doing was related to what happened at the banquet at the Sun residence. However, she couldn't go with him and could only sit here and wait. But she didn't want to sit here and wait. Fortunately, after noon, when it was almost evening, Slave Fei also went out for some matters. Before he left, he reminded her to stay in the room and not go out to avoid trouble. He Yan nodded in agreement. In fact, He Yan thought that the Sun residence was not as murderous as Fei Nu said. From what happened at the banquet, it could be seen that the assassin's target was only Xiaoju. Since Xiaoju wasn't around, the manor was 70% safer. The remaining 30% might not be able to defeat her. This morning, He Yan took off the cloth covering his eyes. It was because the cloth had been used for 2 days and needed a new one. However, the physician in the residence was scared away by Xiaoju last time and there was no one to make a new cloth for He Yan. Although he took off the cloth, after 2 days, everyone in the residence believed that He Yan was blind and didn't treat him as an ordinary person. He Yan was the only one. When she took off the cloth, she felt that the sky was too bright and she still felt uncomfortable. Yesterday morning, when she took off the cloth in front of Fei Nu, her expression didn't change. God knows how much she wanted to cry at that time, it was too dazzling. In fact, He Yan had never been blind. That day at the banquet, the manservant who received Ding Yi's order had indeed thrown a handful of powder-like things at him. She blocked it and at that time, her eyes did hurt. After all, she had been blind once before and her eyes were more sensitive than ordinary people. Subconsciously, she felt that her vision was blurry and she suspected that she was going blind. But when she calmed down, she felt that she had actually avoided it. At night, when there was no one around, He Yan secretly took off the cloth and she could see the light of the lanterns outside. It was just a mistake because she was too nervous. She originally wanted to explain the next day, but when the next day really came, she changed her mind. A blind person shouldn't be a threat. It was much easier to be a non-threatening person and get close to Yuan Baozhen than to be smart enough to discover the poison in the wine young master Qing. So when she took off the cloth in front of Fei Nu, He Yan didn't show the slightest bit of abnormality. She had been a blind person for a long time. She could imitate all the reactions a blind person should have, and no one could find anything wrong with it. But she didn't expect that Yuan Baozhen would be so cautious and especially come to confirm whether she was really blind or not. Because of this, He Yan was in a difficult position. But at the same time, she was even more certain that He Rufei, Ding Yi, and Yuan Baozhen had something going on. He Rufei must have been involved in the murder of Xiaoju. Although she didn't know what kind of grudge He Rufei had with Xiaoju, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Now, she and Xiaoju were on the same side. She had to find out what Yuan Baozhen and Ding Yi wanted to do. He Yan tied up her hair and quietly went out. Everyone knew that young Master Qing couldn't see. Other than going to the toilet, he stayed in his room every day. Moreover, these days, everyone in the residence was in danger. Sun Xiangfu was busy cleaning himself, so He Yan didn't have anyone to care about her. Luckily, she had a good memory. On the first day she came to the Sun residence, she already knew the way to the Sun residence. But He Yan didn't know where Yuan Baozhen lived. Just as she was in a dilemma, she saw someone walking quickly through the garden. It was none other than Ding Yi. Good timing. He Yan praised her in her heart and quickly followed her. She moved very quickly and was used to finding a room to hide. Of course, because the Sun residence was luxurious, there were rockery and bonsai everywhere, giving her many places to hide. Along the way, no one discovered her. Finally, Ding Yi stopped in front of a room and pushed the door open to enter. 4. Some reason, the room Yuan Baozhen lived in was very far away from the main hall. It was almost remote and there weren't many people around. It was autumn. In the evening of Liangzhou, the sky was already dark. He Yan estimated for a moment and jumped onto the roof. She was small and thin. The roof had sharp corners and cornices, and there were carved stones everywhere. He Yan lay on the roof and almost merged with it. She carefully searched for a long time and finally found a gap. She didn't know if it was because of the rain or the hail, but the fragile crystal roof was broken and there was just a gap. He Yan put her face close to it and listened to the movement inside. Ding Yi walked into the room. "How is it?" Yuan Baozhen asked. Ding Yi shook her head. "I lost him." "You weren't discovered by him, right?" "No." Ding Yi hesitated. "I didn't dare to get too close in case he discovered me. He left early today and went to the east of the city. I looked for him in the vicinity but couldn't find him." Yuan Baozhen's expression was uncertain. This Xiaoju, what is she trying to do? She clearly got into trouble in the Sun mansion, but she wants to stay in the mansion and go out every day. I don't know what she's doing. I keep feeling that something is wrong. He Yan heard this and became suspicious. Did Yuan Baozhen ask Ding Yi to follow Xiaoju? Has the Yamen matter been settled? Yuan Baozhen asked. Yue and the others are dead. There's no evidence. The spy in the mansion is also dead. Since Sun Xiangfu was notified in advance, there shouldn't be any problems. Ding Yi paused. I still don't understand. How did Qing Lisu know about the spy's movements? He was also the one who discovered the cup of wine. You think there's something wrong with him? But you saw it yesterday. He can't see. He's just an ordinary young man. Even so, I still feel that something is wrong. Ding Yi couldn't put his finger on it. That young man should be blind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to act so well. The servants in the mansion also said that he stayed in his room all day and was guarded by Xiaoju's bodyguards. From the looks of it, he really did look like a weak rich young master. However, Ding Yi still remembered that during the banquet, Qing Lisu had looked at him. That gaze was fleeting, as if he had just glanced at someone else. However, at that moment, Ding Yi seemed to have felt the shock and anger in the young man's eyes. When he looked again, the young man had already looked away. It was as if what he saw was just an illusion. But was it really an illusion? Their conversation was lively, but He Yan's heart was filled with shock as he listened. Yingyue is dead. There's no evidence. She told Sun Xiangfu. This meant that the assassination of Xiao Ju was indeed done by Yuan Baozhen. Perhaps Sun Xiangfu had even helped him. Now that Xiao Ju was still living here, wouldn't it lead others to continue to harm her? As she was thinking, she heard Yuan Baozhen ask, "Has brother he sent you any letters recently?" He Yan thought that this brother he was most likely referring to He Rufei. No. Before master left, he told me that I must succeed this time. Ding Yi said, "If I fail, I won't be able to answer to Prime Minister Su." Prime Minister Su? He Yan's heart skipped a beat. He Rufei asked Ding Yi to assassinate Xiao Ju because he wanted to answer to Prime Minister Su. In other words, He Rufei was working for Prime Minister Su? But who was Prime Minister Su? She knew the current Prime Minister, Su Jingfu, but she didn't know if he was the Prime Minister Su that Ding Yi mentioned. We've already failed. Yuan Baozhen was half angry and half disheartened. I didn't expect Xiao Ju to be so difficult to deal with. Now he's starting to suspect me. I don't know if I'll have another chance in the future. Xiao Ju is difficult to deal with, but he still has a blind nephew. Ding Yi said, "Since this person is blind and doesn't know anything, I think we can use him." What do you want to do? Yuan Baozhen asked. Don't forget what I used to do. Ding Yi said, I have my ways. Before he could finish, he heard a creaking sound above his head. A small piece of green fell. Ding Yi's expression changed. Who's there? He jumped out. Under the moonlight, someone's figure flitted past like a swallow. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the night. He Yan complained in her heart. Sun Xiangfu pretended to be cultured. Even the roof tiles were made of green crystal tiles. It looked good, but it was very fragile. Even a weak person like her would accidentally collapse if she leaned on it. What kind of logic was this? He Yan suspected that Sun Xiangfu was pretending to be weak. The purpose of using these tiles was so that no one could eavesdrop from the roof. If it was a normal man, he would have fallen down as soon as he leaned on the roof. Ding Yi was still chasing in the distance, but for some reason, he didn't call out to the servants of the Sun family to catch the assassin. Perhaps he was hiding something. He Yan was familiar with the roads here. She had left and right, thinking about the conversation she overheard. Yuan Baozhen came to Liangzhou, Ding Yi came to Liangzhou, and He Rufei came to Shuajing. They all had one goal, which was to assassinate Xiao Ju. And the three of them had to answer to Prime Minister Su. Now, Xiao Ju was alive and well. All the men of sacrifice were killed. Yuan Baozhen was not satisfied and wanted to come again. Moreover, Ding Yi had his eyes on her, the blind and useless person. He wanted to use her, the blind person, to kill Xiao Ju. No matter how she thought about it, when one person used another person, it was nothing more than instigating a rebellion, holding her hostage, or being a weapon. Qinglisu and Xiao Ju were uncle and nephew. Yuan Baozhen probably wouldn't think of instigating a rebellion. So, there were only two possibilities left. He Yan was holding her hostage. First, He Yan didn't think that Ding Yi could defeat her. Second, she wasn't the real Qinglisu. Xiao Ju probably wouldn't do something so stupid as to surrender for the sake of her nephew. As for the third possibility, being a weapon, they forgot the most important thing. He Yan was not blind. She had been on guard against Ding Yi since a long time ago. While she was thinking about this, He Yan had already seen the house she lived in. The lights were on. Fei Nu probably came back. He Yan felt around her body. She put the cloth in the room. She thought about how she still had to act for Fei Nu later and felt a headache coming on. She was afraid that Ding Yi would catch up with her. She jumped forward and entered the room at lightning speed. When she turned around, she almost choked on her own saliva. There was a wooden bath in the room. Xiao Ju was sitting in the middle of the bath. The beauty was bathing. His skin was ice cold and his bones were jade white. The moonlight slipped in through the cracks in the window. His black hair was covered with a layer of cold and clear color. He looked particularly attractive. His shoulder blades were very beautiful. For a moment, He Yan's mind drifted elsewhere. She thought, when was the last time she saw this person take off his outer clothes in the Xianxia pavilion? The men in the army were mostly tough and rough. Su Zhiheng was probably considered gentle. However, Xiaoju was different from them. He was handsome and strong. His waist was especially attractive. No matter if it was a man or a woman, they would all praise him when they saw him. It turned out that this person was not only good-looking, but his body was also different from ordinary people. No wonder he was called Commander Jade-Faced. He lived up to his name. The fog made it difficult to see his expression. Xiaoju probably didn't expect that someone would suddenly barge in at this time. She immediately stood up, and with a splash, the sound of water was clear and crisp. He Yan. This time it was over. He Yan saw everything he should and should not see. At this moment, she was cursing herself in her heart. Why did she wear a cloth every day when she went out? Why didn't she wear it today? Or perhaps it would be better if she could not see. Second young master Xiao quickly picked up the clothes on the shelf and put them on. He looked at her coldly. The room seemed to have become colder. He was about to speak when he saw the young man in front of him open his hand and close the door. His eyes were calm and seemed to widen. However, nothing was reflected in his eyes. He said, Who is it? Huh? Second young master Xiao laughed at this clumsy acting. Uncle? Are you uncle? He Yan revealed a surprised expression. Like a blind man touching an elephant, he opened his hands and scratched wildly, Where are you? Xiaoju coldly looked at him acting and mocked, Don't you know how to shoot arrows blindfolded and identify people by their sounds? What, can't you tell where I am? He Yan's movements suddenly stopped. After a moment, he smiled embarrassedly, I was afraid that you would feel awkward. Uncle, are you bathing? The youth opened his eyes and stared unblinkingly in front of him. Even though he had already put on his clothes, Xiaoju still felt uncomfortable. Where did you go just now? He asked. The latrine. Brother Fei Nu went out. I didn't dare to trust the servants here, so I went out to relax. Uncle, why are you back so early today? He Yan asked, Brother Fei Nu hasn't come back yet? Xiaoju turned sideways and put on his outer clothes, saying, Don't run around here. He Yan looked at him and thought about the conversation between Yuan Baozhen and his servant. He said, Uncle, have you been investigating the assassination at the banquet these past few days? Did you find anything? Xiaoju glanced at him and asked, What are you trying to say? You say. Is it possible that someone from this residence harmed you? You see, even though Magistrate Sun said that he didn't know anything, the incident happened in his residence. How could he not know anything? That doesn't make sense, right? There's also Imperial Censor Yuan. He Yan racked his brains and hinted, I think he's very strange. Oh, what's strange about him? Xiaoju asked. He Yan didn't know how to answer this question. He couldn't say that he went up to the roof and eavesdropped on their conversation. Furthermore, he was blinded by his bodyguard in his previous life. He Yan could only say, Imperial Censor Yuan came to find me once and asked me some strange questions. If you want me to answer, I can only say that my intuition is wrong. Uncle, you should be wary of them. The young man groped for a chair and sat down. He spoke in a serious tone, which surprised Xiaoju. He slowly asked, You want me to be wary of Yuan Baozhen? That's right. Think about it. If they really did harm to you, they would definitely do it again. Uncle, you are usually not in the mansion, so you don't have to worry. But that's not right, you are usually not in the mansion, so why are you still living here? He Yan suddenly thought of something. Since he had to live in the Sun residence, he had to go out every day. Wasn't this contradictory? You should spend more time on your eyes instead of worrying about these things, Xiaoju said calmly. Are you really blind? He Yan's heart skipped a beat. He played dumb and said, Of course. What good would it do me to pretend to be blind? Her words were powerful and resonant. Xiaoju looked at her again and felt that all her actions were like that of a real blind person. If she was really pretending, then she was really too powerful. However, this person was used to lying. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even fooled Fei Nu. He Yan saw that Xiaoju didn't say anything and was afraid that he would continue to talk about this topic. He smiled and said, "Uncle, weren't you bathing just now? Did I disturb you by coming in? Do you want to continue?" "You can continue. I will guard the door. I can guarantee that no one will come in and no one else will be able to come in." After saying this, he groped for the door and opened it. He went out and sat on the steps outside. He guarded the door like a door god. Xiaoju, He Yan didn't listen to the movements in the room. He didn't know if second young Master Xiao was in the mood to continue bathing. In any case, He Yan's mind was in a mess. Too many things had happened today. He didn't know what to think about first. He Rufei, Prime Minister Su, Yuan Baozhen, and Ding Yi's conspiracy were mixed together. In the end, it looked like Xiaoju was bathing. "Ba ba ba," He Yan scolded. He thought that even if this person wasn't blind, after all this, he would probably become blind. Although she was a woman, when she thought about it carefully, she didn't know who had taken advantage of who. It was about the same. The next morning, Xiaoju disappeared again. After Fei Nu came to bring her food, she also disappeared. He Yan didn't know what the master and servant were doing every day. He Yan sat on the bed and wondered if he should sneak out to follow Yuan Baozhen and his bodyguards. However, after what happened last night, Yuan Baozhen would definitely keep a close eye on the roof. The roof of the Sun family was fragile and it was not suitable for him to climb it again and again. Who knew that before He Yan could come to a conclusion, Ding Yi came to his door. He stood at the door and said respectfully, "Young Master Cheng?" He Yan looked up. Ding Yi's voice was respectful and polite. "Lord Yuan invites you to have tea." "What kind of tea?" He Yan asked casually. "I'm quite picky about my tea." "We have all kinds of tea." Ding Yi smiled. "If young Master Cheng doesn't want to, I'm willing. He Yan supported himself on the bed and stood up. "I'm really bored here alone. It's rare that Lord Yuan remembers me and accompanies me to relieve my boredom. How can I be so unappreciative? Lead the way." She still had a cloth wrapped around her eyes. "Please bring me my bamboo stick." Last night, when Fei Nu came back, he brought back a bamboo stick for He Yan. It was neither too tall nor too short. He Yan could use it to walk. Although this person looked taciturn, he was actually very considerate. After all, the people in the Sun residence could not be trusted and no one could use them. However, it was really inconvenient for her to walk by herself. It was much better to have a bamboo stick. In the eyes of others, she would look more like a blind person. Ding Yi said, "Okay." He looked sideways and saw a bamboo stick on the table in front of him. He walked over and took the bamboo stick in his hand. As he walked in front of He Yan, he handed it over and said, "Young Master Cheng, please take it." He Yan shakily reached out to take it. Just as she was about to touch the bamboo stick, Ding Yi suddenly withdrew his hand. He Yan's body fell into the air. She was already unsteady on her feet, so her body tilted and she almost fell. Fortunately, she was supported by Ding Yi. Ding Yi said, "Are you all right, young Master Cheng?" "I'm fine." He Yan said with lingering fear, "I almost fell." Then, she said in a sad tone, "I can't even carry things now. It's all my fault." Ding Yi said with guilt, "I should have directly handed it to young Master Cheng. I caused you to be frightened." Although he said this, his eyes were fixed on He Yan, trying to find a flaw in He Yan's face. Unfortunately, once both eyes were covered by the cloth, it was really difficult to guess the changes in He Yan's expression. He also did not know. He Yan looked at the person in front of her and sneered silently in her heart. She had changed the cloth last night. It was a black cloth. She used a needle to make a very small gap near the eyes. It was not much, just a small gap. Through this small gap, she could see the movements of the person outside. In the eyes of an outsider, He Yan was just a blind person whose eyes were covered by the cloth. He Yan saw Ding Yi's probing and the way he stared at her face. She did not expect that Ding Yi was still suspicious of her. But why? Last night, she had escaped extremely quickly, so Ding Yi shouldn't have discovered any clues. If she had reminded Xiaoju not to drink the wine at the banquet, then the last time Yuan Baozhen came over, the probing should have ended. Why did he keep probing her like this? He Yan could not figure out the reason. She leaned on the bamboo stick and said, "Forget it. It's none of your business. Let's go." "Let me help you," Dingy said. "No need," Xian said. "If I really can't see anymore, I will have to get used to this kind of life sooner or later. Why do I always need help? Besides, I have the bamboo stick. It's just that I walk slower. I can still keep up. You can just tell me where to go." The young man's voice was stubborn. It sounded like he was competitive even if he was blind. Dingy did not find any loopholes. She said, "Then please follow me, young Master Cheng." He walked forward. As he walked, he told Xian where there were steps and where to turn left or right. Xian actually walked very slowly. The bamboo stick tapped on the ground, making a duck 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 sound. He was very careful. He walked seriously. Dingy was also very patient. He kept guiding her. However, Xian could see from the corner of his eyes that this person was staring at her every tiny movement. He was still trying to find any loopholes that she might make. If she was pretending to be blind, she would more or less show some common habits when walking. People who were close to her would be able to notice that something was wrong if they paid more attention. However, Xian had come prepared. She was wearing a cloth. He could remember the days when she was in the Su family. She had also been blind before. There was no need for her to pretend. She just had to act like she did in the past. Of the two of them, one was pretending to be blind and the other was observing. They were both on guard against each other. In the end, the one who was pretending to be blind was more skillful. They walked and stopped and did not reveal any loopholes. They had already arrived at the gate of Yuanbao town. Dingy said, "Young Master Cheng, be careful of the steps. We are here." Xian tapped on the bamboo stick. Following the guidance of the bamboo stick, he walked up the steps shakily and followed Dingy inside. The room that Yuan Baozhen lived in was on the side of the shade. It seemed that it was very difficult to see sunlight on normal days. The moment she entered, she felt that it was dark. There was even a lamp during the day. There was a teapot on the small table. There were a few teacups and a plate of snacks. Dingy led her to sit down in front of the small table. Yuan Baozhen raised his head and smiled at Xian kindly. "How have you been these days, young Master Cheng?" "Not bad, not bad." Xian pointed at his eyes. "Except for here. Haven't you gotten better these days?" "No." Xian sighed. "I don't know when the miraculous doctor Uncle found will arrive in Liangzhou." Yuan Baozhen did not take this to heart. He just looked at Dingy. Dingy shook his head at him. He meant that he did not find any loopholes along the way. That meant that he was really blind. When he looked at Xian, Xian was also looking at him. The gaps in the black cloth were blurry. Xian could not see clearly. However, he felt that this person was different from the person he saw a few days ago. Xian's voice was still very kind. However, probably because he could not see, he did not even bother to pretend to smile. His expression showed that he was anxious. It seemed that something was not going well. "That's right. They came here specifically to murder Xiaoju, but they did not succeed. Now, they did not even see a trace of Xiaoju every day. It was not going well at all." Yuan Baozhen pushed the teacup in front of Xian. Then, he placed the plate of snacks in front of Xian. He smiled and said, "Have some snacks." Xian could clearly see that there were some peanuts sprinkled on top of the snacks. Xian still remembered Qing Li Su's advice before he left. As long as he ate peanuts, he would get a rash all over his body. That was interesting. Did Yuan Baozhen know that Qing Li Su could not eat peanuts? Xian felt that there was a high chance that he knew. Then, the purpose of this plate of snacks was very clear. He was still testing her. There was a problem if she did not get a rash after eating this plate of snacks. There was a problem if she did not eat this plate of snacks. Xian thought that he was worthy of being tested by Yuan Baozhen again and again. She did not take the cup of tea or the snacks. Instead, she smiled and said in a strange tone, "Lord Yuan, I can't really drink tea and eat snacks." Yuan Baozhen's eyes moved. "Why?" "After you found out about the banquet, my uncle did not let me eat or drink in the residence. Every day, my food is delivered by slave Fei. Lord Yuan, it's not that I don't trust you, but it's because my uncle is a very strict person. If I eat behind his back and get angry, I can't bear the consequences. The young man's tone was very matter-of-fact. He even did not understand why Yuan Baozhen was so stupid. He said, I advise Lord Yuan not to eat the food in the residence. Endure the desire for good food. Do not lose your life because of it. The young man's reply was very fast. There was no clue at all. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether he was telling the truth or lying. Yuan Baozhen smiled. The tea and snacks here are also bought by your servant outside. The food outside is even more dangerous. He Yan said earnestly, if it is really not possible, Lord Yuan, please wait. When my uncle returns to the residence, you can talk to him. Once you have my uncle's approval, I will eat these things, okay? Yuan Baozhen did not know how to respond. Inviting Xiaoju over to eat tea? Wouldn't that be exposing himself? He Yan felt that his words were flawless. Qingli Su was a little coward who was scared to death of her uncle. Yuan Baozhen took back his hand and shook his head with a smile. If Qinggongzi does not want to eat, then don't eat. His tone was very disappointed. It is fine. I came to sit with Lord Yuan. It is also good. Then, there is something I am very curious about. Yuan Baozhen looked at the young man in front of him and changed the topic. Military Governor Xiao cares for you so much. Why did he leave you alone in the Fu these past few days? There is only that bodyguard by your side. Even if it is a bodyguard, he is not always with Qinggongzi. If there is a problem in the Fu, does Military Governor Xiao not worry that Qinggongzi will be in danger? When these words were said, He Yan was enlightened. He suddenly understood why Yuan Baozhen and his servant would not let him go. Because Xiaoju left her nephew alone in the Sun Fu. This was not a reasonable thing to do. The reason Xiaoju did this was because He Yan knew martial arts. Secondly, she was not the real Qingli Su. She did not have any blood relations with Xiaoju. The cold second young master Xiao would not treat her differently. But in reality, if the real Qingli Su was here, Xiaoju would definitely think of a way to ensure his safety. Unlike now, where He Yan was left alone in the Sun Manor. Her entire body was written from head to toe as if she was an abandoned concubine who was disliked and banished to the cold palace. He Yan always knew his place. Therefore, he did not feel anything was wrong. But in the eyes of others, it was wrong. She suddenly realized that this was the reason why Yuan Baozhen and his servant felt something was wrong and stared at her. But Xiaoju was such a smart person. How could she not have thought of this? He Yan felt that it was impossible. When they were in the Xianchang Hall, He Yan was careless. Xiaoju was very cautious. He Yan did not believe that Xiaoju would be careless. Then, there was only one possibility. Xiaoju deliberately made her reveal her flaws. She made Yuan Baozhen and his servant suspicious of her and tested her again and again. But why? Even if Xiaoju was suspicious of her, at least for now, they should be working together. Could it be, this bastard was using her as a shield? She attracted the attention of Yuan Baozhen and his servant so that Xiaoju would have time to do his own thing. The more He Yan thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He wanted to tear Xiaoju into pieces. But she did not show it on her face. She only said innocently, what danger could there be? My uncle already said that the real danger is not in this Fu. I am very safe in this Fu. Lord Yuan, let me tell you. She said in a small voice, the real danger is outside the Fu. Outside the Fu? Yuan Baozhen and Dingyi looked at each other. Then, Yuan Baozhen asked He Yan, what does Qinggongzi mean? I don't know. He Yan spread out his hands as if it had nothing to do with him. In any case, that is what I overheard my uncle say. If you want to know, you can ask my uncle directly. She added, I saw that he was outside the Fu these days. Maybe he went to deal with that danger. Fine. Since Xiaoju was using her as a shield, she would kick the target back and draw Yuan Baozhen's attention to the outside of the Fu. Moreover, her image as a useless gongzi who did not know anything was deeply ingrained in people's minds. Presumably, Yuan Baozhen did not find any flaws. Qinggongzi really knows how to joke. Yuan Baozhen laughed. Since this is Military Governor Zhao's private matter, I won't ask. He changed the topic. He Yan's entire body trembled. She saw Dingy walk over and lean close to her. He bent down and untied a fragrant ball from her waist. Qingli was a very particular young master. He had countless fragrant pouches and jade pendants. He Yan felt that those things were too expensive and was afraid of losing them. After rummaging for a long time, he finally found a simple fragrant ball. The fragrant ball was only the size of 2 fingers. It was a small ball woven from wisteria. It was hollow in the middle and filled with spices and herbs. When worn at the waist, it gave off a faint fragrance. It was both cute and elegant. Dingy held the fragrant ball in his hand. His movements were very light, almost imperceptible. He Yan, who could not see, could only pretend that she did not notice. She did not think that Dingy stole the fragrant ball because he liked it. As expected, Dingy opened the top of the fragrant ball, took out the original herbs, put them away, and filled it with something else. It could not be anything good. After doing all this, he gently tied the fragrant ball back to He Yan's waist. From beginning to end, He Yan did not move at all. Yuan Baozhen's face revealed a satisfied expression. Dingy returned to Yuan Baozhen's side. From the outside, everything looked normal. It was as if nothing had happened. He Yan chatted with Yuan Baozhen about the past in the capital. She felt the fragrant ball at her waist heat up. In her previous life, she had been poisoned. He Yan suspected that perhaps Dingy was good at using poisons. She still remembered what she heard when she went to Yuan Baozhen's room last night. They wanted to use her to make trouble for Xiaoju. This was probably their plan. This thing was probably poisonous. The toxicity was not small. If she wore it, she would die. Xiaoju, who was close to her, would also die if she smelled it. Even Fei Nu would not be able to escape. In this way, the family of 3, no, the master and servant, would really die. They could blame it all on the assassin. Perhaps when the coroner came to do an autopsy and found that she was not the real Qingli Su, the assassin would pretend to be Qingli Su and secretly kill the right army commander. He Yan shivered. She could not let this happen. She said, "Lord Yuan, I need to go to the toilet. I want to go to the toilet first." Xiaoju walked into the Sun residence. Fei Nu followed closely behind him. It seemed that he had been waiting for him for a long time. "Young master," Yuan Baozhen asked He Yan to leave. He said. Xiaoju put his sword on the table and turned around. He said casually, "They are probably still probing. If they can't find young master, they can only start with He Yan." Xiaoju smiled noncommittally. He Yan was originally a shield that he had sent out to create a diversion. Without 2 tails, it would be more convenient for him to do things. Everyone thought that he had left the residence. In fact, today was the only day he left the residence. He had been in the Sun residence, hiding in the dark. It was just that no one noticed. "Young master, will He Yan find out what you did?" "He should have already found out. But, he can only lie." Xiaoju said, "This person has been lying since the first time he met Yuan Baozhen, although I don't know why." He Yan dealt with it well. The better he dealt with it, the harder it was to find any flaws and the more suspicious Yuan Baozhen would be. Because Xiaoju had left his nephew in the Sun residence, this was a matter full of flaws. Young master used Yuan Baozhen to test He Yan and used He Yan to test Yuan Baozhen. But what if they are in cahoots? Up until now, other than the assassination attempt at the Sun residence's banquet, Xiaoju had stayed out of it. He Yan and Yuan Baozhen were testing each other. This was the perfect opportunity to find out the origins of the 2 people. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If they are in cahoots, then we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Xiaoju said calmly, "Originally, this matter was going to end soon." Fei Nu was silent. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "He Yan went to Yuan Baozhen's room today." Yuan Baozhen's bodyguard changed the incense ball that He Yan was wearing. Xiaoju raised his eyebrows. "He didn't notice?" "No. It was just an act. I'm afraid that the incense ball is poisonous. Commander-in-Chief, you should stay away from him today." Xiaoju looked out of the window and suddenly said, "He Yan should be back at this time." What is he doing outside? Just as he finished speaking, he heard a servant from the Sun residence running in breathlessly. As she ran, she said, "It's not good, it's not good." Fei Nu opened the door. "What's not good?" The servant stammered, "Young Master Ching." Young Master Ching fell in the latrine. Outside the washroom, there was already a circle of maids. The leading maid said worriedly, Young Master Ching, are you all right? Can you let us in?" What answered her was the young man's exasperated voice, "No. You're not allowed to enter. All of you, stand outside." The maidservants exchanged glances with one another. That was true. This young master from Shua City usually looked so good. Now that he had fallen into the toilet, he would definitely be in a bad state and would not want others to see him in such a state. However, they couldn't just leave him like this. The maids were so anxious that they were about to go bald. He Yan stood in the side room and sighed silently. To be honest, the Sun family's lavish decorations were very exquisite. In fact, the washroom was already very clean. However, she only did this to get rid of the incense ball that Dingy put on her waist. Young Master Ching, who fell into the toilet, must have washed his entire body. Even if it was an incense ball, after such an incident, it could only be thrown away. Yuan Baozhen and his servant asked reasonably. They couldn't find any problem with it. If a person had to put a dirty incense ball on their body after a trip to the toilet, then they would be sick. However, He Yan looked at the stains on her body through the cloth. The sacrifice she made was too big. Qing Lisu, this child, didn't seem to be very smart. She didn't think that she was the real smart one. These dirty and tiring jobs were now all done by He Yan. What was this called, she thought in her heart. Suddenly, she heard someone shout from outside, Young Master Ching, come out. Military Governor Xiao is here. Xiao Ju is here? He Yan originally thought that Fei Nu would come to pick him up. Why did Xiao Ju come back? He came back so early today? Before she could think clearly, she heard Xiao Ju's voice from outside, Qing Lisu, come out. He Yan, why was she always in such a sorry state every time she met Xiao Ju? He Yan took a deep breath and walked out shakily with the help of the bamboo stick. Everyone outside held their breaths. The young man's clothes were stained, and his hair was a little messy. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, and his expression couldn't be seen, but his mouth was flat. As soon as she came out, she hurriedly complained in a direction, Uncle, you're finally here. If I wasn't lucky, you would have a nephew who fell to his death in the toilet. Xiao Ju, He Yan took a step forward and Xiao Ju dodged sideways. He Yan loved cleanliness the most. It was probably the biggest concession that he could make by tolerating his disgust and coming here to pick up He Yan. Fei Nu, bring him back and wash him clean. Xiao Ju couldn't stand the smell on He Yan's body and turned to leave. He Yan cursed in his heart. Look, is this something a human would do? Who did she fall into the toilet for? Xiao Ju was really an ingrate. Fei Nu came over to help He Yan. This person also followed He Yan closely. He Yan fell into the toilet and even used a handkerchief to help him. He Yan was speechless. He Yan didn't need to remind him this time. Fei Nu ordered someone to bring hot water and a wooden basin for bathing. He said to He Yan with a wooden face, go in and wash up. You're not going to help me bathe? She asked tentatively. You have a fiancé. It's not convenient. TSK, TSK, TSK. Time really reveals a person's heart. He Yan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He trembled as he closed the door and jumped into the bathtub. Thinking about it, she really couldn't accept it. The dignified General Fei Hong had to jump into the toilet to avoid disaster. If this was seen by her subordinates and colleagues in the past, they would definitely laugh at her. However, Yuan Baozhen also didn't expect that the incense ball he gave her would be useless before he even saw Xiao Ju. After all, if the sky wanted to rain and people wanted to fall, no one could stop it. Outside the room, Fei Nu squatted down and used a branch to fiddle with the dirty clothes that He Yan threw on the ground. A round incense ball rolled out from the clothes. Fei Nu used the branch to touch the incense ball and said, this should be it. Xiao Ju glanced at the incense ball on the ground and didn't say anything. Young master, did he do it on purpose or unintentionally? Fei Nu was also a little confused. If He Yan accidentally fell into the toilet and caused the incense ball to be useless, it was too much of a coincidence. But if he did it on purpose, if he and Yuan Baozhen were together, why would he do it? Even if it was a trick, it was too real. He did it on purpose. But, he curled his lips and smiled. It wasn't clear whether it was disdain or surprise in his eyes. It was very complicated as he said, he can even think of such a method. He really doesn't care about trifles. This was also true. Who would have thought that He Yan would fall into the toilet pit? Perhaps even Yuan Baozhen himself wouldn't have thought of it. He Yan's actions were really unimaginable. Any decent person would not think of such a method. If he did it on purpose, Fei Nu looked at Xiao Ju and said in surprise, "Young master, are you saying that He Yan can see?" Xiao Ju raised her eyebrows and said, "Most likely." Then why did he pretend that he couldn't see? Fei Nu was a little puzzled. Was it to deceive us or to deceive Yuan Baozhen? Both. Xiao Ju said slowly, he might not be on the same side as anyone. Just like how Xiao Ju was on guard against He Yan while coldly watching Yuan Baozhen's act, He Yan was very likely to keep himself out of the matter. She was probably watching him and Yuan Baozhen fight as if she was watching a play. While deceiving Yuan Baozhen, she was also deceiving Xiao Ju. As for what her purpose was, it was still unclear. "Young master, will He Yan interfere with our work?" "No." Xiao Ju said, "It's almost over." Fei Nu was silent for a moment and said, "The reply from Shuajing will probably arrive tonight. After tonight, he would know what the background of this He Yan was and what he wanted." As for Yuan Baozhen, his good days were about to come to an end. In the room, Yuan Baozhen almost couldn't believe his ears. He asked the servant who came to report, "What did you say?" The servant of the Sun Manor was startled by his expression and said timidly, "Just now, young Master Qing fell into the toilet. Governor Xiao took him away." Ding Yi's expression changed dramatically. Yuan Baozhen held his forehead and waved his hand, "You can leave." The servant left. Yuan Baozhen slammed the table, "Bastard." He didn't need to think too much to know that the incense ball given to He Yan today was useless. Since he fell into the toilet, his whole body must be covered in filth. He had to be cleaned inside and out. How could the incense ball escape this disaster? Not good. Yuan Baozhen stood up and felt uneasy. Will Xiao Ju find out about the incense ball? Xiao Ju loves cleanliness. She won't touch it on purpose. But, Ding Yi's expression was unpredictable. He Yan might not. You mean he did it on purpose? Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? We just gave him the incense ball, and he fell into the toilet. It was the same before. The so-called flying insect entering the cup at the banquet was only his side of the story. More importantly, why would Xiao Ju leave her nephew alone in the Sun residence? There's something wrong with this person. I have a feeling that Qingli isn't as simple as he seems. If there's something wrong with him, doesn't that mean he knows about our plans from the beginning? Could this be a trap set by Xiao Ju? Yuan Baozhen asked. He had a bone-deep fear of Xiao Ju. It was probably because he knew that this military governor of the Right Corps would kill without regard for status. I think we should do it tonight. Ding Yi finally spoke after a long time. What? Yuan Baozhen said anxiously, you can't beat a sober Xiao Ju. Because of this, they didn't dare to fight with Xiao Ju directly. Unfortunately, they failed at the banquet, so it would be difficult to find another opportunity. Originally, they wanted to start with Qingli Su, but this kid was even more strange. He was slippery and unpredictable. Even now, they still couldn't figure out what was going on. Yuan Baozhen's words seemed to have angered Ding Yi. A dark look flashed across his face as he said in a sinister voice, I never planned to start with him. His weird nephew is my true target. He Yan washed herself clean. In order to get rid of the smell, she took Qingli Su's perfume and rubbed it all over her body. Only after she changed into clean clothes did she dare to meet Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju sat in front of the table and stopped her from going forward. Stay 10 feet away from me. He Yan rolled her eyes in her heart, but she smiled and said, Uncle, I'm clean. If you don't believe me, you can smell me. She tried to go forward, but a sword sheath was hanging in front of her. It touched her nose and blocked her way. Through the gap in the black cloth, she could see Xiaoju covering her nose with her sleeve. She looked unhappy and her eyebrows were furrowed as if she had been attacked by a rebel army. He Yan spread her hands. Okay. I won't go forward. Second young Master Xiao was really fastidious. She didn't know if his fastidiousness could save his life. If she hadn't jumped into the toilet, she didn't know how long the second young Master Xiao would have lasted under the poison of the incense ball. He Yan felt regret. If she had known, she would have just thrown the incense ball in front of Xiaoju. Let's see if he would still be so picky. She held onto the bamboo stick and found a chair. She sat down and thought for a while before asking, Uncle, how long are we going to stay in this house? Why? Xiaoju said, do you want to go back? That's not it. I just feel that it's a bit weird. He Yan replied. She still wanted to find out more about He Rufei from Yuan Baozhen and Ding Yi. Of course, she couldn't go back so soon. However, it wasn't right to stay here. He Yan didn't know what Xiaoju was doing, but Xiaoju's actions had already attracted Yuan Baozhen's attention. Now, Yuan Baozhen was looking for trouble with He Yan. If this continued, He Rufei wouldn't be able to uncover many of his secrets. Yuan Baozhen might even find out about her plan. How is it weird? Xiaoju said calmly, as if she didn't take her words to heart. Every few days, Imperial Censor Yuan comes to talk to me. He Yan went straight to the point. I feel like he's trying to get information out of me. Uncle, aren't you afraid that I'll reveal some secrets to him if I stay here alone? Xiaoju looked at him with a half-smile. What secrets do you have to reveal? He Yan, Xiaoju and Fei Nu didn't tell He Yan what they were doing in secret. It was obvious that they didn't treat her as one of their own. Even if Yuan Baozhen wanted to get information, He Yan really didn't have any secrets to reveal to him. She was just an insignificant person who didn't know anything about this. She said, that's not right either. How can an uncle leave his nephew alone in a wolf's den? Isn't that suspicious? Who knew if Yuan Baozhen would make another sachet for her? She couldn't fall into the toilet again and again. It wouldn't hurt her eyes, it would hurt her brain. Suspicious? Xiaoju looked down and said slowly, I don't think he's suspicious these past few days. He Yan screamed in his heart. That was because she had been lying for him. Anyone would be suspicious of such a clumsy lie. However, He Yan could tell that Xiaoju did it on purpose. She was probably trying to divert the trouble. This person was too black-hearted. She didn't even feel guilty for doing such a thing. She said, Uncle, you've been running around all day. Have you found the culprit yet? When she said this, there was a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Although her eyes were covered, she could imagine the young man rolling his eyes. Xiaoju replied calmly, I found him. Found him? He Yan was stunned, who is it? You'll find out soon. What did she mean by find out soon? She already knew that the culprit was Yuan Baozhen and his servant. He Yan was so anxious that he scratched his head. He couldn't wait to bring Xiaoju to Yuan Baozhen. Ding Yi pointed at Yuan Baozhen and said to Xiaoju, it's him. It's him. Catch him. However, she could only play dumb and asked, Uncle, aren't you going to catch him now? It's not time yet. Xiaoju smiled. Then how long do we have to wait? When the swindler shows up. He Yan, what? She didn't understand what Xiaoju meant. Before she could ask any more questions, Fei Nu had already walked over and pulled her out of the room. He pushed her out of the room and said, it's late. You should rest first. With a bang, he closed the door again. He was really heartless. He Yan glared at the door behind him. There was a little person cursing in his heart with her hands on her hips. Not to mention that they were schoolmates in their previous lives. In this life, they had dealt with assassins together. They could be considered as half-life friends. What was with Xiaoju's attitude? With this attitude, there were still so many girls in Dawei who admired him. He was afraid that they were all poisoned by the sorcerer tribe of Nanjiang. She climbed onto the bed and lay flat. She pulled the blanket up and buried her head in it. Forget it. Rest is fine. Anyway, the person Yuan Baozhen wanted to kill is not me. After the autumn equinox, the night became even colder. He Yan was woken up by the cold. The Sun family's blanket was made of silk. It was cotton and soft. The embroidery on it was exquisite and round. It was very luxurious and grand. Although this kind of blanket was thin, it was very warm. Yan had slept in the Sun family's house for the past few days. In terms of bedding, he was really impeccable. It was the first time that he was woken up by the cold like today. The black cloth was next to her. Before going to bed, she had taken it off. At this moment, Yan slowly sat up. He wondered if it was too disturbing to ask someone to add a blanket for him in the middle of the night. When he turned his head, he saw that the window next to him was open. The wind was blowing in. No wonder it was so cold. The cold wind blew in. 3 layers of blankets were useless. Yan wanted to get up and close the window. Suddenly, he thought of something. He turned his head. Sure enough, under the weak light of the lantern outside the window, Fei Nu's bed was empty. The person was not there. Fei Nu was not there. He did not need to go into the room to know that Xiaoju was definitely not there. This master and servant pair were probably doing some shady business behind her back. Yan was not surprised. He got off the bed and put on his shoes. He wanted to close the window and go back to sleep. The wind was extremely cold. The branches by the bed swayed and drops of dew fell. Yan reached out to close the window. Suddenly, he saw a black shadow pass by not far away. If someone who did not know martial arts saw it, they would probably think that their eyes were playing tricks on them. It was late at night. Even the dog was asleep. How could there be someone wandering around? Yan's mind flashed. He grabbed his clothes and followed out. That person's skills were not bad. Unfortunately, the person following was Yan. Yan followed very carefully. In her previous life, she had stayed in the vanguard. She had the experience of sneaking into the enemy camp at night. Therefore, doing this kind of thing could be considered easy. This person in black was not Xiaoju or Fei Nu. Xiaoju and Fei Nu were very tall, but this person was not. His entire body was covered in night clothes. No clues could be seen. He seemed to be very familiar with the Sun family's courtyard. He avoided places where there might be guards and walked to an abandoned courtyard in the Sun family's residence. In the big Sun family's residence, there was such an abandoned courtyard. It was very far from the main hall. Yan's eyes were blind for a few days. He hid under the window and eavesdropped on the conversations of the servant girls outside. He knew that this courtyard used to be the residence of one of Sun Ling's beloved concubines. This beloved concubine was the youngest daughter of a rice shop owner in Liangzhou. She was beautiful and cute. Unfortunately, Sun Ling took a fancy to her and brought her home. The rice shop owner was originally engaged to a scholar outside the city who lived with his widow. The scholar was dissatisfied with the humiliation of having his wife stolen. He wanted to sue the higher-ups. However, the officials protected each other. Liangzhou City was under the control of the Sun father and son. In the end, the scholar and his widow were both sent to prison and died of illness not long after. When the rice shop owner heard this bad news, she cried every day. Sun Ling was a person who liked the new and hated the old. In just a few days, he hated this girl. Seeing her cry every day was an eyesore. He also felt that she had touched his bad luck. He raised his hand and gave the girl to his subordinates. A good girl was tortured to death just like that. It was probably because her death was too tragic. Not long after, there were rumors in the courtyard that someone heard the girl crying at night. Sun Ling felt that it was bad luck and sealed the courtyard. With the rumors of ghosts, no one dared to enter. This courtyard became a deserted courtyard. When Yan heard about this past, he wanted to rush up and twist Sun Ling's head off. There were always people in the world who were full of evil. They had done countless evil deeds. The funny thing was that these people were afraid of karma and didn't dare to move forward because they were guilty. The black-cloaked man chose this place. However, it was just a deserted courtyard. Even the servant girls and servants had been removed for many years. What was the use of a place like this? There were many weeds growing in this place. Some of the trees had withered because no one watered them. Some were still alive but no one trimmed them. The branches were in strange shapes and the shadows they cast on the ground were eerie. Other than the wind horn, there was only dead silence. There was no sign of life. It was like a graveyard. The black-clothed man had already arrived in front of the house that the girl used to live in. Xian hesitated for a moment. He didn't enter from the door but jumped in from the window. He didn't know if Sun Ling had a guilty conscience. There were many Taoist seals on the door and windows of the house. He was probably afraid that the girl's soul would come to find him. He was extra cautious. Xian slipped in through the window. Strangely, there were lights in this empty house. With the lights on, Xian couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. In this house, there were many Buddha statues on the table and floor. The lamps were the oil lamps on the Buddha shrines. Someone must have come to light them often. Niao niao, Buddha incense burned. However, it didn't make one feel calm. Instead, it made one feel cold. There were Taoist seals outside the house and Buddha statues in the house. The father and son of the Sun family were panicking. Buddhism and Taoism were one. They were not as calm as they looked. Sleeping peacefully on a bed of blood, one would probably have nightmares every day. Xian sneered in his heart. Since they were so afraid, why did they do so much evil? It was obvious that the evil in people's bones couldn't be changed. At this moment, a dart flew out from the side. It was fast and hurried. Xian dodged to the side and blocked it with a dagger in his sleeve. Dang! The dart fell to the ground and knocked over an angry Buddha statue. You're not blind after all. Someone walked out from behind the Buddha shrines. After being chased for so long, this person finally showed his face. It was still an ordinary face without any special features. However, his expression had changed. He was no longer expressionless. His eyes were even shining with excitement. It was as if he had caught an interesting prey. It took you so long to find out. You're the blind one. Xian said. Dingy smiled. His smile was a little strange. He said, "You're really brave. You're alone and you dare to follow me. You purposely opened the window and flashed by. You purposely walked slowly so that I could catch up to you. Didn't you want me to follow you? I've always been a very kind person." Xian also smiled. I hate to let other people's efforts go to waste. She had found out from the beginning. However, since the other party had already set a trap, her disguise had been exposed. There was no need to continue pretending. Moreover, a real master was never afraid of traps. Only those who were not strong enough would hesitate. Ding Yi's expression changed slightly. After a moment, he smiled. Did you learn your stubbornness from Xiaoju? I was born with it. You're not Qing Li Su. Ding Yi stared into Xian's eyes. Who are you? He suspected Xian even earlier than Yuan Baozhen. It was only because that day at the banquet, before Xiaoju drank, that young man glanced at him. That gaze was a mixture of surprise, anger, hatred, unwillingness, and doubt. It was filled with a myriad of emotions as it pressed towards him. Although Xian quickly moved his gaze away, Ding Yi still noticed it at that moment. He had never seen this young man before, but he knew very well that this young man had seen him before. Who are you? He asked again. Xian smiled. Gods and Buddhas were watching silently. The talismans outside the house were calming and exorcising demons. There seemed to be distant Sanskrit chanting "Niao Niao." The young man slowly raised his head. His expression was familiar. His gaze was like lightning, piercing people's hearts. I'm a ghost that you killed, he said softly. I crawled out of the netherworld and came to take your life. This was an unfamiliar face that Ding Yi had never seen before, and there were no signs of disguise. Before coming to the Sun Mansion, Yuan Baozhen had said that the person who came with Xiaoju was his nephew, the young master of the right minister's house, the famous useless young master in the Shua capital. He had only mentioned it casually and did not go into detail. After all, at that time, none of them had expected that this seemingly harmless useless young master would mess up the entire game. He could not be the real Qing Li Su. The young master raised in the Shua capital would not have such a fierce gaze. Who was he? Was he Xiaoju's subordinate? But why did Xiao Ju's subordinate look at him with such a gaze? It was as if they had a feud. Looking at the young man in front of him, Ding Yi said, "Are you trying to act mysterious here?" He Yan chuckled, "Are you scared?" Ding Yi's smile faded, "You're so stubborn that it's hard to like you." As he finished speaking, the dagger in his sleeve suddenly grew a few inches, and quickly stabbed towards He Yan. He Yan spun around and flew up. The two figures wrestled together, and the silhouettes reflected on the window were particularly eerie. If the servants of the Sun Mansion were to pass by at this moment, they would probably confirm the rumors of ghosts. He Yan was slightly surprised. At that time, she had fallen into He Rufei's trap, and it was this person in front of her who had given her the medicine that caused her to go blind. She had always thought that Ding Yi was just a servant who worked for He Rufei. Later, when she met Yuan Baozhen, she knew that this person's skills were not bad, but only when she personally fought with him did she realize that Ding Yi was more powerful than she had thought. His skills were far superior to the head assassin, Ying Yu. Not only did he have such skills, but he was also very cautious, and would not make a move unless he was completely confident. Therefore, even if it was an assassination at the banquet, he would be the last chess piece, and would not make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. The incense ball was the same. It had to wait for Xiao Ju to be poisoned and weak before it could be used to kill her in one shot. Today, Ding Yi had set a trap for He Yan to fall into it. However, he was just thinking that no matter how outstanding He Yan was, he was just a 16-year-old boy. He couldn't be that powerful. This person was both conceited and cautious. He was conceited because he was confident in his skills and abilities. He was cautious because he wanted to be absolutely safe. He was not to be underestimated. Ding Yi was also shocked. He had never seen such an opponent before. It was said that Xiao Ju, the commander-in-chief of the Right Army, was skilled in both the pen and the sword, and rarely had a match. He really wanted to fight with her, but He Rufei had repeatedly warned him not to fight with Xiao Ju, so he could only make his move secretly and wait for an opportunity to strike. A person like him would never be able to compete with others openly. He was like a rat hiding in a ditch, only able to hide in the dark. Having a body full of martial arts skills but nowhere to display them was like walking in the night in brocade clothes. In Ding Yi's heart, it was not that he did not feel disappointed. This boy had a mysterious background, and he was eager to try. He wanted to defeat him openly, and then use him to scheme against Xiao Ju. This way, he could show off his abilities. However, after this fight, he realized that he had been too careless. This boy's skills were not weak. The dagger brushed past He Yan's head. Ding Yi's palm came and hit He Yan's left shoulder, causing her to retreat a few steps and knock over the Buddha statue on the table. "You are being disrespectful to the Buddha statue," He Yan said. "Aren't you afraid that the Buddha statue will come to you at night?" Ding Yi looked at her unhappily. This boy had been hit by his palm, yet he could still talk. He sneered, "Do you know that a Buddha statue here represents a dead person? You will soon join them." He Yan reached out and touched her shoulder, revealing a frightened expression. "Don't tell ghost stories at night for no reason." Although she said this, she did not hesitate to stab Ding Yi with the dagger in her hand. Ding Yi dodged, and the dagger flicked his hat off, causing it to fall to the ground. He Yan sighed in her heart. She did not have any weapons when she came out. This dagger was the one she used to cut the deer meat on the first day she came to the Sun family's banquet. At that time, Xiao Ju was stabbed, and she rushed in to help in. A hurry. This dagger used to cut the deer meat, at this moment, seemed too elegant and impractical. Just as she was thinking, Ding Yi came forward again. He Yan dodged the tip of the dagger, and was hit on the back by his palm. He suddenly felt a sweet taste in his throat. Although Ding Yi used a dagger, he preferred to fight barehanded. He was very confident in his own skills, which was why he did this. "After being hit by two of my palms, you are still standing." Ding Yi's eyes moved slightly. "You are the first." He Yan swallowed the blood in his throat, and smiled. "You are also the first to be able to survive two of my palms. You have a sharp tongue," Ding Yi said, and ran forward again. He Yan turned around and fled to the window. Lady He's body was still too weak. Perhaps God was like this, and there was no absolute fairness in the world. A woman's mind was more delicate than a man's, and her body was destined to be weaker than a man's. Although she was brave and good at fighting in her previous life, she was now only a 16-year-old girl. Before this spring, she had never learned any martial arts. Her inner strength was not as strong as Ding Yi's. "You want to escape?" Ding Yi laughed and reached out to grab He Yan's collar and pulled back. He Yan's body was pulled back by him, and he fell into the shrine. Incense ashes scattered in the air. "No one will come here at night." Ding Yi laughed. "If no one dares to come, you can only wait for death here." He Yan stood up and kicked away a Buddha statue in front of him and laughed, "I am a dead man." Her casual movements made Ding Yi feel extremely familiar, and he was stunned for a moment. Ding Yi was He Rufei's subordinate and had been with He Rufei for many years. They had always lived in a courtyard, far away from Shuajing. In the past few years, He Rufei had trained Ding Yi to be a man of sacrifice. Ding Yi was very skilled, knew how to make poison, knew how to disguise, and was very meticulous. Even if he was someone else's subordinate, he was still very outstanding. His skills naturally needed to be put to good use. However, when they returned to Shuajing, Ding Yi's first task was to make a bowl of poison that could blind people and deliver it to young Mr. Su, He Rufei's cousin. At that time, he was very dissatisfied with this task, and did not know why He Rufei gave the order to kill his cousin. The fight between women was a matter of the harem. What use was there for him? It was a waste of talent. Ding Yi felt insulted. He Rufei told him, "Don't underestimate her. You have to be careful, and don't let anyone find out." Ding Yi was very confused. How powerful could a woman be? Why did he have to be careful? Half curious and half disdainful, Ding Yi entered the Su family and stayed there for 3 days. It was during these 3 days that he realized that young Mr. Su was not a simple woman. She was very sensitive. Sometimes, when Ding Yi hid in the dark and wanted to observe her, she immediately noticed that something was wrong. There were a few times when Ding Yi almost exposed himself. In the end, he had no choice but to use the identity of He Rufei's servant to hide in the Su family. Although young Mr. Su was cautious and sensitive, she trusted the He family very much and gave him an opportunity. He still remembered that the bowl of medicine was given to young Mr. Su. When young Mr. Su heard that it was a tonic sent by the He family, she drank it all without thinking. At that time, he did not know what to feel. This kind of woman with such skills and ability, if he fought her openly, he would have to put in a lot of effort to take her life. However, as long as someone close to her took action, she could get what she wanted with just a bowl of medicine. She did not even need to put in much effort. No wonder people always said that the only people who could be deceived and hurt were the people close to them. During those 3 days, Ding Yi also noticed some of young Mr. Su's little habits. For example, sometimes when there was something in front of her, like a fallen tree branch, she liked to kick it away. Her kicking seemed casual, but she used a lot of force. This was considered very rude for a woman from a rich family. Young Mr. Su also knew this, so every time she unconsciously kicked something away, she would react. If there was no one around, she would leave as if nothing had happened. If there was someone around, she would stick out her tongue apologetically. While she was doing this, her face, which was always expressionless, took on a lively expression. It was as if this was the real her. Therefore, after such a long time, Ding Yi almost could not remember young Mistress Su's appearance, but he still remembered her kicking away the tree branch in front of her. Just now, the young man in front of him kicked away the Buddha statue at his feet. That action and expression suddenly overlapped with the young Mistress Su in Ding Yi's memory. But how could he be young Mistress Su? After drinking that bowl of medicine, young Mistress Su became blind. Ding Yi thought that was the end of it. Until this spring, when he was at the He family, he heard that young Mistress Su slipped and fell into the pond and drowned. Ding Yi did not think that she really slipped and drowned, because when He Rufei and the He family heard this, other than the madam of the second branch, they were not surprised at all. They must have known this long ago. What could cause the entire He family to be so ruthless towards a married daughter, and not be at ease even if she became blind, and still want her life? After thinking about it, he gradually thought of a clue. He Rufei lived in another courtyard for many years, and when he returned to Shuajing, he suddenly became General Fei Hong. Ding Yi thought that the He family found a substitute for He Rufei, and since He Rufei was back, the substitute should die. But, what if that substitute was a woman? This sounded inconceivable, but it was not impossible. Especially when Ding Yi thought about young Mistress Su's alertness and skills, it was not something that an ordinary woman could do. Especially when they heard that young Mistress Su was blind, she did not collapse, but tried to listen to sounds to distinguish shapes. Perhaps it was because of this that the He family felt uneasy. What they needed was an obedient blind person. If this blind person could walk, move, and talk, they would not be at ease. The young Mistress Su that he had blinded might be the famous General Fei Hong. Every time he thought of this, Ding Yi felt proud and regretful. He was proud that he had quelled the chaos in Xichang, and that the General Fei Hong, who many people were afraid of, had been defeated by a small character like him. Regretfully, although he had schemed against young Mistress Su, it was not honorable. It was just a bowl of medicine. The light was dim, and the young man's appearance was blurred. He Yan's eyes curved. It's not a good habit to be absent-minded during a fight. Her voice was accompanied by her movements. She was as nimble as a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Ding Yi. Pfft! The dagger scratched his sleeve, leaving a bloody mark. He Yan had stabbed his arm. Is this all you've got? Ding Yi's eyes flashed with excitement, and a little disdain. This young man was definitely not General Fei Hong. General Fei Hong was more than this. He disapprovingly tore off the part of his sleeve that had fallen out. He looked at He Yan and laughed. I don't care if you're a human or a ghost, you're going to die today. He rushed towards He Yan. The room was very spacious, but because there were Buddha statues everywhere, it seemed narrow and cramped. Ding Yi had been practicing martial arts since he was young. He had a strong inner strength, and his methods were treacherous and dangerous. If not, he would not be He Rufei's trusted aide. He Yan had fought with him for 4 or 5 moves. The places where she was hit were covered with wounds. The most serious injury was on her back, which was cut by Ding Yi's dagger. The window was right in front of her, but she could not escape. She was caught and thrown to the ground. Ding Yi grabbed her head and looked at her in confusion. Who are you? Who do you think I am? The young man's lips were bleeding, but his expression was indifferent, as if he did not feel pain. Even his smile did not change. In a trance, Ding Yi thought of young Mistress Su. This thought made him unhappy. He tightened his grip on He Yan's neck and said, if you don't tell me who you are, I'll kill you and bury you here. There are Buddha statues and spells everywhere. You'll never be reincarnated. So, he said softly, as if he was coaxing her. Who are you? The young man's skills were already very good, but he gave Ding Yi a feeling of déjà vu. Ding Yi did not want to miss out on the truth. But He Yan heard him and laughed. She laughed so hard that she coughed up some blood. She laughed and said, I've already told you that since I'm an evil spirit that crawled out of hell, I don't care about reincarnation. Moreover, even I can come and go freely. These spells and Buddha statues are just clay and paper. You can't treat them as real. You're so gullible. Does your master, He Rufei, know that? He actually knew about He Rufei. Ding Yi was stunned. His expression suddenly changed. What else do you know? He subconsciously reached behind him, but found nothing. The young man's face was still in front of him, smiling. Ding Yi felt that something was wrong. He stabbed the dagger in his hand, but the young man seemed to have suddenly woken up. He gently pulled back and escaped from Ding Yi's control. She held a small plum blossom dart in her hand. She leaned against the shrine and played with it. She said, Is this your trump card? You even hid it in your clothes. If you hadn't been beaten up so many times, I wouldn't have found it. Ding Yi's face suddenly darkened. Are you playing with me? I wouldn't dare, the young man smiled. It's just that I can't fall for the same trick twice. I came prepared. It's not your fault. You hid it very well. In her previous life, this person had brought her a bowl of medicine. He Yan had become blind. Seeing him again in this life, she felt that there was something wrong with the wine at the banquet. In Yuan Baozhen's room, Ding Yi had even given her a fragrant ball. If he wasn't a frequent user of poison, he wouldn't have carried so many poisons with him. Because of this first impression, she paid special attention to this person. Ding Yi's fingertips were black, as if they had been soaked in medicine for many years. His skin was chapped. This was a pair of hands that used poison. Together with the hearts of the assassins, this person must have been a sinister person. He must have hidden poisoned weapons on him. The dagger was just a distraction. The real trump card was the poisoned plum blossom dart. It wasn't difficult to fight him in close combat. The difficult part was that if this person was forced to use his trump card, he would be seriously injured or even killed. Yan didn't dare to gamble with his life. She observed Ding Yi and found him to be very conceited. Although he had a dagger, he was used to fighting with her barehanded. He was confident that his skills were not inferior to hers. Therefore, Yan deliberately exposed his weakness and pretended to be weak. He was just an ordinary young man who was slightly skilled but slightly inferior. Sure enough, Ding Yi began to underestimate his opponent in a moment. She successfully stole Ding Yi's trump card. Ding Yi said fiercely, "I must kill you. Do you think you still have a chance?" Yan snapped his fingers. "Now it's your turn to be beaten." The two figures rushed together. The young man who seemed to have weaker internal strength was indeed a disguise. Her movements were faster and fiercer. In a moment, she kicked away the dagger in Ding Yi's hand. She lowered her body to avoid his big palm. Without turning her head, she stabbed Ding Yi's waist with the dagger. "You." He widened his eyes in disbelief. Yan kicked his knee, causing Ding Yi to kneel in front of him. Yan grabbed his hair and said, "Now it's my turn to ask questions. Why did Rufei want to kill Xiaoju? Are you working for Prime Minister Su? What benefits did he promise you? What did Rufei want to do?" She spoke quickly and anxiously. Ding Yi was stunned for a moment. Then, he slowly smiled. "I won't tell you," he said. "If I tell you, you will kill me immediately. Why don't you try and see if there's any way to make me talk?" His smile was even a little shameless. Yan had seen this expression on his face many times. He was not unfamiliar with it. When she was in the Fuyue army, when she captured the enemy's troops, some of the captives would quickly surrender and betray them. Others were men of sacrifice. They would rather die than talk. No matter how they were forced to confess, they would not talk. In the end, it would make the interrogators feel defeated. Ding Yi's expression was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Right now, his words sounded nice, but he didn't leave any room for negotiation. It seemed like he was leaving a way out, but in reality, he was just toying with Yan. If he was an ordinary person, he would be fooled. Maybe he would let him live. In the future, when Ding Yi's accomplices had the opportunity, they would rescue him. But Yan was not an ordinary person. She would not be fooled. She looked at Ding Yi and suddenly said, "You kept asking me who I was. Did you think of someone?" Ding Yi's expression suddenly changed. He stared at her face and did not say anything. "Don't you think it's strange? You and I have only met a few times. How could I know that you have hidden poisonous weapons on you? I was the one who reminded you about the wine at the banquet. How could I know?" Ding Yi sneered. "Don't pretend to be mysterious. Kill me if you can. If I don't hate you, I won't kill you. But what's the use of keeping you alive? I live for revenge. Gods and Buddhas can testify that I'm not lying." Yan laughed in a low voice, as if to cater to this strange atmosphere. In the autumn night, there was a sudden clap of thunder. Lightning lit up the room. The benevolent Buddha statues looked at them as if they were fulfilling a karma from many years ago. "You once fed a bowl of medicine to a woman. That woman became blind." The young man said softly. "Guess if I'm that woman." She laughed. Ding Yi struggled. "You are." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened. A trace of blood flowed from his lips and the light in his eyes quickly faded. The plum blossom dart pierced his throat very deeply. In just a moment, he was dead. Yan stood up and looked at the person at her feet. Ding Yi's body lay among the glittering Buddha statues. It was as if she was mocking him. She said in a low voice, "You can die here and see if you can be reincarnated." She turned and walked out. He Yan could not keep Dingy alive. She did not even know where to hide such a person. If Xiaoju found out and asked her why she was investigating the He family, He Yan would not be able to explain. Since he was a man of sacrifice, there was no point in keeping him alive if he did not want to reveal his secrets. Moreover, this person had done many evil things. His death was not to be regretted. Dying here was the best ending for him. After all, this courtyard was haunted. It would take a few days for someone to find his body. Thunder rumbled outside and the autumn rain began to fall. He Yan stumbled towards the direction of the house. Although she used herself as bait to lure Ding Yi to let his guard down, she did suffer a lot of injuries. Her body was not as strong as it was in her previous life. Ding Yi was also not an ordinary person. She might have underestimated He Rufei's strength. The wound on her back was drenched by the rain. The blood flowed into the courtyard and was quickly washed away. He Yan felt that all the strength in her body was disappearing. This was probably the most embarrassing situation she had ever been in since she was reborn. Fortunately, when she went out, Xiaoju and Fei Nu were not around. It had only been a short while, so they probably had not returned yet. She had to quickly go back and change her clothes, pretending that nothing had happened. The house was right in front of her. He Yan jumped in through the window. Seeing that there was no one in the house, she was relieved. She muttered in a low voice, "Fortunately, I was not discovered." Just as she finished speaking, she heard someone's voice. "It's too early for you to be happy." With a paw sound, the room suddenly lit up. He Yan's entire body froze. A person was sitting in front of a small table in the middle. He was playing with a fire starter in his hand. The light on the table flickered. That person had handsome eyebrows and neat clothes. He turned his head and glanced at her. "You're back?" It was Xiaoju. He Yan's heart trembled. She quickly regained her senses and said, "Uncle. This is a misunderstanding. I just realized that I can see. I met an assassin outside." Before she finished speaking, the young man sitting in front of the small table was already in front of her. He pulled out a sword and stabbed it towards her chest. He Yan hurriedly reached out to block it. The tip of the sword did not want to kill her. It turned a corner and sliced open her clothes. Swish, the blood-stained clothes were torn to shreds. The girl's body was pale and weak. Her chest was wrapped in layers of white cloth, like a bud. He Yan's face suddenly turned red. Xiaoju hugged her from behind. The scabbard was pressed against He Yan's neck. Their breathing was tense. "The liar is here." He curled the corners of his lips, as if he was the lazy and dissolute young man in white robes under a big tree. His voice contained a hint of mockery as he indifferently laughed. "Should I call you He Yan, or eldest Miss He?" The end of the second volume. The atmosphere in the room froze in an instant. It should have been a scene that made people blush and their hearts race, but when it was said by the person in front of them, there was no longer a trace of ambiguity, only the embarrassment and danger of being seen through. He Yan quickly regained his senses and looked at him. The fear and nervousness that belonged to the young Qingli Su faded away, and he revealed his usual smile. "You can call me whatever you want, as long as the governor is happy." The daughter of He Sui, the gate commandant, actually came to join the army. He stared into He Yan's eyes with a smile that was not a smile. "Lady, he is very brave." This person. He Yan's mind moved. Since he even knew He Sui's name, it was obvious that he was secretly investigating him, and it was not because he was exposed at the Sun Manor. From Shua capital to here, even if a messenger pigeon was sent at top speed, it would still take more than a month. Xiaoju had long suspected him? Why was this? The young man smiled. "I did not expect the governor to pay so much attention to me. I am ashamed." He Yan's face did not show any panic. Even if he was surprised, it was just a flash. Even now, if it was a normal woman, her clothes were pulled open and her identity exposed, she would probably be ashamed and angry. This person, on the other hand, looked like he did not care at all, and his heart was bigger than a man's. Perhaps it was because of this that from Jingqing to Liangzhou, and even after staying in the Liangzhou guards for so long, no one discovered that he was a woman. When Xiaoju received the secret letter from Shua capital, she could not believe it. The gate commandant did have a child called He, but it was a daughter, not a son. He also had a younger son called Xianxia. Half a year ago, He's daughter was killed by thieves on a boat on the Chunlai River. She sank into the river, and her body was still not found. According to the time, it was the day that He joined the army. But for a woman to come out and join the army without being discovered for 1 or 2 days, and be safe and sound for more than half a year, it was either that the people around her were blind, or that this person was too good at disguising. Xiaoju was not blind. Thinking carefully about the moment when she interacted with He, she felt that this person was very good at disguising himself. She was born delicate and weak, and her figure was small and thin, but people would not associate her with a woman. This was because no ordinary woman would be so casual about trifles. Moreover, she was one of the best in the Liang Province Guards. Why did you come to the Liang Province Guard? He thought quickly and replied, I committed a crime in Shuajing. If I was caught, I would be dead. I had no choice but to join the army. What is it? Even now, this person still did not believe her. She had clearly investigated everything. He sighed, there was a young master from a wealthy family who coveted my beauty. He kidnapped me and wanted to take me as his wife. Unfortunately, an assassin came and took his life. If I stayed on the ship alone, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. Perhaps others would think that I was in cahoots with the assassins. I had no choice but to join the army. He's words were half true and half false. He sounded very sincere. Xiaoju looked at her playfully. Coveting your beauty? He, what did this mean? Was he looking down on her? He had looked at himself in the mirror before. Miss He's face could definitely be called dainty and charming. After all, not everyone's standards are as high as the governor's, she said with a fake smile. Xiaoju nodded. So that's how it is. He's words were half true and half false. She knew that Xiaoju was not easy to fool, but she did not expect him to believe her so easily. She did not expect him to stop talking about it. Why did you come out in the middle of the night? His gaze swept over He, and the smell of blood was hard. To hide. It dyed the mattress on the bed a light red. This person actually knew that she was injured. Even so, he didn't have any pity for her. He questioned her, and now, he didn't even move his hand away from her neck. In Xiaoju's eyes, there was probably no difference between men and women. I killed Yuan Baozhen's guards, she said. After a while, Xiaoju raised her eyebrows. Why? In the past few days when the governor was not in the Fu, Yuan Baozhen kept coming to see me. I always felt that he was suspicious of me. Later, I overheard their conversation. He paused before continuing. They seemed to be following the orders of a person called Su Xiang to take your life. They were also the ones who prepared the banquet. You mean Su Xiang? Xiaoju looked up at her. Her limpid eyes showed a strange emotion. He shrugged. Yes, you can think about whether you have offended someone called Su Xiang. I woke up because of the cold. When I woke up, you were not there. The window was open. When I closed the window, I saw someone pass by. That person deliberately led me to the abandoned courtyard of the Sun Fu. He was Yuan Baozhen's guard. He wanted to use me as a hostage to tie you down. He shook her head. But I am not the real Qingli Su. I don't think the governor would give up for me. What if the governor killed me with an arrow to prevent future trouble? After thinking about it, I could not fall into his hands. I fought with him for a long time and finally killed him. He gestured for her to look at herself. That's how I ended up like this. Although she said it casually, she was still injured. Her complexion was not good and her body was losing strength. To be able to kill Yuan Baozhen's guard and still be alive, you are very capable. I think so too, He forced a smile. Then, Governor, do I have the qualifications to enter the 9 Flags Battalion now? She did not hide her desire to enter the 9 Flags Battalion. You think you can enter the 9 Flags Battalion? Xiaoju asked. Of course, and I helped you get rid of a big problem. Governor, you should reward me. Xiaoju was not angry. Instead, she laughed and let go of He's hand. She looked down at her and said mockingly, "Sending you back to Shuajing tomorrow will be my reward for you." "No." He Yan sat up straight, and with this movement, it pulled on his wound, causing him to hiss in pain. She said, "I can't go back to Shuajing. If I go back to Shuajing, the Fan family will not let me go." "Governor, do you have the heart to let a good person be wrongly imprisoned?" "Have the heart?" He Yan. "You can't do this. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me." He Yan said so much that she felt dizzy. She was afraid that if she continued, she would not be able to hold on. She did not even treat the wound on her body. She said, "You will regret it." "Why would I regret it? Since I am going to be sent back to Shuajing, there is no need to hide my identity. Everyone knows that there is a woman in the Liangzhou guards and will guess what is going on." He Yan smiled slightly. "I can only tell them that my relationship with you is not normal." Xiaoju heard this and said carelessly, "How is it not normal?" "Not normal means not normal. I know that there is a red mole on your waist." As soon as she said this, the room suddenly became silent. There was only the sound of thunder outside the window and the continuous autumn rain falling on the stone floor. Xiaoju slowly turned to look at her. The anger in her eyes grew stronger. The young man looked like a rascal. He smiled and said with a pale face, "Previously when you were bathing. My eyesight is not bad. I saw it with one glance. If you want to blame someone, blame it on our governor for being so charming. Even the red mole on your waist is so perfect that it is hard to forget. There was such a woman in this world?" Xiaoju could not believe it. After He Yan said this, she seemed to be unable to hold on. Her head tilted and she fainted. "Xiaoju," Fei Nu's voice came from outside the door. "Young master." Xiaoju said, "Come in." She grabbed the mattress on the bed and threw it on He Yan to cover her. Fei Nu came in and did not look at He Yan. She said, "The body of Yuan Baozhan's bodyguard was found in the side courtyard of the Sun residence. He died from his own plum flower darts." Xiaoju said, "I know." So, He Yan did not lie about this matter. The smell of blood in the room was so strong that it could not be ignored. Fei Nu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Young master, He Yan is injured?" Fei Nu was also very surprised when she found out that He Yan was a woman. Other than her figure and appearance, He Yan did not look like a woman at all from head to toe. However, it was this woman who killed Yuan Baozhan's bodyguard. That bodyguard was very skilled in martial arts and was best at using poison. Her injury is not light. "Young master, what do you plan to do with her now?" Fei Nu asked. Xiaoju paused for a moment and said, "Go out and find a female doctor." Fei Nu was slightly surprised. Xiaoju's words meant that she wanted to save He Yan. "Young master, have you confirmed that she is not one of Prime Minister Su's people?" "It doesn't seem like it." Xiaoju said, "Su Jingfu despises women. He will not let women participate in important matters." In the secret letter from Shua capital, it said that the He family and Su Jingfu have no contact. However, he thought for a moment, it is better to be careful. Fei Nu nodded, "I will go and find a female doctor." After Fei Nu left, Xiaoju turned sideways and looked at He Yan who was lying on the bed. She did not seem to be one of Su Jingfu's people, but it did not mean that she was not suspicious. A 16-year-old girl who was born in the family of a military officer at the city gate. Even if she had practiced martial arts since she was young, she should not be so outstanding and invincible in the Liangzhou guards. How could an ordinary person have such willpower to mingle in the military camp? It should be known that there were men who could not bear hardships, but she did not complain. If she joined the army only because of the matter with Fanqing, it was a bit far-fetched. Moreover, she had always wanted to join the 9 Flags Battalion. The rain continued to fall, and the girl's face was pale. When she returned, she saw that she was covered in wounds, especially the knife wound on her back. It was very deep and long, but she did not cry out in pain. Even when she fainted due to exhaustion, the corners of her mouth were still curled up. She looked like a rascal. There was such a girl in the world. She was powerful and hateful. She was cunning and shameless. Xiaoju closed the window and left. When He Yan woke up, the sky was already bright. She was sleeping on the bed she usually slept on, but her clothes had been changed. Yan sat up and unconsciously opened her inner clothes. She saw that there was a white bandage wrapped around her waist. The wound from her fight with Dingy last night had already been bandaged. Thinking back carefully, he recalled what had happened last night. She remembered that she and Xiaoju were at loggerheads. She used the red mole on Xiaoju's waist to threaten the other party. Xiaoju was very angry, and then she did not know what happened. She must have fainted. But now, she touched her head. Her hair was still in the bun, and her clothes were men's clothes. No one else knew that she was a girl. Was Xiaoju keeping it a secret for her? Yan sighed in relief. She looked to her side and did not see Fei Nu or Xiaoju. Did the two of them know that she was a girl, so they simply left her in the Sun residence? Yan wanted to get out of bed, but when she moved, a small bottle with a long neck rolled out from her chest. She opened the bottle, and there were some black pills inside. There was also a note beside the bed. It said, "Wake up and take medicine." The handwriting was sharp and strong, and it was very beautiful. Yan recognized that it was Xiaoju's handwriting at a glance. When she was in the Xianxia school, Xiaoju was outstanding in everything. Even the essays she wrote were hung at the entrance of the school for people to see. Yan had a deep impression of this handwriting. She secretly copied a few copies and wanted to imitate it, but because she could not write the feeling of Xiaoju, she gave up. Second young master Xiao left a note for her to take medicine. It should be relatively peaceful, and nothing should happen for the time being. Yan thought to herself. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked at herself. If she wanted to protect her identity as a girl from being exposed, she could not use the servants of the Sun residence. Then who? Changed her clothes? Who helped her bandage her wounds? Xiaoju could not be, so it must be Fei Nu. Although she had been in the army for many years and did not care as much about her skin as other girls, she still felt uncomfortable thinking about it. It was as if she had been taken advantage of. But it was useless to think about it now. The other party had good intentions. She got out of bed, put on her shoes, and opened the door to take a look. As soon as she went out, Yan felt that something was wrong. Because of the assassin at the Sun family's banquet, the servants of the Sun residence were not allowed to go near the room that Yan and the others lived in. However, there were still maids sweeping from a distance, but today there was not a single one. Looking from a distance, it looked like the entire Sun residence was empty. Even if Xiaoju wanted to abandon her and not care about her, why was the entire Sun residence empty? Could it be that something had happened? Yan was confused. After thinking about it, she decided to go outside. She walked past her room, turned around the garden, and arrived at the main courtyard. She saw many soldiers wearing red armor surrounding the main hall. The maids and servants were squatting in several rows. Sun Xiangfu and his son were surrounded in the middle. Yuan Baozhen stood to the side, facing off against Xiaoju. She had just woken up from a nap. Why were they fighting? Yan was deep in thought when she met Xiaoju's gaze. His eyes were cold, inexplicably reminding Yan of what happened last night. He was inexplicably embarrassed, but after thinking about it, he braced himself and used Qingli Su's unique happy tone to call out, "Uncle." The tense atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by him calling out "Uncle." Everyone turned to look at her. Yuan Baozhen's eyes flashed, "Young Master Qing, you can see?" Yan remembered that she had not tied the cloth around her neck. However, that was not important now. Dingyi was dead, and her identity as a woman had been exposed by Xiaoju. It seemed that Xiaoju had finally found the person who tried to assassinate her. Now was the time to settle the score. She was just a small person. Whether she was blind or a normal person, she could not change the overall situation. Yan scratched her head and replied, "Is that so?" "It seems so. I can indeed see. I am indeed blessed by the heavens." This lie was too perfunctory, but naturally, no one dared to question her. Yuan Baozhen seemed to have realized something and asked, "Has young Master Qing seen my bodyguard?" "No." Yan said, "Could it be that Imperial Censor Yuan's bodyguard has disappeared?" She smiled, making it difficult for others to read her thoughts. Yuan Baozhen felt very uneasy. After Dingyi went out last night, he did not return until this morning. Something must have happened. Previously, he had an argument with Ding Yi. Ding Yi wanted to kidnap Qingli Su and use her to threaten Xiao Ju. Yuan Baozhen felt that this was not a good time. They parted on bad terms. However, the person who Ding Yi really listened to was He Rufei. There was nothing he could do. If he had snuck out last night, it must have been for Qingli Su. Now, Qingli Su was standing here perfectly fine. Even her eyes looked normal. However, Ding Yi had disappeared. Yuan Baozhen's heart sank. He felt that something bad must have happened. Xiao Ju had ordered people to surround the Sun estate early in the morning. This made him even more uneasy. This person's way of doing things was very logical. When he didn't hear Yuan Baozhen's reply, He Yan wasn't in a hurry. He moved to Xiao Ju's side and stood properly. He first smiled at Xiao Ju in an ingratiating manner before asking Slave Fei beside him in a low voice, "Big brother Slave Fei, what's going on now?" Fei Nu looked at He Yan's normal smiling face and felt that He Yan's calmness was even better. After such a big incident last night, her identity had clearly been exposed. However, she could still continue to act as if nothing had happened. It was admirable. Before Fei Nu could reply, Sun Xiangfu had already opened his mouth. His expression was very ugly, but he still forced a smile. "Governor, what do you mean by this?" "But what did our Sun residents not do well enough to annoy the governor?" Sun Ling stood beside Sun Xiangfu and stared at Xiao Ju with hatred. He did not speak, but it seemed that he could not calm down. "That's right," Yuan Baozhen stroked his beard and muttered, "Governor, where did you get these soldiers from? His Majesty currently forbids private soldiers and horses. If you are really dissatisfied with Magistrate Sun, you cannot vent your anger in this way." He Yan raised his eyebrows. These words were harsh, accusing Xiao Ju of two crimes in one breath. One was privately raising soldiers and the other was using public office to avenge private wrongs. What a sharp tongue. Hearing this, Xiao Ju curved her lips and said, "Imperial Censor Yuan is overthinking. These are soldiers that I borrowed from Xialing County. The crime of privately raising soldiers and horses is not something that I can bear. I wonder if Imperial Censor Yuan can bear the crime of slandering an official of the Imperial Court." "Soldiers from Xialing County?" Yuan Baozhen's body stiffened. How was this possible? The leading red-clothed soldier cupped his hands and said, "I am here on the orders of Xialing County Chief Shi to assist Governor Imperial Censor in investigating the murder of an official's family by the magistrate of Liangzhou." Murder of an official's family? When Sun Xiangfu heard this, he subconsciously cried out, "Governor, I am innocent. The assassin in the residence has nothing to do with me. I don't know what is going on. You can't accuse me. Furthermore, the young master can see now. You can't arrest people just because you are angry. I am innocent, I am innocent." His cries were tragic and heartbreaking. Hearing this, Xiao Ju sneered, "Who said that the official's family was referring to Qingli Su?" "Not Qingli Su?" Everyone, including He Yan, was stunned. At this time, a clear female voice came from outside the courtyard, "I am the one who was murdered." Two people came into the courtyard. One was Xiao Ju's bodyguard, Qi Wu. The other was a Niao Niao wearing a warm dress. Her hair was tied into two buns. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Who else could it be but Song Tao Tao? Under the protection of Qi Wu, Song Tao Tao walked over to Xiao Ju and scolded Sun Xiangfu and Sun Ling, "I am the daughter of the Vice Minister of Internal Affairs. You dare to kidnap me on the street? If it weren't for second young Master Xiao and young Master Qing saving me, I don't know what would have happened to me. The people from Wanhua Pavilion have already been captured by second young Master Zhao's people. There are witnesses and evidence. Let's see how you will deny it this time. When I return to Shuajing, I will tell my father about this. You can all wait to lose your heads." This little girl looked sweet, but her words were very imposing. She must hate Sun Ling. If it weren't for Sun Ling, she wouldn't have ended up in Wanhua Pavilion and suffered so much. Her fingers were almost broken. In other words, if it weren't for He Yan accidentally saving her that night, this little girl would have been ruined by Sun Ling. Sun Xiangfu and Sun Xiangfu's faces were ashen. If it was Xiao Ju and Qingli Su who were involved in the murder of an official's daughter, they could still argue. After all, the assassins were all dead and there was no evidence to prove that they were involved. But who knew that Xiaoju would go so far and find such a little girl? Who would have thought that the girl Sun Ling kidnapped was the daughter of an official in the capital, but in these years, how could this be the only evil thing Sun Ling had done? The girls who were kidnapped to the Sun residence came from all over the country. There were also daughters of wealthy families or officials. But once they arrived in Liangzhou, it was like a needle in the ocean. There was no way out. Sun Xiangfu and Sun Xiangfu had covered the sky here for so many years that it had long been dark. Whether it was the daughter of a poor family or the daughter of a wealthy family, once they arrived here, there was no difference. He Yan stared at Xiaoju's back and couldn't help but clap for him in his heart. Second young Master Xiao was nowhere to be seen these days. It turned out that he was busy with this matter. At that time, he thought that he took Song Taotao away to protect her. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. After all, if Xiaoju took Song Taotao with him and left her in the Sun residence, even if Sun Ling recognized her, he wouldn't dare to do anything. He sent Song Taotao away to prevent the Sun father and son from suspecting anything. Now, Song Taotao's appearance was the most important straw to convict Sun Xiangfu. This is all a misunderstanding. Commander-in-Chief, let me explain. Sun Xiangfu kicked Sun Ling, causing him to kneel down. Sun Xiangfu scolded, "Unfilial son, you've caused such a huge mess. What should we do now?" "Ask for forgiveness from the governor." County Magistrate Sun kneeled to the wrong person, Xiaoju said casually, "I'm not the imperial censor." He looked at Yuan Baozhen and said slowly, "Imperial censor Yuan has been in Liangzhou for many days. You don't even know what's going on here. If someone finds out and accuses you of dereliction of duty, I'm afraid that even your teacher won't be able to save you." Yuan Baozhen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He looked at Xiaoju. The young governor had a smile on his face. His gaze was calm, but the malice in his eyes was overwhelming. He wasn't here for Yuan Baozhen. He was here for Sun Xiangfu. But this was actually worse because his teacher, Su Jingfu, definitely didn't want this situation. What did it mean to go for wool and come home shorn? This wasn't just a handful of rice, it was his entire granary being emptied. Dingyi was missing. How could he deal with the aggressive Xiaoju alone? Song Taotao looked at the Sun family aggressively. He Yan was deep in thought. If it was just Song Taotao, he might be able to punish Sun Ling. But Sun Xiangfu might not. If there was someone protecting him, Sun Xiangfu might still have a way out. When Xiaoju made a move, would he leave a way out for others? He Yan didn't think so. "Governor, please listen to our explanation. I'm really innocent." Sun Xiangfu and Sun Ling cried and howled. This matter concerned him. Yuan Baozhen said with difficulty, "Governor, maybe there really is a misunderstanding." Xiaoju looked at him with a faint smile. After a while, he nodded and said, "Go to the side courtyard." "Go to the side courtyard?" Why go to the side courtyard? When Sun Xiangfu and his son heard this, their expressions changed drastically. They almost fainted. The red-armored soldiers escorted Sun Xiangfu and his son to the side courtyard with the rest of the people. It rained last night. The dust on the ground of the courtyard was washed clean by the rain. It was originally a quiet and peaceful scene, but now it was overflowing with desolation and misery. He Yan looked sideways at the room next to him. The door was tightly shut. When he thought of the Buddha statues on and under the table last night, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. But, why did Xiaoju bring them here? Yuan Baozhen also didn't understand. "Governor, do you want to dig 3 feet underground? Let great imperial censor Yuan see what's underground." Although he was smiling, his expression was indifferent. His tone was very calm. He ordered the soldiers, "Dig." The soldiers obeyed the order. They searched the Sun family's residence for hoes and sickles and dug down. When Sun Xiangfu and his son saw this, they seemed to be unable to hold on. Their legs went soft and they fell to the ground. Their faces were ashen. Song Taotao asked He Yan in a low voice, "What's underground?" The house was full of Buddha statues, the talismans pasted on the door, and the overgrown weeds that grew in the deserted courtyard. He Yan's expression became serious. He could roughly guess. She didn't say anything. She really didn't know where to start. After a while, someone said, "Governor, there's something here." It was a female corpse wrapped in a mat. Her body was very small, even smaller than Song Taodao's. The clothes she wore had already rotted, revealing her white bones. It was unknown how delicate she was in the past. She was pitiful and cute. Continue. Xiaoju said. Not long after, someone else said, "There's a corpse here." It was also a female corpse. Her hair was long and it seemed like she had died not long ago. One could vaguely see her charm when she was alive. The third corpse, the fourth, the fifth, in the end, no one said anything. There was only the sound of digging. There was a deathly silence in the air. It was hard to imagine that the ground of this courtyard could hold so many corpses. The courtyard was full of corpses covered in white cloth. There was no place to put them, so they could only be piled up together. Under the deserted courtyard, there were countless skeletons of women buried. Perhaps there were gentle and shy flower girls, but there were also beautiful women. Here, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, high or low, they were all turned into mud and piled up into a mountain of unrecognizable corpses. These were all women who had been kidnapped by Sun Ling, then bullied and killed. They had suffered a great disaster when they were alive, and they could not rest in peace after death. The guilty man piled up countless Buddha statues and talismans to suppress and curse them. The altar lamp swayed forever. To these women, their lives were like an eternal night. There was no light. He Yan took a deep breath. The sins committed by Sun Xiangfu and his son were not covered by heaven and earth. God was angry and people abandoned them. Even after death, they were still punished. In the abandoned courtyard, there were countless white bones hidden under the mud. Song Taotao did not dare to look and turned his face away. He was furious. After the last corpse was moved out, there was no other place to stand in the courtyard. Even though the Red Armor soldiers of Xiaoling County had seen many tragic scenes, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. This. Yuan Baozhen was also speechless. What does Imperial Censor Yuan want to say? Xiaoju spoke slowly, or is it that in your heart, this is still a misunderstanding? How can this be a misunderstanding? Without waiting for Yuan Baozhen to open his mouth, He Yan spoke first. This is Magistrate Sun's own residence. If someone were to bury female corpses here behind Magistrate Sun's back, it would be fine if it was 1 or 2 corpses, but if dozens or even hundreds of corpses were buried here, it wouldn't be hard to find out why an assassin would sneak in. The Sun family's front door is probably made of paper. Could it be that Magistrate Sun's family guards are all deaf and blind? Sun Xiangfu was sweating profusely. He didn't know how Xiaoju knew about this underground court case. He gritted his teeth for a moment and argued, these are just servants who committed crimes in this official's residence. After being beaten to death, they were buried here. This kind of thing often happens in large families. He Yan laughed coldly, I also come from a big family. Big families do not have this kind of cruel behavior. If these are servants who committed crimes, I would like to ask Magistrate Sun to take out their contracts. I think it would also record the reason why they were killed. In addition, the corpses on the ground are all women. Magistrate Sun, these are all your servants? You are a 7th-ranked magistrate and you have hundreds of servants in your residence. You can kill them as you wish. You are even more powerful than His Majesty. At the end of his words, his eyes and tone became fierce. It was difficult to resist. When he said this, Sun Xiangfu quickly knelt down and kowtowed, crying loudly, No. No. I am wronged. I am wronged. He kept repeating the same words over and over again, but he couldn't say why he was wrongly accused. The situation was already hopeless. He Yan's anger still hadn't subsided. He only felt that the person in front of him was really hateful. Last night, when she was fighting with Ding Yi had said that every Buddha statue in the room was a dead person. At that time, she had thought that Ding Yi was joking to scare her. Now it seemed that it was true. How ridiculous was that? Sun Ling and his son had done all kinds of evil in Liang province. They had kidnapped countless women, and if they did not like them, or if they were just tired of looking at them, they would easily take their lives. To be buried in the Sun family's backyard was already considered good. At least there was still a whole corpse. Who knew if there would be even more pitiful ones who would be thrown into a mass grave after death, and even their corpses would be eaten clean by the wolf beasts, leaving no trace behind. How arrogant and inhumane was this? Song Taotao felt a chill in her heart. If she hadn't met He Yan that night, would she have been like these women, becoming a pile of yellow soil and rotting in this dark underground, never to be discovered by anyone? Her eyes reddened, and she said hatefully, "This is too despicable. We must avenge these women." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt someone poke her arm. She turned her head to look. He Yan was giving her a look, indicating for her to look at Yuan Baozhen. In an instant, Song Taotao understood what he meant. She turned to Yuan Baozhen and shouted, "Uncle Yuan, I've suffered so much this time. You're the only person I trust here. You have to make a decision for me." Song Taotao's father used to be Yuan Baozhen's superior. Yuan Baozhen boasted that he had a close relationship with the Song family. Naturally, he could not ignore Song Taotao's words. He wiped his sweat and smiled, "Of course. Commander-in-Chief, this corpse is a bit different," a red-clothed soldier said. He squatted down, picked up a handkerchief, and wiped the face of the person on the ground, revealing the face. In the room full of female corpses, this person was the only man. He had died not long ago, and his expression was terrified. Tisk, the person who spoke was Xiaoju. He stood there and said slowly, "Looks like Imperial Censor Yuan's bodyguard has been found." The male corpse that was dug out was Ding Yi, whom Yuan Baozhen had been looking for since early in the morning. He Yan, after she killed Ding Yi last night, she was not in the mood to collect Ding Yi's body. She left immediately. However, Xiaoju discovered her identity and told Xiaoju that Ding Yi was dead. This was done by Xiaoju. She dragged Ding Yi out and buried him. Now that she dug out his body in front of Yuan Baozhen, He Yan felt a trace of sympathy for Yuan Baozhen. Yuan Baozhen's lips trembled, and he could not speak for a long time. The Imperial Censor's bodyguard was loyal and brave. He found many female corpses hidden in the backyard of the Sun family and was killed by Magistrate Sunday. Xiaoju looked at him with a faint smile. "Imperial Censor Yuan, don't you feel pity for your bodyguard who died in vain?" "Nonsense." Sun Ling roared and stood up. He was pressed down by the soldiers beside him, but he did not give up. He struggled and shouted, "I didn't kill him. This is slander. I don't know why he is here. I didn't kill him," he shouted until his voice was hoarse. In the silent courtyard, it was particularly ear-piercing. Xiaoju frowned and said indifferently, "Shut his mouth." The soldiers took rags and stuffed them into Sun Ling and Sun Xiangfu's mouths. This time, they could only make woo-woo sounds. "Imperial Censor Yuan," Xiaoju looked at him and smiled faintly, "What do you plan to do?" Yuan Baozhen's heart was filled with hatred. He also knew that Ding Yi could not have been killed by Sun Xiangfu's men. The person in front of him already knew everything, but he could not refute. He could only squeeze out a few words from between his teeth, "Please advise me." Sun Xiangfu and his son had tyrannical power. They took bribes and robbed the people. They took advantage of the villagers. They kidnapped good girls and used them as bait. He said, "As an Imperial Censor Yuan has the responsibility of investigating the officials and will not tolerate such vicious people. I have already informed the Xiaoling County Chief of this matter. Together with Imperial Censor Yuan, we will report this matter to the Emperor." As for Imperial Censor Yuan, he fixed his gaze on Yuan Baozhen and said with a hint of mockery, "It is not my place to interfere whether it is a public report or a secret one." Yuan Baozhen almost couldn't breathe. He had clearly said, "It is not my place to interfere," but he had already led this matter from beginning to end. Even if Yuan Baozhen wanted to do something, the Xiaoling County Chief had already reported it. He could not avoid it. Sun Xiangfu and his son's recommendation was Prime Minister Su's disciple. Prime Minister Su's disciples were all over Dawei. The case of the Liangzhou County Magistrate had embarrassed Prime Minister Su. In addition, to avoid suspicion, the new county magistrate would not be one of Prime Minister Su's men. Prime Minister Su had completely lost control of Liangzhou. How could he cause trouble for Xiaoju? When he returned to Shuajing, Prime Minister Su would not let him off easily. Yuan Baozhen only felt despair. Xiao Ju turned to look at the servants shivering at the sight and said, "Tell me what you know and you will be spared." She wanted the servants of the Sun Manor to expose the crimes of Sun Xiangfu and his son. The servants were still hesitant. They were afraid that Sun Xiangfu and his son would seek revenge if they escaped. However, the servants were overjoyed and went up to agree. As a woman, there was no way out in the Sun family. Even if they were beautiful, talented, and gentle, the best they could be given as gifts to their superiors. Maybe they could live for a few more years. Most of them were killed by Sun Ling and his son after they got tired of playing with them. Living here was like living in jail. No one knew when the day of execution would come. Now that they suddenly had a chance to live, they could not wait for Sun Xiangfu and his son to die immediately. Therefore, everyone said that the crimes committed by Sun Ling and his son were chilling. They only felt that such a cruel and merciless person would lead to the wrath of the gods and the resentment of ghosts. Fei Nu and the head of the soldiers of Xiaoling County recorded that Sun Xiangfu and his son were forced to kneel on the ground. Xiao Ju turned and walked out. Yuan Baozhen was still standing in the same place. With such a sudden change, he had no one to discuss it with. His thoughts were in a mess and he did not know what to do. Then, he saw the person who made him grit his teeth calmly walk over with a calm expression. The moment they brushed past each other, Xiao Ju suddenly stopped in his tracks. The young governor curled his lips and said in a low voice that only the two of them could hear, "Imperial Censor Yuan wants my life, but I want you to live. If you live, Su Jingfu will suffer more than if you die." He stood up straight and smiled mockingly. He said calmly, "When you return to Shuajing, send my regards to Prime Minister Su. Imperial Censor Yuan, have a safe trip." He turned and left. Behind him, someone exclaimed, "Imperial Censor Yuan. What happened to Imperial Censor Yuan? Imperial Censor Yuan?" Yuan Baozhen fainted. He Yan turned back to look. Xiao Ju's figure disappeared beyond the wall of flowers and could not be seen. This matter was settled. The county magistrate's manor was sealed by the soldiers of Xiaoling County. The originally imposing manor was now covered with seals and the lanterns were in a mess. It was in a state of decline. Song Taotao saw many female corpses in the courtyard and was very uncomfortable. He Yan comforted her for a long time and finally calmed her down. When Song Taotao felt sleepy and leaned on the table to rest, He Yan greeted Qi Wu who was protecting Song Taotao and went to find Xiao Ju. She still had some doubts. Xiao Ju was talking to Fei Nu Sun Xiangfu and his son had done countless evil things. The servants had exposed them one by one. There was no need to mention them one by one. Just based on what they had done, no one could protect them. The sins they had committed were enough to kill them more than 10 times. In the whole of Dawei, it was rare to see such a heinous act. For ordinary people, it was tantamount to a disaster when a cruel person had power. Wolves, tigers, and leopards were scary, but how could they be compared to the viciousness of the human heart? "Uncle!" He Yan stood at the door and shouted. Xiao Ju and Fei Nu's conversation came to an abrupt end. He Yan walked in. Xiao Ju raised her eyebrows, "You still call me uncle?" He Yan. "Governor." She said it as if anyone was willing to call him uncle. It was obvious that he was the one who took advantage of her, but he was still unwilling. "Why aren't you accompanying Miss Song? Why are you looking for me?" he asked. He Yan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Today, you punished Sun Xiangfu and his son. Why did you leave Yuan Baozhen behind? You clearly know that Yuan Baozhen was the one who wanted to kill you. Sun Xiangfu and his son were abominable and deserved to die. However, the person who tried to assassinate Xiao Ju at the banquet was Town Commander Yuan Baozhen. Ding Yi was already dead, but Yuan Baozhen could still return to Shuajing alive. Would Xiao Ju be so kind? I didn't kill him here because he will die when he returns to Shuajing. Xiao Ju looked out of the window, it's just a matter of time. What about the others? He Yan asked, the Sun Xiangfu and his son in Liangzhou are able to do whatever they want. They must have accomplices. Those who supported Sun Xiangfu and those who supported Sun Xiangfu were still entrenched in Liangzhou. Why not kill them all, Xiao Ju? When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Lady He, you are too naive. Fei Nu stood. silently at the side, as if he did not hear the conversation between the two. The trees outside the window were lush and green. Who knew that such a beautiful house would be buried with so many sins? In reality, Xiaoju's goal was never Yuan Baozhan. He already knew that the banquet at the Sun Mansion was a trap. He also knew that Yuan Baozhan's appearance would definitely be murderous. He did not come to Liangzhou City to participate in a game of cat and mouse. Instead, he came to control Liangzhou City in the palm of his hand. He led the new soldiers to guard Liangzhou City in order to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and avoid Su Jingfu's eyes and ears. However, Old Dog Su's disciples were all over Dawei. The practice of selling official positions and titles was prevalent throughout the country. Sun Xiangfu of the Liangzhou City Guards was one of them. Yuan Baozhan came under Su Jingfu's orders. If he could kill Xiaoju, it would be best. If he could not kill Xiaoju, he would secretly contact Sun Xiangfu. Sun Xiangfu would directly take orders from Xua Jing. It was easy to trip up the Liangzhou City Guards. Even if a fly could not kill an elephant, it would be disgusting if it kept buzzing by one's ear. He Yan was blind on the night of the banquet. Xiaoju disappeared for the next few days. Everyone thought that he had left the mansion. Ding Yi also followed him. In reality, Ding Yi was following Fei Nu in disguise. The real Xiaoju had always been in the Sun Mansion. Sun Xiangfu had committed many evil deeds and had dealings with many wealthy families in Liangzhou City. These wealthy families offered Sun Xiangfu gold and silver, and Sun Xiangfu guaranteed their peace in Liangzhou City. He also bribed his superiors and subordinates. He took care of everything. Everything he did and the gifts he gave were recorded in an account book. Xiaoju found the account book and replaced it with a fake one. He also found something else here. Over the years, Sun Ling had killed countless girls. The original girls were all thrown into a mass grave. In the past 2 years, perhaps because he had done too many evil deeds, he had a guilty conscience and often had nightmares. The Sun family invited a Taoist priest to take a look. They said that they had to bury the girls who died in Sun Ling's hands in the northwest direction and suppress them with a Buddha statue charm. Thus, there was a mountain of corpses and a Buddha statue in the backyard. Xiaoju originally planned to use Song Tao Tao to punish the Sun family's father and son. With this discovery, even if Su Jingfu personally came to protect them, he would not be able to save them. In the past few days, he confirmed the people underground and searched for the account book. On the last day, he actually left the mansion. He did not do anything else outside the mansion. He picked a few people from the account book and copied the relevant records in the book one by one. He then sent them to the various manors. The business tycoons in Liangzhou City were all in his hands. In the future, when the new Liangzhou County Magistrate took office, no matter if he was Su Jingfu's man or not, he would not be able to do anything to him. From today onwards, Liangzhou City was his. Yuan Baozhan's biggest mistake was to miscalculate his direction. Xiaoju did not care about the assassination at the banquet. All he wanted was Liangzhou City. However, He Yan's appearance and strangeness attracted all of Yuan Baozhan's attention. In a way, He Yan also became the bait. It was just that this bait had a hook, and the prey that followed the scent to bite it. That was why things went so smoothly. While he was silent, He Yan was also thinking. Xiaoju had already expected today's events. She asked, "Did you let Yuan Baozhan go because Yuan Baozhan messed up his job and would be betrayed and punished by his master?" "That master is Prime Minister Su." She paused and asked, "Is Prime Minister Su the current Prime Minister Su Jingfu?" When she said this, even Fei Nu could not help but look at He Yan in surprise. She actually said it so directly. What she meant was that she did not know Su Jingfu. But who knew if she was lying? "Lady, he is so attached to the imperial court." "Does your father know?" Xiaoju said calmly. He Yan knew from his answer that the Prime Minister Yuan Baozhan mentioned was indeed Su Jingfu. "Although my father is only a military officer at the city gates. And Prime Minister Su is the current Prime Minister. It seems like the difference between heaven and earth, but a military governor should know better than to bully a poor youth. I am 16 this year, and I have defeated all of the Liangzhou guards. I am unrivaled." She boasted shamelessly, "In the future, I might achieve great things and become an official with a higher rank than a military governor." So what if he is Prime Minister Su? I also have a younger brother who is younger than me. To say something disgraceful, we are like the rising sun, and Prime Minister Su is already in his twilight years. When my brother and I reach the age of a military governor, who knows if Prime Minister Su will still exist in this world? Fei Nu choked on his own words and coughed. Based on He Yan's words, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he was not one of Su Jingfu's people. How could Su Jingfu tolerate such a disgraceful thing being under his command? He Yan was afraid that it was all due to luck that he was able to survive until now. Xiao Ju heard this and sneered, "You don't know the difference between life and death. Maybe you won't live as long as Su Jingfu." He Yan thought that Xiao Ju had guessed wrong. She had already lived one more life than Su Jingfu. Who cared about how long she lived? Military governor, you don't have to be so guarded against me. He Yan looked at him, "We have a common enemy." "I don't know," he said calmly. "Why would Su Jingfu bother to have a dispute with a military officer at the city gates?" Naturally, a military officer at the city gates is not related to Prime Minister Su. However, if a dog bites someone, the master should also be held accountable. He Yan sighed, "My enemy is Prime Minister Su's subordinate. In fact, I am Prime Minister Su's subordinate." She smiled, "You and I share a common enemy. We should be friends. You have doubted me time and time again. It makes me very sad." Xiao Ju glanced at her. She did not look sad at all. "Then you will be disappointed." He said, "I don't make friends, and I don't make friends with liars." He Yan, was this person invulnerable to swords and spears? He really wanted to fight with him to vent his anger. Then military governor, He Yan held back his anger and asked, "What about the corpses in the courtyard of the Sun residence?" Those corpses had been there for a long time. Their faces could no longer be recognized and only the bones were left. Some of them could still be recognized. It was not a good idea to leave all of them in the Sun residence. Xiao Ju looked at the trees outside the window. The shadows of the trees swayed slightly. After a while, he said to Fei Nu, "Inform the people in the city to come and identify the corpses." When the people of Liangzhou City heard that the military governor of the Right Army had brought people to seal the gates of the Sun residence and detained the father and son of the Sun family, they all clapped their hands and cheered. Those who were more courageous ran to the Sun family's door and spat on the ground, cursing loudly. Those who were less courageous stood not far away and waited for the soldiers to pass by. They then pulled one of them and asked carefully, "Sir, Magistrate Sun was really arrested?" After so many years of darkness in Liangzhou City, it was finally dawn. It was a good thing that the father and son of the Sun family had pleaded guilty. The cries of the magistrate's residents shook the sky. Those who had lost their daughters or knew that their daughters had been kidnapped but could not do anything about it came to identify the corpses. The corpses of the women were laid out in the courtyard. They filled the front and back courtyards. Although it was autumn, there was still a strange smell. He Yan followed Fei Nu and saw a mother-in-law being supported by her daughter-in-law looking for her daughter who had been missing for 3 years among the corpses. There was also a young man dressed like a scholar holding his wife who had been kidnapped on the night of their wedding and crying loudly. He Yan saw a dark-skinned man in a white robe holding a female corpse and sobbing. Sister. Brother is here. Brother will take you home." His voice was so sad that it made anyone who heard it cry. The little girl in his arms was small. She was at most 12 or 13 years old and was still a child. If the naughty ones in the family were at this age, they would still like to catch crickets and fight crickets. Now, her small body was curled up into a ball. It was hard to see her lively figure from the past. Before a flower bloomed, it had withered. The whole courtyard was filled with cries and goodbyes. He Yan looked up at the sky and felt that the cries were about to break through the sky. This was the most tragic thing in the world. Fei Nu looked at her with some surprise. Girls were soft-hearted and could not bear to see such a scene. Song Tao Tao, for example, had already hidden in the house and could not bear to watch. He Yan stood there. There was sadness in her eyes too, but she did not cry. He Yan had seen too many goodbyes in life and death. Many men on the battlefield went out as the eldest son of the family, the husband of the wife, and became a pile of yellow dust when they came back. Living in the world, there was no lack of joys and sorrows. These girls were bullied when they were alive and imprisoned when they died. They lived a miserable life. Now, they were finally free and returned to the embrace of their families. Their families would always remember them and shed tears for what they had gone through. What about her? Xian thought in a daze. Was there such a person who would cry for her death? Who would remember her when there was no one around and feel pain for her? Her family in her previous life sent her to the Yellow Springs with their own hands. Even after she died, she was still used. Was there ever a moment when she received the sincerity of her family? Young master. Fei Nu's voice interrupted Xian's thoughts. He turned his head and saw that Xiaoju had come out. He asked, have the families of all the corpses been found? Fei Nu shook his head. There are still 23 unclaimed corpses. Some of the girls who were kidnapped to the Sun family were like Song Taotao, who was not from Liangzhou. Once they were separated from their families, it was an eternal farewell. Let's bury them. He Yan was startled and looked up at Xiaoju. He stood tall and straight in the desolate courtyard, like the drinking autumn sword hanging at his waist, sharp, calm, and reassuring. Young master, where should we bury them? Fei Nu asked. Outside Liangzhou city, there's a peak called Qingfeng. Xiaoju looked into the distance, as if he saw something through the branches in the courtyard. His expression was calm and his tone was indifferent. However, there was a trace of imperceptible pity in his indifference. He said, these girls had no choice when they were alive. They were like fish in a pond. Bury them here. May they be free in their next life and enjoy the wind. As Xiaoju had said, the 23 unclaimed female corpses were buried on the wind-riding platform outside of Liangzhou city. Looking down from the wind-riding platform, the valley was covered by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. The coffins were made of the best quality, made with silver from the Sun family's treasury. The Sun family had amassed a lot of wealth over the years, and they had even renovated a treasury to store their treasures. Because the 23 corpses' names and origins were unknown, there were no words to be carved on the final tombstones. 23 wordless tombstones, 23 young girls laid to rest here. If they knew after death, they could sit here and watch the clouds move. If they were reborn, just as Xiaoju had said, they could ride the wind freely and roam freely. He Yan and Song Taotao stood not far away. Chiwu stood on the side, looking at the people who were burning paper money on the ground. Xiaoju did not come when the girls were buried. Many of the people who were burning paper money were looking for the missing girls, but they could not find their loved ones in the end. After all, many of the girls who were killed by Sun Ling did not even have a complete corpse, and were eaten by wolves and dogs in the wild. A white-haired old woman was burning paper money in a metal basin. She was so old that she could barely walk. Her grandson had to carry her up the mountain path. Her granddaughter was kidnapped by Sun Ling 4 years ago and never appeared again. Even now, there was no trace of her granddaughter among the corpses in Sun Ling's courtyard. The old woman trembled and said, I'm burning paper money for these girls. In the future, if a kind-hearted person sees Dinyo, they will burn paper money for Dinyo. Miss, rest in peace, Song Taotao used a handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, being a girl is too hard. If there is a next life, I don't want to be a girl. This has nothing to do with being a girl or not. He Yan looked at the paper money flying in the air. As a girl, we don't live to suffer. It's the same for men. If they are unhappy with their fate, they can walk a different path. It's just that. She looked at the wordless tombstones. For them, there is no choice. This is too cruel. Song Taotao looked at her. You are very different from normal men. What? If it were an ordinary man, he would probably say, what's wrong with you women? All you need to do is sit in your room and dress nicely. When it's cold, there will be someone to put on your clothes. When you go in and out, there will be someone to serve you. There's no need for you to fight outside. She imitated the man's rough voice and said disdainfully, is it good to be a pet? Locking a bird in a cage and asking the bird to praise the cage for its beauty, I think they are the ones with problems in their brains. He Yan could not help but laugh. You are also very different from ordinary women. I'm different. By the way, Song Taotao looked at her, I still don't know your name. You're not Qing Li Su. You're second young master Zhao's subordinate, right? My name is He Yan. He Yan said, he as in firewood, Yan as in clear sea. So it's big brother he, Song Tao Tao said. You can call me Tao Tao. This? He Yan scratched his head. Wasn't this a little too intimate? Although they were all women, if others didn't know and saw it, they would probably start to have wild and fanciful thoughts. Then it's settled, Song Tao Tao said. I've already agreed with second young master Xiao that I will temporarily go with you to the Liang province guard. When second young master Zhao's people arrive, he will send someone to send me back to Shuajing. Therefore, in the following days, I may have to stay with you. Song Tao Tao's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. I haven't been to the guard station yet. She became happy again and chattered endlessly. Miss Song, Jiwu looked into the distance. It's getting late. This subordinate will send you down the mountain first. Let's go, He Yan also said. They walked down the mountain with their backs to them. At the steps of the wind-riding platform, there were clusters of white chrysanthemums growing in the grass. When the breeze blew, the chrysanthemums nodded slightly, as if a graceful young girl was thanking them. Not long after, they could no longer see them. After going down the mountain and returning to the inn they were staying at, Song Tao Tao dove into the room to take a bath. She had been busy today and had left quite a bit of ash on her body from burning paper money. She needed to wash it off. Since the Sun residence was sealed, she naturally couldn't go back. Thus, she went back to the inn she came from. The innkeeper knew Xiaoju's true identity. Now that Sun Xiangfu and his son had become prisoners, he didn't dare to be negligent. The innkeeper was so attentive that he seemed to be a servant of some household. He surrounded He Yan and the others. He Yan said, it's fine, I can do it myself. She took a handkerchief and went directly into the room. Fei Nu was packing things in the room. When he saw her, he was shocked. He Yan asked, Brother Fei Nu, what are you doing? Fei Nu said with a wooden face, I'm staying with Chi Wu. When they were in the Sun residence, the three of them stayed together. Xiaoju was in the inner room while Fei Nu and He Yan were outside. Thus, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong. He Yan casually said, it's so troublesome to move around. Fei Nu stood still and looked at her in disbelief, you're a woman. How can you stay with me in the same room? He Yan said. You don't have to put on an expression like you can't bear to be humiliated. Fei Nu didn't say anything. He quickly packed his things as if she was a scourge. He couldn't avoid her and immediately left. He Yan was the only one left in the room. She was startled for a moment. Then, she shook her head and smiled. In the eyes of Xiaoju and her servant, her behavior was very unexpected. But in her previous life, she had been in the army for a long time. What was so difficult about living with a man? She was a girl and she didn't feel shy. She didn't know why Fei Nu was acting so awkward. He Yan walked to the bed and found that there was water and clean white cloth on the table. There was also hot water for bathing in the room. It must have been put there by Fei Nu. She still had injuries on her body. This person was like his master. Sometimes he was unreasonable, but sometimes he was quite considerate. There was no one in the room. She sat down and took off her clothes. She took a rough bath. She didn't have time to examine the wounds from yesterday. After she changed the old cloth, she found that the wounds were not shallow. Naturally, it was very painful, but she could endure it. He Yan leaned over and looked at the girl in the mirror. Her originally white skin had a knife wound. It certainly didn't look good. Lady He cherished her beauty. She wanted to pamper her with nectar. She had just arrived, but she was already unrecognizable. If the real Lady He came back and saw this scene, she would be so angry that she fainted. She was already very careful to protect herself, but once she decided to rely on herself to go out and lose the protection of her family, she was bound to get hurt. Humans grew from being hurt again and again, and scars would eventually become armor one day. A female general's body could never be as flawless as an ordinary girl's. The old wounds on her body were like a piece of paper that had been scratched by a strange knife. It couldn't be considered beautiful. It could even be called terrifying. Which girl didn't like to be beautiful? Even though He Yan had been a man for more than 10 years in his previous life, When he changed back into women's clothes and looked at the scars on his back and body, he still felt ashamed when facing Su Zhiheng. She never wore thin gauze clothes. Once, Su Zhiheng gave her a water-lily-colored pomegranate gauze dress. There were pomegranate flowers embroidered on the shoulders and neck. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. She liked it very much. But she never wore it even once. It was because her shoulder was pierced by an enemy arrow on the battlefield. When she pulled the arrow out, it left a scar that could never be removed. She also remembered the look in Su Zhiheng's eyes when he looked at those scars. Although he didn't say anything, he deliberately avoided looking at her. It was more hurtful than directly saying that he didn't like it. He Yan stared at the bronze mirror in a daze. Why were scars a medal on a man, but a disgrace on a woman? How unfair was this? It was only natural for people to think that women used their beauty to serve others, so they had to maintain their beauty at all times. What a load of nonsense. He Yan lowered her head and carefully applied the ointment to the wound. Then, she wrapped the wound with a cloth. She did these things with ease. When it hurt, she didn't even frown. Soon, the wound was healed. After doing all this, she rested in the room for a while. Then, she pushed the door open and went to Xiaoju's room. The light in the room was on. Xiaoju should be inside. He Yan knocked on the door. Commander-in-Chief? Come in. She pushed the door open and entered. Second young Master Xiao was putting away the evening fragrance zither on the table. He Yan almost forgot that he had come to Liangzhou City to repair the zither. Speaking of repairing the zither, He Yan remembered that when she was drunk, she crushed his zither. Commander-in-Chief. He Yan braced himself and said, "Have you eaten?" Xiaoju stopped what she was doing. "If you have something to say, say it. Are we going back to the Imperial Guard station tomorrow?" He Yan asked. "How do you plan to deal with me?" Now that Xiaoju knew that she was a girl, what if Xiaoju really wanted to send her back to Shuajing? Now that she finally had some clues about He Rufei, she would rather die than go back. "How do you want me to deal with you?" Second young Master Xiao sat down at the table and looked at her calmly. He Yan hurriedly moved a stool to sit beside him and analyzed the situation seriously. "You have seen my abilities. This time, when you brought me to Liangzhou, I was the one who warned you about the assassin, and I was also the one who helped you distract you on Baozhen. In the end, I killed Ding Yi. If I think about it carefully, I have done more for you than Big Brother Fei Nu, who was sitting next to them, sneezed. A person like me, as a subordinate, as a confidant, I am good at understanding others." He Yan praised himself without any burden. "With me, the Liangzhou Guard will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Commander-in-Chief, I think that if you put me in the 9 Flags Battalion, you will not regret it." Xiaoju smiled and asked slowly, 9 Flags Battalion? "I know that you are a straightforward person, and you must be suspicious of my purpose in joining the 9 Flags Battalion. I will be frank with you, because it takes too long to make a name for yourself. I heard that in the 9 Flags Battalion, even if you are handicapped in the future, you can still become an official. Our He family relies on me to bring honor to our ancestors, and I think that the 9 Flags Battalion is a good place to go." Her words were magnanimous. Xiaoju picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. She said calmly, "You don't have to wait until the future. I think you are handicapped now." He Yan. What? Could it be that Xiaoju could tell that she was young Mistress Su and was blind in her previous life? Just as she was feeling nervous, she saw this person point at her own head. He Yan. He was the one with a problem in his head. Why was she scolding him all of a sudden? However, he had no choice but to lower his head. He Yan forced a smile. "Commander-in-Chief, don't you think so?" Xiaoju stared at her and sneered. "Liar, the 9 Flags Battalion does not accept incompetent people." Incompetent people? Xiaoju could question her character, but she could not question her ability. He Yan slammed the table. "Who are you talking about?" "Someone like Ding Yi, you were injured when you fought with him." Xiaoju's mouth twitched. Her beautiful eyes were full of ridicule. "If you are not incompetent, then what are you?" That was because Lady He's body was weak." Moreover, she had learned her lesson from her previous life. Of course, she had to be careful. If Brother Feinu was here, he would also be injured. You can use your deceitful mind to practice martial arts. Perhaps you will improve a lot. The more familiar this person was with her, the more he began to reveal the nasty side of him when he was young. Yan took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. Alright, I don't care if you insist on saying that. I don't care if you are prejudiced against me. It's just that I suddenly miss the red mole on your waist. Xiaoju's calm expression suddenly cracked. This rumor is originally a rumor, but as it spread, it became true. I was originally the daughter of a military officer at the city gate. My family is not prosperous and I am not famous. It is my good fortune to be able to have the same name as the governors. Yan stood up and said slowly, in the future, when others talk about me, they will say that I was once glorious and that I was the governor's beloved woman. Thinking about it, I feel that it is not a loss. It is just that it is difficult for the governor to be tied to someone like me. However, the governor does not care about what others say, so it should not matter to you. Xiaoju stared at her. Her gaze was like a knife. She said in a low voice, "What beloved woman?" Yan replied with a smile, "I am so outstanding that everyone in the Liangzhou guards knows me. They have always admired me as a rare good man. When they suddenly found out that I am a woman, they would definitely not believe it. They would also wonder why a woman entered the military camp. I can only say that it is because the governor loves me deeply and cannot bear to be separated from me. That is why he hid me in the military camp and even brought me to Liangzhou guards. If others heard this, they would only be envious of my good luck. Of course, they would also sigh at how deep the governor's love is." When Xiaoju heard this, she did not get angry. Instead, she laughed, shameless. Yan placed her hand on the table and quickly said, "I am not an unreasonable person. I did not ask the governor to let me enter the Nine Flags camp through the back door. I only hope that the governor will give me a chance to prove myself. We will return to the guard station together and pretend that this did not happen. I also hope that the governor will put aside his prejudice against me and treat me as an ordinary soldier." Oh right, she seemed to have thought of something. "I am currently injured and need to change my dressing at night. It is inconvenient for me to live with men. I will have to trouble the governor to find a room for me alone, the kind where I can bathe in." Xiaoju said coldly, "Don't even think about it. Then I can only be the governor's beloved woman." Yan turned around indifferently, "Even if you put me in a carriage and send me back to Shua capital, I can immediately spread the news. Oh, I think this inn is not bad. As long as I scream." Xiaoju face-bombed, Yan. Yan smiled with a hidden dagger, "Who told me to be a liar?" "Xiaoju, I promise you." Yan's face changed faster than the innkeeper's 3-year-old child. She patted her chest and said regretfully, "I am a little disappointed that I can't be the governor's beloved woman." Xiaoju's face turned ashen, "Get out." Yan happily whistled and left. The next morning, when Fei Nu and Qi Wu woke up and went out, they found that Yan was even earlier than the two of them. It was probably because she was going to return to the Liang province guard station. She purposely tidied herself up and picked out a set of clothes that Qingli did not wear often. She was born with delicate features. If Fei Nu did not know that she was a woman, she would have praised her in her heart for being such an elegant young man. Qi Wu did not know Yan's identity. She crossed her arms and looked at him from afar. She whispered to Fei Nu, "You said that this person is invincible in the Liang province guard station? Look at his body, it doesn't seem like it." Fei Nu sighed. That was not the only thing that didn't seem like it. As they were talking, Song Tao Tao came up from downstairs with a handful of red dates in her hand. When she saw Yan, she naturally reached out and smiled, "Big brother these are the dates the innkeeper sent over. They are very sweet. Do you want to try them?" Liang province was rich in red dates. They were all big and sweet and looked very pleasing to the eye. Yan took them and said, "Thank you." The young man and young woman stood there, pleasing to the eye and causing people to daydream. Qi Wu poked Fei Nu's arm and said mischievously, "I feel that something is wrong. Could it be that second Miss Song has taken a fancy to Yan? What about young Master Cheng?" Fei Nu looked at him with a complicated expression. What are you worrying about? How can this be called worrying about nothing? Young Master Ching is young Master's uncle. Of course, we have to help young Master Ching. How about I teach that boy a lesson in private and tell him to stay away from second Miss Song? Our young Master Ching is pure and kind. How can he be He Yan's opponent? Look at him smiling at second Miss Song. TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't stand it anymore. Don't talk so much. Young Master hates people who gossip. Fei Nu said, you and I just need to do our job well. Chi Wu still wanted to say something, but the door opened and Xiao Ju came out. Commander-in-Chief. He Yan greeted her warmly. Xiao Ju acted as if she didn't see her. She passed by her and didn't even give her a glance. She said to Fei Nu, is the carriage ready? They are waiting downstairs. Fei Nu replied. Let's go. He went downstairs. Chi Wu and Fei Nu looked at each other. Chi Wu asked in a low voice, did the surnamed he make our young master angry? Let's get to work. Fei Nu didn't answer and followed her downstairs. Second young master Xiao treats people coldly as usual. Song Taotao stood on He Yan's side, which made He Yan feel quite moved. The little girl said to her sympathetically, it must be very difficult for you to work under him. When I return to Shuajing, I will talk to my father and see if I can get you an official position in the capital. With your skills and character, it shouldn't be difficult. Huh? He Yan didn't expect Song Taotao to have this plan. She waved her hand and said, that's not necessary. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Song. It's just that I am doing well in the Liangzhou Guard. Military Governor Xiao is not an unreasonable person. He is very good. It is my honor to work under him. Song Taotao only thought that she was speaking up for Xiao Ju and didn't think much of it. How is he worthy of you working under him? The people in Shuajing all say that he is cold and heartless. Although Xiao Ju's temper wasn't very good, He Yan couldn't go against his conscience and scold him. He only smiled and said, he isn't good. But didn't he find a way to make trouble for the Sun family's father and son who bullied you? If he really isn't good, why would he care about the unclaimed female corpses in Sun Xiangfu's residence? Why would he bury them and invite monks to help them cross over? But Song Taotao still wanted to argue. The young man smiled and patted her head. He said warmly, Miss Song, you are still young. You don't know that many things can't be seen on the surface. Many people also need to get along with them to understand their character. Those who are kind and considerate to you are not necessarily good people. Evil people that you think are cold and heartless may have a side that others don't know. Song Taotao was stunned. Before she could figure it out, He Yan had already walked down the stairs. Her head seemed to still be warm from the young man's palm. She blushed and quickly chased after him. She muttered softly, what do you mean by young? You are not much older than me. In the end, they didn't continue arguing. He Yan lowered his head and smiled. The words that Xiao Ju said to those pitiful girls yesterday echoed in his ears. Outside Liangzhou City, there is a mountain peak called Qingfeng. These girls had no choice when they were alive. They are buried here. May they be free to ride the wind in their next lives. He could understand the despair of those girls, which was why he said such words. Therefore, she magnanimously forgave Xiao Ju's rudeness to her and didn't take his bad behavior to heart. After all, there weren't many gentle people in this world. She went downstairs and saw Xiao Ju standing in front of the carriage. She walked over and asked, Commander-in-Chief, will you ride with me? Song Taotao was a little girl after all. When they came here, they all rode horses. When they came back, they couldn't let Song Taotao ride with them. Therefore, they ordered Fei Nu to arrange for 2 carriages. Xiao Ju tilted his head and looked at her. He Yan explained, I can't sit in the same carriage as Miss Song. We are a single man and a single woman. If others see us, Miss Song's reputation will be tarnished. Xiao Ju asked, so? So I should sit in the same carriage as Commander-in-Chief. He Yan said with a smile. He was about to get into the carriage when Xiao Ju grabbed him by the back of his collar and pulled him down. If He Yan didn't grab his sleeve, he would have lost his balance. You don't think of yourself as a woman, and you don't think of me as a man? He raised his eyebrows. Liar, I'm afraid you are too immersed in the act, so I'm reminding you. The mission is over. You don't have to think of yourself as Xianxia. After he said this, he brushed off the sleeve that Yan had just grabbed. Qiwu passed by and happened to hear Xiaoju's last sentence. He immediately grabbed Yan's clothes and pulled him to the side. That's right, that's right. You still think of yourself as young Master Qing? How can you be so blind? Come here and ride with us. Yan was just joking. He didn't really want to ride with Xiaoju. He quickly got on the horse. Fei Nu instructed the coachman, there are girls in the carriage. Don't ride too fast. Yan was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't that she was thinking too much. It was just that she was injured in the fight with Ding Yi. She couldn't ride too hard. Who knew if this was intentional? She was also a girl. Qiwu said, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Because they had to take care of Song Tao Tao, the carriage traveled slowly, taking more time than when they came. By the time they reached the Liangzhou garrison, it was already evening. Shen Han and his group were already waiting on the horse path outside the garrison. When the carriage stopped and Shen Han saw Xiaoju alight, he let out a sigh of relief. On this trip to Liangzhou City, they did not receive any letters about what Xiaoju was doing there. Over the past few days, they had been worried that the situation would change. Now it seemed that the matter had been resolved smoothly. Shen Han was about to speak when he heard Liang Ping say, why is there a girl here? Girl? A 15 or 16-year-old girl in a pink dress jumped down from the carriage in front. She was delicate and cute, with a face as beautiful as the moon. Looking at Yan, who was yawning weakly, Shen Han was shocked. The governor had gone to Liangzhou and brought back a girl. Was he trying to draw a line between himself and Yan, but doing this in front of Yan was too heartless. As he was thinking, he heard the happy voice of a young man behind him, Uncle, big brother, you're finally back. The one who jumped over like a rabbit was Xianxia. Beside him was the beautiful female Dr. Shenmu Xue, dressed in white. Xianxia came over and said to Shen Han with dissatisfaction, Shen Jiao, why didn't you tell me that Uncle was back? If I didn't hear it myself, I wouldn't have been able to welcome Uncle back. Big brother, I see that you've returned safely. This trip should have been very smooth. That guy Yuan Baozhen left, right? I knew you could do it, huh? His originally happy expression shattered when he saw Song Tao Tao. His tone instantly became ear-piercing. He jumped up and pointed at Song Tao Tao, asking, Second Miss Song, why is she here? What's with that expression? Song Tao Tao frowned. We met Miss Song in Liangzhou City. Yan smiled and said, it was also a coincidence. Miss Song will be staying at the city guards for a period of time. She did not go into detail about how she met Song Tao Tao and covered it up for Song Tao Tao. Big brother. Xianxia looked at him in disbelief. I asked you to help me hide from Yuan Baozhen so that he won't capture me and bring me back to get married. Yet you brought her to me directly? You're making me suffer. Xianxia. Song Tao Tao couldn't take it anymore. She stood up with her hands on her hips and shouted back at him fiercely, do you think I want to see you? To be honest, I came to Liangzhou City because I was running away from my marriage. If I hadn't met second young Master Xiao, I wouldn't have come here. You don't want to marry me, but I don't like you. A useless young master wants to be a match for me. I think you're dreaming of marrying Xisher, wishful thinking. In terms of eloquence, Xianxia was no match for Song Tao Tao. At this moment, she regretted that she didn't read more books. She didn't even know how to scold someone. You shrew. Xianxia said weakly. At least I'm better than a useless person like you. Song Tao Tao rolled her eyes at him. The two of them started to quarrel. Liang Ping had no choice but to mediate. Young Master Qing, the governor, and the others have been on the road for half a day. They must be tired. Let them go back and rest for a while. We'll talk again after they eat, okay? Since someone was giving him a way out, Xianxia naturally had to accept it. She said, I won't argue with you. My heart aches for my uncle and big brother. Finally, the situation before them was alleviated for the time being. Shen Muxue, who had been silent all this time, walked up to Xiao Ju and said, "Second young master, in the secret letter that was sent back, it said that someone was injured." These people all looked normal. Xiao Ju glanced at He Yan. He Yan said, "It's me." Shen Muxue asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" "It's just some superficial wounds." He Yan smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble Miss Shen to help me find some ointment for external injuries. The ointment from last time is very good." Song Tao Tao looked at him in surprise. "Young master you're injured?" When she didn't see He Yan get injured, she thought nothing had happened. Qing Lisu pulled He Yan away and stared at Song Tao Tao as if she was a thief. "Shrew, stay away from my big brother." The two of them started to quarrel again. He Yan was speechless. The energy of a young man was really enviable. When they returned to the garrison, they rested for a while. By the time they finished eating, the sky was already dark. Shen Han said to Xiao Ju, "I've cleaned the governor's room every day. Today, I've changed the bedding for him. He can stay here as long as he wants." Xiao Ju's love for cleanliness had almost reached the point of paranoia, so Shen Han had already made thorough preparations. Xiao Ju nodded and was about to walk in when He Yan tugged on his sleeve. "Wait." Was he going to whisper to him? Shen Han pondered in his heart. As an outsider, he shouldn't be involved in such a situation. He said, "Governor, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." He didn't wait for Xiao Ju to reply and left in a hurry. He Yan pushed Xiao Ju into the room. Xiao Ju said coldly, "What's the matter?" "Governor, have you forgotten what you promised me? You're the General Feng Yun. You have to keep your word." "What did I say?" Xiao Ju looked at her calmly. He Yan was anxious. "Didn't we agree before we came back that you would arrange a new room for me? I don't want to stay in a shared room. Otherwise, it'll be inconvenient for me to bathe and change my dressing." Before Xiao Ju could reply, another voice sounded. "Isn't it just a change of room? Why would you need it? I can help you too." The two of them turned around and saw Qing Lisu running over. Qing Lisu and Xiao Ju's rooms were right next to each other. There was a door in the middle that divided the mansion into two rooms. Usually, Qing Lisu was forced to copy books. When Xiao Ju was reading, she would look at him. Therefore, the door wasn't closed. At this moment, Qing Lisu ran over from his room. She was too friendly. "Big brother, what do you think of my room?" "He Yan, If you think my room is good, I'll change rooms with you." Young Master Qing couldn't wait. "We'll move out tonight. I'll go pack my luggage now." "Big brother, what do you think?" He Yan was a little confused. Xiao Ju frowned and looked at her nephew who was used to being different from other people. She asked, "What the hell are you doing?" "Uncle," Qing Lisu said with a sad face. "Who told you to bring that shrew back?" "I just asked Liang Jiaodou. Song Tao Tao is temporarily living with Dr. Shen. She's just a few steps away from us. If I live here, won't I have to see her every day? I feel dizzy whenever I see her. It's better if I don't. Since Big Brother also wants to change rooms, I'll change rooms with Big Brother. When Song Tao Tao leaves, we'll change rooms back." He Yan, "Okay." Xiao Ju, "No." Qing Lisu's dislike of Song Tao Tao exceeded his respect for his uncle. He pretended not to hear Xiao Ju's words and happily went back to pack his things. Xiao Ju said angrily, "Come back here." She reached out to drag him back, but He Yan blocked her. Qing Lisu took the opportunity to run away. With a bang, he closed the door. "Xiao Ju, Qing Lisu. Be careful not to scare the child if you're so fierce." He Yan looked at him with a smile. "Governor, young Master Qing has already agreed. It's a matter of mutual consent. How can you interfere here?" His words made it sound like Xiao Ju was an unreasonable person who wanted to break up an affectionate couple. Xiao Ju sneered. "What right do you have?" "Because I am only one red mole away from being the woman you love deeply." He Yan looked at him with a smile. The room suddenly fell silent. Xiao Ju looked away in disdain. "Lady He, do you really want to stay in the Liang Province Guards?" "I've never lied about this." He Yan stopped smiling and said seriously, not only that, I really want to join the Nine Flags Battalion. Don't push your luck. I always stop when I'm ahead. He Yan said, Commander-in-Chief, I just need a chance to prove myself. I need to prove that I'm not a bad person and that I'm worthy of being your confidant. Xiaoju sneered. You're talking big. You won't even give me a chance. Aren't you being arbitrary? You? Xiaoju sized her up and said calmly, how long can you last in the Liang Province Guards? Longer than you think. You're a woman. I won't be discovered. I won't cover for you. Hearing this, He Yan smiled. That's what you want to say, right? Second young Master Xiao was noble, aloof, and unreasonable. It was impossible for him to cover up the truth for her just because of her words. However, He Yan's skills were outstanding. Xiaoju hesitated if he really wanted to give up. After all, in Xiaoju's opinion, it didn't matter whether one was a man or a woman. What mattered was whether one was capable enough, outstanding enough, and worth staying. If you can't do it, you'll leave. His answer was as heartless as ever. It's a deal, He Yan said. I'll stay here with my own ability. Whether I enter the Nine Flags Battalion or perform meritorious deeds, I promise I won't let you worry. Xiaoju stared at her. After a while, he raised his eyebrows and asked, You really want to enter the Nine Flags Battalion? Of course. Okay. Second young Master Xiao smiled. I'll give you a month to recover. After a month, your daily martial training will be the same as the Nine Flags Battalions. As if he was afraid He Yan didn't understand, he added, the Nine Flags Battalion's martial training will be 3 times more than yours. He Yan, Xiaoju, what a heartless man. If you can take it, stay. If you can't, get out of the Liangzhou Guards. He stared at He Yan with a faint smile. His clear eyes were deep and there was a hint of mockery in them. Lady He, how long can you take it? He Yan replied to him with a gritted teeth smile. Commander, there's still a long way to go. Just wait and see. Finally, the house was settled. He Yan also had to go back to the shared bunk room to pack up his things and meet up with his brothers. When she arrived at the bunk room, before she could enter, Xiao Mai, who was leaning against the door far away, noticed her and shouted, Ehigu, you're back. Whoa, her shout attracted the attention of everyone inside. Instantly, everyone poked their heads out of the room. The bolder one squeezed to He Yan's side and asked, He Yan, you came back with Military Governor Xiao? How was it? Did you gain anything from your trip? Was it fun in Liangzhou City? Where did you guys go? Go, go, go. Don't crowd around here. Hong Shan chased them away and let He Yan into the room. You came back just in time. Everyone's here. I was just wondering why they weren't here yet. Ahi, you seem to have lost some weight. You didn't lose anything, right? No. He Yan said as he stepped into the room. He found that it was quite lively. Wang Ba, Jiang Jiao, and Huang Xiong were all there. Jiang Jiao said, We heard that Military Governor Xiao came back. We thought you would arrive soon, so we waited for you here. He Yan sat down on the couch and sighed. It's good to be back. The Sun family's bed was soft and fluffy, but when he thought about the many girls buried in the courtyard, he felt that it was particularly eerie and terrifying. Although the bedboard was hard and the blankets were thin, his heart was bright and he could sleep soundly. Did your relationship with Military Governor Xiao improve? Huang Xiong asked. Previously, because the Vanguard Battalion had selected Huang Xiong, He Yan resented Xiaoju. This time, when he went to Liangzhou City with Xiaoju, Hong Shan, and the others were afraid that He Yan wouldn't be able to hold back and fight with Xiaoju midway. It's okay, He Yan said vaguely. Wang Ba sneered and said gloatingly, he doesn't look like much. If he's really good, why did he come back empty-handed? Why didn't he give him anything? As they were talking, Qing Lisu, who was dragging 3 large suitcases, arrived. She stood at the door and asked He Yan, Ehigu, can I come in? Come in. As soon as Qing Lisu entered, she was shocked by the room full of people. She said, it's so lively? Won't it be noisy when you sleep at night? Xiao Mai's eyes widened. What's the meaning of this? He Yan smiled and said slowly, I made a great contribution on this trip to Liangzhou. The governor appreciates me very much and has decided to let me and young Master Qing exchange rooms. Young Master Qing will live here and I will live next to the governor as a reward. Everyone was stunned. Is this kid telling the truth? Wang Ba asked Qing Lisu. It's true. Qing Lisu cupped her hands respectfully to the others. In the future, please take care of me. The room was like boiling water. Instantly, it became lively. Everyone asked He Yan at the same time. What contribution did you make? What did you do? Just changing rooms? Didn't you give any other rewards? Didn't you enter the vanguard battalion? He Yan, are you going to be promoted? If you get promoted, can you lead the brothers? He Yan was surrounded like a general who had won a battle. On the other side, Shen Han had just learned about Xiao Ju's journey to Liangzhou. Sun Xiangfu has been in Liangzhou for 8 years. The people have no way to make a living. Shen Han sighed. You reap what you sow, he deserves this outcome. He had been in Liangzhou for a few years and had heard of the misdeeds of Sun Xiangfu and his son. However, he was not an imperial censor, nor did he have Xiao Ju's remarkable abilities. He could only swallow his anger. Today, Xiao Ju had uprooted Sun Xiangfu and his son, and caused Yuan Baozhen to suffer without being able to say anything. It was truly gratifying. Governor, on this trip to Liangzhou, have you investigated He Yan's background? Shen Han hesitated for a moment, but still asked. He did not understand the current relationship between He Yan and Xiao Ju. If it was good, then Xiao Ju was clearly guarding against He Yan. If it was not good, then he had just received orders from Qing Lisu that He Yan would live in Qing Lisu's room in the future. Didn't that mean he would live next to Xiao Ju? If they were not close, how could they have reached this stage? Could it be that they had rekindled their old feelings? But looking at Xiao Ju's appearance, it did not seem like it. Shen Han had been a bachelor for many years, so he did not know anything about love. But he had heard of the saying that love was hard to break. Perhaps this was the case? You can say that, Xiao Ju said. Speaking of which, He Yan's family situation written in the military registry was not false. He did have a father who was a guard at the city gate. He had a brother who was about the same age, but the young girl was a girl. It was hard to believe. Is he one of us? Shen Han asked carefully. For the time being, there is no harm in treating him as one of us. Xiao Ju lowered her eyes. But there is no need to tell me everything. Shen Han had a rough idea of what was going on, so he said, I understand. I have something for you to do, he said. He Yan answered his brother's questions with difficulty. By the time he returned to his room, it was already night time. Xiao Ju did not like noise, so the place where she lived was rather quiet. When He Yan went in, he was still not used to it. He had suddenly changed from a bunk room with more than 10 people to a room that belonged to him. It made him feel as if he was dreaming. Qing Lisu, a young master who was so particular, did not forget to light the incense in the room for him before he left. The light fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, making him feel very relaxed. He Yan lay down on the bed and felt as if he was lying on a ball of cotton. He immediately felt drowsy. She thought that it was indeed extravagant and luxurious. It was not surprising to sleep on such a bed until late in the morning. She caught a glimpse of the middle door again. The middle door was covered by a bead curtain. When the curtain was lifted, the door was revealed. Behind the door was Xiao Ju's room. Xiao Ju was probably there to supervise Qing Lisu's daily homework, but the door was currently closed. He Yan tried to push the door gently, but it did not budge. He did not give up and pushed it hard, but it still did not budge. Xiao Ju had actually locked the door from the other side. He Yan thought to himself that this was strictly guarded. Those who did not know would think that he was the girl and she was a rapist who would sneak into other people's rooms at night. Second young master Xiao really could not tolerate even a little bit of sand entering his eyes. Was there a need for this? Second young master Zhao's thoughts were really unpredictable. In the middle of the room, there was a large wooden tub filled with hot water. He Yan walked over and put his finger in to test the water. The temperature was just right. This was probably prepared by Shen Han. They were covered in dust from the journey today and needed a good bath. He Yan was very satisfied that he did not have to go to Wulu River to soak in cold water. He was about to take off his clothes when he suddenly thought of something and looked at the middle door. He almost forgot that there was a door here. There were locks on both sides of the middle door. No matter which side was locked, the other side could not be opened unless both sides were opened at the same time. Since Xiaoju had locked his side, He Yan had to lock his side as well. Otherwise, if Xiaoju suddenly wanted to come over in the middle of the bath, wouldn't she be completely exposed, although the consequences of doing so would most likely be that second young Master Xiao would feel that she had stained his noble eyes and leave in a huff. He Yan locked the middle door before continuing to bathe and change. After changing, she took out the water from the wooden tub and poured it out. Finally, she returned to the room and sat on the bed. Shen Muxue had already brought the medicine for bandaging her wounds and placed it on the small table beside the bed. Because of the previous time when he said that pure as ice and jade is only for his fiancée, he did not even bother to help her apply the medicine this time. He Yan looked in the mirror and unwrapped the cloth to change the medicine inside. Just as she was about to put on a new cloth, she saw a round jade box beside her. This round box was very small, smaller than a person's palm. She almost overlooked it. He Yan picked it up and saw the words scar removal and muscle growth written on it. He Yan was startled. After a moment, she shook her head and smiled. This girl was indeed meticulous. But this was too considerate. Shen Muxue was really kind. He was so considerate even to a lowly soldier. He was just an ordinary man. If he was injured, then so be it. He was not a businessman in the brothel. Why would he care about these things? He Yan should have thought the same. But just as she was about to put the box back, the image of that night suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. The red candlelight shed tears, the hibiscus curtain was warm, and that warm hand suddenly stiffened when it touched the scar on her back. She was still worried about how to deceive her husband with the lie she had made up, but the man in front of her nonchalantly blew out the candle and avoided the topic. He was still gentle, but she suddenly felt too ashamed to show her face. This was more hurtful than any words or gaze. The cold ointment was applied to the wound. It was a little painful and a little itchy. She asked herself in her heart, do you really not care? It was not like that. She cared a lot. Even if she could do it all over again, she would not be able to let it go. He Yan rewrapped the cloth and put the jade box under her pillow. She turned off the light and lay down on the bed. This room was quiet and warm. There was no thunderous snoring from her brothers. There was also no leg that stretched across her body in the middle of the night. She should have fallen asleep immediately. She did not know why, but she felt a little confused and could not fall asleep. Perhaps she should not have thought about the past. The next morning, He Yan woke up as usual. She was now living in the courtyard where Xiaoju lived. She was far away from the rest of the soldiers and the martial arts arena. She had to go early. When she went to get the steamed buns and went to the martial arts arena, she met Shen Han, Liang Ping, and the other instructors. He Yan greeted them. Liang Ping looked at her high-spirited appearance and felt jealous. He was an instructor, but he was not promoted as quickly as a soldier. Look, how long had it been, and she was able to live next to the commander-in-chief. She just went out for a trip. How did the commander-in-chief see her in a different light? Shen Han had told them about Sun Xiangfu and his son. However, they did not know what kind of effort He Yan had made or what kind of contributions she had made. Liang Ping looked up to the sky and sighed. He also wanted to make a contribution. He wanted to be seen in a different light by the commander-in-chief. He wanted to live next to the commander-in-chief. He Yan, you came at the right time. I have something to tell you. Shen Han waved at her. He Yan ran over. Shen Han looked at her and said, the commander-in-chief told me yesterday that you were injured and temporarily could not participate in some intense training. For example, equestrian and crossbow training, you can stop. When we are training these few days, you can find some training that is suitable for you. After a pause, he said, but you can't be lazy. You have to come to the martial arts arena every day. You can't miss your morning run. Understood? He Yan said. However, she thought that Xiaoju was quite kind. Although her injury was superficial, it was at least on her back. If she continued to train like before, it would be difficult for her to recover. She was like this in her previous life. Before her old injury healed, she had to lead troops everywhere. Her injury was slow to heal, and her whole body was covered with stubborn old injuries. Although she later became a woman and was no longer as exposed to the wind and sun as before, her injury would still hurt faintly during the rainy season or the cold winter. It was difficult to heal. She could not endure it, but it would be best if she could not force herself to do so. She thanked Shen Han and went to the martial arts arena. Today, they were practicing saber techniques. He Yan had previously sparred with Wang Xiong on the martial arts arena. Everyone knew that her saber techniques were outstanding. She had a good temperament. Whenever someone asked, she would answer patiently with a smile. She was much more amiable than the black-faced instructor. Therefore, whenever the soldiers had any problems, they would always discuss it with her. He Yan was being tugged by a soldier to teach him how to use a knife. Suddenly, a crisp voice called out to him, "Big brother He." She turned around and saw that it was Song Taotao. In the Liang province guards, there was only one young girl, Shen Muxue. She was regarded as a fairy by the Liang province guards and no one dared to blaspheme her. Now, there was another one. She looked a bit younger than Shen Muxue. Although she was not as elegant and refined as Shen Muxue, she was more lovable and cute. She was like a small flower that bloomed in spring. Even her branches carried fragrant fragrances. Her hair was tied up in 2 buns. She lifted her skirt and ran to He Yan's side. She ignored the fiery gazes of the surrounding soldiers and only looked at He Yan. She asked, "Yesterday, I heard from Miss Shen that your injuries were not light. Are you feeling better?" He Yan, when they arrived at the Liang province guards, Song Taotao lived with Shen Muxue. Therefore, no one deliberately paid attention to her. Qiwu and Fei Nu could not spend all day with a young girl and not do proper business. Therefore, they did not notice when this young girl came to the martial arts arena. She even saw He Yan at first glance. He Yan smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Song. It's just a small injury." "How can this be considered a small injury?" Song Taotao tugged on his sleeve. "I'll bring you to Miss Shen to take a look." Needless to say, He Yan could also feel the mischievous expressions of the people around him. Liang Ping's face was about to turn green. What kind of public tugging and pulling was this? Liang Ping had lived for almost 30 years and was still single. Who was He Yan doing this for? However, he could not afford to offend second Miss Song. He could only glare angrily at He Yan and signal He Yan to quickly send Song Taotao away. He Yan was about to speak when he heard an angry shout, "Second Miss Song, what are you doing here?" He Yan felt a headache when he heard this voice. Qinglisu was like a cat that smelled blood. She followed Song Taotao and came over. When she saw Song Taotao tugging on He Yan's sleeve, she was so angry that she immediately separated the two of them. She said angrily, "Don't come near my big brother He. My big brother He already has a fiancé." Song Taotao first looked at He Yan in surprise. Then, she looked at Qinglisu, who was looking at her proudly. After thinking for a moment, she sneered, "So what if I'm your fiancé? You can break off the engagement. I'm still your fiancé. What's the point?" Qinglisu looked like she was struck by lightning. She took a few steps back. The people around them were also dumbfounded. He Yan and Qinglisu were sworn brothers. Song Taotao was Qinglisu's fiancé. He Yan also had a marriage contract. However, Song Taotao treated He Yan differently. This was a shocking story with many twists and turns. If there was a hole at this moment, He Yan would crawl into it without looking back. She weakly defended herself. "I'm not. I didn't." End of chapter 104. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.